2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
Done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out! You couldn't be saved.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine. still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world.
My time to shine.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We just finished up in the EMEA region. Now we're starting up yet again in the North American region. My name is Dogman, joined by Vicky. Welcome everybody back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. Vicky, good to be here with you. I know you're excited. We're looking forward to today. It should be a pretty lengthy one as we have a lot of matches to cover in the upper bracket and the lower bracket.
Oh yeah, and you know what I always say, Dogman, more Marvel Rivals, more fun, and it's going to be a good time to see how a lot of our MRC teams have been doing, especially after seeing how the meta has shaken up within Season 5.5 is crazy to say how fast time has flown. Yeah, no, it's crazy. I mean, this game feels like it came out yesterday, but like we were just talking about it, like we were just like having so much fun playing, feeling like the game just came out, and now we've already just finished up the anniversary and had the whole birthday celebration, and so many fun things have happened. And, same thing in the esports scene, Vicky. Like, we just finished up in the LAN and Ignite. Now we're in MRC, and we're getting close to Ignite yet again. But a lot of these teams still have to kind of make some waves, right? Sort of impress some potential partner teams coming up soon as that, whole thing was announced. But there's a lot of awesome skins that also just got released, Vicky. And I know that, everybody sort of loves this God of Winter skin that just came out. Same thing with the Cloak and Dagger skin is... Well, I mean, that's honestly one of the best skins of the game. It's just so nice looking, but awesome skins that we just had dropped recently, Vicky. Yeah, I mean, the sound effects, the beautiful graphics that you have together with it, as well as the Thor God of Winter skin. It dropped on December 26th, and I'll be real with you, Dogman. I copped it for one, especially with that Cloak and Dagger skin. It is absolutely beautiful. The ultimate allowing you to pave like an icy road always looks very nice, and it's very hard to miss. That way your teammates do not complain that they are not getting healing when there is a very bright, beautiful blue ice pathing that guides their way to that healing. Make sure to pick that up, though, before January 23rd, because that is when it's going to be exiting the shop. Yeah, it's pretty important to get. Also, like, we have the Star-Lord skin, I'm sure, showing up in just a moment. But, yeah, I mean, obviously, the Star-Lord Starcracker skin. Same with the Snow Spider SPDR skin with Penny Parker. And then, obviously, maybe that's not Daredevil skin. All these skins are actually pretty fire. I mean, especially, everybody loves the Star-Lord one, saying happy holidays when he commits the ultimate, right? Like, everybody loves that sort of pop, unless you're on the other team, obviously. But, it's one of the best skins in the game for sure. At least my favorite from the recent drop. Yeah, it's nice to hear, especially when you know that the enemy team doesn't have a strategist ultimate to deal with it. But the Happy Holidays sound effect that you get to also hear together with the new Penny Parker skin. So much detail going into this, by the way. The Penny mains have been eating together with that Rocket team up. You get those extra shields. It always feels nice to see. A lot of people really do not like Penny. I'm actually noticing Dogman within my own ranked games, which is interesting to see, considering how strong Phoenix is and how easy it is to take care of those mines. But you know what? If you have a team that doesn't know how to deal with your Penny shenanigans, you get to rock it with fashion with this nice holiday skin. Yeah, absolutely. And I think, like, honestly, I didn't expect many, like, Penny Parker bans last week, but there was a few, actually. I mean, like you said, a lot of people like to ban Penny Parker, in casual games and maybe in, like, ranked, but not so much in the pro play until, like, literally last week when there was, like, obviously a few Penny Parker players like Dongmin and Gilbert Noodle who are really good at Penny Parkers. So they kind of, have to ban that out in other teams. Some people were actually protecting it. So I don't know. I'm curious if we'll see it today. On that, I don't know how fast we want to get into last week, but Vicky, what do you like? What sticks out in your memory from last week? Like, obviously you casted Saturday with Cozy, and now going into this week, what do you remember from last Saturday? Because it was a lot of exciting stuff that happened, right? You know what? Phoenix and Star-Lord were one of the biggest highlights, together with the amount of rockets that we also had seen. We saw the stereotypical universal bands of the Mantis. We do not want to see Gambit being played as well as a Daredevil. I love this skin, by the way. Very comically accurate as well, but being able to see the I'm Not Daredevil skin repped out in the MRC has been a rare sight for us too, because that's another one of those bands that we get to see a lot of teams lean into, whereas they don't want their strategists to just deal with Daredevil at all.
Yeah, it always seems like there's like one really strong melee character in the duelist department, but all three of these skins you can comp, like you said. Make sure to hop in and get them because they're all, incredibly strong characters at the current moment. So you might as well play the meta and look good while you do it, right? So, but you're right. Daredevil's been absolutely disgusting. I think that like he's just, like you mentioned, so many backlines struggle with him alongside like, how strong Gambit and Vizwoman are at the current moment. It makes for a very interesting meta right now for sure, like you mentioned. And yeah, I mean, like Daredevil players are disgusting and very hard to deal with,
Yeah, and I wanted to talk to you about this too. I was really excited when we were able to cast together here, another MRC in the books for the both of us. But being able to see how Gambit and Invisible together have worked out throughout the course of the season, they've been menaces since season 5. 5.5, we've been seeing way less rogue compared to what we saw from the release of Gambit. But then you have the inclusion of Loki, and then we have some names here within the MRC where a lot of our top players within some of the lands that we already gotten to see, the last 2 lands specifically, the only 2 lands in the infancy of Marvel Rivals Ignite, people like Korova, who get to rock out on the Adam Warlock or showcase their flexibility on other strategists. The Adam Warlock is still making rounds. The Lokis are coming out too when you don't get to ban the Gambit. And talk about the influx of damage when you do not have that Gambit ban. It is such a just a ready, set, go button when it comes to having that ultimate that you even have players that are opting to not be the battery for the enemy Gambit.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense why that character is such a priority. And I think like on the original like sort of point you made, it's just, yeah, Invisible Woman and Gambit are just absolutely amazing right now. Support strategists are really at the peak of the game. Like it does feel like the game is sort of, designed around these sort of roles at the current moment. And especially in this patch, like you said, in 5.5, it's been so crucial to have really good strategist players. And like that you probably noticed that last week too, right? Like it just seemed like the teams with the better strategists end up winning most of the time. And you can see, especially late in MRC, there's not really a lot of weak links left in that department. There's so many really good strategist players left that I'm sure we'll get to see as well moving on. Is there any specific player from last week that you remember off the top of your head, or if you want time to cook? Because if we look back at last week, we ended up round 11. Now today, on January 10th, we're going through round 12 and 14. That's myself and Vicky will be taking you through that. And then tomorrow will be the lower bracket finals and the finals with Cozy and Shib. That should be so much fun. But Vicky, back, when you casted round 7 through 9 and when you watched 10 and 11, any player stuck out to you specifically, or did everybody sort of culminate in this giant, pot of really good players?
I mean, I feel like the familiar names, right? I feel like that's something Cozy and I could see the night and day difference of, like, when we get to see a team with, like, Crimzo, right? Amazing, Korova. Yeah. It's like I'm waking up from a fever dream. Usher. And then you have on the opposite team, like, kind of like the revenge arc, right? Because then you have Madara coming back in together with Velocity and Renko, Stinkers. I feel like what player for me specifically, though, was Chime on that specific team. I think it's not talked about enough because we already know how strong he is with the reset potential. But when you talk about all these strategists and the different type of roles that you could play when it comes to staggering your ultimates together with like a Loki or Gambit or even an Invisible Woman, you have to consider what reset potential you could have to deal with that, right? And even though you may see a lot of Moon Knight in your own respective ranked games, it's very map specific to break chokeholds of like a triple Vanguard strategist being like hurtled in your direction. But then you have Bucky coming in for resets if you see an enemy Loki on the other side of the team. And of course, what these teams are fighting for, at the end of the day, MRC is your chance to go pro. You could find your hand on not only achieving the $14,500 prize pool, where first place gets to walk away with $6,000, but it also gives you the opportunity to see where these players are and how you're going to be able to fare up against them if you want to try your hand out in the next MRC that we have for Season 6.
Yeah, 100%. I think Shib says it, put your money where your mouth is. I'm sure a lot of people like to sort of backseat chat around some of these players and like to trash talk them a little bit, but then, if they go play against them, sometimes you're going to have a hard match, especially against these well-coordinated squads, which basically the rest of these teams are. I mean, like you mentioned, we had Lunex Gaming popping off last week, and that team looks like the favorite, maybe alongside Doom Crew, maybe even Ego Death being up here in the upper bracket still is awesome. Same thing with Team Guilty. All 4 of these teams are good. We'll get a first look at Doom Crew this week. I mean, they've had an incredible tournament so far, and we get to watch them. Mochimon and the Beast, same thing with Florka Mutants, are a lot of top players and teams. If you remember them from 100 Thieves, from FlyQuest, from LG, and a lot of these really, really good players that have been on signed rosters. We had Terra leave over to EMEA. He just played today for Team Navi. He looks phenomenal. Same thing with that squad. But, with the North American region, a lot of teams are sort of on a hiatus until the partner teams sort of come back into the scene in a few weeks, or in a few months, rather. So, there's a lot of really good players still available to be signed, still available to get picked up. And that's why I imagine a lot of those partner teams are watching right now to see kind of where those best players lie. Right, Vicky?
Yeah, and you could use it almost kind of like a scrim, right? To see how everybody else has shaped up in the meta and how they've been able to time and stagger out those strategist ultimates. That's why I look at this MRC, Dogman, and I knew how stacked it was going to be. Being able to have a Marvel Rivals Ignite player participate with maybe these new teams when you have roster mania in the offseason is always the most exciting time within an esport, in my opinion. And as we get started already from the beginning, let's get this going with our universal bans. We talked about Gambit before. We talked about Daredevil. There is no Wolverine, and there won't be any Daredevil from either side.
Ooh, yeah, it's smart. It makes sense. I think back into the global ban system we go, right? So Gambit going to be in the playing field. I mean, Wolverine banned off the rip is pretty interesting, but I guess it does make sense for Team Guilty. And a lot of people they don't really want to ban out the thing if you go for the fastball special, but really when you have, oh my goodness, to go for the Rogue Protect immediately with the Gambit Protect as well. So, Vicky, that means we're going to get that team up probably. And, speaking about players, I remember that stuck out a little bit. I mean, he's not playing right now, but I remember Tones was absolutely a menace on Rogue. And I'm sure a lot of these players picking up Rogue, playing it to a very high level, are going to be gross to deal with. And Daredevil for Team Guilty makes sense because of how well Ryan Amazing's been playing it. They go for the Phoenix ban on the opposite side for Lunex.
But what this is telling me here, and we were talking about Phoenix and how strong Phoenix is before, right? Especially with the team up that you usually have, like with Rocket, if you do get a Star Lord, I was about to say, get that recall to reposition because it gets so strong. But this is telling me that if you're going to protect Rogue and Gambit, you want the team up, right? So you're probably, maybe you're going to have to be forced to ban maybe Magneto's what I'm thinking about, because I'm still also expecting now with the Thing being protected, a triple Vanguard lineup maybe being replicated on both sides. I
think it's interesting because it's global ban system. Yeah. And because we already have the Gambit and the Rogue Protect, every Vanguard basically loves to play Magneto. That's the tough part, right? So it's like, if you ban Mag, okay, great. Now you're a potential Mag one trick or player that's really good at, which everybody's really good at Magneto, honestly, the Vanguard lineup. So I don't know. I'd be curious if they do ban it. Like you said, it does make sense because of the team ups, and you may not want to give it to their team, but also you get to play it yourself, right? So it's a matter of, do you trust, being able to play that? I think it makes sense so far that we banned out some of Ryan Amazing's hero pool. We banned out the Phoenix, like you said. It's interesting that that's changed away from Hela, considering, we had the Hela Namor team up kind of be a priority before. That's sort of gone to the wayside. We've seen a lot of Hela alongside Phoenix instead of that team up combination of Namor and Hela. So we'll see how things go. There's that Mag ban, like you said, and the Iron Fist ban on the opposite side.
Pick your hero.
Okay, and when we had seen that Loki get protected, remember what we were leading up to here. Man, I hope you're ready, Dogman, because these fights are gonna be very explosive, because I'm expecting this to probably be a ditto on each side, because now you're gonna have the Loki stagger the double Gambit ultimate side by side with your friendly Gambit, and Velocity we've seen before is an insane Loki. Flamme, of course, has popped off before, but I feel like Velocity has always been that one player that has stood out on the role of Loki, and what better player to do it here with the God of Mischief in the copy form of the Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah, you're right. I want to see what happens here, because Lunex, they could potentially put Ryan Amazing on to Rogue. And this is what I was thinking about this before. I was like, some of these duelist players are really good at these sort of melee characters, right? And a lot of Vanguards haven't had too much experience playing like the Daredevil, playing the Iron Fist type of heroes, right? So it would make sense that Ryan Amazing picks up Rogue, considering she plays a lot like Daredevil and these sort of really aggressive divey duelists that are melee focused. So I'd be curious to see if he picks up that hero on the opposite side. Like you said, you pointed out Chime. We get to see him today, potentially blow out on the Blade of all heroes.
All you need to do is capture the mission
Late.
area.
All right.
Got
We'll
it?
see how that works out here. I mean, I'm not a disbeliever here. I do believe in the Blade this season. I feel like Blade is pretty slept on, but you have to have a certain composition to really utilize on the anti-heal effects. And since it is going to be the triple Vanguard lineup, Crimzo being on that Groot, this is going to be interesting now, as Kurova's going to be the one on the Gambit, with Cornet being on the Loki instead. As we already get started here in the middle of the console, Dogman's going to be able to get that first pick.
A huge first pick on his sneakers. I mean, the triple Vanguard comps have been taking over, considering also a lot of Vanguards are incredibly tanky alongside, you know, the healing power / damage of Gambit. But, I mean, Usher also with the follow-up. And Team Guilty slowly sort of just falling apart and walked on with this, you know, really sort of brawly comp. Lunex just enable that first fight and just win it outright.
You're welcome.
That was beautiful. Right here in Celestial Husk. I can't seem to also escape this map, by the way. As something else to note here. We're going to have to see how many times we see Celestial Husk in general. But you're going to see Crimzo getting aggressive. Lunex being able to take that point first, taking control of that fight. But this also allows him to set up with those low controls. As you can see, Stinger trying to walk up and control the Hydra.
And they're already controlling it. Sort of is stacked as a unit, right? And you can see with Team Guilty, the reason why that, you know, Lunex banned that Wolverine outright is because they want to play that thing. Now they go aggressive, but they're doing reflect already with Playmate. Going for that trailing prison is Crimzo. Follow up there from Amazing with the ultimate, able to take down one. The blade falls immediately, and with him out of the fight, I mean, this is brutal. Guilty not able to find much ground in terms of, you know, just having duelists to kind of continue on, but at least Lunex committed a few ultimates. Now you can come back in with your own if you want and slowly walk in. Here's that friendly prison towards the backline. It does connect, but it's too deep. There's a follow-up there. Here comes that Psylocke ultimate on the backside. Able to take out Chime. No! There was crystals to keep him alive, but he goes down yet again. Chime has had a really rough map so far. However, Sneaker's able to trade back Dusher. That's a good trade. Meanwhile, you do have a nice ult from Chuckles. Slows down Crimzo, but it doesn't end up mattering. Crimzo just takes out Chuckles. Points still in Lunex's favor. Renko and Sneaker's able to find out more, but again, because this fight is so brawly, because it's so messy, Crimzo is able to do so much. Luckily for the side of Team Guilty, they have the follow-up there, and everybody else here on the point. Finally, they should be able to get the flip, but the stall is still kind of happening here.
What a brawly and scrappy fight. I mean, so messy that there was spaghetti all over the floor right there. It was a Raging Royal Flush, the Raging Royal Flush. He tried to do the dance of butterflies right there too. But do you know how many times we saw those lamps grief so many potential ultimate picks right there? And that is why Loki's also so strong when it comes to some of these compositions.
Yeah, at least, you know, with the original anti-heal, you got Blade, you have Chime's ultimate, he's finally able to build it. But what can he do with it, right? Crimzo like Friendly Prison, we've seen how this ultimate can change the game. Here comes Chime's ultimate in the backside. Doesn't slow down the side of Lunex, who are anti-heal at the current moment, but nobody goes down. They have so much HP to chew through. Eventually, Dogman actually takes down Chime, so brutal for him. Chime actually looking to switch off over to Psylocke, considering that ultimate was pretty much a futile effort for the side of Team Guilty. Or sorry, for the side of Team Guilty, but Lunex actually, one's cleaned up for now.
Yeah, I mean, with Chime having to swap off the blade, Chime said he's had enough right now. Team Guilty holding down the fort, though, until he comes right back around on that Bucky. And Lunex, they will be able to come right back around with these three ultimates. They're going to be able to stagger the Gambit, Raging Royal Flush together with Flamme and the God of Mischief. But look for Amazing right now. And that Heartbreaker, they're getting to position as well. Team Guilty having to match up with Moderate.
There's the ult on the backside. Rated back by Lunex, though. Able to walk forward, you know, Team Guilty now running out after that Wolf Flush ended. Still have some extra damage there from Madara, but Sneakers falls low. Psylocke also to the backside. Nice job to group up that damage, though. Renko and Crew sort of walk forward and into the side of Lunex, who drop by Amazing and Crimzo. So Team Guilty sort of played this yo-yo really well. Nice fight win for them.
Look how important it is as Chime gets the finishing blow onto Yosher, but look how important it is to be able to hold on to that Gambit ultimate to match it with the other. You gotta time it, as Team Guilty are nearing 99%. Lunex are gonna be able to teleport onto the point with the Doctor Strange swap.
Nice pull the point to touch, but now that's gone. Oh my god, what a huge ult on the side of Chuckles, but he goes down. Here comes a nice friendly prison from Crimzo, but yeah, Purify comes out. It's come out of the ultimate. Now here comes Dongman on the backside. Here comes Chime as well. Everyone, can he get the reset on the user? He does so, and slowly but surely, Team Guilty just sort of close out on Lunex, who had the portal back, needed a touch last second, but it's into that ultimate from Chuckles, who trades out his life for the round win. Guilty wins round number 1.
Held on to it here to the very end, being able to flip it right back into their favor, even despite some mishaps that we saw from the Duelists, but we did see that swap off at the very end Chime sticking to that Bucky and finding that success. But you could see the Gambit Raging Royal Flush. This is what we were highlighting. Getting started into the season. What we've been seeing transpire throughout Ranked as well as the MRC.
That character's disgusting. I mean, it's just insane how much it could do. You get Loki out too for that double copy. Yeah, it's brutal. But now for Team Guilty, you know, they have that friendly prison, which can go out. But like you said, I mean, so many of these Gambit players positioning so well, right? Vicky, you called that out. I mean, you get that huge cleanse, keep everybody alive out and also, you know, disengage them from that CC of Guru. It just was so smart from Renko and crew on Team Guilty.
The battle starts in 5.
Keep it going now as we get to see at least what economy they're going to be able to roll up with in the second round. Stinkers having that group hug together. Talk about the diff too of the strategists and the impact that they have in anchoring a lot of these teams and trying to build up into those ultimates so that way you have the best impact out of the follow-ups that you have. Rodder also takes that Heartbreaker as Amazing a little bit more behind. You see Yusher trying to match that together. He's about to get that Kraken impact to reset too.
Going into that Groot ultimate. There it is on the middle. Oh, does it connect? It does. It's connected onto basically everybody. And the follow-up is right there with a nice anti-heal from Renko. And Chime, nice job. He gets a little 3-piece, 4-piece in that fight. Disgusting from him. But it's all set up by that Certainly Prison from the Stinkers and Renko's follow-up, who has been amazing so far on Gambit.
You know, it's always such a good feeling right there, too, when they try to line you up, but you can't get the 5-piece just because the spawn room doors are right at their backs. Look at this. Chime already, by the way, at nearly 80% on that Kraken impact. Velocity is about to have another Raging Royal Flush here, as Lunex Gaming are going to be able to match that, so they can enable Yusher with that Kraken impact with the reset.
A nice reset coming through. Chuckles goes down. Do they get follow-up? That they do. They chase down everybody else. Getting that movement speed buff from Flamé with that Raging Royal Flush, which we will see a lot of for sure. Velocity's copy a little bit too late to save his team, sadly. So they're going to slowly get cleaned up. And everybody's back to the spawn as Lunex, nice push by them, but Burl, never mind, comes back through from Chuckles, so they want to stall out for a little bit longer. There's a damage follow-up here. I mean, they get the anti-connects onto the rest of people coming through the portal, but you have to stuff it out. You have to body block it, and eventually they do. They flip the point. Lunex take it.
They got that pick off of Chime. I know you were talking about Amazing and Rogue as well. Like, we saw Amazing go Rogue last week, and it just feels like it fits the Amazing hero archetype that he likes to have fun with. And honestly, that's what's really important too, as now Lunex Gaming looking for their opportunity to extend their lead when Team Guilty had already got 42% with the Raging Royal Flush. They're pressing onto them, forcing them back into the choke.
Forcing them back, sort of playing back and forth. The reset. Oh! Again with Yusher coming through with 2. He's starting to come online now after switching to Bucky, and that sends them back to spawn. Gives you a little bit of safety net, like you said. Really far pushes from both sides to keep this momentum moving forward as finally Lunex looked to cross that 42% margin to take the edge over Team Guilty.
Man, Gambit is literally like Pemdas. To be able to win, you got to cancel the other one out. It's just how it works here. Flame's got the God of Mischief, at least online here, as Lunex Gaming want to hold their ground on this point. Team Guilty now coming up from the high ground, as Velocity is going to be able to get that copy with the Raging Royal Plus. Modder's going to be able to move in with the Heartbreak, but the Gru Hug is met with the Purify. These Gambits, they've been holding it down together, but you get the clobbering time to find 3, and it prevents the Raging Royal Plus for Lunex to Gaming to hold it down.
That's huge. It's a massive pick that you mentioned. But does it matter because the healing isn't really there to keep Chuckles alive? He goes down, Renko falls, so a little bit too split, and really good fallback by the side of Lunex Gaming. Crimzo just wants to connect onto everybody else here. Point did not get flipped, super close to doing so. No portal either because they used it early on, and I don't think the cooldown's up, so they have to switch to stall right now. Otherwise, this round might be just over.
Dude, Yusher is insane, by the way. That was crazy. They lost out on Korova, and they still were able to win that fight. Huge clobbering time, too, from Crimzo, utilizing the enemy Stinkers group walls against him. You see the double walls, overtime taking away in favor from Lunex. They push in with the Raging Royal Flush, but it looks way better for Lunex Gaming for Yusher to get a reset if he needs to use it.
And he's just kind of dealing a riot the choke. I mean, Stinkers goes down. He was close to strangling Prison. That's brutal, losing that ultimate. You got Velocity with the copy, able to use it. Like you said, Chuckles down, both Vanguards removed. I mean, Vidal is trying to stall it out as well. Time, does he get the reset? He gets one. Amazing does fall. Slows down the push of Lunex. Now here comes Yusher, though, on the backside. Chime goes down. Doesn't get the reset though. Nice shot by Remco. But does Usher still get the elimination? No, because the Loki greens are there. Usher goes down. He's a little bit too far. Remco's movement and velocity's there to save him. But the walls, this blocks everybody else. The healing's out, but no, they break the walls down. Everybody's still getting healed up by this backline, and they're working themselves back into it, Vicky, until Madara falls.
This fight is insane from the portal plays of Amazing coming right back around. Dogman is holding his ground. Roots planted on the ground with the walls pulled up. And Lunex Gaming, they're still in this. We're going on to another round.
Goodness, I mean, you thought that maybe for Lunex's side, Usher going down was brutal, but you know, he bought enough time, right? Sometimes you don't have to go those eliminations because you force those backlines away. It looks like as long as you have Crimso on point, just doing as much as he is alongside Dongman, I mean, they're just able to wall off this backline, buy themselves time to get eliminations, and they tie it up 1-1. We head to round number 3, Vicky, on Celestial Husk. Looks like it's your map, like you mentioned, that you see so much. And, you know, because I didn't see it at all last week on Sunday, but, you know, I kind of missed it based on the fact that this is a super fun matchup so far.
I must be cursed or something because, you know, I'm in the holiday season. I'm still feeling cheery. You know, I love Halloween, don't get me wrong, but it's always the dark maps. I'm like, all right, universe trying to say something. But I like leaning into it, especially with our first game of this series, especially looking at how these walking vanguards are essentially like walking batteries for these strategists. But it's even better to see how these resets have been coming out thanks to the enemy, or at least the oppositional's Loki, with the way that these Buckies have been able to also get these Kraken impacts.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned batteries. For some reason in my head, I'm just visualizing the Vanguards as like those really chunky, you know, giant batteries. You know, go from AA to AAA, and then you got those really thick square ones. But, you know, for the side of Team Guilty, around that point, they've got the Raging Royal Flush ready, but as does Lunex, and like you said, Vic, I mean, you just kind of mirror them back and forth. But the eliminations, the damage output that all these teams are doing, despite only having one duelist, is absolutely absurd. Renko, each Chuckle's alive, who has been sacrificing his life. There's that dude ultimate. Is the cards there to save anybody? Finds them. Looks like they are. Velocity actually finds Crimso too. Nice pick off from him. Here's that reset. Potentially coming from time. Gets one. Does Amazing stall it out? It looks like they actually popped both ultimates, right? The Gambit ultimate and the Rogue ultimate. But they're able to live because Velocity comes back now. Everybody takes the heal. And Velocity shuts down Renko. The burst damage is insane. Nice sort of back and forth there from Team Guilty.
And the ante that came out right after with the Gambit ultimate together was the nail in the coffin for Amazing. And now it's going to be Team Guilty that keep their feet planted on this point, looking at Lunex, that they will be able to move up with that Kraken impact together with the Heartbreaker from Amazing. But Team Guilty do have those answers. And then you have to take a look at where those Gambits are, right? Korova and Renko nearly matching each other with those Raging Royal Flushes.
Here to keep everybody from the Shrinking Prison. Looks like the answer is no, but it doesn't even end up mattering because clobbering time comes out from Crimso, shuts down Sneakers, but we've seen teams able to turn it back. However, they do lose two. Like both Madara and Sneakers goes down. You have Chime on the backside angle, no ultimate. You slowly get stalled out. Sneakers switches to Dr. Strange for the portal play again. We actually saw this just about the 42% mark on the last round. And he's surely going to go for that portal play. So they use the Raging Royal Flush. They want to stall at the point. But do they actually do so? It looks like the answer is yes. They are touching portal plays here. Sneakers stack, Chuckles with the ultimate. Does it get blocked? It looks like it gets onto 3 people, but everybody's still alive. The healing is too much for both Lemay and Korova, and they're coming back in. They have their own Raging Royal Flush on a copy of him, and they get 2 immediately. Velocities, I mean, his team is wiped. They get wiped off the face of this sort of round, and Lunex get that point flip. Also, the full cooldown gone on the Team Guilty.
All right, Fleming. All right, Fleming, you got it. Because those heals to save those 3 from Lunex Gaming from the clobbering time at the other side of Chuckles was huge, man. Loki lamps are crazy there, and they were able to flip that point. But is it going to be enough when Team Guilty are already at 65%?
Good question. We find out the answer in a moment. Madara going aggressive into the back line. You have the anti-heal in, just into the sky, comes back down, slows them down to the back angle. Also, getting out to the definitive domain is huge. Amazing. Also, nice job by Madara to shut him down. But this group up on the backside angle, you do have the definitive domain on the inside. Keep everybody up. And also, the healing up is just way too much. Friendly person on the backside, pulled in by Chime. Afterwards, Dongman goes down. Target focus is huge right now to Team Guilty. They're coming back into it. Here's that reset for Chime after he pulls out Kraken impact. Connects onto 2, connects onto 3. 3 down immediately, all KO'd like you mentioned. Team Guilty also did flip that point. Portal will be a futile effort now for Lunex as Team Guilty are in control.
And this is bad because they don't have Portal, and Team Guilty are nearing 80%. They gotta wait 3 minutes if they want to recontest here. And Chime was still holding on to that reset. Thanks to the Loki clone, he gets it again!
3 seconds left, 2 seconds. Do they want to force it? Looks like the answer is yes. Oh, but does it connect? It looks like it's on for the Groot, and Domination goes down, so he gets it again. No way! He's got the reset for basically a minute ago, and he keeps it going. They shut him down, though, on the backside. Usher, nice elimination for him, but it might be too little too late. They have to touch the point, 2% away. They do. Overtime gets picked, but Lunex is missing basically everybody, and no portal, like you mentioned earlier, Vicky. Everybody's clobbered on the backside. 4 people from Team Guilty are clobbered, in fact, by Crimzo, but nobody's there to do any damage, sadly, as everybody is falling on Team Lunex. Overtime is slowly ticking down. Nobody really can stall at this point any longer. Usher goes. Overtime about to end. Team Guilty win route game number 1.
Dude, Chime had Kraken impact for like 2 whole minutes. I can't, like, that is the counter right there. You see the Loki? Free reset off the clone that you and your team leave behind to prevent a recontest. They knew they did not have a Doctor Strange portal. They knew that they had to go for those desperate measures, and they had nowhere else to go but those 3 other chokes they could have decided to come out of.
That was a great call on Vicky, and oh my god, I mean, I don't know, I was just hyping you during that match. I mean, this meta is so much fun, at least when these bans specifically come out, just to see the Gambits and Triple Vanguard. You know, it's sort of like when people were complaining about GOATs, you know, going into this game, it does feel like it was a little misplaced, misguided, because Marvel Rivals as a game is just so, you know, chaotic because of the amount of damage that people output, right? There's so much healing, but also there's so much damage, right? So, you know, you can play Triple Vanguard because of the damage output of Groot, of Rogue, and then you sort of have the Thing, who can also just CC basically everybody. I mean, look, Crimzo is doing 26k damage. You have Yusha with 32k on the Bucky and the Psylocke. That was a super fun round number 1, though, Vicky, so I'm excited for, you know, the next map. But, I mean, what a way to start it off today, Vicky, on Saturday between these 2 squads.
I love it. It's so explosive, too, and to see the different level of play from these players and how they've been able to adjust with these different lineups of the meta. It's great because you can see exactly what each team is trying to do when they're running the same comp, right? And then the little things like having to go in for a Doctor Strange portal that does not work, this play not working at the very end, when the enemy team's already at like 80% progress, those 3 minutes, like, you're done. You have to make sure you can at least win that next fight if that portal play doesn't work, which in this case, with the Kraken impact, it didn't. And I love how we just highlighted Chime, too, as a player. I mean, if anything, for that match, I'm expecting a Gambit ban frame 1. I mean, you have to, right? At this point, you want to make sure that these Loki resets don't get the impact and damage output that it could get, versus, like, let's say you let the Invisible Woman go through.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. I mean, it seems like so much, you know, volatility, I think, in letting that hero go through, because, I mean, you got to believe in your backline, too, for sure, but, damn. I mean, yeah, you're right. Renko and Velocities were just beautiful playing that sort of tandem between the Loki and that Gambit. So we'll see how it is moving forward. We'll head to the man phase on map number 2 in a moment. We're going to head to Hall of the Dahlia. So we're heading to Convergence immediately after that first Domination map, and you called it. First off the rip, we get that Gambit ban.
I didn't expect it to be that fast. All right, but the Daredevil falls right afterwards. I mean, this is actually what I was expecting for game number 1, but again, we did see Gambit get prioritized from the beginning, because it was actually the Wolverine, I believe, yeah, that was banned instead of the Gambit. So now we get the Protect on the Wolverine instead. And that means that I'm not expecting that triple Vanguard lineup to really roll out the way that we saw in that last game.
Yeah, this is why I think the Team Guilty is doing super well in this patch. It does seem like they can, you know, they have answers for everything alongside, you know, if you go for that Wolverine Protect, then you have to go for the Think ban. So the ban system is changing entirely on this map because of what we saw in the last one. But that did go to 3 rounds, and Domination can be sort of like very back and forth, and it was really fast paced. I felt like there was so many team fights back and forth. But Adam Warlock ban coming through, a little bit of respect towards to Kurova. Meanwhile, that Hella Protect comes through. We'll see what Lunex want to respond with. We saw some Phoenix at this point, so it's an entirely different ban phase besides that Daredevil, like you mentioned at the very beginning, Vicky.
Yeah, and I do like the Adam Warlock ban, because we were just talking about like some standout players and what you may see that doesn't roll out with the typical meta that we've been seeing roll out with the strategist lineup. And Kurova, of course, to me, is Adam Warlock reincarnate. So we want to make sure you get that out of here. You don't want to enable a Kurova anyway. And with the Loki Protect as well as the Mantis Protect, maybe I'm expecting a forced group ban, but we're going to have to see if Crimson gets away with whatever he wants to do.
We'll get to see the Namor ban coming out from Lunex to counter out the team up alongside Hella. But that does still leave Phoenix open. In that previous round, we do have the Angela ban to come through, like you mentioned, to get rid of Crimzo's hero pool a little bit, to focus on him, force him to play Captain America. We'll see how he does today. But like you mentioned, we do get to see that Hela. We do get to see that Phoenix still come through, even though you don't get that team up with the Name War. You still want to play that tandem of the duo of those two. Velocity just had a good map on Loki. It did have some solid Loki play out of Lunex's side. I think it was a little bit more standout for Velocity side, but it's just such a incredibly fun matchup between these two squads, as well as the Magneto getting through. So totally different ban phase, Vicky, but totally different map as well. And try to kind of change basically everything, right?
Yeah, and we would talk about Phoenix and Hall of Jolly specifically, and this also goes hand in hand with like what metas you want to run depending on what you have in front of you and what you got to work with. You got much more open sightlines, right? So Phoenix going to be able to get into those more pesky positions, so that way you could try to harass everybody grouped up together when they're going down the lane. But then you also are looking at Lunex Gaming, and you have Crimzo that is now going to get enabled on that Captain America, and then you also have that speed boost together with the Mantis. So running the triple strategies. If it's not the triple Vanguard, it's the triple strategies on one side at the very least. But then Team Guilty running more so that traditional 2-2 composition, but you already see Chuckles getting into position on the Venom.
You have to stop them from
Yep, Chuckles getting ready aggressive, like you mentioned. If he goes down early, I think he does this a lot actually, then he can just, get back quickly from spawn on Venom and just sort of be back into that fight. But we do have that Phoenix coming through on both sides, and I believe on the defensive angle, we actually get to see that new Ice Phoenix skin. New Phoenix skin that just came out. We don't get to see the new Cosmic Warlock skin, sadly, for Adam Warlock, though, because of the Warlock ban early on. But Lunex, meanwhile, on the choke point, already walking up. Team Guilty setting up for that dive on the Venom. Robo already using that pool. It's going to be interesting as well to see how this fight sort of changes without the heal.
See how these finishes get enabled here, too. Being on the other side. Kurova being on that invisible woman. Going to be seeing Red Mason moving all the way up with Crimzo. Going to be able to dive down. Damage boost, find Chime first. That's going to be big here. So like they have a rocket to get that BRB, and Chuckles also taking a good chunk of that damage. He's going to navigate away with Crimzo looking at the back line.
They know they want to stall out for that Doctor Strange portal. Nice pull from Kurova right in the Yusha shots. Chuckles gets some damage. Nice shield to keep him alive. Stinkers, meanwhile, backs an angle on the Yusha. Nice headshot. Shuts him down. Dongman, though, trades out velocities. Will be able to come back through that portal if he respawns in time, but that's going to be very close in terms of window. Stinkers, meanwhile, does hit, connect with that stun in CC because of the Venom team up, but nice shots from Matera. Backside angle and the invisible boundary, able to find eliminations. Amazing's ultimate a little bit too late, sadly, to save his two teammates who both had ultimates coming up. So once this Mantis ult is over, they're going to rely heavily on the peel from Crimzo, maybe in his ultimate. Slowly they get picked down, though, too far away, and that's tough. I mean, to use an ultimate to no avail. Team Guilty stave off this push from Lunex.
And even more unfortunate, too, is Kurova going down rather early in that fight. When you have that invisible boundary coming up, it's not something you want to see when you try to hold on to that point here. And Lunex Gaming dwindled away some extra time, down to 2 minutes on the clock. They do have 4 ultimates, make it 5 really with Crimzo and that Freedom Charge, but Team Guilty do have a reset with Stinkers, and that got us to death.
Use cooldowns to just walk up here, but 2 minutes off already. 85% on the board at the very least for Lunex. Chuckles, meanwhile, in both the piece of the best above, and how do they want to go about this fight? Kurova just aggressive missile boundary. Doesn't even walk into it, though. Meteor M, and also a Dr. Strange. Kurova goes down. Same thing with Amazing. 2 gone. Nice job to push off the side of Lunex, who had a lot of ultimates coming up from that Dr. Strange and Magneto Meteor M.
What a shutdown here. Chuckles, too, now still holding on to Piece of the Abyss as Dogman is the last victim. Lunex Gaming cannot figure out how to nitpick where Team Guilty's positioned to try to terrorize the foundation that is making up the sustainability of this squad here. You got Renko Velocity with both their ultimates looking to rotate with the invisible boundary.
I mean, hey, you're right. On that note, I mean, you just have those built back up again. I mean, you just used them in the previous, like 2 fights ago. So they've done a great job, at least with their Vanguards, coordinating ultimates. There's that copy early from Flame, going with that Soul Resurgence in a moment. It's onto the Mantis, but he's still holding on to it for now. Team Guilty ready to sort of build up these Shadow ultimates. They know Lunex have everything. Phoenix ultimate comes out into the invisible boundary and shuts down 2 immediately. Huge work from him to get off those Ignite Sparks early. Stinkers falls, and Yusha is just beautiful shots after shots. He might have some of the best aim in North America as they close out on Team Guilty.
Dude, the reads there too, like he read a book and tossed it in their direction when he not only got the sparks ignited on them, but he knew where their position was going to be, right? You're a strategist, you want to hold the backline, you want to feel safe at that choke, but once he got those sparks ignited, he knew that he could immediately go in and completely shut down the invisible boundary, and they needed that desperately too, right? They were down to some time, and they didn't want that to be an expensive fight to build up the space that they're looking for now.
Really huge from him, and now they try to push back in towards this middle phase of the map. And with usually these damage boosts, it's always going to be tough to deal with the side of Team Guilty, who didn't opt for going for that Mantis comp, but you fall back for now. You take 2 sparks. Now here comes that ultimate nice job from Yusha to shut down Renko 2 in the middle of an invisible boundary from Velocities. They could not save him from the amount of damage that came out from Lunex, but this cart still moving uncontested. Team Guilty sort of moving around the map, losing one, just want to regroup.
Skins are out here. Look on the side with Zorba having the invisible boundary. If you're looking at Velocity, gets to terrorize him and burn him as he tries to back away from the choke. Madara does have that Meteor M. Look out for it, though, with Lome wanting to build into that God of Mischief. But Yusha is too busy mowing the lawn right in front of them to continue on with the space.
Yeah, looking a little bit disorganized right now from Team Guilty's side, and that can be how the street phase is. I mean, you got to go for now one last fight after getting picked apart. I mean, just stagger after stagger. Madara coming in, Meteor M with the Phoenix ultimate combination gets right, but that's not enough to save him. He goes down now on the backside. Yusha connects, but the follow-up damage is not there into the invisible boundary from Team Guilty. But that runs out in a second. They still have to push that payload. Tuckles has the ultimate on the top side. Chime is looking for Flame, but Flame, nice movement to get away from him. Unfortunate shots there from Chime to not connect, and now has to run away. You do have an ultimate again. Onto Chime on the front line from Dongmin, but he's peeling off this Vanguard of Crimson. He goes down, so the peel was there. Again, these strategists showing out for the side of Team Guilty.
Ooh, triple peel at that too, right? You have the Phoenix also helping you out from Chime, as Velocity also got bubbled by Madara. Everyone was focused and knew exactly what Crimson was trying to do. Crimson, of course, Captain America in general, the hero that feels like a fly that you just want to swat away, but they were able to deal with that very nicely, not forcing out any of the strategies. Ultimates, as Kurova does have that invisible boundary, at the very least, to have a Lunex Gaming build up this space, but they have to look at where Velocity is, because Renko also could rotate through, unless he gets taken down as he did right there by Yusha.
Yeah, I mean, just push to that choke point. So Resurgence, they want to go in for more. Ryan goes aggressive. Velocity gets stunned out of his ultimate, and that's going to get reset back down to 0. Huge work to CC him, for everybody's to target focus him from Amazing and crew on Lunex. And now we move into the third phase of the map, but actually not that much time in the bank, honestly, for Lunex side, because Team Guilty's been stalling out for so long. This is going to be one of the most defensible points as well on the entire map. So we'll see how it goes for the side of Lunex, who move into third phase.
Maybe enjoying being fast late to the party, because now we're amazing together with the damage boost from the Mantis and the Phoenix output. Yusha does have the reset with the Phoenix ultimate as well, but you want to ignite those sparks by the choke. We're amazing, feeling himself just a little bit, but it's about clearing the space as Lunex Gaming are looking to get more progress on this point.
Now, just seeing the praises of Team Guilty's strategists, but in the last 2 fights, they've gotten picked off early, so we'll see if they can, avoid that. Seems like in this neutral, Lunex are just hitting shot after shot, whether it be Amazing, whether it be Yusha. Kurova goes in aggressive with the missile boundary, trying to put Team Guilty in the back foot, which it seems they struggle with a little bit. The current moment, I mean, close to Chuckle's ultimate. He's off that Venom now and onto the Groot. We'll see how the Strangling Prison can be without Gambit in the fray to cleanse everything. But we do have the capo from Crimson. Chuckles goes in with the Strangling Prison. But, you can't really get those KOs through how much shields that Crimson's providing with that Freedom Charge. Now they copy. Velocities has it. They go with aggressive Invisible Boundary again. Yusha comes through the sky. Phoenix ultimate slams down, but nobody goes down into Madara. Meteor M's a bit late. I don't know if they can actually capitalize with the Phoenix. So looks like the answer is no. So again, a little off sync. Stinkers does have ultimate, but he's the last one, right? The last stand from Stinkers goes aggressive, does connect onto a few, and actually he gets one. Yusha falls. Ryan Amazing Soul Resurgence. Can they connect onto anybody to capitalize off that ultimate from Ryan? Looks like the answer is no, and Team Guilty somehow are working themselves back into it. Kurova close to that invisible boundary. Overtime takes down. This is the problem. They didn't have a big time bank moving into third phase, and we're entering last fight territory, basically. As overtime dwindles slowly but surely. Invisible boundary from Lunex Gaming. is the only ultimate at the current moment. Chuckles does fall, so the time bank may not worry them as overtime spawns are going to slow down his respawn. Renko perfectly timed that invisible boundary, though, to come back into it. Donovan close to his ultimate, maybe, but he goes down to Sneakers. That Wolverine doing too much on that payload. This is going to be tough to deal with as Sneakers, you know, on Wolverine, he gets so much damage down range. Invisible boundary again from the velocities, though, from Team Guilty. They want to close it out. User's able to portal back. That Venom as well from Donovan to sort of stall it out. Crimso, freedom charge to stall it out a little bit further. This is going to be extended fight for sure, but as long as Wolverine is here, he's going to have another last stand. Time in the sky. Phoenix ultimate back down onto that cart, but Lunex stays alive because of Flame Ace invisible boundary. Pulls back in Magneto. Madara falls. Kurova, nice job from him. Dr. Strange's ultimate connects as well, but it's a follow-up damage there onto... Oh, wait, no, Chuckles is still alive with a Strangling Prison, but everybody's so low, he throws it out as a last-ditch effort, but I think he gets canceled, and somehow in overtime, with a portal retouch from Usher, they slowly pushed off Team Guilty, send them back to the spawn, and cap out the map.
A minute and how much? Almost 2-minute fight right there where I was looking at Team Guilty and they had the strategist advantage at the very beginning there. But Lunex Gaming, they wrapped around them. They lapped them at the very end and they were able to get that cart to the finish line with no time left.
I don't know if I jinxed them or what. Like, I just assumed, like, the Wolverine would have, like, you know, kind of just done Wolverine things on that payload. But, I mean, Lunex in squad just able to get the correct target focus. Usher hitting some nice shots. Kurova, you know, with some good pulls. And in that big Doctor Strange ult again, you know, sort of that change-up. It almost seems like these teams, like, sort of adapt after, like, a single fight. But it's hard to, you know, sort of adjust to the Doctor Strange playstyle, I suppose, at that point. Man, that was a fun one, Vicky. Super different, I think, change-up-wise, right, in terms of pace that we saw from the last map, right?
Absolutely, and it really helped out that they had the triple strategist in that point, right? But if they were the ones that started falling at the very beginning of that fight, it would have been a lot harder because then they would have looked like a row of dominoes one by one falling through until that Puerto Rican test was inevitable. But that triple strategist helped to maintain that aggression. Even with those swap-ups from the Wolverine, I was expecting the same. My eyes were honestly at how quickly Velocity was farming the ult by the end of that round, but with not enough bodies, the stall wasn't there to get another lap of strategist ultimates with the God of Mischief. But now we're going to be able to roll out with some extra shields here. We get the swap out from the rocket back over to the invisible.
Great points, Vicky. We'll see how this goes. I mean, already a super fun series, but that's how it is, right? This Saturday, tomorrow as well, should be absolute bangers, right? I mean, like, this is really the peak of Marvel Rivals and North America at the current moment. And, you know, we'll slowly see these teams that compete at Ignite. We're at that LAN in Atlanta. And while nice pull from Sneakers in the sky, he did have that rocket pass, so he brings back Dongman. Huge job to get that pick off from Sneakers, and that really is a good momentum shift at the very beginning of the round, and they already get a tick on the board. Dongman's going to have to switch to Dr. Strange to use that portal.
Yeah, literally called it an Amber Alert, now forcing Dogman to come in with the portal instead just to save the day here. But I like the way that they were able to kite away, just waiting on it, give them a little bit of extra progress, but they can't fully get off it. They have to recontest here, where the Dr. Strange portal does come out. They're trying to hold on to the high ground, force out Team Guilty to back away. The pressure's on. Seekers tries to go for another kidnap here. The lamps help them out. Velocity got the ultimate. He gets the God of Mischief in the form of the invisible boundary.
You said they walk on forward. Chime, that standout player that you mentioned, able to take down one with the follow-up damage, and everybody gets cleaned up. Team Guilty with a faster point to a take than Lunex Gaming there.
They're holding it here with Velocity getting that final pick. Lunex Gaming will at least roll in with a hefty amount of ultimates, make it really 5 here. I love this Phoenix skin, and it's Team Guilty though that finally get this progress really quickly compared to what we saw from Lunex. It's so nice, man. Phoenix skins are great.
I'm such a shame that we don't have an ad read for it because, yeah, it's just like, man, my poor wallet.
It's so
it's so good. I just like, and also the Adam Warlock skin. I don't know. Anyway, we'll see how she does later on. And, you know, speaking of star players, I think Stinker definitely underrated player for the squad of Team Guilty's close to that last stand. Lunex Gaming using the invisible boundary, forcing out Chime's ultimate. Doesn't have that combination to Meteor M, so they're able to burn it down as Team Guilty not able to take advantage of it. Now they walk forward, so Lunex playing the ult game, I think, pretty solidly. They do still have to walk into Stinkers with his ultimate. However, they do get that overshield. Also forces the passive from Stinkers, though. So that's huge. He won't have as much tankiness to set this up in the sky. He comes back down with the last stand, and he's actually kind of a little bit timid maybe because of the ultimate or sorry, the passive being procced earlier sets up not that bad, that good of an ultimate. And Stinkers goes down, so fortunate for him, Meteor M and the copy still available for velocities. They want to use it on the back foot. Team Guilty haven't responded too well just yet, but they go for that copy. Invisible Boundary, Flame with his own. Soul Resurgence in a moment after his copies, goes for the damage boost. They're able to walk through this Invisible Boundary. Team Guilty, Meteor M is available to maybe slow down this fight, but does he want to combo with that Phoenix ultimate, which is up yet again in a moment? I mean, he's lapped Madara, his own teammate, or Madara, in this case, but Lunex stalling it out. Invisible Boundary from Renko. Chime coming up with that ultimate like we mentioned earlier and just hits shot after shot. Has that pull onto Flame. Nice force physics. Brings him into the shots of Chime, who cleans up Lunex.
I wasn't a big fan of how the duelist lineup of Team Guilty utilized those last set of ultimates, but straight up in the neutral, Chime is dipping them. Look at this pressure that we see from Chime, literally forcing the strategist to hide away, tucked into the safety of the building to the left side. And now we have the Phoenix ult. We get to get the reset here. Dogman has a wall to his back with nowhere to run. He gets sent down to the graveyard as Lunex Gaming have Korova there with the invisible boundary. They need to stop this momentum.
Goes in the sky, down into the Strangling Prison, sends them back to spawn, and no ultimate's able to be used. We're heading to that third phase with a blazing fast time bank. I mean, they had maybe one bad fight, but they've immediately turned it around. Team Guilty are snowballing.
The way that the strategist lineup from Team Guilty have been able to rotate through their ultimates. It's going to be a long one here, and it's going to allow them to come out on top because even though Rymazing's got that Mantis ult, you have to look at what Flame is going to have to rotate through with Korova being at 31%. Now Velocity and Renko, they could have those invisible boundaries for quite some time, and they can enable Stinkers and Madara, who could shut down Lunex Gaming if they try to match out with Flame.
It's almost like playing on offense has allowed them to be, up the tempo a little bit more, change the pace up, but on defense, it just feels like it's a little bit telegraphed currently for the side of Lunex. Meteor M from Madara doesn't connect. No, just slows down those shots coming in, but Chime again. It talks about how he's diffing him, and on this map, he's been amazing. Stinkers with a follow-up, brings back everybody, or brings back Crimso. With that last stand, Sleep does slow it down temporarily, but I mean, it's just brutal at this point. You've lost 2 members of your squad. You're getting staggered out even more. Sneakers brings another one, Dongman, to your squad, and it's absolute feast right now and famine for Lunex.
And we can't ignore the storyline here, Dogman. I mean, this is Madara, the ex-teammate of Dark Zero, who stood alongside Rymazing Korova here. Crimso, who's trying to bring this team together with his own history with these players. As Korova has the invisible boundary, Meteor M goes up. Velocity, he saves Team Guilty, but the slam down on his head forces him to go back to the spawn room gates. 2 out here as Lunex Gaming only a he goes down next, and Chime, down to 1 HP, follows him through as Team Guilty are holding their feet on this point.
I mean, did Chime do enough? He just got 3 in that fight. Chuckles low, gets some healing. Invisible bounce away. They want to win it right now. Madara gonna have that portal. You talked about the X-Dark Zero player. Rymazing gets tapped, or kidnapped by Sneakers, brought down to his demise, and that portal could bring Team Guilty, and it closing this out. In the sky, Usher also connects on 1, and Chime was doing so much on that offense, done enough to cap it out, and Team Guilty only cap out the map with 2 minutes and 17 seconds, and now, or 3 minutes and 17 seconds rather, and Lunex now have to go to attack first, get 1 minute in the time bank, and another minute in the clock now for Team Guilty.
You get that extra time out here too, and we know, Dogman, how long that 3-minute time bank is, especially when you're down to less than a minute, really, when you start rolling out of the gates. This is going to be a tough one here. Looking on the other side, I like what I'm seeing already from her Marvel Rivals Ignite players making history from the last LAN that we were at. It feels like forever ago, but it's only been just a few months here performing now in the MRC, but it's a different compositions. A lot of people looking at what Lunex is rolling out with the triple strategist, but not needed from the side of Team Guilty with the way that they've been so coordinated with their ultimate follow-ups.
There's so many things to talk about in terms of storylines. By the way, if they're wondering what they're doing in spawn, I mean, Renko giving the rocket pack to Stinkers. They're waiting for it to spawn. Did they actually give it to somebody else first, by the way? Because he's waiting a pretty long... Yeah, the jump pack for the Wolverine so we can go for kidnaps. But I think somebody else took it, so they have to wait for it to respawn again or whatever. It has a cycle window, whatever, has to come back once somebody else uses it. But yeah, they go for that to spawn. And you mentioned how, like you have ex-teammates, Madara and Velocities, who were on Dark Zero together. you know, Crimzo, you had Amazing leaving them with Karova to make their own team with Lunex, to regroup back with Crimzo from Sentinels is super fun, alongside Usher, who was over in freaking the APAC region doing his own thing. So many fun sort of aspects of this game. Team Guilty currently have the edge, though, with 45 seconds left. They already get a kidnap off the spawn. The Sneakers gets pulled back to fourth position. Oh, no, that poor Wolverine goes down, but he created space for Chime, who's on that flank. Oh,
No one's looking at him. He gets another one. Scot-free? Or free? In this economy? Nah, I mean, we take any free real estate we can get. As a punish comes out, Mara finds Amazing. And now as they move up, great Magneto shield, good bubble to save the day here as he moves back to get reset. But Lunex Gaming, they're down 2 members. And Team Guilty on this defense, 3 minutes again is such a long time, and they're already taking control of these last fights.
I mean, I don't care about inflation. I'm investing in Chime Coin right now. I mean, he's just absolutely a menace. 3 seconds left to go. No portal either. So you do have that touch from the Venom, but boom, down immediately. Crimzo falls. Overtime, gonna tick. Amazing now has to walk back on that Phoenix. Future onto that Wolverine. I mean, they're slowly touching the point. No ultimate. Chime gets picked down a little bit low by Rye, though, but he's still alive. Able to duck down behind that corner. Great job in the movement, surviving. And that could be all she wrote on this map for Lunex as overtime dwindles. Nobody's there to touch. They didn't even get a tick.
Not a single toe in line, and that's what we were highlighting, that time bank, man. It's just so brutal. And now you look at the other side, you have a whole 3 minutes and 17 seconds to at least get some progress on that point. It's going to be tough to deal with here, but more importantly, looking at what Lunex Gaming has just been trying to throw at Team Guilty when things are not working out for them.
Yeah, right now, I mean, it's just Team Guilty looking so good. It just feels like fight after fight from seeing them today. We talked about Chuckles was on the come up too, right? Wasn't able to participate at the Ignite LAN due to not being on any of those teams that made it, but today has looked phenomenal. Same thing with Chimes. He's very similar situation. So many players have just leveled up, and you can see that in that off season, in that time from Ignite now into this next MRC season from the last MRC. So many of these players are really starting to come into their own. And, with 3 minutes and 17 in the bank, it feels all but certain for Team Guilty. We'll see how it goes for Lunex Gaming. But, if they do lose this map, that would put them in a 2-0 deficit, put them on map point already.
But just imagine, story-wise, too, looking at these players, how good Modern and Velocity feel just facing off against, their former opponents and seeing where they stand in a different lineup, right? Chime, Renko, Chuckles, Stinkers, they're all such talented players, and then seeing them in cohesion with the time that they've had so far within this MRC, we are literally seeing some of the best right now go against each other within this MRC series, and this first series of the day. I can't wait to see what more we have in store for us, Doug, man. As Modern already getting set up with this portal, they were expecting it.
It is a bit weird that, oh my goodness, by the way, Stinkers gets kidnapped by Usher. Great job by him to shut him down. I was going to say it was weird how we see Usher on the Wolverine instead of Amazing, but, Usher obviously good kidnap from him. It's just Usher was playing, especially on Phoenix, just so well. Doesn't really end up mattering. Chime has to take a 1v3, goes down, deal with the help of everybody else. That portal is utilized. We'll be back up at the very end. So Team Guilty tried to go for that little bit of a cheese play. Doesn't end up working out. Gives some more charge to Lunex Gaming. And, already a minute off the clock. You could get the draw here for Lunex, which would definitely extend this series. We'll see how it goes. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go for Team Guilty.
Renko goes navigating away here. That Crimzo and that group hug. More important is how quickly Velocity has been able to get that God of Mischief charge up. We're that to Flamé, who's backing away here too, but it's about fighting for this choke, splitting up more of that attention. Looking onto the right side with Stinker trying to get into position and get a kidnap.
The plane is slow. Nice. There's that kidnap, like you mentioned, on to Crimzo. He goes down early. It's very similar to actually what happened on defense in the push for Team Lunex. He has to switch to Dr. Strange, get off of that ultimate. That's terrible for the side of Lunex. And Chime on the high ground, that's even worse. Just able to close out on everybody else. You have maybe that invisible boundary from Flamé, but eventually Rye gets shut down. That invisible boundary is going to run out. Portal's too late, and Team Guilty get it done. They are up 2 in the series and put themselves on that point.
Team Guilty are on fire right now with how they were able to just dismantle Lunex one player at a time. The isolations with those brute walls, the aggression that we saw together with the strategist ultimates and how they were able to rotate just for 2. showcasing everybody at home, you know, wondering what you should roll out with in ranked if you see a triple strategist. It's not the end of the world. You just gotta be better. And now Team Guilty, they're one match away from continuing on in their run within the MRC.
Yeah, and they're looking good right now. I mean, I feel like we saw in first map, we saw Velocities and Renka sort of steal the show a little bit, and their Vanguards. But yeah, I mean, 18 final hits for Chime. He was absolutely on fire. It looks like Yusha was actually doing a pretty good amount on the other side, but I mean, there was too much damage output, too good rotations, honestly, in this sort of combination of characters. And this seems to be a really good meta for Team Guilty. Like, their Vanguard's just getting, you know, Chuckle specifically able to play the thing, flop over to the Groot. It feels like he's sort of playing this very similar Vanguard line that he's played throughout his career, I guess, so far. I mean, he was originally known for being really good at, like, the Venom and stuff, but he's really good at the thing and playing these sort of slower Vanguards, it seems like, this patch.
It also showcases, like, with Ramazing making the swap over to Phoenix, you know, one of the characters we usually see Ramazing on at the very end. What happens when you do run the triple strategist is that you're splitting that old charge across 3 strategists instead. And you talk about, like, the support difference, right? And the healing impact that we see from both sides. And how that's really important for characters like Loki, who has a God of Mischief that could rotate once again and try to farm that old charge like a battery and getting another invisible boundary out. But it's also about enabling your Phoenix. And entirely, Chime was enabled together with Chuckles, putting these walls behind them, and then these Stinkers going for a lot of these kidnaps puts that extra pressure that makes you look behind you.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right, because you're wondering when you watch Chime's POV, you're like, okay, where's Yusher? You know, on the other side of the KO feed. He was there, you're right, but it was that exact Vanguard enablage by, like you said, in the strategist line, making sure that really there was not much help for Yusher, and that was a little odd. It is strange that I guess Rai can't play that Wolverine, or maybe doesn't want to. Maybe Yusher's better on it, but you know, we'll see how it goes moving forward. Already, we've had 2, you know, sort of draft and ban phases go the way of this Guilty squad, and honestly, that was sort of a worse showing, I guess, compared to map number 1 for the side of Lunex, but you know, we'll see how it goes moving forward. Obviously, we still have the maps to select from. We'll see where we go if we go back to another Domination. But I don't know, Vicky, what do you think? Do they go back to that original draft phase? Do we not ban that Gambit, or are we still going to focus on that on map number 2? I mean, I know that everything's map dependent, but there's a lot of decisions that have to be made because you've already had 2 in a row losses, right?
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, the most volatile meta, no matter what, and across all the regions, is having Gambit involved, right? So it's kind of a toss-up point to see how your strategists rotate through those Gambit ultimates, because it's about the impact of damage output that you get, as well as the movement buff. And then you get the double jump. Like, that also comes in clutch in setting up for your positioning, as well as putting down pressure. Personally, don't want to deal with the toss of the coin of having the Gambit and then just being able to have your Vanguards act as the battery. If you do see a Gambit on one side, you're probably going to expect a triple Vanguard. And, well, it's looking like a deja vu of the first game, just in an iteration of a different map. So with Wolverine and now Daredevil once again getting banned, this actually may be the same. Yep, it's the same case of what we saw from map number 1. It's the Gambit lineup with the Loki. Probably the same exact compositions that we had for game number 1 on Celestial Husk.
All right, heading back to that sort of composition like you mentioned, and you know, we'll see how it pans out. Now that we're heading to Convoy, we're just going to see all 3 map types already. Rip Rumble. But, you know, for Lunex, their bans on Loki now come through, and, you know, you can see a little bit of a deviation from that original sort of ban phase as they also protect that Magneto instead of the Rogue.
I'm just expecting at least maybe no Blade this time around to come out from the beginning.
Hey, they won. They still won, though.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. He did play it for like maybe a minute, maybe less than that. But you know, it did work out, especially when they had to make the swap right over. I believe it was like either Psylocke or to the Bucky. But this time around, it may not be the same case because it is Loki who gets banned. So maybe an iteration of the Gambit and Invisiwoman. We're going to have to see. With Magneto being protected, you're already going to get the team up between Gambit, Rogue, and Magneto. And now you have the Invisiwoman protect. So yeah, it's going to be the Loki and Invisiwoman rotation of the Strategist Ultimates.
All right, let's see how that sort of impacts everything. And Team Guilty going for that Phoenix ban, a little bit of respect towards Yusher on the opposition, considering, you know, some of the situations they've had. But again, focusing a little bit on Ryan Mason's hero pool too, getting rid of the Daredevil. He's been a menace on us so far. And, you know, ever since that Daredevil ban number, like at the very beginning, it seems like Team Guilty's just found their footing. Like in the neutrals, when they play more hit scan stuff, they've been enabled a little bit because of the fact that they have you know, a really good Wolverine player when they want to play it, and then also Chime's been able to match Usher to a very high level. We go for that thing ban on Lunex's side. Meanwhile, you have that Emma Frost ban come through. So, you know, with Rogue, Magneto, and Gambit all in the game still, you might still go for that team up. You probably do. So it is interesting that we go for these sort of Vanguard bans, but it makes sense as well considering we have some triple Vanguard comps. I mean, we've been sold on Domination, right, Vicky? So it kind of makes sense that we would focus on some of those Vanguards that are now kind of in that second duelist spot.
Oh, man. I love it. I love being able to see how this played out, too, at the very beginning, because you and I were talking about how volatile those fights seemed, so brawly and messy in that first map. Maybe getting an iteration of this here with Chime and Flamme going over to the Rocket. I like what I see. You get the extra shields, of course, too, from the very beginning before you get into position, but Usher being on the Star-Lord. We didn't see much Star-Lord, actually, in EMEA, which surprised me because I feel like, Dogman, we saw a lot of Star-Lord just last week in Americas.
Yeah, it does seem like North America, I think, loves to play that Star a little bit more than EMEA, so I suppose it makes sense that we see a little bit more over here. And, you know, it seems to be a hero that a lot of people sort of go for like a comfort pick to also combine with Magneto to go in for that Blasted Barrage constantly sort of in these brawl comps. That seems to be very prevalent in the current patch with how good Gambit is. I mean, he just wants to sort of make things messy. You know, you get some little bit of iframes when you play Star-Lord and stuff. But he's going to go back over to the Storm now because Team Guilty are spotted. They are playing that triple composition. Lunex understands that they're trying to go for that spawn hole to get multiple fights. They're just not going to be able to enable there. Chuckles goes down, but the BRB does bring him back. Do they have the follow-up damage for any more? It looks like the answer is no. They're just going to build up some Stratus ults on the defense while they trade out Duelist ultimates, which are actually being built up kind of slowly, but Amazing is close to that Moon Knight ultimate. Not actually as fast as you would think for him because Invisible Boundary's been built up first for Velocity.
That's a very good point, actually. I was going to say, you know, when it comes to trying to build up these ultimates quickly, that's why you see the Moon Knight to break through these chokepoints. So, I mean, he's maybe using the Hand of Khonshu on some ghosts because nobody in that vicinity is just trying to block out their exit route. And this just allows Team Guilty to get even more aggressive. The Seals right here, the Invisible Boundary that was called in just to deal with that for Flamme, but they lost it on Dogman early on. No Eye of Agamotto, as Cormzo is the next Vanguard to fall.
Yeah, this backline again is showing their worth right now for Team Guilty. I mean, you would think, okay, I throw out Moon Knight ultimate. Right, basically go to Fireman now, by the way, which is crazy, but it makes sense for them. But yeah, like you saw, you have Moon Knight ult in the back line. You would assume, okay, maybe their supports to Stratus don't realize that they go down. But no, I mean, both the Velocities and Renko disengage it. They throw out Invisible Boundary. They take different off angles and they live. Now here's that Storm ultimate on the backside. And everybody's still kept alive by the Gambit ultimate and the bubbles. Sweet ultimate comes out of the back angle. Does it have the follow-up? The answer is yes. Dogman takes out 3. Surely they eventually get wiped off here. But honestly, the hold so far, not bad for Team Guilty because Chuckles slowly takes out Dongman and some more. And they're a bit stagnant right now, trying to rely on these root walls to maybe catch somebody out, but the card, the focus is great, and this card still is not pushing very far. Chuckles getting some excellent healing support. Invisible Boundary, maximum pulse in the high ground, takes out Velocities though, and finally they weave something through. You pull out one from the sky on Rogue, but it doesn't matter as they clean up everybody else on Team Guilty. Lunex does.
Look what it took for them to take down Chuckles. My man was a spirit tree and he was teleporting everywhere and getting away with it. He was going crazy there, but Lunex Gaming, they break through that chokehold, and Chuckles does have that good hug. And look at Stinkers with that Meteor M, as May is close to that Invisible Boundary.
But there's the portal block. They portal block these sort of doorways. Nice job from Dongman mid-fight to recognize that, to go for those. Stop these sort of off angles because Velocity walks out early. He's found by Rise. So honestly, off of Dongman's portal, that could open things up. But the BRB does bring them back to portals. About to run out. Madara does go down. No BRB either to bring him back. And Dongman could have won it for him just with that portal play. Time throws out the ultimate before he goes down, but it doesn't end up mattering. As with a minute left, Lunex slowly get to push off Team Guilty and move to the second phase of the map.
And they enable Usher here at the very end together with a group hug. The wombo combo that you can look out for, though, as Crimzo now desynced with Usher, could now follow up with Dogman and the Eye of Agamotto. We're going to see how that is played around with Renko having that Raging Royal Flush as well as the Purified to come in clutch. They may want to bait that out and count the cards in their hands to see if they can make the Gambit fold.
See how that pans out for Team Guilty. As last time the Iron Fist was banned, understanding that Chime, we love to play that hero. These teams probably also scrim against each other a lot. Gambit ultimate out. from this defensive side doesn't end up mattering. So time goes down in the middle of it too. So a bit too open of a map, I think, for this Iron Fist to really find a little bit of value. Gets pushed away. Dongman, Aya Bakamoto onto, I believe, Chuckles in the backside, but it doesn't end up mattering. As Team Guilty do have that invisible boundary to keep everybody healthy. Crimzo coming up on that turning president in a moment. We do have both Vanguard ultimates. Did Crimzo get eaten, though? I think he did by that Meteor M from Stinkers. Great job from Stinkers to slow down that push, but nobody's gone down just yet on either side. Madara trying to find those eliminations with the follow-up there, but no, Usher damage too much on that. Bucky takes him out.
Good on Flamay to also avoid the Meteor M when he saw that the Stinkers had moved all the way up to try to catch him with the invisible boundary, and he was safe and sound. This allowed them to re-stabilize in this fight, and now they're clearing a path while also farming these ultimates. Look at Kurova with his own Raging Royal Flush for this next engagement to try to max out of Renko if they desperately try to recontest with the second checkpoint.
I mean, Lunex, in this case, really want to cap out now because we saw how last time, if they got stopped at the very end, it didn't necessarily result in them holding in second phase, but that third phase was so much more difficult because of the time bank they had due to multiple holds by Team Guilty. So I want to try to close it out here and now. Royal Rush from Kurova, committed. And they're able to find Matter off of it. He's a little bit too far, kind of like Crimson the last map. On road so far, Dara is being the focus sort of member on Team Guilty's side. Invisible boundary committed as well from Velocity. Still down him. Still down one. Means they rely heavily on Chime to find those KOs, but they have the fall off in a throw, but able to find one. Playmate trades it out, though. Time goes down.
They had the invisible boundary second here, and they were able to not only utilize that to their advantage, but they were able to clear that space. The Aya Bakamoto right behind them on their exit. Meteor M comes down. The Groot Hug follows up. Chuckles, he profits. He gets another, and they are able to hold their feet on this defense. They force back Lunex, and it was looking grim for them, especially when Flamay had that invisible boundary. Team Guilty, they kited away, and they were able to re-engage huge with that Groot ult.
Yeah, they were literally half a meter or less from capping out that point, touching it last second. That's just crazy position. Yeah, crazy awareness, and the difference that time makes as well, considering this is the map that Dark Zero is known for, getting that Charlie Niner on him. He ended up winning the series on Spider Island, but still interesting that this is the map they touched last second. Now here comes Amazing, able to find velocities, going aggressive. Nice job, actually. The peel just isn't there this time around from Renko and crew who are close to ultimate. He got that Raging Royal Rush, but do you even want to use it? The answer is no. We're heading to that third phase because no portal play is coming. And yet again, Lunex, though, get almost stopped in that second phase. It blows out. We move to third phase with 1 minute and 42 seconds. Very reminiscent of the last map.
Really like Crimzo and his wall placements there too. Just a lot of these punishing opportunities to stop Chuckles from getting the momentum that he continuously gets with building up the space here with his own walls. You see Chime trying to get in a grapple here, looking right behind him. See Amazing trying to go for a flank. He tries to harass the backline, but with the Rage and Royal Flush, Usher, he tries to go for a reset on the Kraken Impact. They move all the way up together with some help from Kurova, but it's the invisible boundary looking like a Venn diagram. Groot Hug, Meteor M going up. Can it find its mark as it goes down, jumping right over it and bonking them on the head as Amazing navigating right to the back of that payload. But Dogman is the only one with the Meteor M, and that was an expensive fight for Lunex.
Yeah, it was, and at the moment, they're getting cleaned up. Dongman goes down with that Meteor. I mean, maybe could have used to slow down Chime's push at the very least, but now he's able to find him. I mean, one after another. However, they're at least, stopping the bleeding for now, not getting, multiple stagger picks like we saw in the previous map, maybe because it's a little bit more close in this third point. Lunex are changing up their sort of game plan. It's working at the moment.
Get rid of these pesky walls. Seeing Crimzo walk all the way up. Crimzo does not have that Groot Hug, but Kurova's close to that Raging Royal Flush. Flamay even closer to that invisible boundary. But a huge anti, by the way, is the reason why Flamay goes down before he can farm the invisible boundary. They follow up amazingly here, looking at Team Guilty. Madara does get stunned temporarily, but I love the pressure from Stinkers.
Yeah, it's so much. I mean, Stinker's doing all the right things. He hasn't hit his Meteor M's, but everything else he's doing to a high level, using them at the right times, getting those shots down range to help his squad. And now you have that support from the squad. Meteor M and this guy, Time can connect on the low ground, but Dongmin, does he connect? No, Meteor M on the backside angle. Does Stinker's finally hit it into the invisible boundary? It doesn't look like he has to, or he can't, I guess, rather, because Usher and Amazing connect onto two. And, not able to hit the Meteor M. Now they follow up in overtime. Yet again, overtime spawns now going to connect onto Stinkers. And this follow-up on the Chime as Lunex move into this end of the round.
Overtime ticking away. They can't get off, and they only have this Kraken impact to go crazy, but Velocity is the only one that can keep Team Guilty in this fight to dwindle the time bank away of the overtime. Can he stay alive to deal with the Kraken impact? Can they call it out beforehand? The damage impact, it's a lot. The Kraken impact comes crashing down. Velocity does get caught temporarily, but he tries to get away. He survives. Renko follows up, and so does Chime, and nobody left from Lunex. -3. Only Dogmen are left to stay on the point.
Yeah, I mean, Portal's going to be too late now from Groba. Walks out, can't do it in time, and they get stopped this time. So it's even worse than all the Jalia. I mean, you consider Spider Islands. I think this map is also, very defensive-sided. But regardless, I mean, really good hold there from Team Guilty towards the end to stop Lunex's full cap.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
What a re-engagement right there, too. Perfect utility of that invisible boundary, because if he was going to get called out right there, that Kraken impact would have been more than enough for them to finish out the point and possibly take us to another round. But nope, they get stopped right beforehand. And now, looking at Team Guilty, gotta walk up this point and get it even further here. Get right to that checkpoint as Lunex Gaming just sticking to what was working before. Rymazing, no Iron Man shenanigans, as they're the ones starting things out on the defense. I know Rymazing, he really likes Iron Man. He was talking about it in the green room with us at Champs. Trying to make things work sometimes with the character, and I know it can be difficult to break some chokes here, especially on this map, but the Rogue has been working out great. It fits into Rymazing's hero pool really nicely, and now they get to start things off with a little bit more space on the defense.
Yeah. Imagine if he doesn't hit that pulse at the very end of that first phase, right? Yeah, because like there's so many things in the way. You got the Invisible Woman shield, you got the Doctor Strange shield sometimes, and you have shields from basically everybody else, but at the very least, he's able to connect and find that elimination. Team Guilty, though, they are on to attack, and they did hold Lunex's side, and time on that Bucky looked pretty good. Same thing with Renko, like you said, connecting on those antis, connecting onto the back line. Make sure they don't have those heals. Kurova went down in the last fight, sort of results in Team Guilty getting that hold. Now Team Guilty going for that traditional sort of 3-3 style on their attack, of all things. So rather a 2-3-1. With these 3 Vanguards, 1 Duelist, and 2 Strategists. In the high ground, Rymazing comes back down, pushes them off. The card's still pushing a little bit, still capped for Team Guilty, gets counter capped by Lunex, but Ultimate's being built. Both teams didn't give up any elimination super early on. The whole thing in both Strategist lines getting so much ult charge. I mean, look, Flame's close to an ultimate, but does not save Crimso. He goes down. BRB is going to bring it back, though. Usher, nice job just to place it down at the beginning, which I guess is not a skill ability, but regardless, he's back in the fight. Flame's ultimate a little bit too late. Dominant goes down yet again, so finally, that's going to negate that BRB at the end of it, and oh my goodness, Flame goes down. Good ultimate for Crimso's too late, and that ultimate is just going to go to waste as Crimso does get 2 eliminations, but regardless, Guilty are going to win this fight. Rymazing with another one, and still Guilty win the fight.
I got whiplash watching Dogman getting curled left and right, grappled in, wall behind him, nowhere for this man to go. It was a crazy roller coaster of a ride, but now they re-engage with the portal. Heartbreaker coming in from Rymazing, another big ante, and it's the call of Rymazing going down. You'll take nothing. Instead, you can take this Kraken impact for the rest of your team. A reset for 1, but the BRB brings Crimso back.
I mean, these forfeits are brutal. You're right, the BRB does bring it back, but they still lose 1 more because of the pickoffs, and they're using so many ultimates on Lunex's side. Is it to no avail? The answer is yes for now. Crimso, Kurova both fall. You do have Eye of Agamotto again from Dongman. Does connect, but it doesn't end up mattering. I mean, you don't have to go on your team, and this has been the case so far for Lunex. They keep using ultimates to no avail, but they do get some stall on the clock at the very least. And it's that strategist line that you mentioned. I mean, Renko's hit so many antis. It seems like it's a mixture of Lunex not responding and Renko also just having well-timed abilities, right?
Now, we need to see more of this. I feel like we didn't see much impact of the anti-follow-ups in the first map, and they're coming to life here when you have more angles to get creative as well. It really does help. But look at this. Chuckles, he sees the strategist. He wants to move all the way up. Raging Royal Flush from Renko puts him into position, and it allows Chime to sit in the driver's seat as Stinkers follows up with more of these Magneto snipes. He gets another. Renko follows up, and it is a wipe, a cleanup from Lunex Gaming as Team Guilty get that first checkpoint.
It's a little scary. I mean, this is looking exactly like the last map so far. I mean, Guilty really not stopped at any point there, except, no, they didn't. I mean, there wasn't a single lost team fight compared to Lunex, who didn't necessarily struggle that hard, but, still had their sort of tough points for Team Guilty, who now in the second phase of the map look to continue on their aggression. I mean, they have the invisible boundary ready to go. They've got that media rem to maybe eat up Crimson's ultimate, who just doesn't have it. I mean, the Vanguard's not able to get anything off. Usher goes down. I mean, that was the exact same situation that actually happened to Team Guilty with their Iron Fist. This time, it's Usher that goes down. This time, no BRB to bring him back as well. Chuckles has his ultimate ready to go. Time does not get the reset on his ultimate, but it doesn't end up mattering. Domin goes down. Real quick from Crimson. Wait, where was that? That get eaten? It might have got eaten on that backside by Stinkers with, or maybe he just missed it because I'm not even seeing the shield cooldown get used. That was odd from Crimson.
I saw it disappear literally before my eyes. I was looking over to the side, and now they isolate Flamme, but it was even more heartbreaking to see that that all started from Flamme trying to save Usher in that invisible boundary, and Usher had gotten down like, what, 0.5 seconds before that invisible boundary had come up. So that just enabled Team Guilty to press the go button, and now they're going to be the ones to have better ult economy on their strategist lineup. If you look at Renko and the Gambit ultimate together with Velocity and that invisible boundary too.
Yeah, something must have happened. I mean, there's so many characters that can negate Friendly President of the current patch, or at least the effects of it. Groups, I mean, that is deleted right now. That is Chuckles at the current moment. He throws out his ultimate to no avail so far. Madara, the follow-up is there. Same thing with Ryan Amazing. So whole squad sort of brawling it out, duking out of the point, but one is missing a Vanguard. Renko doesn't matter for him. He finds one invisible boundary here from Flame. They need to try to stabilize, considering they're starting to lose people, playing aggressive. Usher able to get one, goes back through the portal, who is hidden by his by the opposition rather to come back. And he's able to get so much damage on range. Just the amount of fists in the Chuckle's face is unreal. No ultimates either. So huge work by Usher to create that space and to find those eliminations. Now they're down there, Doctor Strange, who just used that portal. And Lunex stabilized for now.
Coming out of the other side of that portal here too. Lunex are not giving up this space. So Dogman getting that pick onto Stinkers with Amazing and the Heartbreaker. They try to make the magic happen together in unison behind the Doctor Strange shield. They finally force them back. They stop momentum. Chuckles goes in for a reset. And only a minute and less than 16 seconds on the clock for Team Guilty to get this to the next point.
For a moment, this has been a lot better for Lunex. I mean, a minute off the clock right now, or sorry, left on the clock for Team Guilty. They walk through. Here's that original flush from Kurova. Does he hit the anti? The answer was yes. Time goes down. Adara also walled off. Great walls there from Crimzo. Has the friendly prison. Doesn't want to use it, obviously, because they're just sort of snowballing towards the spawn. Team Guilty sent all the way back and, in fact, walled off in their own spawn room.
You know, there's some ultimates sometimes that literally, like, you go to sleep and you just hear it in your nightmares. It's like your sleep paralysis demon. Well, beforehand, it used to be legendary, Kraken Impact, etc. But now, I feel like it's just Gambit never folds, and I just keep thinking about other ways to make him fold. Then it's the goal button, and it starts off this fight. Invisible Boundary, the Kraken Impact looking for a reset, but Kurova doesn't have his own Gambit ultimate, and Velocity has another Invisible Boundary. So Team Guilty have the sustain here.
Oh my goodness, I mean, just cleaned up. Huge ultimate from Chuckles. The follow-up was there. And now you can't portal either because he used it earlier. And we move into the third phase of the map for Team Guilty with a minute and 34 seconds, which actually was a similar time bank to Lunex when they want to attack. But oh my goodness, way to pick off on a Stinkers. Something happened there on the inside angle. He goes down early to Usher because the follow-up is there. The walls are there for Crimzo. That's a nice pick-off for Team Lunex.
Huge start and advantage here for this fight. Dogman tries to go in with the Eye of Agamotto, and it's just on the invisible boundary as Velocity gets taken down with it. Chime was caught into that too, but it was just too much damage impact for him to survive. No Kraken Impact as well, but he will be available for the next fight as Lunex now move back just a little bit here. They get to take away the extra credit that they got as they do away the time to less than a minute on the clock.
The group for now, CC him a little bit, but with this Raging Royal Flush, they've not been able to find a KO just yet. Why goes past the choke? Friendly Prison up as well. I mean, Team Guilty don't have any Stratus ultimates. They know this on the side of Lunex, so they take full advantage and push all the way to their own spawn yet again. Nice job by Lunex Gaming. 36 seconds left to go. Team Guilty finally have Stratus ultimates. Now, Raging Royal Flush was just committed by Kurova.
Amazing.
Oh, the pull!
Great right now. Oh, the wall right there, but through the cracks! Through the cracks is all Chuckles needs to find Amazing. I was about to hype up Amazing too, almost like a curse, but the Raging Royal Flush moves up. Flamme has the invisible boundary they need to get the space in, but looking at Team Guilty, they're holding forward thanks to Renko.
That was a huge pull by Chime. Now Chime gets the reset of Usher onto one. Yeah, he gets that pull. Now they can keep it moving, but that cart isn't pushing because all the stall coming through. So objective play committed by Lunex. They're trying to play it smart, stall the time at least, maybe get this overtime a little bit lower, right? Make sure that they're a little bit more scared when we enter the last phase, because that sort of timer still ticks even if you have that cart capped. But we have ultimates now from Team Guilty's side. You've got 3. They have to close it out now versus Stratus ultimate. Raging Roll Flush available for Crow, but he can also cleanse off the Strangely Prison. So we'll see how this plays out. Walls out now, slows down Chuckles. Here comes that Gambit ultimate from Clover early on. They push on in. There's a boundary committed. Here's that Strangely Prison. Is it cleansed off? The answer is no! Everybody gets cleaned up from Madara, Stinkers, everybody else on the squad doing their job. And Lunex get overtime spawns yet again.
I was about to say that the follow-up ultimates were on the side of Team Guilty, but it was expensive. Can they get the Kraken Impact and Meteor M Impact itself? As Lunex Gaming will be able to roll out with the invisible boundary. They keep this fight going, and it's up to Chime to shut it down. If he can find Flamme, who's invisible, who's out of the line of sight of the Meteor M as it comes slamming down. The Eye of Agamotto has found 3, and it catches velocity with no sustainability. Renko being the only strategist isn't going to be enough. With all 3 members going down, Lunex Gaming are looking to take this distance.
They are. I mean, Madara popping his ultimate, trying to stall it out. Stinkers falls, though. It's just Renko and Madara now on that point, or Madara. And in overtime, it's about to hit 0. Portal, is it going to be here in time? The answer is no. Lunex have won a map and have started a potential reverse sweep versus Team Guilty.
So we ain't going down without a fight. They were sitting at match point, and they keep this going. Our first game of the day, everybody, watching from home, is a 5-map series, and it's a banger at that.
I mean, this was a great map from Amazing. Honestly, it did feel like the only downside for this defense for Team Guilty was I don't think Stinkers hit a single Meteor M. It was tough. And, I think like I said, he was playing his role pretty well, and he's doing all the right things, but he's just not able to connect with that Meteor M when it mattered most. It was just always tough, I suppose, to do so because it was played around super well. It seems like Lunex have a good read on Magneto compared to some other heroes. There's a reason why they protected it, obviously, when we look back at it. But a huge map win for Lunex. Maybe get this snowball rolling the opposite way, but this still looks like a battle between 2 titans right now, Vicky, right? Like, both these teams are so good, and there's a reason why they're in this upper bracket, right? Like, both are absolute menaces at the current moment.
It makes me just dwell back on how amazing being there in person for Chancellor is. Like, when you get to see Marvel Rivals at this level facing off, particularly 2 titans clashing, you just get really excited, especially the little decision-making and how it really formulates into the biggest solution for you and your team, right? And I think Amazing showcased that being on the road together, but it's about being enabled going through the entirety of the series, right? You have to have that consistency, and I think so far, even though Team Guilty, they fell through, there was a few moments where the strategists were called out, either with an anti or at the very end there, the Eye of Agamotto that really helped them out too. But I also think you mentioned the Meteor M getting shut down a lot. It's really hard when you have the triple Vanguard just staring you in the face, and Crimzo did swap over to the Venom at the very end there too, just to desperately recontest. But it was him on the group with these walls that were able to block out a lot too.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I mean, it's always a hard job, for the Magneto player in that situation. But at the moment, I mean, both these squads looking good, Vicky. Like, so far, right, like you mentioned, now Lunex can start to come back. What is the main takeaway from Lunex for them to sort of keep it up? And then when we talk about Guilty on the opposite side, how do we maybe stuff this sort of fire that's being ignited for the side of Lunex in this upper bracket?
Yeah, I feel like, if anything, just trying to figure out what you were able to do differently in that game, aside from the pick and ban phase, right? But you were also able to rock out on Spider Islands, which is very particular in what kind of compositions you want to roll out with, Dogman. And despite that, it was still very close. So I still think team diff-wise, it's not going to be easy going into this potential last game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will enter that last game in a second. But yeah, this is a super fun series between these 2 squads. And we knew that, a lot of these teams, like you said, a lot of these players have been on side rosters, right, in this Marvel Rivals esports scene. Now, since the change-ups, since a lot of teams sort of being on hiatus until the partnered season comes with Ignite, we'll kind of see what kind of God squads get made, because you would assume before, when we talked about Ignite, that things were set in stone for partner squads, maybe for a lot of these squads. But now, I mean, there's already, like you mentioned, Chime, you mentioned Stinkers, The rank code's looking amazing. Same thing with velocities. There's going to be so many shakeups already in the scene. It's so dynamic at the moment.
I mean, even Crimzo, right? Like, look at the damage impact that Crimzo had. He didn't have as many final hits as we saw from Dogman, but it was just the fact that he blocked out so much damage while dealing that impactful damage himself on the Groot, and that's why it's also so lethal. You see a lot of teams try to target ban Crimzo for exactly that reason, but as we move on to Midtown Dogman, you see the Protect onto the Gambit, you see it onto the Magneto, maybe looking at a very similar triple Vanguard lineup with the Rogue coming out so you get the team up, and with the Protect on the Invisiwoman, that means I probably, you know, you're not going to be able to see that Loki after the ban here too, so it may be a very cut and copy of what we had just seen with Team last game and the first game too.
Yeah, they're sort of banking on the fact that, you know, you don't have that Wolverine you have to worry about, but the thing is still available, it looks like, until maybe a ban comes through. We have a Doctor Strange ban on Convoy Midtown. Makes sense, I guess, because you do see the squad love to rely on that Doctor Strange, and honestly, you didn't really get the biggest use out of your Doctor Strange pearls, and there's that thing ban on the opposite side. But it makes sense. I think you're not utilizing it that well. You might as well go for that ban, that global ban onto Doctor Strange.
Yeah, that's really important to also remind our viewers at home that this is a very different ban system than the MRI that we're familiar with, that these MRC ban systems are universal. So this means that neither team will be able to portal to recontest on Convoy. So I do definitely agree, though, right? Like, one team being able to utilize the portal way more to their advantage than the other, and if you know that that's not one of your strengths, just take it out altogether, as the thing is that last ban too. They see the Protect onto the Invisiwoman, and they don't want to be able to provide that team up together with Thing.
Let's go into it, everybody. I mean, this could be the start of the reverse sweep for Lunex. You know, there is that sort of grudge match between, you know, both squads, like you mentioned, them both being on the same teams with Ryan Mazing, and then, you know, the opposite side for Team Guilty with the Matera and Velocities, and then with Korova. That's always a lot of fun. Flame A sort of being the new member to that sort of, like, dichotomy, that sort of matchup, but regardless, we're going to start out here in a second on Convoy. Can Team Guilty, you know, snuff out Lunex's flame right now and maybe stop this sort of reverse sweep that started? As going into it, I think we expected Lunex to be able to compete against Team Guilty to a very high level, and they're doing so. But Team Guilty, same thing. I think that they've sort of outshone expectations today.
Absolutely, and how quickly they've been able to find that synergy as a, you know, six-man unit here, and seeing how they're going to be able to try to control this space is even more important, right? Because you don't have those Loki resets if you're trying right now, holding up and trying to farm up that Kraken impact, but then you see the double rogues on each side. Matera going to be able to play into that hero very comfortably, but you got to watch out for these root walls. It's going to be matched on both sides between Crimzo trying to block out their only exit, but look at the ult difference too, with Crimzo getting close to that group hug, but even better with Velocity having the invisible boundary.
Committed already early on. Talked about Strategist play early. You can see, you know, they built it up so quickly. Flame A doesn't have his yet. I mean, oh my goodness, to lose Dongman, no invisible boundary either, and Lunex just don't even want to go for, oh my god, they get wiped up by Yusher too on the opposite angle, so never mind. They actually just cleaned it up. They opt away from going for a triple strategy because they don't have that Doctor Strange, and it's working out. I mean, Yusher just connects onto multiple. Flame A's late with the invisible boundary, and it pans out. A little bit of T-post from Crimzo too with the rainbow. Followed up.
Feeling themselves. They got the Wombo combo as well as like the insurance policy of the safety of the invisible boundary, but it was rather expensive, right? Those 3 ultimates already done and dusted, and now look at Team Guilty. They're close to all of their ultimates. It's the Raging Royal Flush to be met from both sides, but Chuckle's got the Groot Hug. Seekers goes all the way up. Meteor M, as it enables time to also go for these Kraken impacts.
Nice job. This shut down right amazing early on. Now they walk in and force physics to slow down this disengage from Lunex. Velocity's been a menace so far with those, and they see that Magneto's in the corner. He has to use that Meteor M. He actually has that reset mark on him from that Bucky. Able to wait it out. Nice job by them to disengage. They push away, but this card is still pushing forward. That buys them some time. Rai wants to go deep. Pops the ultimate in the sky. Invisible boundary popped on the opposite angle. Can they push anybody out of it? Looks like the answer is no invisible boundary meanwhile. There on the opposite angle. Do any of these Gambits connect? No, it's actually the Groots in the follow-up there by Yusher yet again. Nice shots into this backline. Reset after reset once again, and it's looking reminiscent of the exact Kraken impact earlier from him.
And it was Chef's Kiss, right? Because they followed up off of Kurova getting a nice ante to enable Lunex to just move up and then have Yusher just clean up whatever is left. But you can see Team Guilty taking a different roundabout rotation this time on the high ground. They're going to be met with the double brute walls, though, met with Crimzo having that brute hug, too. It's Team Guilty, though, looking to take the advantage, and the Meteor M coming up for Stinkers.
I went this earlier. This is a super fun meta to watch because you can kind of see it from the macro level what's happening. Time, though, on the right side takes down Rye. Similar to Matara on other maps, so Rye not doing that good in that situation. Here's that brute ultimate on the backside. That Meteor M from Stinkers. There's the follow-up, and everybody's cleaned up off of that pickoff onto Rye. Amazing.
Was watching Crimzo in slow motion with the brute walk try to go fishing, right? And he went in for a flank brute ult, attempted it. It got shut down, and then you just see from the enemy side Time turn around trying to stop him with the grapple, but nobody was there from Lunex Gaming to help follow up on that. And so now Team Guilty get to walk up and take that first checkpoint for free while conserving these ultimates. Look at this velocity close to that invisible boundary too.
Point, maybe he was a little overzealous, tries to connect with that Meteor M, gets stopped by that group wall, but also a good disengage, and too far of a push now to follow up on. Kurova goes down. I mean, that's a huge pickoff. May also commit the invisible boundary to no avail. I mean, everybody gets wiped up by this Lucky ultimate, the Kraken impact, and honestly, off of that, Lunex using ultimates in a lost team fight is brutal.
Now you see, as they get to walk all the way up, Stinkers close to that Meteor M, Raging Royal Flush for the next fight for Renko side, but they have to look at Crimzo for that Purify once that Groot Hug comes out to try to get these follow-ups together, with Amazing taking much more of these flanking angles. You can already see him getting set up on the high ground closer to that health pack before dropping right back around, because they want to get set up with these duels to isolate a pit.
Absolutely, man. I do feel like Kurova's played well so far throughout the series, but man, Renko has just been so impressive. You know, is so consistent, hasn't gotten picked off, connects on these AMPs pretty frequently, but they go aggressive. Raging Roll Flush on the back angle. Can they capitalize off of it? Not for now, because there's that Meteor M from Snickers. Meanwhile, Strangley Prison sneaks through that back line. Playmates there with a follow-up, and as is the team. So, sort of a yo-yo back into this fight for Lunex as they recap that cart. Minute 40 seconds now for Team Guilty on their attack.
Feels so good when you get to pull that off too with Invisible Man. You just feel like a little bit of pieces of Exodia where you get to do a little bit of everything here to help out the team. Shield for you, pushing for you, get some damage on the exit route.
You mentioned Exodia, but like pieces of Exodia, Invisible Man is the whole damn Exodia. So bad. Like he is disgusting. Yeah. But Team Guilty,
here.
Yeah, they want to come back into it. It's a big ultimate coming up, right, Vic?
Yeah, it is, and that's what I was looking at right here. They have literally everything, but now you have the Heartbreaker, which actually sucked away, by the way. Chuckles and that Groot Hug. He still doesn't have it right now, but Velocity kept him alive by utilizing the invisible boundary first, right before the Heartbreaker from Amazing came out. But no Meteor M to help them out, forcing out Lunex Gaming to just back away. They felt the pressure. Chuckles now has that Groot Hug as he tries to move up. They're trying to predict it for now, but U-turn Dogman also have their answers when Dogman's back.
Great job disengaging it, like you mentioned. You're not going to get picked there. A lot of ultimates to work with, too. Chuckles does have Friendly Prison. Are they able to cleanse it up? Oh, Rise in the corner. Raging Royal Flush there. Try to collapse on him. Not able to do it because of the healing output by the strategists of this Lunex squad. Meteor up. Oh, my goodness. It's eaten on Dogman's side by the shield. Meanwhile, Friendly Prison. Next on to everybody! Crimzo! His old Groot is taking shape. As 20 seconds left to go for Team Guilty. They have to walk out of spawn and retouch, but not a lot of time left.
The death rattle after hearing I am Groot on the opposite side from Team Guilty's point of view. They have two ultimates. Madara gonna join them together with Time. They gotta go hard or go home, but with nobody to touch, there's no contention, no overtime, and they don't get the second checkpoint.
They're playing this super well right now. Lunex, stop them in that second phase. Team Guilty, I mean, you almost sort of regret the Doctor Strange ban at this point, but, you know, now you move over to the attack at the very least, or rather the defense, and, you know, they can't use it, I suppose, and you got to feel better about that for retouching that cart, and, you know, the spawn points can enable you, especially on the second phase, like it did for Lunex, so that Doctor Strange ban sort of biting him in the butt. Maybe they could have got the touch there if they had it, considering it's so far away, too, to be able to CC that Doctor Strange coming out of spawn. But regardless, you know, Lunex now sitting in a solid position on attack, right? The onus is on them to sort of finish out this map, right? I mean, you bought yourself a pretty solid amount of leeway here as you have 4 minutes on to attack, obviously, Vicky. But for Team Guilty, how do they turn it around now? I mean, like, it felt like they had it under their control at points, but man, they just bought so much time on the defense, right? And it just felt like they had no time left towards the very end.
It was our honeymoon, Merrick. So, yeah, that's a mild way of describing it.
I have no desire for sordid details. I simply wish to know that you're still
Oh, Vicky, I believe you've muted on Discord too. I could have. I want to hear that entire speech again. So, okay, because I'm pretty sure we're online.
All right,
so.
wait, I'm ready. Sorry, I was
like,
gonna say. I went through a whole
Classic
thing
online,
talking about
classic online.
how I know it always happens to me too, right? It's a stereotypical human tech. But Velocity being on Cloak and Dagger, by the way, showcases the confidence of these Meteor M's just not hitting, but also having some insurance of your own Magneto, having a bubble to protect you. Let's see how long it lasts, though, as we know that Cloak and Dagger not the strongest, but a huge anti lands on 3, forces the pressure as Seekers falls incredibly low, but they get to reset.
And reset for now, and go on the inside angle. I mean, Guilty playing it slow. Move that Cloak and Dagger, like you said, get that huge bonus of damage. Get that carrot cape, but not followed up upon now. I mean, Ultimate's being built. You got credit for building time. Invisible Boundary is here. Oh my goodness, Velocity gets down. When Chime had the ult up, he could have maybe saved him, but didn't use it early enough in that fight. Wanted to wait in. Now, Lunex can play around it. Future comes in, back in. That gets shut down, though, by Chuckles. And nice follow-up with that Raging Roll flush from Team Guilty in this fight. So they lose one, doesn't end up mattering as they stop Lunex with a minute off the clock so far.
Triple strategist lineup is coming out, and we're trying taking a little step back from the stereotypical Bucky being on the invisible minute just to be able to hold this choke. All desperate measures, knowing exactly on where they got stopped, so they cannot risk giving out even an inch of this space. But Gambit never folds. Online, Meteor M slamming down on top of that invincible woman shield. You see Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond bringing everybody together, carving that icy path after feet. Tries to bring him here with the invisible boundary, but a nice terror cape is going to be the demise of Crimzo.
Yeah, good movement to avoid that Meteor M and also the shield from Dongman, or rather, not from Dongman, from Sneakers to keep Velocities healthy. Now they come back in. Right, can you find the KOs? Can you get eliminations through all of that healing output from the triple composition? You can't in this fight. It looks like they're coming back into it. They pop Invisible Boundary. Now Dongman's forced off, pushed and slowed back because of Chuckles playing that Venom in the skybox, ready to go for yet another dive. Renko climbing up on that Raging Roll flush. Also has the cleanse available. Crimzo with the Trailing Prison. Knows that he can be negated. Now that flush comes out. They go in aggressive. Carrot cape out as well. The follow-up damage is just there. The Trailing Prison, though, was connected. Renko and Chime both fallen because they don't have Rocket Raccoon, obviously. No BRB to bring them back into fight. Stinkers does take out Flame at the very least. And or Matara onto one more, but Chuckles is eventually going to get shoved into a corner. Kicked in the face, or rather punched in the face, and he's back to the spawn. But a minute off the clock. Actually, Team Guilty not done a bad job on this first point so far.
One down.
And they get a force out stagger at the very end onto Madara. This is really good for Team Guilty. Look at the ult economy that they're also working with right now. Madara's going to be able to come right back around with a Heartbreaker, though. Chuckles as well with the Piece of the Abyss. You look at Lunex Amy, and they have a bunch of answers of their own. Raging Roll flush to start off the fight as Stinkers. He sends it down, and it finally collides on the head of Kurova. I mean, you would not have seen that coming, literally, if you look right behind you. You were not expecting it to land after the history of these meteors, but then you get the grapple in, you get the protection of the bubble, and they're forced to play ring around the rosy with the wall.
That's crazy that we get picked off in that fight. To be honest, that's I don't know. There's no one else to blame except Kurova in that fight. Maybe counting those eggs before they hatch in this fight. You know, trying to go aggressive, get caught out. Now 23 seconds left to go. Backs against the wall. What happens? How does Lunex turn this around? They have the Strangling Prison. They did go big with it last time, but maybe it's countered on the side of Renko. Back and impact from Chime. Maybe force out the Strangling Prison. The shield to keep him healthy too, so that Strangling Prison is negated. He gets a reset. Does he get another one? Yes, he gets 3! And then he connects onto the back line with 3 seconds left to go. Nobody's here for Lunex, and it's done. Team Guilty beat Lunex 3-1.
With the swap to the Bucky right over at the very end when the triple strategist didn't work right before that first checkpoint. What a hold! team members from the former team of Dark Zero. You're looking at almost old former Sentinel going down to a team that has reunited together during the offseason of the MRI.
I'm excited to see where this team goes. I mean, Team Guilty making us feel a little guilty for not seeing them in Ignite. You know, like, I feel like kind of bad that we didn't get to see them, right? And for this squad, you look at those stats, you see across the board that this team is incredibly flexible, and it's a super cohesive unit in a patch where it seems like it's really good to be like a talented team at Brawl, right? Like, these gambits are popping off, Invisible Women's are obviously doing well, and Playmate and Velocity is both doing well on Loki as well, flexing over, but the change of pace was huge. I mean, you can look at those stats alone. Huge work from the Strategist line of Team Guilty and everybody, honestly, from this team.
I mean, even Velocity making a swap from the Cloak and Dagger, so that way you can name for time to then use the Invisible Woman and before making back over to the swap to the Invisible Woman. Like, it was that awareness of how much space you know that you have to work with to build up those ultimates. And then the Kraken impact to shut down Crimzo ult when Crimzo was getting the most out of these group hugs. I mean, look at these highlights alone, right? It was literally like a Crimzo Iron Boot sandwich all the time. But then the one time it doesn't work out, first, you lose Korova to a head bump of a Meteor M needed like 100 meters out. And then you lose out on Crimzo because then he gets targeted by the Kraken Impact, and it allows the Kraken Impact reset to happen at the very last fight. I know Doctor Strange, because you banned Doctor Strange, so no portal in.
Yeah, that's smart. At the end of the day, enabled them towards the very end, and we get to see it moving forward, right? They're heading into that next round. But before we do that, we're going to head to a short break. We'll see you guys with some more exciting matches in the upper bracket in just a bit.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, eSport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the god of thunder!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship, and I'm here, Dogman, with Vicky Kitty. We just finished up the first game between Team Guilty, and your dog is incredibly excited for this next one because Matcha's here.
Yep, Matcha's here. She heard that I'm casting with Dogman, and she had to show up, man. So now we get to see some great players face off against each other once again. And again, I think today is a really stacked day within the MRC Americas. This is to highlight what to expect maybe with the MRI Dogman. And I think it's been such an exciting first series that we already just opened up with. So this is another banger that I'm expecting.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, we're going to be blessed with good series after good series, like you said. And I'm glad that your doggo Matcha's here to watch it with us because, I mean, like, well, just like the chat, I mean, people are probably, easily distracted by toys and other things, but everybody, when Marvel Rivals Esports comes around and we have the new MRC season, especially towards the end, this is when you want to get tuning in, right? So you want to get your friends, drop on by because it is a treat to watch some of these matches, like you said, Vicky. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We just finished up. I mean, Team Guilty just 3-1 Team Lunex, who had a lot of top-tier talent as well, just competed at Ignite. Same thing on the opposite side, right? But obviously, that Dark Zero squad split up into two different squads. So it was a lot of fun to see that dynamic, and I'm curious what this next series has in store for us because it's probably going to be a similar boat, right? Like a lot of people that have competed at the highest level, and also in the last Ignite with Doom Crew and Ego Death in another best out of 5 first to 3 MRC, man. We're really getting banger after banger. It's the first time we get to see Doom Crew compete in MRC. Unfortunately, didn't get to see them last week. Now we get to watch them today. Ego Death, we already know. They played a lot last week and we're popping off. So this should be a fun one for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited because we were talking a lot about Team Guilty specifically, like Chime specifically, and then when I look at Ego Death, I know a lot of people don't know what to expect when it comes to maybe the different compositions they may roll out with. I mean, I'm very curious. I can't wait to see how this series is going to tune up to be. But I bring that up because Valentina Eve is one of the strategists on that squad, right? And then when we talk about the duelists that came out from Dreamland, which is their former team, you see Chime, and then you see one of their strongest strategists from that former team too, Valentina Eve, alongside those of like Zaytek, Self, Tone, Soko. It's going to be really fun. But then you have Doom Crew that have a lot of experience playing in lobbies like this, right? When it comes to the competition, they have a lot of experience together to see individually how they could do. You got Forky Dog, Shocker, but then you have Mellow, Amadian, Scatter, Kraz, and we've been seeing a lot of bans on Thing as well as Triple Vanguard rollouts.
Yeah, I mean, this should be fun. We're going to head into it in a moment because, like you said, we kind of for Ego Death, their biggest thing last week is the improvement, I think, of Self, and he's been able to play so much Hawkeye, pop off like a maniac. Same thing with Zaytek. Both these guys are playing those hit scan sort of heroes to a very high level. And then Tones was kind of popping off on Rogue. Wolverine Band coming off for Ego Death. I suppose that makes sense as well, considering they haven't. They didn't really play it last week. I think a little bit more Wolverine focus has been more this week is that meta sort of changes, but the Gambit ban on the opposite side, allowing Daredevil to go through for both squads, and both squads probably comfortable playing that hero, considering it's just such a staple right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, are we going to see the same mistakes made from the first game of our last series? Like, no Gambit means no Loki. I mean, that doesn't mean no Loki necessarily, but it means no Gambit double shenanigans. And when you save the Invisible Man, you could save the Loki and then go for the double invisible boundaries that we've been witnessing.
So far, that is interesting. I mean, we'll kind of see how the follow-up of heroes is, right? So for the Gambit ban to be removed, already gets rid of sort of that rogue composition, makes Magneto slightly worse, right? So, we'll see what the next ban is. It's going to be Angela. Heading to Celestial Husk, by the way, Vicky, which you said is a little bit of a curse or a blessing for you, considering this is the map that you play on a lot, but it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, both squads, right, like you mentioned, have a lot of experience, and some newcomers, right, that have been around the block, coming in, have been grinding for a while, but maybe this is their first time that really they get to play on a top 8, top 4 team. Phoenix Protect coming through for the side of Doom Crew. Like, we already know Melophobia. We know Days coming through has been amazing. Krasming also in the past. Cooper-tastic, been one of the best strategists in the game for quite some time. Along upside there with the Saipe. And then recently we just saw Renko pop off. And Forky Dog also backing him up in that back line. Was, on previous rosters, like you mentioned, and Scatter Genki as well, another classic Magneto player. Another Rogue Protect coming through, which is interesting considering Gambit's gotten banned. So we'll see how that pans out. But like you mentioned, Valentina and Baser being the back line, Tones, Self, and Soko, rather, Tones and Soko being that front line have been phenomenal, and Self and Zatek, those guys have been stars so far.
This could be a bait, though. I feel like just protecting the Rogue at the very end when you know that Gambit won't be played, it just means that you're trying to force out the triple Vanguard. And then with this last ban being the thing, I was expecting it. You're talking about Kraz, but Kraz also very flexible with the different Vanguards that we've seen him pop off on, the Captain America, the Groot in the past as well. But with no Mantis, that means that you can expect a Loki and the group, but you won't have that team up that the Mantis provides.
And let's head into it. 6 bans at the very beginning on the Celestial Husk. And, with Phoenix getting through, we'll see how it goes. Like, Zatex last week was phenomenal on it. I'm curious how Doom Cruise plays with this backline, which, by the way, is quite interesting because, Mello and Daze have been sort of teammates forever, but, also kind of, subbed each other out pretty frequently, which is kind of interesting. So it's going to be a fun time to watch both these squads. 6 bans, a little bit more Vanguard focus for Ego Death with that Angela in the thing. Meanwhile, Doom Crew focusing on those strategists, Mantis and Gambit, but, kind of results in the same thing. 2-2-2 across the board in the ban phase, which is quite interesting. 2 heroes from each role being focused on. But really, at the end of the day, you talked about it in the first series. We didn't get to see it because it was always banned against Rymazing, but we finally get to see some Daredevil. And this guy's been an absolute menace in the lobby when he's played.
I can't wait. He's letting the devil out, and we get to see how this works out together. Wondering if they're going to even stick with this Penny, right? But they just want to get that extra armor together with the Penny and Rocket team up. Let's get this started. Zatex being on the Phoenix, but can it be enough to match that of Mello? Because at the end of the day, that's really what it is. As now we move out together. They're trying to set it up already, but they are going to be able to play it. Yeah, the Penny plays are coming out. I'm not dreaming.
No, this happened last week in the matches that we watched. It was actually a lot more Penny play. It was from the known Penny players more so, but it makes sense. They're trying to play counter dive. They also have Daredevil and Phoenix. Maybe the Phoenix is going to be having a lot of pressure to deal with those Penny mines. And if it's played back, they have the BRB to come through. Daredevil's going to maybe struggle for it against it. Same thing with that Cap. So they're trying to counter out these melee heroes. They play to the back of the point. They don't give it up just yet, but Doom Crew gets a little bit of percentage on the board, or rather close to a tick on the board for them as they have it nearly quarter cap. But a lot of ults are going to be built up right now as this fight slows down. Now you have Self aggressive. Forky Dog gets taken out. That's a huge pickoff. That BRB is no longer in the fight. No more peel job for anybody on Doom Crew. Scatter trades back 1, but Cooper immediately goes down. Great opening from Self and Ego down.
Every strategist's worst nightmare is Daredevil. And I was really, honestly worried for Ego Death at the very beginning there, because when I saw them commit to the Penny, you usually see teams wanting to commit to the Penny when you have a Doctor Strange to help the Penny get set up before the enemy team does, right? But they just walked up and were able to split a lot of that fight despite Doom Crew even kind of holding a little bit split of the high ground and low ground.
Huge plays from them, and they're able to take advantage of Doom Crew's sort of slow play, trying to build up towards ultimates. Maybe in this fight, we'll see how they adapt. They go over to a more traditional Groot sort of style. But Mello has the control out of the space, dealing with a Cap already. Dives on top of him early on. You've swapped some things over as well. Get off that Luna Snow pick. You're over to that Loki Invis backline. No more Snowflake to keep this guy alive on the flank, but he does have that shield from the Invisible Woman. Forced back Soko for now, but he stays alive. Everybody inside these Penny mines, everybody staying grouped up. Orphids into Kraz. They want to push in, using that regenerative domain early on, so that cooldown is no longer here. And Zatex does have Phoenix ultimate ready to go. Invisible Boundary connects. On the back angle, do they want to combine any of these ultimates together? They go for that Penny Parker roll just to sort of slow at the point. Actually find a KO with the Daredevil follow-up. Cooper-tastic goes down.
What? Are we seeing impact with Penny ult right now? Tones is trying to make it work, but Self had gone down with the Daredevil ult ready to let the devil out. At least Zatex stalls and catches Mello. Huge pickoff here, and Nasia is still active for now, but Daze is going to try to answer back the group hug from Kraz to help him out here. Brings everybody together as he finds his quick 2K. Soko with the Freedom Charge keeps everybody alive here from Ego Death after they saw Valentina Eve go down.
Yeah, this comp is absolutely brutal to deal with, especially in the stall now, as you have Soko diving around the point, stalling out his life, but Eventually, they're able to chew through all of that damage and, you know, deal with that see you later combination with the Phoenix ultimate. Zaytek was able to only get one, and Doom Crew able to capitalize. Now you got 89% of the board of Ego Death. You send them back to spawn at the very least, but you have no ultimates. However, they're off of the Penny Parker now. We're going over to the Venom. You talked about how they played it earlier. They swapped it off, considering they have to retouch this point. Zaytek's getting poked out early on, but groups back to the team. They're together as a unit with an ultimate themselves.
You know what they have right here together with that ultimate. Valentina E's having that invisible boundary is going to come in clutch, but with Cooper making that swap over to the Loki, let the devil out for himself, is going to open up the fight. No lamps here to be the insurance that you need. He jumps over the group wall, stays alive, gets out of their line of sight, and cuts off their exit route.
I mean, Self looking as good as he was on Black Panther in Ignite. I mean, today on Daredevil, able to open it up by himself, did have the ultimate advantage. They are able to get 1-2. No Stratus ultimates to save Doom Crew, considering they lost Forky Dog early. He has to portal back. They're down one. Coopertastic has a copy, but who's he going to connect onto? You're looking for a Stratus. Are they giving it to him? Doesn't look like he's connected onto anybody. Invisible boundary comes out from him. He does connect on the Invisible Woman on the other side. Fortunately for him, they do rely on Scatter Gengi to come back from the Vanguard roll onto his Stratus roll. Kraz goes for that ultimate, and they connect too. Baser and Valentina go down. No PRB in the fight because of it. Ego does lose their back line. That's huge. Self falls. He does find one, but at this point, Doom Crew's portal play ends up panning out, and they also don't give up that point.
And now look at this. Not only did they stay on the point, they're already about to wrap up around Ego Death. So it's all looks at Ego Death to see how they're going to be able to try to recontest here. Soko, it's going to be up to him. He's got the Freedom Charge ready, and they have to recontest here, but they have to worry about Forky Dog in the Eye of Agamotto.
It is Scatter Gengi swapping rolls back over to Invisible, but it's quite interesting. Yeah, Forky Dog has that Iwagamoto. They can push it away with that Force Physics, but Daze goes in, let the Devil out, forces out Soko's Freedom Charge, but they won't actually go back into it, actually. Daze just trying to play back and forth, having the cooldowns to fall back. Self also sees him sort of like ships passing in the night as both Daredevils avoid each other. One is the actual original Daredevil, and the other not being Daredevil, according to the skin, but stalling out as Doom Crew still. Invisible boundary here. Iwagamoto connects on his A-Tech in the back line. Collapses immediately. BRB brings back Valentina. She doesn't have the ultimate just yet either. Portal play probably not going to come out in time either. So you need this. You need the invisible boundary right now. It's over. It's done. Doom Crew win round number 1.
You're saying like a ship in the night. I mean, they were singing sea shanties there because Dazes was able to get away with literally anything. I mean, I would not want to be Valentina in this case, where every single time you have the opportunity to participate in a team fight, not only are you getting dove on and focused, but a lot of these invisible boundaries are being counted out by Doom Crew. That's why they're isolating Valentina Eve. That's why Baser isn't getting much more of this impact from these BRBs, because they know the invisible boundary isn't up at the time.
30 seconds before you attack.
There's so many momentum shifting plays that happened on the previous map, and you're right, it's just so tough to play against Daredevil at the moment.
After all I've
And
seen
honestly, Scatter as well played pretty well in the Invisible Boundary, or Invisible Woman. They're swapping it back. Scatter's going over back to Vanguard. Forky Dog, obviously the traditional strategist, off of the Doctor Strange. Back over to strategist. I've seen some Reddit posts recently, Vicky, that were like complaining. They're like, man, why are you even play Vanguard anymore when Invisible Woman is a Vanguard, basically? They're like, has less HP, but has infinite hit to deal with things. It kind of, I mean, honestly, the skills are somewhat transferable, except positioning, I suppose. And Scatter Gengi did well playing the Invisible Woman on that round.
Everyone, the real ones know that Invisible Woman, before she was able to deploy her shield in front of her, that you would position your shield around a teammate who was pre-positioned before the round were to start, and then you play around that shield preemptively, so that way it's in an optimal position to get that AoE healing, alright? So you know what? It may be a little bit easier right here, but it can be really difficult once you use that shield, because then you won't have it anymore. It's going to be on a huge cooldown, you won't have that burst heal, and you have to count what ultimates could be hurled in your direction in case you have to also deal with Magneto, which in this case, Ego Death, looking at Soko. You have to look out for that here. Valentina Eve does have the invisible boundary, and Scatter did make that swap over to the Emma Frost instead, with Cooper going to be able to get the copy, but got to bishop into the invisible boundary himself first.
It's a good point. We can see even Valentina saving it until he absolutely needs it. Invisible boundary now on the backside angle. Stays in the 1v1 with Self. Able to just take him out. I mean, Self goes away. Daredevil takes down not Daredevil. Baser falls too. And with those 2 eliminations, Doom Crew and a huge ultimate from Melophobia able to collapse on Ego Death without Baser even getting the copy off. Everybody just deleted, melted afterwards.
It's just clean up on aisle 3 now at this point. Oh no, the 4 stacker Oh, that's gonna hurt, especially on Domination. I mean, we know how crucial the first team fights can be, but this hurts even more, especially when Doom Crew already has advantage on the point first.
A huge plays from them, and it's obviously Doom Crew, this sort of mix up between old rosters. You know, you got the guys over from Nemesis combining with Cooper from FlyQuest and stuff. So this Doom Crew squad definitely is a force to be reckoned with. A lot of old stuff for Ego Death now. They can come back into it. They've been on the come up for a while, have a brand new roster as well in this MRC. But I mean, now at the moment, Doom Crew just seem to be building momentum. Already dropping off his Soko, playing it sort of traditionally. Back and forth right now is Ego Death, but they have Ultimate Self in the backside. 1v1 wins it against Daze. It's the advantage early on. That's a huge pick.
And I like the communication too. You saw Baser had that clone set up right there on the high ground just in case he needed some help. And yeah, the lamp. But now they're not looking behind him. He forces out the lamp before backing away. This could be the green light now, as he does have let the devil out. Zaytek slides in. Valentina has the invisible boundary, but it won't have it here looking at Doom Crew. And the Groot hug that's waiting for them now as the Sign of Seduction comes in to scatter.
That's a huge job. Oh, wait. Oh, it's bounced back. Deflected, reflected by Daredevil. Sends away Soko's ultimate, but he still created space. He allowed his team to walk on forward. We'll see if it can pan out. That deflection from Daredevil, the answer so far is no. Self collapses on a Cooper. Forky Dog falls. Self able to get those two. And maybe another. The healing is still there. Eventually, Self goes down. Follow up trying to find the healing in the back on Baser, but they actually lose people. Regenerative Domain doesn't keep Zaytek alive. He doesn't play in it, and it's just slowly collapsing. Though Scatter Gengi does fall over. Point still flip for Ego Death. They're in control. Daze slowly gets taken out by Valentina too.
It's just, unfortunately, this happens in a lot of ranked games too, right? When you let Daredevil just go through in your games, it's about who's got the better Daredevil and the Daredevil who gets set up way better as well. And I feel like here in this equation, Daze has just been able to get so much impact. Well, we saw Quad maybe earlier here. Like, he's just gotten so many final hits whenever we tune into Daze, and he's getting to great positioning here on harassing the backline of Doom Crew.
Oh, looking for this backline at the moment.
Actually. And if you see Valentina E too with her invisible boundaries on there.
Yeah, that's a real good point, and we'll see that in a moment. Has it up, and Doom Crew, I mean, if they were to come back in, now those Stratus line ultimates.
Wow.
For them. I mean, they're already on that point. Good ultimate from Tones. Maybe they've walked into it. Here's that combination with that ultimate from Zaytex, and they're able to finally collapse on Baser, who has a nice target focus on Loki so far. We can go into Baser POV. You can see so much damage output from that Loki, able to give him that edge over Kraz, who has to walk all the way back from spawn. Doom Crew gives it up for now, though. They just want to regroup, it looks like, for now. Maybe wait for an opportunity for Daze to fight Self.
Yeah, because they know that they have strategist ultimates, and they just would rather give them this extra credit here to then take this next fight. And look at the ultimates that they have online. The God of Mischief gets a copy. Sign of Seduction comes in right afterwards, but it's Valentina Eve who has the invisible boundary. Cooper to match that like a Venn diagram, but look at Daze as he lets the devil out. He stalls just temporarily. He gets the information. He's tagging them, but now looking on the other side, Mello gets a reset too. Forky Dog has the invisible boundary. Everyone looking at Soko as Baser keeps Ego Death alive, allowing Soko to hold his position.
The ultimate from Kraz could be huge. Comeback from Tones. He's going to come back with that portal. Self goes down too. So far, Doom Crew worked themselves back into it. Tones, though, with that portal is going to allow Self to walk back from spawn. Overtime slowly ticking. Ego still in control of that objective. Kraz holding on to that ultimate until the right moment. But Zaytex wins the 1v1 versus Daze. He's been a menace on those off angles, dueling with Self. But Self has to let the devil out in this fight. It's available. Kraz, does he throw that? Certainly Prison in the right spot. It doesn't look like it. It looks like Zaytex, and meanwhile, takes out Scatter. Kraz also falls, and this point slowly collapsed on by Ego Death, who have just been building the objective time over the course of this entire round. And you're dealing with Self at the current moment, but everybody on the point slowly ticks down. Cooper falls, so does Mello and Forky. Ego Death tying up on Celestial.
And look at the economy that they're working with. On a map like a game of like Domination 2, they had lost out on that first fight pretty handedly, and it was a little expensive for them, but now going into this next round, they have the advantage from the very beginning. You look at Doom Crew, and it really will depend on how Cooper Tastic gets to keep the going, getting the copy into the Invisible Man, and to see how Forky Dog builds up into their own. But Ego Death have that strategist advantage, and Tones also has an Eye of Agamotto to try to isolate that backline.
Yep, Tones has the opportunity to set the tone for sure, and between these two crews, it is It's a lot of fun in this specific matchup, too, because I think in the off angles, we're always seeing Days and Self sort of just match each other, fight for that off-angle positioning so they get set up on these dives, sometimes getting picked if they go a little bit too far. But, it's kind of been back and forth. It feels like not a single Daredevil has actually taken over the lobby necessarily, or it seems like Self and Days are evenly matched currently, basically. But we'll see how it pans out before the point fully unlocks. And like you mentioned, Ultimate's available, Vicky. They got that invisible boundary. Baser also has a copy. Forky Dog, opposite situation for Doom Crew. They do have also their own invisible boundary, but instead of that Magneto, we are running this Emma Brute composition. Doom Crew trying to go for this surround sort of dive style in their own engage.
Anything, even with the ult economy that Ego Death has as an advantage, if Days goes crazy with letting the devil out right now, it can just wipe away the ult economy and force it out. But look at Zaytex as he wraps behind Mello and calls him out. He even has a reset if he needs, and it is Cooper who gets the copy first. That's one shot at his ultimate down and dust. Portugal does get stunned temporarily. He's close to the invisible boundary. He can't go down, and he does when he's about to get it. But Days himself, they both get the invisible moments, and now it's all up to them to control this high ground, looking at Day specifically before the delay.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, losing Forky Dog is brutal, but they still could have the follow-up. Nope, Cooper goes down. And again, with Forky Dog going down that fight, you don't have invisible boundary. It's going to be hard to win it regardless, but Days does find Self. The wall on his Atex. What is that timing? He gets, KO'd by his own teammate. That was Tone's own Brute wall that you go down to positionally, and now you're on the back foot somehow after being set up super well. You do throw out the Brute ultimate at the very least, matched by Forky Dog, who eventually makes their way back from spawn, and yeah, they get picked apart inevitably because of a misplaced Brute wall or whatever that was. Brutal for Zaytech.
And the pressure onto the Loki lamps too. That's all what Days' job is, right? You force out the Loki lamps and then you enable Crass to jump in with you, and you literally jump the strategists together. You're gonna take their shoes, and now Self at least has the devil out soon for this next fight, but Days got his back up together just as quickly. And now look at Zaytex already trying to take a different off angle, but won't have the Phoenix ultimate to reset at the very least when it comes to them trying to get through the field.
All assembling together as a cohesive unit. With the Freedom Charge, Days there to follow up on Valentina. She goes down. Same thing with Zaytex, and yep, everybody else just lapses off of a singular ult.
What happened to you? Have to navigate around the Freedom Charge as well as sustainability. Doom Crew gonna be able to keep their feet planted on this point, already nearing 50%. Ego Death coming out from that choke though, have already called out that Self. Has the devil out soon, and Valentina E does have the invisible boundaries. Look at Cooper's angles, by the way. The damage impact here now as Tones just tries to force all the attention onto him, trying to backhand.
The wall from Days does force out Valentina's invisible boundary, but it's traded. Days goes down. Unfortunately, not enough healing due to the fact that they're down Stratus ultimates, but it's just one elimination on a hero that can get back pretty quickly. Regardless, Mello does find Self, so it's traded. Huge work for him. Cooper as well. You talked about those off angles earlier, able to collapse onto Tones, who falls, and slowly Doom Crew send back Ego Death. I mean, they've been winning so many crucial fights with it. Feels like not a lot of investment, just really good positioning out of the squad.
Crazy to see the impact when you enable your Daredevil right now, but Doom Crew are nearing 90%. And they have the Shadow's ultimates to stay alive in this influx of damage that Self is going to hurdle in the direction. The End Song Inferno, it isolates Valentina Eve, and that may be the nail in the coffin as the Loki goes down next. You won't have the sustain if you're Ego Death, and now overtime is ticking away. The back cap is trying to come out instead, but it is met with a recontest from Doom Crew as they want to take this first match.
Oh, Jesus, Doom Crew is just so good. Tones falls. Portal's going to be there from Soko. Zaytex falls as well. No, never mind. The Portal's not there in time. We're done.
Wow.
Doom Crew win map number 1. Celestial Husk goes their way. They did lose round number 2, but, I mean, Celestial Codex looked clinical. I mean, Ego Death basically saving ultimates for the next series, maybe, in this case, because Doom Crew looks phenomenal.
The thing is that they were picked off, and unfortunately it staggered their ultimates where they didn't want to utilize it just for, 2 people to try to recontest, but then the timing was off for them. They couldn't recontest with that Doctor Strange portal until that very last second, and it was too little too late. But it goes down to the Daredevils and what we were talking about before, right, Dogman? Days had so much more enabling. It looked like Self was great, But when you take a look at the Loki positioning too, to help enable Days to get aggressive, combine that together with the way that Kraz was also playing, it just allowed Days to get a lot done when he was trying to find these different off angles, and he would even have no issue just stalling for as long as possible when he would let the double out, just so that way his own strategist could try to boost and farm him for their own ultimates.
Yeah, they just played it so well throughout the series. And Doom Crew, I mean, this squad is just super good. And it's kind of a shame that we didn't get to see them last week, but now it kind of builds up the anticipation for, I feel like, this week, considering, this team, from what we haven't seen, now we get to see it all in spades because they're just super coordinated. Obviously, like you mentioned with the Daredevil, they played well around it. It wasn't just Days because, like you said, Self was doing a lot. But really, they just kept catching Egodeth off guard, which is definitely not position that that's definitely not the position that Egodeth wants to be in, considering this is a squad that actually does better based on aggression, right? So the moment they're on the back foot, and it feels like that throughout this entire tournament so far, Vicky, these teams just collapse. It's hard to regroup. It's hard to peel off the amount of damage that is output in this current meta. And wow, I mean, the aggressive plays of Doom Crew was phenomenal. We'll see how they adapt next map, because I imagine ban phase is going to change completely.
I agree, and you said a lot of damage output. It makes me wonder, like, what that game would have looked like, how implosive it would have looked like if the Gambit was allowed through. So I'm not expecting the Gambit to let go, but I'm definitely expecting maybe a Daredevil ban, because I'm sorry, like, Days, we talk about the difference, and even though we saw Self have their own pop-off moments, Days had like, what, 22 final hits at the very end there, and that further showcases how just being able to just breathe on somebody who's feeling that pressure really makes a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think maybe if we go over to Convoy Convergence, things might change. But damn, I mean, we're just blessed with some really good series today, Vicky, honestly. It's going to be a long day, which is good, honestly, because I feel like, at least from both the upper bracket and the lower bracket, we're starting to learn a lot about the meta. We're starting to see so many things change from last week. These tiny sort of incremental changes that other teams have been doing that we didn't get to watch, right? And we talked about how last week you can always watch these games in the in-game client if you want to see Doom Crew and how they compete, or on the opposite side, for Guilty earlier and some of these other squads, you can always watch their games back, either during this broadcast at the same time and try to sync it up, or you can just watch it back if you want to learn how to play. Considering that, yeah, if you want to play some Daredevil, if you want to set up some phenomenal plays on Phoenix and stuff, you probably want to take some notes on how Doom Crew's playing. Loki as well. I know Saipe streams a lot, but Ubertastic, another great Loki player, like you mentioned. But yeah, I mean, this is a good meta for, like you mentioned, enabling your duelists, right? So many good strategists at the current moment, so many strong vanguards, and it does feel like you're right, Vicky, like you're enabled by these great heroes that can support your duelists, right?
Yeah, and I have to follow up. Like, that is one of my favorite things about Marvel Rivals, by the way, being able to watch these replays and then looking at the point of view of the player that you want to watch, just so that way you can improve your own gameplay. That's how you extend the meta. That's how you get to expand on the player's skill value that you have within the game. And yep, it is Gambit not seeing the light of day, and it is Daredevil who gets saved. This works out great here as Days was popping off. But honestly, again, with universal bans and picks, we saw Self popping off. Is there going to be a difference maker here, or is Egodeth just going to be met with the same wall that they faced off against in the first map?
Yeah, it's interesting that we do go to Burn of T'Challa, and I don't want to, like, it's easy to work off of the past. Egodeth has been an org for a while, or rather a name of free agents that just choose to play under the name Egodeth, and it's kind of the same situation where with Soko before, they would be like constantly on Venom and stuff, and Tones last week was playing a ton of that Rogue, and once you get rid of that Gambit, it make that team up, or you make that team up not viable anymore, right? It's not a thing you could do, and that Rogue is sort of left to her own devices. It can still be good, but I mean, I've seen people on Twitter and stuff, we see Vest complain about how it's hard to actually make Rogue work without the team up. It's a little bit more finicky, I suppose, and you rely on like very high explosive plays, and it sometimes, the game doesn't favor you because of ping or whatever. But now in this ban phase, we get the Wolverine ban that we saw in the previous map. Groot also comes through in that ban phase. Invisible Woman Protect yet again. Star-Lord Protect this time coming around. Doom Crew totally fine playing around their Phoenix and their Daredevil, going for Protects there. Angela removed too in the thing ban for Egodeth.
I mean, it's just so crazy to me that they would rather just ban Wolverine first outright, and then that's them knowing something here versus like the Daredevil that was such a problem beforehand. But that's what they're willing to lean into as they protected the Invisible Woman. No thing once again, but it's the Star-Lord who does get protected this time around here, Dogman, as well as the Mantis not seeing another light of day. So you're still going to be able to at least get that damage impact if you get to throw out the rocket involved here, and you get the recall for the Star-Lord, so he gets to reposition while your Phoenix is just going to continuously pepper at them. So you're going to be able to see either the Star-Lord from one side try to take that flanking position to then get the recall as a get out of jail card, or the Daredevil doing a very similar case where Days, and considering that we're also moving on to another Dom map, this is going to open up some angles for the duelists to take those flanking rounds to put down that pressure onto the strategist that I know for a fact that Ego Death's side, they felt it the most.
For sure. I like how Doom Crew is playing also like these more divey comps, like the surround Captain America style compositions, because I think honestly for North American's region, this was not the style that this region was best at, right? I think some of the team that was like best at it in Dark Zero didn't end up playing it in the playoffs of Ignite, and they end up losing to that very same comp that allegedly they were very good at and then stopped playing before like the playoffs and before Ignite sort of popped off. So in North America, I think this region needs to definitely practice, or at least get really good at these sort of dive surround comps, and Doom Crew seems to be good at doing it. Ego Death, they're also going for a very all-in style, actually even more so than Doom Crew, considering they don't have the Magneto. They're just going for Venom Cap Dive.
Well, they are looking to give a hard time to this backline. I mean, good luck catching Rigby here. Forky Dog is going to be zooming. Cooper Tastic always on point too with these freezes, and good communication to help heal for some sustainability, considering that Scatter is on the Magneto, so he will have those bubbles available to him. He already puts one down there up on the high ground to help enable that position. Self feeling the pressure from Mello, and Mello being in the back line, just unfazed by Zatex, who can't even get away because he gets bonked in the head by Scatter getting the snipe.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know if this is the exact round you want to be playing this sort of surround comp style, because it's just such a long range map. And you know, you saw, like you pointed out with Scatter, he's anchoring the point down. Everybody knows they have to come back for a bubble or whatever, and now you follow up on the outside. No boops, maybe a boop actually, one goes off. Valentina falls, same thing with Baser. So Doom Crew just kind of collapse on Ego Death yet again. Those strategists fall. Doom Crew get that first fight win pretty handedly in a very easy situation for them.
Hard here with already the progress that Doom Crew has been able to obtain, and Mello
That's the boost I needed.
very close to that end song Inferno. Backing away though, look at Baser and Valentina Eve. The strategists also are going to come in clutch. A nice freeze onto Tone. Someone wakes him up. He's about to have the abyss. He already popped his armor earlier on. He needs the sustainability, but it's a split position for Self to also help him out. Kraz forced to back away as he sees the double dive. We're seeing a mirror though as they face off in a 2v2 in the side room. Meanwhile, Cooper fighting for their life, but with a beautiful freeze. You can sit down here, Tones, because now they're going to be able to get away.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't talked about Doom Crew's backline so much because of everybody, else popping off, but Forky Dog and Cooper paying attention to their team's positioning. It has been huge for them as they're able to keep many alive. Cooper resurrected by the BRB of Forky. Forky goes back down, so he has that long respawn timer. Didn't want to use his ultimate because he knew Cooper was going to get brought back. Meanwhile, Phoenix ultimate can negate it, but Mello shots onto Zatex are beautiful. Removes that Phoenix who had the ultimate ready to go. Scatter in the sky with the Meteor M into the Frozen Self. Cooper-tastic alone without Forky Dog, able to get it done. Baser brings back Self before going down yet again. However, the damage is done again for Doom Crew, who are already at 90% of the board, Vicky. This is just looking clinical for them.
Oh my gosh, this is literally a speed run right now. Somebody let Doom Crew know that they don't have to force Ego Death to feel doomed here, because Cooper Tastic, we talked about the Logan before, but look at these freezes off the Luna. We know that Cooper goes crazy off that Luna, and they can't even get out from the pressure forced in their face with the choke closest to their respawn as Doom Crew, they walk over the first round.
Yeah, that's a tough map, I think, for Ego Death to lose, but at least you go to Warrior Falls if you want to keep playing these sort of like full all-in dive sort of styles. At least it's not as open, but damn, like Cooper, how did he live there? I mean, like Doom Crew is just so aware. This team is freaking good, like we said on the last map. I mean, obviously it's just repeating what we already know, but the strategist line is incredibly talented. Mello's been able to pick up that Phoenix at a high level. You saw already the value out of Days on Daredevil, and then these Vanguards, or kind of like pseudo strategists, it feels like sometimes. Like Vicky, like they're keeping people alive, like Cooper, peeled by Kraz and Scatter. Beautiful awareness out of Doom Crew, the whole roster.
It's just also incredible to see how Cooper Tasking is opting for the Luna versus an Invisiwoman to help deal with the PO, because the follow-ups off of these freezes just get way more impact than what Invisiwoman could do when she just wants to try to protect herself, or is forced to use her own shield to try to play Ring Around the Rosie to deal with a dive composition.
Seems extinction is on the agenda
I wonder why this keeps happening. Zaytek's like controller icon keeps popping up sometimes when he's playing on a mouse and keyboard. It's been happening for a few tournaments now. I'm just curious why that is. But Forky Dog goes down to self. Job done with that ultimate from Forky Dog. Or rather not job done by the ultimate. Mello able to take down Cones. Nice job to avoid that. Zaytek, meanwhile, won't be one of the backside trying to peel off for this backline as it's just Days against the world here. He goes down, but he created space. The point halfway to tick. They also free self, so they trade Daredevils and take the point first.
I saw Valentina get that last pick too on Kraz. Kraz comes right back on. Zaytek heard you and says hasta la vista to Cooper. Now Ego Death are walking onto this point. Kraz looking like a chameleon with both eyes on two different angles, trying to stall here for as long as possible with the little extra credit that they were able to get.
Dealing with people on the point, and you dealt with Cooper early. Cooper goes down again. Oh no, respawn just go down. BRB cooldown also used. They lose Kraz afterwards. You know, maybe if they don't lose Kraz, they'll be in a decent spot, but no ultimates now. And, you know, Warrior Falls, this is always a great map for Ego Death, and from what I've seen, remember I have Zaytek popping off. It's always on this map too. Doom Crew, ultimates can't even be used due to that neutral fight from Ego Death.
Well, calling them out. And that information here as they rally together with the Freedom Charge. It's led by Kraz. Cooper does have that fate of both worlds. And look at Mello, but Zaytek's helping out the backline here together with Valentina Eve as well as the Rocket. Look at the peel coming out as Ego Death. They wanted to keep control over this point. They're nearing 35%, but they're playing very split while Zaytek's trying to split through all that awareness. Valentina Eve is incredibly low. Mello goes in for the chance. He sees Cooper Tastic in the fate of both worlds. Cannot withhold the damage, the sustainability as Ego Death now finds Scatter next. Days still takes out Baser, and Ego Death has a number advantage.
Yeah, I mean, good disengage there. Both teams trying to greed heavily, trying to get the better ultimates, right? Unfortunately for Forky Dog, he can't really use the see you later due to the fact that Zaytek will just negate all of that overhealth immediately with the Phoenix ultimate. Soko, huge work from him with that Media Rem. Follow-up damage onto Scatter. Has been playing this Magneto to an incredibly high level. Now they come into it against not much, right? You do have Valentina's Invisible Boundary. You can go in with Forky Dog's ultimate. But we'll see how it's played for Ego Death herself is coming up with the Let's the Devil out.
They have a 1v1, but they got some help. Together with the Captain America is more than enough to isolate Self. Now it's time, one by one, to try to isolate the Phoenix as he gets lit up by the spark. Now Kraz,
wait, why does he keep going in?
He stuffs Self, but also he gets body blocked before he can get out into the line of sight of the strategist.
Trade it back at the very least. Ace goes down. BRB brings him back, and they have to wait up the See You Later. Perfect positioning of that See You Later, by the way, from Forky Dog. Just so high up, out of the fight, in a position where you can't really be in a bad spot with it. And now let the double out the inside angle. Everybody trying to keep everybody healthy. You can't versus Kraz and Days. It's far too much damage to deal with, even with all of that healing. And it goes to show with good target focus, you can deal with three basically strategists with the Captain America. And they get it done there. Self trades back Cooper at the very least, but at this point and split, Doom Crew are in control.
They are jumping people together. It's like every time you see Kraz, then right behind him in the shadows, it's like Days ready to follow up right after with him. It is crazy to see the cohesion of Doom Crew right now, and Kraz already getting into position.
It sort of creates a word. Days crazy, man. You know? No. Okay, that was pretty bad. That's bad. Okay, anyway, I'm getting turning into that age, you know, where you start making crappy jokes. Here comes that Captain America charge into the backline. They dive. Is it going to be slowed down by anything besides, you know, Ego Death with their own Captain America ult? It doesn't look like it. They still are holding on to their ultimates. Wait, and Cooper goes down again to the dive from the swatting. Zaytek just cross map, takes him down. Looking for Days in the back line, able to avoid it, get to the health pack, only losing one. Cooper get brought back by the BRB, but Cooper's had a rough time on Luna Snow thus far. Meanwhile, they dive onto the backside of Zaytek and Valentina, losing two. BRB only going to bring back one of them. Actually, no, because the BRB was taken out earlier. Only the See You Later to keep everybody up. They have to find these KOs with ultimates, but they cannot. Mello and Cooper stave off this push from Ego Death to flip the point.
every single time Days and Kraz just jump on another person, a poor person who cannot do anything about the pressure, it's like they're taking their shoes and they're wearing it right in front of them. And now Zaytek is frozen, by the way, forced to use the End Song Inferno to reset, but they have to retouch on the point here. Doom Crew nearing 99%.
As Zaytek knew he was going to go down, so this guy's go out of it quickly to get get KO'd in time to take the portal, basically. So he'll be back in the fight in a moment if they can stall it out. Ego Death do have that invisible boundary, but they don't want to group up because of Scattergangi's Meteor M. Now here comes that invisible boundary on Peter's being chased down. Oh my goodness, nowhere to go. And also, Mello in the height, takes down a few more. Everybody else get collapsed on by the See Ya Later. And Doom Crew was a lot closer on Warrior Falls, actually. But still, the end result is the same. Doom Crew win, burning the Chala to go up 2 in the series, put themselves on map point.
Oh, playing whack-a-mole with Meteor M on an invisible boundary at that too, where you're trying to hold it desperately. Doom Crew look amazing. I love the follow-ups that we're seeing between Days, Kraz, then you have Mello forcing out so much damage output that no one can really help them out when it comes to the strategists that are feeling that pressure, because Mello's right there just to deal the finishing blow if you try to exit.
I mean, this Doom Crew squad is definitely forced to be reckoned with. I don't know if I would have picked Domination versus them, but Ego Death's also, like, biggest strength are these surround dive comps, and when they're not working, I don't know what their comeback is, especially if we go over to Convergence. And that's the thing, yeah, like you said, they're putting on their shoes, they're wearing it in front of them, and these kicks are just shining gold, dude. Like, it's actually crazy how good Doom Crew is at this surround style, also while still playing a more traditional sort of Magneto anchor composition. I mean, look at those stats. It's going to be the MVP for Days, but across the board, it's another team effort like we saw in the previous series. Days takes home that 20k damage, but overall, great work from Doom Crew's squad, especially this backline, considering I don't know if we've seen like that much Luna Snow this patch. She's definitely solid, but it can be tough considering, you know, how strong these dive comps are.
And there is help for peeling. Like, obviously we know there's only so much cooldown you have when you do land that snowflake, but it's about having the impact of landing the snowflake and the follow-ups, which was there for Cooper. It was way better for them to try to rely on the freeze picks than to then have Cooper go over to maybe a Loki when they want to run the rocket, obviously, right? To help out the Phoenix, get that damage output even further. And then you get the follow-ups together with your Daredevil. We saw a lot of peel actually from Day specifically there. So it was a really good flip-flop, a hybrid play of a Daredevil. But now my fear is, Dogman, you see the Daredevil diff two times in a row now. Do you allow the Daredevil to go through again, depending on what map we're going through? Do you take that risk? I mean, it depends, because we've also seen Thing and Angela, I believe, in jail. So that's also something else to consider if you see a mix-up on the ban list.
They are in baby jail. I think you're right. It's just tough because when I think about what makes this Ego Death Cruise good, I mean, I've repeated the same point, I guess, over and over again, but I just feel like for this team and for how Ego Death is playing, that's their strength, right? They play well around these very similar comps that Doom Crew is good at. So we'll see. We're headed to Araco Convoy. I'm with you. I'd be down for a ban in that regard. But it also is tough considering, yeah, you're getting sort of dipped to your own comp. I think map 1 was close between Self and Days. I think they both played at about the same level. But maybe it's because of the pressure. Maybe it's because also Kraz kind of coming online, playing really good in Captain America. I mean, Self was being tracked down. Like, it wasn't just Days in that 1v1. It was also Kraz there. So this team is looking like a symbiote as a cohesive unit. Like, they are just infecting each other with their own energy, and it just seems to be a really well-synergized squad that is tough to go against. So the ban phase comes out. Ego to just go for that immediate Wolverine ban. Gambit ban on the opposite side. So Daredevil still getting through, Vicky. They are sticking with it.
I don't like this. I don't like this because if you get diff with your Daredevils, you know the impact that the Daredevil has here. And I'm sorry, but that's what we've been seeing, basically. And when you ban out the Angela save, though. I like this. I was wondering if we were going to see the Angela come out. It was about having the awareness here, knowing what Ego Death could play. And we know that they love the Angela. And they're completely negating the Groot just in case here, because they've already used up that save, and just in case we see maybe a Loki Mantis come out, we could see that composition. But with no Groot, you won't really have to worry about it, and no Captain America, so they recognize if you're going to be able to get the Daredevil going out here, but we don't want to run the risk of having to double dive with Daredevil and Captain America.
True. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of factors here at play. And, you know, you do have that group ban. You do have the cap ban out. You do keep that Phoenix, too. So Doom Crew getting their Phoenix Daredevil that they like. I'm with you. Like, I would like to see them try something else in terms of the ban phase. You know, the Angela is the mix-up, but also they still keep Daredevil. That's tough. Regardless, I think it's tough because, like, I don't know, just to call back when I played professional, like, years ago now. Like, it's actually been 6 years. I'm, Jesus Christ, old as hell. But, like, analysts and stuff would be like, oh, man, they're losing with this GOATS comp and stuff, and they should try something else. But realistically, in practice, what you've played for all week, what you're good at versus other squads, you know, you've prepared so much in one genre, in one composition. It does feel like, you know, it's tough because you want to diversify. But what happens in practice, if you try to, like, play a new composition versus a team that is good versus your comp and are more practiced on the comp, and you try to practice something new, and you just get rolled. Sometimes you get blackballed in, like, the future scrim blocks. Like, sometimes you get shadow banned and you can't scrim against those teams, right? You get in a situation where you can't play whatever with the other top team. So it's a tough choice to make in practice leading up to it. But obviously, if you've committed heavily to this style, to this Daredevil comp, they're committing to it. I'm with you. It's not really working at the moment, but that's because of how good Doom Crew is, and less is, I guess, of a take on how bad this Ego Death team is playing.
Yeah, it's not like, yes, there is a Daredevil diff, but, you know, there's other factors that contribute to enabling the Daredevil that's getting more impact, right? And I do think the Captain America diff is another bigger factor into it, which is why I think with them protecting Angela, they're relying on the Angela to be the Captain America factor to then get those follow-ups together with the Daredevil to see if maybe that change-up could work out better for them. But let's say in this case, you're still enabling Days to run on a character that has been just running the lobby basically for the last 2 games.
Yeah, it seems to be all in Doom Crew's favor for Ego Death. Now on Araco, this is the map they're hoping is the turnaround, and they started off immediately by going for this Storm composition. Zatex does take down Cooper-tastic, and with a damage upgrade of having Storm, they're able to get a few, but Scatter goes up height, makes a play, removes Zatex from the game, and wait, off the map goes Melophobia on an off angle on the Adam Warlock, and he can't use that cocoon. Nice job.
That was beautiful. And then you get a second one here.
That's team,
like, let me join in on the map, though. I mean, you got a little bit of revenge here, just so that way you can talk to them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of off maps on Araco's first point. We'll see if it continues as everybody portals through on the top left angle. Daze comes in. They walk all the way around, flip that part back in this defense's favor as, you know, everything sort of gets twisted when we have Dr. Strange involved, but once those portals go away, Ego Death need to capitalize. Oh, Daze gets grabbed by Angela, but it's into Self. Self is back to spawn.
Oh, no. Self. Stones, too. At least you try to go for a reset here. Daze just manages to come right back around. Doom Crew playing Ring Around the Rosie with these portals here. The Angela splitting up more of that attention. They know what Kraz is fishing for. Will they take the bait here? Moving back with Baser being on the depth, though. He's got the Inch Step ready to go together with Zatex if they're looking for the Sharknado.
Down below, there is that Storm ultimate. Is the Sharknado there to follow it up? It looks like it is. The See You Later is not enough to melt Zatex. He takes down everybody with the Storm ult, plus the Born Again from Melophobia. He hit on the height. Is the follow-up into the ultimate there? Cooper doesn't fall, teleports back to his team. BRB on the height too. They're able to get rid of it, but so many resurrects are available for Doom Crew. Now they're finally gone. See You Later from Cooper comes out as well. So the follow-up damage from the copy, Baser falls, and unfortunately that entire commit towards that Storm ultimate is not panning out. They're back to the spawn once again.
It would be a shame if all your hard work were to just get deleted right now. Beautiful Adam Warlock res right there to bring everybody back together is the reason why Doom Crew keep their feet planted on this defense now. Daze does have that Eye of Agamotto, and Kraz does have that Retribution looking at Ego Death, though. Self and Soko have the same thing here moving into this next fight.
Hey, right, this comp is absolutely daunting, man. Like, you have Resurrect with BRB from Forky. Cooper could either copy Mello or Forky for a BRB or a Mass Resurrect. Also, Daze just gets Zatex for free. Let the double out a little bit too late to save them, but also Zatex does get bought back by a BRB at the very least, so that advantage for the offense is gone, though. Kraz goes down too far away from a BRB. Nice job by Soko to get him, too. Come back and peel. Rise in an interesting spot. Doesn't connect onto people. It looks like it does, but the follow-up damage is there. Heaven, Retribution here on the main side angle. Connects on a multiple. They're not able to take down that spear either. The follow-up damage comes out. See You Later. Too late to save anybody, but Cocoon 4. Mello is still up, so he's brought back. The BRB brings back Cooper. Cooper also has a copy. Also, Mello has the res available. Cooper could go for the copy on anybody he wants. Invisible boundaries here. Cooper. Oh, he got stunned! He got stunned by the Phoenix from Zaytech. Huge job to CC that ultimate from fully going out, and that could end this fight. Although Mello is still alive, Vicky. He's got the ult. The res is still here.
That was framed perfect, but let's see what Mello's position could see here. As Daze is still split up a little bit in the back here. Tones finds Forky Dog. He's got the sound of seduction as Soko finds Daze. But Born again rings in their ear. They take care of Mello, but the damage is done. It brings them back together, and Cooper is close to the God of Mischief. It's met with Ego Death, though. They have way more sustainability. Balancing the evens, who's going to clear the path here.
Yeah, Forky just being dicey on this off angle. Finally, they're able to clean it up. And I was about to sing Forky's praises because of how, scattered he's been around the map, just staying alive. But Ego finally track him down in overtime. They're ahead of the second phase. That took a while, but, if you can store a steamroll through the second phase, we saw in the previous series, actually previous 2 series, that, just getting the second phase with not a lot of time is fine. As long as you sort of snowball it and find picks. But this is definitely a hard team to do it against, considering how well these strats are playing.
I want to see what's cooking up in the kitchen right now. Kraz is rolling out on the Thor, by the way. And now they're going to go for the double whammy together with Daze if you get into position. But another stun onto him could be his demise. He manages to try to get away over to the left side. They're trying to nail him down. He does get saved. And now the reset with the end song Inferno from Zaytex is more than enough after the Sparks Ignite onto Cooper Tastic.
It's there for sure. BRB to bring back a 1. Self comes back into the fight. Heart's still pushing, by the way. Minute 40 seconds left, and they found enough pickoffs. As Scatter did fall. This see you later. Unfortunately, not going to be that big of a deal. Daze also falls. And this Thor comp not necessarily panning out because Thor doesn't have enough HP to really live in that situation. Daze commits the ultimate. Does fine too, though. And he created maybe enough space before going down. Daze! Are you kidding me? Oh, my Daze! That's going to be 5! Make it 6! Oh, never mind. Cooper steals it. But regardless, beautiful.
Much better.
Out of Daze.
Yeah, give it to him. He deserves it. He deserved it all there. Daze having a buffet. On to Ego Death and their grave. 3 ultimates as they roll out in together. They have less than a minute now on the clock to get to the second checkpoint.
Hey, Vicky, is it too crazy cringe to call this duo that Daz Crazy Ming? Or is it probably is?
No,
okay.
I'm actually with you, bro. I'm not going to lie. I like it. I like it.
He committed his life, and Daze does that, right? Like, he just goes in. They found the BRB, but Daze doesn't even care. He just wants to force out ultimates. Let the Devil on the backside himself do something similar. The answer is so far yes. Cooper goes down, goes on a Forky Dog. Does the BRB bring back Cooper? It looks like the answer is no for now. Forky falls. Everybody else on the back line goes down. Self finds enough value. It's not as flashy maybe as Daze, but at least they're getting that cart moving forward yet again.
They didn't get peels for like 0.5 of a second, and then that's exactly what happened. That's what Daredevil does to your backline here if there is no attention on your strategists together. And that was with Rocket stalling for as long as possible. Self, he clears the back end of that second checkpoint and is currently the MVP to help out Egodon get there and secure it with little to no time. They back away. They want to secure some space here, and they want to prevent Doomku from having the high ground advantage.
These really good teams on offense just make second phase indefensible. It's so hard to hold. I mean, they're not as long as the first point or these third points, especially with, these corners and, this overall distance. Now we commit that Sonic deduction from Tones early on, actually. So forces out some cooldowns, but that's really about it for now. Ego Death down an ultimate after that one. Doomku foaming up on a lot. Invisible boundary from Cooper is out, but we've seen KOs happen in the middle of these. Daze goes down. Yes, in the middle of it because he gets grabbed by Soko. So nice job on the Angela to find that pick. Also brings him away from that BRB because the map is so big. BRB too far back, but Hart still pushing forward. Ego Death's doing good right now on these neutral fights that have been really long.
A very good point, actually, but at least it would be save up in this next engagement to see if the blue team uses the BRB specifically. And that's a double out. The Sia comes in to enhance that damage. Zaytech, though, is going to be able to delete that as Bazer's going to be able to match that too. And Mello does not have that End-Song Inferno, but he doesn't need it when he's taking a roundabout positioning behind their butts. And they find 2 more. Scatter gets a follow-up, and Ego Death, they're getting torn apart in this Doom Crew sandwich.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, he just hones his ultimate early, goes to waste, and Doom Crew slowly works themselves around and surrounds Ego Death. But we are 10 seconds left to go. If they can make this overtime fight go their way, it'd be huge. However, Ego Death don't have ultimates. Heaven's Retribution comes from the sky from Kraz. Oh! and he's fallen on Baser, who had the BRB. So with him gone, Valentina soon is to follow. No time left to go. The momentum shifts back in Doom Crew's favor as they close out in overtime. You have the staggers come through, but surely the cleanup is here. Overtime is ticked to 0. Ego Death get held.
It's so unfortunate, too, because Eaglenuts just did not have the time, with the limited time they already had for the second checkpoint, to push all the way up and control that space, because we know it can be so hard to get that cart through the car wash on the bottom side when they've already held that high ground specifically for what we just saw transpire in the last 2 team fights. It is so great to be able to take off angles and split that positioning when you're forced to look behind you and in front of you. Most you could really do is play off those side rooms, but it's so much damage when you're grouped up together and you're dealing with the Phoenix output.
Just to build off your point a little bit there you made, Vicky, it just seems like this crew of Doom Crew is just super good at, like you said, taking those off angles, surrounding Ego Death. And Ego Death are like fighting for every ounce of space, like you mentioned. It's just like, it's tough at the current moment to do much against it, considering Doom Crew are just there. Like we've seen ultimates get popped early just to push somebody away from the fight. Like that's insane that Doom Crew has that pressure currently. But for Ego Death, you know, they can turn it around, right? They're on defense now. However, this team always, to me, feels like a squad that does better on attack. They always do better when they can sort of take that momentum themselves, right, Vicky? But, I mean, at the moment, Doom Crew could still get held. Ego Death could do a lot with Soko on the Angela. We saw how good that Angela was on defense for Crash.
I'm just saying, like, that Taze right now, he just actually may be Matt Murdock for real, because he is literally getting enabled so hard, and then you allow the Angela from both sides. We know that Soko really likes to play the Angela, but you're just also allowing Kraz to do the same thing when Captain America is not available to play. It's just in a different form here, and then you have those environmental opportunities that we've seen both teams take advantage of, but he takes some of that pressure already, playing a little bit more safe and more held back, considering what they're running with the double Vanguard of the Magneto and the Angela. You see Doom Crew, though, with Mello being on that Hawkeye. We've seen what Hawkeye could do before, and together with a damage output, as you get the shish kebab, you're trying to send them off, but now in a slow fall, it's going to be Tones being met with gravity.
And Kraz is disgusting. Mello on the high ground, just headshot. Goodbye. See you later. Oh my, follow-up is there. Valentina does get the push off the map on a Cooper at least, so that's good. But, I mean, it's too little too late. Mello's just free farming in the height. And this guy has just been popping off.
Look at him!
Ever since, for just months, this guy's been so good. Oh my!
No! The tracking on that, though, was pretty disgusting.
Oh!
He does it again!
This character, Hawkeye, is such a treat when he's free farming like that. Soko goes down, and we're almost into second phase, Vicky. Like, that first point didn't even happen, honestly. That was so fast.
That was disgusting. I mean, Hawkeye is so scary. It's scary when nobody on your team is looking at the Hawkeye. I did see a Frost Shield go up in his direction, but it was like a burst before we saw the Invisible Woman unfortunately go down. I mean, not much you could do there when you're losing bodies like that. And now Ego Death back to the drawing room before they figure out what they have to do differently here, because Doom Crew, now they have a lot of space and a lot of momentum.
It's like, how do you look at the Hawkeye when you have freaking Krasmane doing what he's doing on Angelo the entire time? Just
True.
It's been so annoying. I mean, these good Vanguard players are really talented at being in your face. Look at all times Atex having to worry about him flying through and also getting Invisible Woman shields after diving in. Here's that Hawkeye ult, Invisible Boundary Met on the other side. You have counter Invisible Boundary on the opposite side. 2. Everybody's chained to this pillar, but they're stealing out but too much from the Rocket Raccoon in this Invisible Boundary until now. Valentina goes down, BRB will bring them back, and Crash trades back. Or Days rather finds Baser too. And that's the see you later con. I mean, no Shredder's ultimates now for Ego Death. Self goes low. They have to run away. Days commits the ult. I mean, they want to keep up this momentum, right? Because if you didn't get these stagger picks right now, you basically make this defense impossible. If they live, it's huge. And actually, they do so for now.
Oh my god. Dude, he's not being stopped. Like, they literally can't hit him. He's getting away with whatever he wants. He tore so much of that attention that he allowed his team to wrap up on the other side, and he still needs charge of the BRB, but Valentina at least gets Mello.
Yeah, Valentina's done so well so far. But the BRB brings back Mello. Again, pace is in Doom Crew's favor. Ego definitely don't get it back. I mean, the see you later is a good way of doing it. Mello gets shut down again. Those 2 picks earlier from Valentina, then onto Zaytech, has been crucial for Ego Death to get momentum back. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. And stopping them here, that's a little different than Doom Crew's attack. So for Ego Death, if they just string a couple of these together, that bodes well considering they have ults, but they just always come out a little bit too late, it feels like.
And they can dwindle away a lot of the time bank in this position too. It really depends here as Days is close to letting that double out, but Eagle Death have this advantage economy. He lets it double out, but can he survive is the question. He cannot. Days gets the follow-up from Soko. Heaven's Retribution is sending him back to the heavens, it looks like, but with the BRB, he comes right back around. Tones has a recent opportunity, bouncing to get stunned. The Phoenix damage output is just way too much. Now you call in the invisible boundary, you get pulled in, and Mello is on the Bucky.
Yeah, nice peel from Soko. I mean, they're able to deal with that back line finally. So, Ego Death get another fight. They're training together. However, no ults were used, right? That's the tough part. Invisible boundary for Ego Death. They also used the Let the Devil Out earlier, like you said. And now, Doom Crew, they built up that bank. Last time, the only problem with Doom Crew is Mello sometimes gets picked on Hawkeye. And then on Bucky, that last fight, really couldn't do much about it because they didn't have ultimates. But Vicky, we have 2 minutes 25, a minute off the clock. I mean, Ego Death could string another fight together, but this one's going to be tough, right?
You also get enough of that ultimate, right, to get that Kraken impact follow-up as well, and it's going to be crucial if you want to try to break through this social ultimate. At the very least, they've been counting out the Shredder's ultimate that been forced out, and his base is the closest one to see. What? By Soko, who is forced to use a BRB again. He lets the devil out, and now you won't have the insurance. The rocket goes down next, and get the shift about to force him back, and now you have the Kraken impact reset from Mello.
And Soko's peel job is good, but also they're down numbers. Phaser has to come back from spawn, have the Heaven's Retribution. Mello's able to follow up. I mean, what can you do on Soko in that fight? You just watch your team disappear. You're flying around like an angel. And sadly, turn to heaven with your teammates' souls flying into the third point. 3 minutes left now. 65 meters. This is basically last fight territory, and Doom Crew still have ults.
Seeing their spirits from the afterlife here. Clipping her wings, cue the Sephiroth music in the back. The one-winging angel, and now Baser. At least from Ego Death to hold this defense. They call in Self with the portal plays. I like it. Just trying to block out at least one line of sight here, but it's not going to distract them from finding the Venom, trying to harass their back line, deviating their attention to go in for the PO. Mello, by the way, is like a professional Ditto. This time, it's his turn on the Iron Fist. I love Days in his positioning, though. Look behind you. He breaks down the wall, and he jumps the back line.
I mean, that's just so free every time. Poor Baser. At least throws out the see you later, but no, they're all gone. Goodbye. See you later, everybody. Due to the see you later on Doom Crew's side. Back to the spawn. They also didn't they just use the TP too from the portal, so it's done. I mean, you can Spider-Man touch, but I don't think you're Jitward, buddy. Sadly, Zaytek gets stunned. He's gone. Doom Crew have 3-0 Ego Death.
3, 2, 2.
What a walk in the park it looked like. I mean, there were certain signs of life, but I'm sorry. At the very end of the day, we just saw a team just fully enable the strongest player that was getting the most impact. In that equation, it was definitely Days coming through on the Daredevil. We saw him get so many final hits. We saw him also shut down a lot of ultimates that were utilized within the first few seconds. At one point, right there by the hilltop, he was able to shut down, let the devil out from, I believe, what is it? That was at the very end there, and then they saw that Doctor Strange portal, and they knew it was lights out at that point.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Days has a lot of pretty high death count, but that's what happens anyways with Rocket Raccoon. And when you have Adam Warlock earlier, you sort of rack up those deaths like it's an accomplishment almost. But regardless, job done for them. Days again taking home an MVP, and you talked about how good he was. I think Self honestly played well, but this team Doom Crew played better around the Daredevil style. And, there's a reason they 3-0'd Ego Death now goes to the lower brackets. The even B top 4 is crazy, so Doom Crew looks to claim the crown of MRC. And they're going to have a really tough matchup next versus Guilty, I believe, right? So for Doom Crew, excellent statement win. We'll see what happens moving forward, Vicky, if they go against a team that doesn't play Daredevil and bans it out first. I'm really curious because, like you said, Ego Death did not adapt, and they really couldn't, I suppose, with their playstyle.
Yeah, with universal bans, right, it feels like we're playing patty cake on, is it going to be the Daredevil that is allowed out of jail, or is it going to be the Gambit, right? And in this series, it was the Gambit that stayed in jail. There was no bond for him, unfortunately, and instead it was the Daredevil that just was able to basically play lobby admin, and in this case, it was in the form of Dave.
Yeah, I guess they committed maybe to how good Valentina was, for example, on the Invisible Woman and stuff, but yeah, tough series for that squad. We'll see them in the lower brackets in a bit. But before then, we have a 10-minute break. We will be back after it for that third game of the day. It's been awesome casting you so far, Vicky. We'll see you guys after this break.
keeping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
Welcome back, everybody, to MRC. We're now entering the lower brackets of the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name's Dogman, joined by Vicky, Kitty. And Vicky, we just ended up with some 2 phenomenal matches in the upper brackets, and Doom Crew made it look pretty clean in the 3-0 fashion. They're going to be going against Guilty. But now we're heading back earlier in the lower brackets. We're going to have a matchup that is going to be so much fun between two teams in the lower brackets. It's win or go home now for both these squads, the Beast versus Mochimon.
Yeah, let's not forget what's at stake right now, right, Dogman? It's a 14,000 plus prize pool here, 14,500, and then first place gets to walk away with 6K. You don't want to end it all here, although you still are in the money. You want to be able to prove yourself as we get started. No Daredevil, a bit of a different look already compared to our last series, and no Groot, which makes me think here, Dogman, we may see the Gambits rolling out instead. So a little bit of a sneak peek of what we had seen in our first series. That was a banger, by the way. Went all the way to Game 4. May end up happening right here with Beast versus Mochimon.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a game of rock paper scissors for sure. Like, you know, if you ban the Daredevil, you obviously don't want to play against these other teams that are really good at it now. Like, there's a lot of teams good at the Daredevil comps, and then, you know, same thing. Like, you got to rely heavily on your hit scan players at that point. You have to have a good Phoenix player or be good at this Wolverine sort of stuff too. Meanwhile, Gambit gets banned. It makes it through. It looks like neither team wanted to protect it.
I'm just like looking at the fact that we're back on Celestial Husk. By the way, I can't make this up. Like, I can't. It is
You got
crazy.
PTSD about it.
Dude, Twitter just follows me everywhere I go, no matter what. Invisible Woman ban, though, this is interesting. So now you may force out the triple strategist. Depends. Maybe with the Loki composition, as we see what the next protect is going to be. Is it going to be a focus once again on the strategist here? Phoenix is out, so I am expecting the rocket. It is going to be a protect on the Loki here next. So maybe thinking no Mantis coming out. You don't want the Mantis to roll out with the extra damage boosts, even if Gambit is not in play.
And I mean, so far, focal point towards Gambit and Invis, the two prominent heroes, besides Loki, like you mentioned, in terms of the strategist line. They keep the Phoenix, are keeping the Thing too. So both teams like to play this Wolverine Thing composition as well. And this Mochimon squad, we know how talented they are. They have Tap, formerly of Envy. You know, they've got Nectar, formerly of Sentinel. Same thing with Tanky. And then, you know, I'm back Fast, Stravery, and Month, sort of the new kids on the block. Month's been around, obviously, but you know, this squad is incredibly talented, but to think they're in the lower brackets at this point, but it's kind of surprising, but also the fact that they've been doing a lower bracket run. They've been consistently, you know, winning games down here. So we'll see how it goes versus the Beasts, who, you know, kind of across the board. We have Dat Bacon, though, alongside John Porky. I mean, they've been around the block too, but and Albium. But regardless, this is kind of like a newer squad. We'll have to see how they do. This is a squad that always does well every sort of like MRC2, at least the Beast's name itself. But should be fun. Hella Band comes out to counter that potential Phoenix Hella duo that we see as well in EMEA and in North America occasionally.
Yeah, and Mochimon did a really good run. You're talking about like their lower bracket run specifically against Cafe Rose just last week and the Rat Academy. And the Rat Academy series was pretty close as well, back and forth, despite Mochimon winning that 3-1. And now seeing them against Beast, who had to beat Menace to get here in a very intense Game 5 series, and now had to beat, Menace. They defeated Menace and then defeated Nightmare to get here. I feel like this is a really good face-off for both of these teams to see where they stand. But Mochimon do have the players that have a lot more of that experience, just playing at the level that they are, and then following up together with the timing of a lot of these ultimates that they're going to combo with.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And we have to remember, like, it does seem like, you know, these tournaments, they're not static, right? Like, you have dynamic tournament brackets. Sometimes you get matched up versus a very difficult opponent early on when they shouldn't be there. So, you know, upsets happen, and that can really change the entire tournament. But so there's a lot of teams, I imagine, that are out of the tournament right now that are really good, but, you know, obviously are out because of, you know, unlucky seeding or whatever. But that's the way it goes. We wouldn't watch these tournaments if there wasn't sort of that, you know, intrigue aspect, if the favorite won every single time. But for the Beasts, meanwhile, they're pushing off Mochimon on this flank angle, who are playing that Bucky Phoenix combo. And the Beasts, they're looking for that pool with that Wolverine, since there's no Invisible Woman to counter him on that front side.
And you have the Phoenix together with the Wolverine as well to consider as you look at where Beast is going to be able to position themselves. I like Boston his hold here, but with the Lance being called in as well, that means that they've already pressured that out, and this allows Mochimon to hold up. Look at RP, though. He's going to be able to find I'm back fast. Thing for thing, violence it looks like. And Monk is just trying to boost up that God of Mischief so that way he can get there faster, but Albion beat him to it.
Yeah, it's tough. We need to find some picks, I think, at the moment for Mochimon. Maybe a hook from Nectar or somebody else, but no, it's on the opposite side. I mean, Techie goes down. He goes low, gets the reset. Oh my God, Nectar! No way! Quick, fast reset on these Bucky ultimates. Rocket impact connects onto another one. Bacon falls down, and that Phoenix ultimate unfortunately will not connect. However, they do pop this Luna dance floor. This fight is going to participate or sorry, happen for another few seconds as the portal is going to come back from JRP. This is going to be an extended one. CB gets taken out.
Oh, CB was caught in the crossfire. That's so unfortunate. CB couldn't back away, and the fate of both worlds was just diminishing right next to him in the opposite direction. They wanted to hold for as long as possible. Neither team has flipped the point just yet, and that's what the rotation of these sides ultimates are. But it's Bravery who saved that fate of both worlds for last. You see, we finish ultimate. I love the protect that we have from the back line, being able to focus and getting Albion back up, but they're not focusing on what's right in front of them. Taking an off angle is going to be Nectar, and no Emma plus team up together with Luna Snow is going to block out that damage.
Yeah, this is a real classic, almost like outdated Marvel Rivals, Vicky, it feels like, because, you know, both teams is running incredibly static, very heal-oriented comps. You know, you have the Beast who are relying on that grab from DeBacon. Nectar, same thing. You know, sometimes you can get, like, a kind of combination from your Phoenix player, but because of the fact that you have Luna Snow and Loki, and they're both just playing in these chokes very, like, sort of tight-knit, it almost seems like no team can make a play. And, you know, in that case, yeah, build ultimates up, and Mochimon had Nectar pop the heck off. Now you end up in a situation where that was like a first 1 minute fight with 25% of the board for Mochimon.
Another way to get the advantage here, nearing ready 35%. Albion set up on the high ground, building up into that God of Mischief, but it's going to be difficult when Nectar's looking for these resets on the Loki clone. Love that though, being able to isolate Albion right before he can even get that ultimate charge. This is going to be another team fight win for Mochimon, and they didn't have to expend anything.
Well, John finds one, will go down immediately after on the off angle. Had the ultimate, maybe could have used it there, but they get slowly staggered out as well. So the Beasts, yet again, like you said, lose that fight. Now they head back to spawn once again. Have ultimates at the very least, but another lost team fight is never good with 60% for Mochi.
Together with Nectar, Monk, Cap. I mean, really difficult. Techie, of course, here too. Backfast does have the Eye of Agamotto. Techie does have that Meteorium coming up as well, but Mochimon are just holding on to this economy. They're waiting for it from Beast, but they have to look for cooperative time. It's going to be cautious to start things off. They see the Eye of Agamotto, but the fate of both worlds keeps in this fight. Beast matched up with Mochimon, and they ice with the Doctor Strange first. Meteor M now, as the Ensong Infernal also rings in their ears. But Fontes cannot get away. The Meteor Hem, the Meatball, bumps on their head. Wolverine ultimate, though, it's going to be saved by Mochimon, though, with Bravery having the fate of both worlds. And Nectar is just farming continuously through that choke.
Yeah, good read. Also somehow avoided that clobbering time. Techie will go down, but that's happened to John twice now. I mean, just on these off angles, not near the Luna. Does get taken out, and now, I mean, they get body blocked at the choke point again, and Cap's able to free farm with his Bucky. They're just doing so much damage. And Mochimon, there's no portal they have to deal with because it's 99-0, and they used portal earlier. They're done. Round number one goes their way in a pretty clean fashion.
And they knew what they could expend as well going into this next round. Holding on to it for the very end of that last fight. Very explosive too, but being able to just run away with what Nectar is doing through that choke, and nobody looking at Nectar is even crazier with these grapple ins.
Yeah, I don't know how. It's just like Nectar's able to take that 1v1 with John Porky, and you know, John Porky hits those shots, but just doesn't fall back. And when we talk about with like living, you gotta pull your life instead of just go for KOs, because John's always finding one, right? He was always finding like a KO, but then got traded afterwards, and you got to play around your supportals. In this situation, it's not really like anything we've seen today, right, Vicky? Like, we keep seeing pretty dynamic compositions. This one feels, at least on that last map, just like absolute slobber knocker back and forth, you know, just haymakers going at each other.
Yeah, and more of these isolated picks in the neutral favors Mochimon at least. And now if you look at this next round too, Nectar could get the reset, and Beast look like they are staying with the Loki composition. So you have to watch out with those clones. You could also force out those lamps really easily. That Albion has had no problem just getting baited out to do, but that's also the green light that has enabled Nectar, and Month wants to build into that God of Mischief. In the top 3-3 with the Ensong Inferno, you allow Nectar to go crazy, and then you get a free reset if you want to follow the damage.
Yeah, but Mochimon keep playing this style. You know, we'll see as the tournament goes on how their ban phases are looking, but at least right now, they're doing incredibly well. For the Beast, they started off with the Sonic production. No Shroud ults on the side of Mochimon, and everybody they're looking at are CC immune at the current moment with the Diamond form, so that Sonic production eventually runs out. In fact, DRP almost gets taken out, but has a ton of healing, obviously, since he didn't overextend around that corner, so CB comes around to that other side. So C-Dub rather goes on the other side to try to get some extra damage off. Now you combine on two. Techie, actually, John, nice shot from him. Also has a Phoenix ult. JRP finds one. They also have the dance floor and the Bucky on the opposite side, so they trade back John Porky and Fontes. Ooh, Albion with his dance floor eventually is running out. They popped their own dance floor. They're coming back into it, Mochimon. They've lost a few early on, but they're still pretty healthy at the moment in terms of ultimate advantage over the Beast.
Not up the sky here. They're having to dance off of their lives, but just trying to keep everybody alive. That Bacon, though, so that will bring ultimate, but the Loki getting isolated. It's a trade-up from both sides. The Venom goes down, and the Loki goes down following afterwards. Clobbering time coming in, but Foster is there to save the day with a fate of both worlds. John Fortune now gets a reset on the Ensign Inferno, and you can't go anywhere if you're I'm Back Fast, getting sliced and diced with a beautiful freeze to be the nail in the coffin for months and make his way back to the spawn room gates.
Froshi just able to free farm. Meanwhile, you have that Wolverine ultimate too. Follow-up is here. Techie goes down again, and they've dealt with the Venom switch-up pretty handedly. The Beast control the point, 4% of the board now. They force some switch. It looks like I'm Back Fast is going over to the Venom. Techie's going over to that Emma Frost. So that's the mix-up they want, but I'm curious if the Beast does well against it, considering last map we did have like the Thing alongside the Emma or the Magneto. In this case, it's going to be a little bit more dynamic with the Venom in the comp.
But some damage output. They're not even looking to care if it's farming more of those strategist ultimates, but looking right behind him with Albion having close to that God of Mischief, it could work out for Beast. See what the clobbering time could do here, as well as C-Dub. They want to be able to bait them so that way that Bacon can at least get a kidnap if possible. At least going to I'm Back Fast. It's going to be difficult here, but Mochimon had everything to deal with these ults.
Just bank the Bacon. The comp is still available for a month. There comes a freeze cross map. We know that is no longer available to peel off the Beast front line, or at least to slow people down. C-Dub goes down to Techie, though, before the dance floor. We saw this previously, how they just go down during the dance floor, 2 down. That's brutal to lose people during this. Also, with the damage boost on top of the Phoenix Soul and the Kraken impact, far too much damage to deal with. Sent back to spawn. The Beasts are pushed off at 60%.
Stravery send out the freeze onto JRP the moment he tried to initiate the clobbering time too. So it was just Mochimon winning the fight diff again this time around. And Techie's got that Son of Seduction, Stravery's got the survivability, and Beast, they need to go hard here with Fascist and this Fate of both worlds if they want an opportunity here, as Mochimon have planted their feet on the ground this time on the point with 20%.
Oh, good call out. Yeah, that was something I missed in that fight. Huge job from him to Bacon, though. Nice kidnap on a tap, though. Perfectly thrown by his Sting, who gets his revenge, at least on tap in that fight. Can they keep it up, right? The Beast have found advantage, player advantage. But every time they turn the ultimates, the Mochimon have been able to turn these ones. They still play it slow. The Beast, again, can't go too far, even though they have player advantage, waiting for this fastball special. Toss him in the sky. Does connect with the Emma, and it's right on the ground. So he's actually brought farther away due to that slide tech almost by the Bacon, though. Phoenix Soul, unfortunately, can't combine onto the other side of the map, onto the Luna Snow, who's just sort of stalling it out. John Polsky looking for more. And also, he found Nectar and Stravery, so Beast actually get back control of this point in a second if they can deal with I'm Back Fast on the delay.
A 3-stun 2 onto 3 members of Mochimon just allowed Beast to be able to take over that fight, reflip the point back in their favor. But it's about this next team fight. They have Albion with the God of Mischief to copy that of the Luna Snow with the dance off to match that with Month, because both Luna Snows, at least Fascist, has a little bit more extra credit as they try to back away. But looking at where Mochimon may be coming from, as I'm Back Fast also being on that Venom, is looking for a diving opportunity.
He looking for those two, looking for the fastball special, sees them coming, goes diamond form to counter it. But now they got that cooldown out. What does the Beast want to do? It looks like they're actually the ones caught out. How do you set yourselves up for that? They go for that copy on Albion. He pops through the Snowflake, but again, they lose the Bacon. So they set up a play. They should know there's a counter coming through if they don't connect. But in this fight, they just lose it already off the rip. They do have that dance for a little bit longer. Nice job with Clobbering time. Nectar fight 2, though. Just gets the reset in the sky. Make it 3-4 instantly for Mochimon as they flip the point.
The only one clobbering anything is Nectar with these Kraken impact resets. They flipped the point when they needed to. Beast get to 99%. I know it's really Fascist who's gonna get the fate of both worlds again for this next upcoming fight. But the God of Mischief from both sides have resets, and the damage is so much that Mochimon is putting down. At least Beast, depending on what C-Dub does, they could try to get these follow-ups with the Sign of Seduction together with the Ensong Inferno.
Not to worry about for Mochimon on their side, but if I'm Back Fast can sort of dive in, maybe harass during these mid-fights, they could be in a decent spot for the Beast, though. Ready to set up with the Sonic Seduction. They started off with the Sonic Seduction like they always do, but does it find its value? D-Dub falls really low, needs so much support. Meanwhile, I'm Back Fast in a similar spot, but it's Techie the one to fall, actually. on the front lines of the Bacon, though, so good job by him. Overtime now ticks as the point still in control for Mochimon. Techie has to switch to the Doctor Strange. The Bacon, though, can't connect onto that Phoenix on the height, so still able to sit on that off angle. Meanwhile, comes back for that Venom, but basically missing the ground. Dance floor, hit damage boost. Doesn't get the elimination. They do, plus the anti-heal onto C-Dub, results in them falling. Good job with that piece of the base. Nectar, we've seen them do it again and again with the Kraken impact, but it was set up already early on by Ivac Pass. The Bacon. Oh! That's 3! But only finds 2. Still goes down. They give up the point. Mochimon capped it out. Celestial Husk goes their way.
Oh, the Doctor Strange portal play clutch coming out there too, on top of the Feast of the Abyss and the anti-heals. Are you kidding me? That set them up for success, but imagine if that Wolverine ultimate impact came a little bit earlier in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of what ifs. I think that it's just such a different series than what we saw today in other games, and that's the unique part of MLC. We get to see so many different matchups. We've seen so many unique compositions today. Beasts are going to lose that one. Mochimon going to take game number 1 on Celestial Husk, your favorite map, as stated by you, Vicky. That's why we keep getting it. It must be the case at least. But Hector's going to take home your MVP. Solid 19 final hits, 38 KOs alongside 27,000 damage. Cap close with the follow-up in 25K, but damn, that damage output, just in terms of sheer numbers, is a little crazy to look at.
Are going crazy from Mochimon, and you let Tap get away with it on the Phoenix. The 19 final hits from Nectar. I mean, this was incredible. I mean, you get it a little bit when you see up on top Gunport, he was able to at least almost get 20K, but these resets from Nectar from the very beginning, being able to take advantage of the Loki clones, really came close. And then you have the opportunity to play around the back end of the Doctor Strange portal for that second to last fight, and then get out of the line of sight of the clobbering time that was turtled in their direction. He didn't even care. He kept shooting no matter what. But that's why Bucky is so strong when it comes to a lot of these different compositions. Even strong, honestly, against a Daredevil, which obviously was banned here. But that's something that comes into play when you take a look at the series, like our previous series right before this one.
And I think you talked about it. You said turtle up, right? Like I feel like this squad is just, you know, for the Beast, they're not dynamic enough. Like, we just saw them go for fastball specials sometimes, and that was kind of it. Like, that's their only play. They have ultimates and stuff, but like the Sonic Seduction, it can't really make it work when it's disengaged well by a good team. It just seems like, at least in terms of practice, maybe Mochimon is a little bit favored here, right? Just because it does seem a bit static what the side of the Beast are doing, whereas Mochimon on their side, they're making multiple plays, they're setting people up. We'll see as the series continues, obviously, so it's a little bit too early to write them off, but if we go out of Domination, maybe we go to Convoy, they can be enabled a little bit more. Maybe it's easier to set up plays. I don't know, the Wolverine stuff didn't really pan out on a map that I think is a little bit more open and easy to disengage, but, you know, again, huge plays by Mochimon overall. You called it. I mean, Nectar was an absolute stud, but as was the rest of the crew on their squad. Albion was keeping up in terms of heals, we saw, Vicky, but, like, I mean, relying that heavy on your strategist, it seems like is not the play long-term.
I think just when you are able to set up your duelists the way that the Vanguards have from Mochimon, they have a way better time on getting that impact right with the bread and butter compared to Beast, where if they have a Silent Seduction or they get a stun, Eye of Agamotto, or even, you know, just being able to have them kept in place like we see with a lot of the Strengthening Prisons, although Group being banned once again, as well as Daredevil. But it's about the follow potential, right? And there was really not a lot of setup for Bacon to also take advantage of these Wolverine ults until the very end when they were grouped up together. And that also goes hand in hand with the strength of Phoenix, right? Because she wants to be able to set those sparks on you and get much more output from her damage.
Points all around. Wolverine Protect coming for the Beasts again, living up to their name. I mean, they're just playing Wolverine while being called the Beast. I feel like that's pretty straightforward. Meanwhile, Invisible Woman ban comes out. Gambit ban. Looks like Daredevil sometimes. And if you look at the lighting, you know, sometimes. But that same ban phase is happening for both squads. And we go to Domination too, Vicky. So if Hell's Heaven is a better Wolverine map, which I guess, I mean, it kind of is. You get those off maps too. You know, Super Soldier Factory, and there's a lot of change-ups you could do with Wolverine, but I'm curious, because Mochimon seems to be doing just fine against these Wolverine comps. They go for the Hella Protect this time around.
You could go for some off-man shenanigans. That's why we see a lot of Angela on this map, but I don't believe either of these teams probably feel comfortable leaning into that Angela. We'll have to see if it even is banned out, but outright, they do feel comfortable on that Wolverine to get these follow-ups. The Loki does stay protected, it looks like. We may be able to have, well, I was going to say the Gambit, but the Gambit got banned way earlier on. So it's probably going to be a very similar case of what we saw with the Strategist lineup prior to this. And the Mantis does get banned last, of course. So no Namor Hela composition. And they were forced to ban the Namor because they saw the Protect on Hela from the other side.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I just don't really agree with it necessarily now at this point from what we've seen. Only because, well, they already protect the Phoenix and the Hela. Like, that's obviously what they want to do. And we've seen how good it is. Like, I don't know, the Hela Namor team up is solid. And, like, the fact that you spawn those, like, squids is crazy. Plus, you still have the Namor ult plus the Dirge. Like, you get a lot of stuff with Namor, but it almost feels like fire rate-wise, just, like, I don't know, impact-wise, maybe you do more on Phoenix Hela. Also, I guess, like, Hela's sort of falling out of favor slightly in general, just with these, like, really fast dive compositions. But regardless, we're heading into this one, Vicky. Off the rip, both teams are going to be very interesting to watch, right? Because this is now or never, right? If you lose this one, you put yourselves on map point, Vicky. You could go home out of MRC without getting into that top, $10,000 prize pool today.
Very true. Best of 5 here in this lower bracket, round 12. It's been quite a journey for both these teams. Mochimon now feeling a lot more comfortable going into Hell's Heaven. Let's get this started, everybody. We see a different look at the pick and ban phase that is universal within MRC. We have to remind you guys it is a different look than our pick and ban system within the MRI, as it is universal, affecting both of these teams. And Mochimon, not much changing here. I don't blame them either, too, Dogman. They're sticking with the Phoenix Nectar on the bucket together with Monk and Bravery with the Luna and Loki.
Yeah, it makes sense to stick with it. We'll see if the Beasts, can play slightly differently because they're doing the exact same stuff we did before. This time we have... Actually, no, sorry. C-Dub is going to be on Captain America this time around to sort of create a little bit of change up in terms of pacing. But that thing already poked out. Nectar, same game plan as usual. Walk forward, click head. This time he pulls in the Loki, who has to use the regenerative domain. Is able to back away for now, but no, gets out of the original domain, goes down as well. Nobody's there to save him, and again, no pressure on Nectar. You watch Nectar POV, and it's just free farming.
He read him like a book. He knew which clone he was going to transform into and just headshotted it preemptively. That was actually crazy. Good point of view as we get the freeze up the Nectar, but that's not going to stop him from holding forward. He's got some support from I'm Back Fast before they finally back away. The message is clear enough with the aggression that Mochimon is playing in.
Yeah, right now, the Beasts, they just need a little bit of a change up somewhere, but looking for that fastball special on the right side, just throws him to the ground in this case. Meanwhile, John Porky walks on in. We already had the dance floor. They want to go aggressive. Monk with the copy goes for their own to counter it. Here's that Phoenix ult with the combo of the damage who's won't find anything. In this case, Tap on the flank actually goes down. Oh no, for Tap. He falls. That's a big pickoff on the off angle by C-Dub. Captain America change-up is huge for them so far. Meanwhile, Sunny Seduction from Techie on the backside. Down one. Connects onto Foshish, able to find them, so they're working themselves back into the fight. Meanwhile, still have to control the point. Barbering time for my back. The follow-up is there from Dat Bacon, though. But is there even more follow-up? He has the last stand available in a moment. That diamond form. TC immunity is running out. The thing tries to run and touch the point, but I'm back fast is going to have to be back fast because he goes down. Back to the spawn. Fastball special again. The Techie, who doesn't have diamond form anymore, and everybody's there to follow it up. You do have the rocket pack at least to live for a little bit longer, but the healing surely is going to run out, and so is the rest of Mochimon. Back to the spawn they go.
That doesn't look like a horror movie for Techie, right? Not even the big jump could save you here. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They held forward, and that was a really good recovery, too, because it did look like Stravery had frozen JRP in the middle of trying to go in for a clobbering time, but it ended up working out. Even though it was reset to 50%, he had it for the very end to then cut off their exit route and allow them to finally retake the point.
And almost, yeah, it's almost better to get canceled in that situation just for that potential off center. Here comes that Phoenix aggressive with the Phoenix ult. The follow-up not there, but after she comes back, the follow-up into John Porky. There it is. And again, it's not thinking long-term, I guess, in this fight. I mean, just lose 2 people off the rip. No res, obviously. We're not playing at Warlock. We're not playing Rocket Raccoon. So everybody's just kind of going towards main, trying to play their lives, and we flip the point in a second. Here it is.
You see just one tap of the headshot, and you just get absolutely deleted. And then I'm Back Fast just continues to punch away. You can't even go back. At least we'll be able to have 3 of these ultimates coming in, really make it 4 if Alvin stays alive and gets that God of Mischief for this next engagement. But they're going to need it. Mochimon also have been way better when it comes to their economy, saving up for these next fights.
That's a good point. I mean, to me, it looks like, honestly, the Beasts are like a scrim team, a team kind of coming back together to have a bunch of talented players, but just haven't really figured out that team cohesion aspect. But the fact that they're so far into the tournament is a little insane if this is what we're going to see out of them so far. I mean, it's a huge shout out to their overall talent level. Maybe in the right situation, these players can flourish, but at the moment, the right situation seems to be now. They try to go on forward with that clobbering time. This time it doesn't get reset like happened earlier. They walk on forward with that Luna's floor dance floor, but everybody's sort of living. Now we have a counter clobbering time on the backside. Doesn't actually connect onto anybody, I believe. Now we have the Luna's dance floor with the Phoenix ultimate to connect with the backline. CCs a few players into the damage boost from the Luna. Removes 2 immediately. Overtime now takes down, and it's just clean up at this point. I mean, you have Phoenix ult to sort of stall, but actually, with John's just in main. Like, it's just over. Portal you used earlier for some reason because he was trying to touch, and that's done. Ochimon win round number 1.
What a dominating fashion as well. I really like the way that they were also able to take advantage of the Emo Frost plus Luna team up to make their own makeshift shield. Not even to cut out their exit trajectory, just more so to keep up the pressure before having to do a little quick reset and then re-engage again. It's really brutal, too, to see how Mochimon's just been able to take control of a lot of these fights, but the way that they've also staggered their ultimates has just been the main thing for me to take away in this matchup of Mochimon versus Beast.
Yeah, and this is an interesting series, too. We'll see how the Beasts do in this next fight. You know, I'll save this point for later, but it does feel like sort of talent on the up and on the come up, right? If I guess I'll use it now. Like, if you just have like an analyst watching these games or whatever, you're like, oh, why is this player not doing this? Why are they having a battle? Why are they playing so static or whatever? But a lot of these guys don't have that coaching, right, on the come up, right? Like, you don't have that help at the structure at the highest level to actually know when to ult, and you're relying heavily on mechanical skill. So what happens is you have these like really talented players that get picked up, and then you're kind of, as an analyst and as a coach, because you didn't develop those players, relying on those players to sort of not just be smart, right? But sometimes you're going to get a player at the highest level that just gets picked up by a team because they're incredibly talented, but they just don't know when to ult. Sometimes they are just a little, airheaded, but then, you get tapped. A lot of these guys, they play on like Techie XD squad, that can be really good and smart in the right situation. So for the Beasts, we'll see how they do. They have ultimates in this first fight, Vicky. They pop already a cap ult.
You're great at clicking heads, but sometimes you just need a little bit of guidance to let you know when to click the big button that you need to win a lot of these fights, and the impact as well. Well, the decision-making and the impact of this clobbering time. It's found 3, but no follow-up, at least onto Techie. It comes out. They have the number advantage here. KRP trying to make the most of it after getting that stun, but Nectar's got the Kraken impact, and here he goes again. After the impact that we saw from the last series, he's looking to nail down this Loki. He doesn't care if he gets clobbered from right behind, because he only sees red.
Yeah, I mean, just brutal. Just sent back to spawn immediately. Mochimon now just able to kind of clean up on this point. Portal play comes through from the Bacon, though. Techie, same thing. So both portals sort of neck and neck right by each other, but it doesn't end up mattering because the Beast, again, just have to deal with Nectar, who has just been a menace on Bucky, looking a lot like old Terra days at the moment. You pop dance floor because they have control of the point at least, so they're trying to build even more, and they're still walking through the portal, so you force out ultimates. Maybe not a bad decision from the Beast, as they're actually kind of coming back into it, at least to stall at the point, losing Cautious. They're going to lose a little bit more, but it's a matter of how much tick can they get. It sort of happened on Celestial Husk for a round.
Oh my goodness, and they just keep going with it. Beast, although, have already wrapped up for 55%. They finally now flip the point, but Mochimon have no issue just fragging out at the moment, just trying to push them back. They finally flip it in their own favor, and they have so much going into this next fight. You're looking at JRP, who's been trying to take these flanking angles with the clobbering time, and Cautious as well, with the fate of both worlds, but looking to rotate that is going to be Monk to try to match that with his own dance-off and the copy of Luna.
Oh my god, he just stole the Wolverine out of his arms! Kidnapped his young baby child! Goodbye, that Bacon, though! Sent back to spawn. No fastball special for you today. Clobbering time to slow them down, but can you find anything else? Havagamotto slows you down too, since you're grouped up as a unit. At least you're getting the heals while stunned. But the reset's still available. You go aggressive with your own. Luna Snow dance floor. Cap finds one, has the ultimate afterwards. I mean, Nectar still gets his resets for some reason. They're on their 20th reset of the game, it feels like, because they're all back to spawn. In fact, Nectar goes all the way to spawn for a second, forcing out that Loki team.
They have a family. They're trying their best. Not only did he kidnap the baby Wolverine right out of the woman's arms, but now you're just moving back after just forcing them to the spawn room gates. Nectar the way that he's also been holding these Kraken impact and going in for the reset right when he needs it with the timing has also been really incredible. And that's the scary part when it comes to Loki and your positioning with these clones. As you get to see Beast just trying to go again. Mochimon already nearing 75%, and now the Ensong Inferno comes out. Stravery with the Luna Snowclap is just enough to give the backup together with Nectar, and I'm back fast.
Oh, man. All right, well, 20% to go. They don't have Portal. They are going to get potentially spawn camped here. Like, we're going close, trying to force out something. They're trying to fear for the Portal. Doesn't happen because obviously the cooldown's not up just yet. They're going to send somebody on the far flank. Somebody got out of spawn. It's the Captain America, so they'll start the tick of the point. But they need to keep something going, right? They have the last stand available. Nice job from the grab. Wait, did he not touch? He didn't touch. He pulled out the point. Nectar pulled out the point so nobody touches. It was on the cap. Pulls him away from the point. Excellent read. Mochimon win the map.
He was so good with those grapple lids at the very end. We saw it cut at the very end by the observers. Mochimon, they are in the driver's seat, and they're looking so good too. Their damage, even if they give up the point early on, like we saw from that last round, Dogman, we're seeing them come back around with their ult economy, and they really push forward with their momentum better than I've seen the opposition.
That's 100% true. Like, it does feel that way. And, you know, taking a look back at the series, or back at that game, it's only two maps so far. It does feel like it's all but over for the Beast, and we'll kind of see how they do on the next map, obviously. But, like, you know, this entire team of Mochimon's really good. Like, we can just say that, obviously. Like, you can see from the outside looking in, they have good reads. They, like you said, they have good game plans. They're changing them up. They're dynamic in their play style. Looking at the Beast, it's looking a bit static at the moment, right? Like, things, I've repeated it throughout the series, but it is true. Really talented players, but at the moment, they're just not clicking, at least in this series versus Mochimon, and it kind of shows there's a little bit of levels to this, right? Maybe we go to Convoy Convergence, but also those maps are more known for teamwork and synergy than Domination, so it makes sense you want to go to Domination because you can make it scrappy, I suppose, and make things work. So we already know Mochimon's good team all around the board, right? Like, they're already a contender. We can agree, right, Vicky? Like, this squad is good. For the Beasts, this could be it, right? This could be all she wrote. But maybe some takeaways here. Like, I feel like Alvium's looking pretty good. Like, you can see the healing output is crazy from Alvium, right, Vicky? Like, there's some bright spots here, right? What would you think is the bright spots of the side of the Beasts? They still have a chance to come back here, obviously, but if they don't, what's their sort of bright spots here?
I think you capitalize off those bright spots and you make sure that there's no reset potential from the Bucky, right? Like, you obviously only get so many bans, but if you're not running the Bucky and you want to stick to this Loki composition because you know the direction of the strategist bans in the pick and ban phase, get rid of the Bucky, right? But, like, Nectar, pretty flexible and crazy duelist. You do have the follow-up damage there with the Phoenix, but obviously Bucky's a problem, so you have to pick your poison, I think. And if you really want to stick to the Loki, I think that is enemy number one.
Fair play, 100%. You're right. Like, I think Alvium's been playing solid. We'll see how things go, right, for the side of the Beast. Maybe they mix it up, but considering what just happened last game, you know, you want to stick to the Wolverine. Your name is the Beast. You have to play it. They go for that Phoenix ban off the rip. I imagine it's different than the group, right? That's a little bit of a mix-up. I mean, Tap's been a menace so far, right?
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, I just feel like I'm still reeling from the satisfaction of seeing Wolverine getting a taste of his own medicine.
Exactly.
I could not believe it, man. The kidnap was insane, the timing on that. But yeah, they see the pressure from the Phoenix and the protect on the Mantis. I like this. We saw Mantis getting banned last in this pick and ban phase, and with Daredevil getting saved up now, this is a difference maker compared to the last two games in our series, so we're going to definitely see a change up here.
Yeah, it is a change up for sure. You see Groot is banned every single match so far. You go for that Mantis protect, you force out the Loki ban at least. So you get those two out now with just one protect at the current moment. We'll see if Mochimon have an answer to it. They keep the Bucky in the back pocket, considering that ban might come up next, considering now you can see they're trying to focus on the duelist hero pool as they banned out that Phoenix first. They get the Gambit on through this time around too, so going to be a quite different game, overarching game, and that is for the Beast, as, you know, considering the first two maps on Domination, they didn't go your way. You play Wolverine compositions. You still can, but also you allow some other variations, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and you're allowing the gambit, right? Which is, in my opinion, just always a very explosive outcome. And already with just neutralize, a lot of these fights have flowed in favor for Mochimon. So I think that's going to be even scarier for Beast to deal with, as Thing is the last one banned. They did not like the clobbering times that we saw from JRP, and JRP was getting better and better the longer he was on the Thing. So I'm interested to see what that flexibility is going to be for him on the Vanguard role.
True, yeah. Could be the Rogue, considering that still got through. Could be that entire team up, but yeah, I mean, like, it's interesting because you could see JRP was excited to play the Thing, like he was ready for it. He's like, oh, I guess I can't play the Thing now. I guess I have to play something else. But you can't play with your brain off, right? That's the difficult part for the Beast, is that they just keep kind of going in and then just not thinking of like a secondary game plan, fallback options. You know, they're not really working things out as the fight, continues. It sort of feels like they're just all in, go. We either KO or we don't. We'll see how it changes up for the Beasts. This time around, they're going to be forced off of the Thing, and that might result in them having to play a bit more flanky, right? And we could see some different sort of styles out of them. Meanwhile, for Mochimon, they're playing that traditional 3-3 style on defense with an Adam Warlock instead of a traditional Rocket Raccoon.
Different looks here. I like it. Been seeing a lot of these different compositions as the day has progressed too, right, Dogman? I really like how a lot of these teams are been trying to lean into their strengths here and what they feel comfortable with, but that could also be back and forth when it comes to a lot of these comfort picks from a lot of our players. It's all about that flexibility at the end of the day, and Nectar being on the Magneto, pinpointing what JRP is doing here, being on the Venom, he's not allowed to play Thing, and while John Porky's also getting information, he's already getting harassed, not expecting Nectar to be on the high ground.
And that is definitely a mix-up here for them at the moment. JRP sitting a bomb. Looking for that dive with his Iron Fist. He gets the Soul Bond. Everybody's playing as a unit together. And, yep, they take down DeBacon. The healing output too much with that Soul Bond. Able to take the fight win. The Beast not, like, disengaging it. Realistically, what you probably see a lot of good teams do is Soul Bond out, walk away, right, Vicky? But they just engage, and they lose that fight off the rip.
Tapping on the item is like, you can ban my Psylocke, but you can't ban it all. Here is the snipe from Nectar. Sends Bacon right back to front room gates. No kidnap for you. Great bubble and great heal from the rest of the team. Just forcing back this Wolverine comp that isn't really working out, at least to break this chokehold of aggression that Mochimon's holding on the defense.
I mean, Mochimon are very experienced playing this 3-3 style. We see it all the time at the highest level. We're already a minute off the clock. The Beast, not so much prepared for it, right? They're not running the Storm. They're not running this, like, incredibly high damage output that we see at a lot of top squads. Instead, they're going for that flanky sort of old-school style, but it's on a Convoy map. Meanwhile, everybody's inside the invisible boundary. At least two people are. Heats his own team, and it's KO'd. Brutal.
No, it be your own sometimes here. I saw the vision, but unfortunately, he was just a big target for everyone to focus on at that time. And now, with the Rage Royal plus Restravery, it's press forward time, and they're feeling themselves. Maybe trying to bait that up from the other enemy there, as Albion is forced to go back to the strong room gates. But everything that Beast are just trying to take apart from Mochimon, they look lost here, because they just cannot pinpoint the different positions that Mochimon are holding, whether it be on the high ground or split inside some of these houses.
Hey, you can tell the team's like a scrim team, considering they're now switching over to a comp traditionally that deals with the 3-3 style. It just does feel like it's too little too late, right? You have the Storm out finally. You take down Nectar. Okay, nice. Didn't get any heals there. Also force out the res, and it's only a solo res. You wait this out, maybe you can come back in, but you're losing your Punisher. Somebody save John Porky. John Porky's cooked, man. He's becoming pork live in front of our very eyes. The Bacon, though, is the result, it seems like, because, damn, the Storm in the sky is getting damage out, but has no support just yet.
I guess it works out right when you're together with that Bacon Go and your name is John Porky. You gotta start cooking something here, but it's gonna be the Heartbreaker from I'm Back Fast, bringing it all together, getting information, and taking away the ultimate charge from that Bacon and Albium, also preventing a Sharknado recontest here, as Stravy is doing the nail in the coffin for C-Dub.
Yeah, I mean, Stravy's been really good so far on Gambit, has made the right play every single time. Here comes that Storm ultimate. They pop Invisible Boundary. They're prepared for it this time. They actually chase him down. Stravy, nice job.
That was actually insane. Together, too, by the way, when they knew that they were going to be able to use the Invisible Boundary, you could just delete Storm before Jeff, unfortunately, unleashes the Sharknado button, but they didn't even let it have a build-up there.
Clean stuff to disengage it. Now, here comes John Porky with an ultimate. They don't even use the Magneto ult for it. So now, boom, nice bubble toe by the squad from JRP. Well timed on that one. Here comes the Sonic Seduction as well from Tank. So they've actually forced a few ultimates out, but Nectar finds the bacon though in the sky. I mean, Nectar's found a few picks so far on Mag. Albium's running away with, I believe, a person in his mouth. It looks like it was Tap. Tap goes down. In fact, it's brought back to the spawn of the attacker, so dies instantly. And also that Jeff is still alive, so not bad from the attack.
T-Double side of seduction, though. Everyone's getting out of the line of sight. Not going to be able to get the follow-up that they wanted to combine that together. JRP also close to Meteor M, and that bacon flying from the skies is able to find I'm Back Fast. Month does have the invisible boundary. Going to hold on to that for the next team fight, though. And with Tap 33 having that Chromic Revival, that's going to be the scariest thing to deal with for Beast if it's on overtime and they haven't even gotten to that first checkpoint.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you're right. Because Nectar can go for the portal. They can go and touch. He can actually drop the Adam Warlock ult before he goes through the portal if you want, so it doesn't get hurt, or at least it's, you know, everybody gets respawned back in spawn as he jumps through. But here comes that Meteor M from JRP into the Invisible Boundary. It's onto the only the Vanguard. Can't get the KO there. Didn't build the Meteor up big enough either on top of it to actually have the follow-up for the damage on a KO. But regardless, in the sky, I'm Back Fast is still alive, getting pocketed on Rogue. We've seen so many great Rogue players so far throughout the tournament, and he just is able to live on the inside angle. Here comes that Storm. In the front line, doesn't find a KO necessarily either, and that Jeff didn't have the Jeff NATO up, so they're getting walked on a little bit, able to take down Techie at the very least, but Bravery trades it back. In the sky, Stat Bacon falls. Also, the Born Again gets brought out. Don Porky Ultimate is about to run out. Bravery goes down, sure, but do you get brought back by the Resurrect in a moment? The answer is yes. Silent Seduction here as well. Nice job to get the turret, though, to negate the CC at the very least, but it doesn't matter because I'm Back Fast has the follow-up damage. There's a Jeff getting one person in his mouth and running away, but at the moment, it seems to be all Mochi Mon. You connect onto two players, but overtime takes down now, Vicky, and this is looking brutal. Maybe the portal, and you can come back in touch with the turret. Okay, this is maybe winnable.
Hold up, wait a minute, no one looking at him, but they're trying to get off now as C-Dub follows up, finds Techie, that's 2 out, both Vanguards out. Tap 33 had used up the Born Again earlier on, but Monk gets another rotation of the invisible boundary. They're playing back and forth. Mochimon down to 4 members right now. And if you're looking at Beast, they roll out with the Animal Crossing backline together with Cautious and Albion. They want that BRB to have full advantage to enable John Porky shotgunning his way. The choke slam, though, gets negated. T-Dub is going to find Nectar in the process. JRP does have that year end ready to go, but they've lost it on 2. With overtime still going up. They are stalling for as long as possible if you're looking at Mojimon.
Here M Tap running for his life. Could not live, though. Here comes that See You Later, too. And they're making it weird to the B-Stars. Bravery, no come back, though. With the Raging Royal Flush, they're able to get out with the squad on it, so they're stalling at the point. Both ultimates pop from the Beast. Meanwhile, Daredevil deep into the back line. Techie falls to the Bacon, though. We have 3 minutes left to go. You don't have res yet either for Tap. Does Tap get stunned in that CC? No, it's just Bravery. Tap's still alive with that res, but where is he? He doesn't have it. Now he does. He'll have his players back that just died coming into the fight, touch that objective again. So we have 3 meters to go. Nectar finds Focus. That's brutal. That's in overtime as well. So you're Rocket Raccoon in the fight. You do have John Porky. Does have an ultimate, but it's last effort from him on the outside. Nectar, deflex, bubble out. Does have the ultimate ready to go, but they dived around the corners. You do have left the bubble out. John Porky trying to track everybody, but cannot live any longer. And finally, with 2 meters left to go, the Beasts are done.
Dude, he was moving on them, though, in the back line. Literally, no one was looking at him. You see the Punisher Final Judgment, and he's literally playing around the wall, waiting it out, and then also was able to force the Mag to use the bubble to protect him when they saw the Daredevil, just in case. That's one ability burned, and then you just wait on the Final Judgment before you become the nail in the coffin to finish off what is left of this Punisher composition that they were trying to roll out with.
That's super smart. And that's what you gotta, you need to look for, scout for in some of these top tier players is the ability to switch styles, right? Like you saw earlier, you pointed out how Nectar was just on Bucky popping off. Now Nectar switches over to Daredevil and just plays their life like Fi would do, over in EMEA. A lot of players just need to switch that play style, switch that mindset, because you can see that the Beast, when they play that Punisher Storm composition, they're incredibly slow unless they have the Storm speed boost and stuff. But I mean, you can see you dance around them with this mobility. There's so much mobility in the game right now, and a lot of the top heroes just have this ridiculous amount of movement throughout the map, I suppose, that just results in being able to hide like that. So huge job from Mochimon. Now they move over to attack Vicky. Only 130 meters to go. And the Beasts, I mean, their backs are against the wall. Their tournament life's on the line. Can they show some life here, or is it all over for the Beast?
The battle
When it
starts
comes in
in
close and you
5,
have that triple strat
4,
lineup, right, working
3,
out for them, even
2,
swapping over to the Jeb at the very end. The Adam Warlock res on top of it. It's the Endless Flame for Zombies. A long fight here. Coming out of the gates now. Can they get to that checkpoint is the question. Mochimon have had no problem breaking through these chokeholds, though, as that Bacon's the first one called out. And Tap 33, he's rolling out on the Moon Knight.
Yeah, I mean, they're just able to sort of steamroll off of that. Usually don't find a pick in that case, but, you know, able to in that fight. Everybody else on the Beast falls, and you have to make it weird now for the Beast at the very least, or for the Beast. I don't want to keep going the Beast, but, you know, Mochimon moving on. 30 meters to already gained, and portal play is going to have to come through now from that Bacon.
Walking the dog now this time while they waited up here. That Bacon uses up that portal, like you mentioned. Going up on the high ground is going to be JRP for diving onto this backline that does have some help. A nice little stun onto Techie. Nectar's right there, though. Close letting that devil out. Nice stun, though. The choke slam causes C-Dub to fall together with the hand of Kansu laid out by Tap 33. I'm back fast and coming back really fast with some heals, though. He already popped that armor, and it's looking into the abyss. But here comes Born Again, John Porky, taking a note out of the Mochimon book.
As Red Tap just sees him, though, so forces out that BRB at the very least, or sorry, consumed by John Porky. On the inside, invisible boundary available to actually finds Nectar. Huge Nectar won't be back in that fight either. Tap close to another Moon Knight ult. Has it available. I will go from the Bacon. Slows everybody down. It's into a Moon Knight ult, so it's traded, but the Bacon finds two. Gets hit by a few of those hands from Kanchu. But the Bacon has no healing. Everybody died in that Moon Knight ultimate. Tracked down by Tech.
That's the worst feeling ever. You finally get that backline, but guess what? You look behind you as a Vanguard and everybody is back in the spawn. You have no help, no sustain, and now Mochimon 2 minutes are looking to climb with this cart. They barely have to even get it to that first checkpoint.
And above Albium around the corner. They used the portal earlier. You're right. They all have to come through the choke. You can match with any ultimate you want. Drop to let the devil out. They commit 2 ultimates immediately. Techie also uses 1, so 2 for 2 trade. Nobody really making a move just yet. Too much overhealth from the Captain America. Too much damage and CC from Tenki and Nectar. Now you plop damage from Techie just whipping out the fist.
If anything, it just acts as that battery that they need with these Gambit ultimates. Watch for those Raging Royal Flushes. That's how you're going to be able to take control over these fights with the triple Vanguard that Beast is rolling out with. Now, Stravi's going to be able to fight JRP. That's going to be it. Mochimon, they clear the points, and the Moon Knight does more than enough with the damage impact that it had over by these walls, and these are...
Smooth Criminals on Mochimon. 3-0 fashion. They move on, Vicky, to go against what is sure to be a tough opponent. The Beasts on the other side, the Beasts on the other side are eliminated. Going home in this lower bracket, but honestly, I mean, there's a few takeaways, right? Like, we know Mochimon's a talented team. We know these guys are definitely like a top squad in MRC. For the Beasts right now, I mean, the fact they made it this far is huge. They obviously have talent to do so. And they're, like we said, I think their strategist line is pretty solid. They had good plays there. I mean, everybody in this team definitely has the talent. They probably just need a few more teams that have consistency, right? Just to get a few more practice blocks in, a few more scrims together, either as a unit or on different squads. They just need more time at the highest level. And I would assume at least 1 or 2, maybe even 3 of these guys are still around at the top level, maybe even in some signed teams moving forward. But for Mochimon, this is a contender. We know that. And to keep it up, Vicky, we'll have to find out, obviously, later on.
Yeah, Beast should be very proud of themselves, too. You know, being able to group up together as a unit and placing the money is nothing to scoff at as well. And for those of you guys watching at home and want to try your hand at the MRC, this is the path to pro. This is where you get to test your skills to see if you match against some of the best in the world here, and specifically in the Americas region. You get to see different compositions putting out across those other different regions, Dogman. And now seeing Mochimon move on through the bracket, they've had one heck of that lower bracket run, and it keeps going in their favor.
Yeah, Mochimon's going to be a force to be reckoned with. You called down Shraver earlier, hitting some huge gambit timings. The whole team is incredibly smart. Now, we have to figure out what their weaknesses are, right? Like, I feel like with these Daredevil teams, Vicky, it seems like today so far, some of the best Daredevil teams, when Daredevil's banned, first of all, they have to change things up, but then also against other good Daredevil teams, maybe even better Daredevil teams, they tend to fall off, like we saw with Ego Death. But we're not done today just yet, Vicky. We have another lower bracket run. In fact, it's going to be all lower bracket runs, I believe, from here on out, besides the upper bracket. We're going to go to a short break. It's going to be a 10-minute one. We'll be back after this.
remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and mid-season finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
Welcome back to MRC. My name is Dogman, joined by Vicky. You are on the official channel of twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals. Vicky, obviously today's been fun so far. We just had a not close series, but the other 2 series we had were good, right? They were closer, but it's bound to happen, right? In a tournament like this, the Beast made it pretty far, sent home to Mochimon. Now we have a pretty good one, I think, that we can both agree, Vicky, right? This should be a fun series between 2 teams filled with talent that have competed in Ignite and also in MRC basically every single time. In fact, some of these guys have won MRC and Ignite at separate points.
Yeah, they have, and we literally just saw Lunex Gaming get sent down to the lower bracket after an insane first series that we opened up the stream with Dogman, or Team Guilty. They won 3-1. That was the close series that we've been mentioning when it comes to the explosive Gambit plays, and Phoenix plays, and Bucky plays all around. It's never ending with the Raging Royal Flush. I guess Gambit just never pulled, and now we get to see if it plays out again now in a new series where we just saw Mojimon. We were talking about it to see how you get to compare the player levels between a team that may not have a lot of scrim practice, or maybe even the utility of having an analyst or a coach to give them the backup and information that they need, against a team that had that experience. Right now, moving on though, Lunex Gaming is a great contention to figure out where Mojimon stands when it comes to the talent that they have.
Yeah, I think this squad, in terms of Lunex, has definitely been competing to a very high level so far throughout, right? For Mojimon, I think in their case, it's the same thing, right? Like, we just saw them just absolutely dismantle another squad, but I think this is going to be a little bit closer. Definitely more fair matchup based on what we've seen between these two squads before. I mean, Lunex and Mojimon definitely go way back in terms of competing against each other, even playing on the same team together with Crimzo alongside Techie and Nectar. So it should be fun. Same thing with Amazing and Probus. So it's going to be cool. Another grudge match, kind of, but a different sort of take on it, right? With the Dark Zero one happening previously, now it's going to be back to the old Sentinels.
I love this, and we get to see it formulate right before our eyes as we get to see Rocket banned next as the next Protect comes through, but with the Rogue Protects as well as the Bucky, that also indicates that they're expecting the Loki plays to come out, but it's not going to be with the Gambit, maybe with the Invisible Man instead.
All right, so kind of typical so far. No Wolverine sort of punch so far. You do have that group protect towards the very end, which is very interesting. And for Mojimon, see what they want to do, right? The Groot is just a good hero overall you can play, especially since Lunex loves to play these triple Vanguard compositions with the Rogue Gambit style. But I wonder what they'll do since Gambit is banned, and also Mantis. So a lot of focus towards Amazing sort of enabling heroes, and then the Loki ban at the very end is unique, I think, for Mojimon. I like their sort of ban phase so far.
Almost like what we were predicting, right? Because now you could expect the other team to try to match that with the Bucky. Now you take that away when Amazing was been having a really good time on the Rogue, and it's the Daredevil that is banned last. So both Daredevil and Gambit off the table, with Venom being protected here from the other side. Again, universal pick and bans as Kurova gets away with being on the Atom Warlock for this first map.
Wow, that is interesting, considering how, I mean, Rai, like you mentioned, he was doing good so far on the Daredevil stuff, right? Like, he was playing it well. But, you know, maybe they want to change back more to these Brawly-style compositions, rely less on, like, a Crimzo Captain America alongside those Daredevil dies. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch, because I feel like it's forcing Lunex to switch to compositions that I think other teams aren't going to try to do, right? With Amazing going over to Bucky, you should going over to the Wolverine. You would think, you know, you should be the one on Bucky. Amazing have to pick up the Wolverine, but we'll see how this goes, as Mojimon are going to play, actually, the Hella Namor comp, which we haven't really seen too much, actually. In fact, when we have seen it, it's lost to, like, a Phoenix Hella sort of duo.
Kind of maybe expecting Crimzo to roll out, well, he is on the Angela, but of course, when it comes to that Captain America, he could do the same exact thing. Angela having a lot more impact in that verticality that this map provides too, with the tiki angles that you can tweak, and trying to get your own version of kidnaps and trying to enable Yusha so that way he can dive together with Crimzo.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Lunex now starting it out
All you need to do is
between themselves and Mojimon. It is a 1st to 3, best out of 5, and this is the lower brackets now. So we saw last time Lunex was in that upper bracket. Mojimon kind of making this lower bracket run. Meanwhile, I mean, they have Tap from Envy Fame as well, alongside Techie XD of Sentinels / formerly, well, actually, yeah, Sentinels was his first big professional start. You know, now they come back in. Angela goes for that dive early on. Dogman follow-up. Techie gets removed.
Dogman with the slow fall here before walking his way onto the point. You see Crimzo, like he's setting out his Pokemon to do the damage here, distract them, holding down the front line. I'm Back Fast is getting burnt out from the back line here. Having to be careful with Amazing, helping the back line with the peel. Crimzo is frozen in time, though. Are you sure is going to be able to get over to the side, but Nectar going uncontested for right now up on the high ground. Only looking at him is going to be Dogman, just trying to snipe him out there. Nectar getting away scot-free for now is going to finally be dealt with Crimzo.
Crimzo sort of has to go back and forth. It's a bit more of an open map, so I think you can't really harass his well as other maps we've seen for Angelus. Now they go into the invisible boundary of their own. Techie finds Rye early on. Counter invisible boundary is the whale there to match on the opposite side. There it is. But everybody's still alive. Dance force here from Kurova 2. They've avoided that center bit that can maybe one-shot a squishy, and they're still alive and doing quite well, but ultimates after are what's going to matter. Meanwhile, both strategists trying to keep each other alive. Future in the sky. Galactic Legend finds one, finds another. Nectar, meanwhile, Hella ultimate able to find two, so it's traded, but not well enough. Nectar only gets two for Users 3. And no Mochimon, I mean, eventually they get wiped up. No healing here. I mean, you could try to clutch up, I guess, on Venom, but he just leaves for now.
It was like Christmas came back around again for a round 2 for Usher. Once he saw that invisible boundary go down, it's all green lights with the Galactic Legend to ring out in their ears up in the skies. Now, it's Mochimon having to re-engage again. It's I'm back fast with the Feast of the Abyss, but no strategist ultimate to keep them alive.
In this case, you got to do something about all these strat ults, you know, either by using a dual assault to force out an early Usher, you know, like you mentioned, just waited patiently. They forced out the strat ults via other means, and you know, you keep that solid ult for a fantastic time, sort of saved it for a rainy day. Now here comes I'm back fast with a dirge. Oh, poor Kurova. Double anti-heal. In fact, just the damage removes him. Now in the sky with the immediate ram. Dogman goes low, and you can maybe get the KO with the Venom Tentacles, but the healing for Playmate is there. However, no other healers besides Playmate is on this point. Scrub went down earlier through all of that damage, and now the invisible boundary is too late from Playmate. You give up the point. Mochimon's in control for now. Usher finds one at least. You know, Month went a little bit too far, but you still are lacking that healing support. You pop invisible boundary on the opposite side. Mochimon needed to in this case. But as long as Lunex delay, that's actually not terrible for them so far.
Yeah, they were trying to suffer as long as possible. I thought they were going to keep it going, at least with the invisible boundary right there, and they still have the tree trunk to play around to get some extra cover, but they can't offer right now. Crimson the anti-heal, though.
Ooh,
cannot get away. Galactic Legend now. Leisure up in the skies. Can they pin where he's at? As Tap also has the will to call in the sounding of the 7th trumpet, but it's just going to be them backing away from now. They also waited out that Galactic Legend nicely. It's why amazing.
A bit too early, actually, and you know, it's kind of interesting because Raya going over to the Hella's unique swap up. I wonder if that, you know, means anything overall. Nectar just takes down Crimzo. And it is interesting too because like I feel like we'd like Usher to play the Hella maybe instead. Like Raya's been really good at Hella, don't get me wrong, but Usher just been clicking heads lately so far. Mochimon trying to close out versus a really good team in Lunex. Maybe that warm-up they just had versus the Beast got them ready for this tough matchup versus Lunex.
Yeah, a lot to work with here. Looking at Bravery 2, who wants to build into that invisible boundary, but Oven looking at I'm back fast for now. The dance from Kurova is going to allow the Fate of Cold Flow to push Lunex Gaming Taxi onto this point to try to pinpoint the strategist, though. It's going to be Monkey waits last for the Fate of Cold Flow. The reach of the Goddess of Death, the Meteor M going all the way up, trying to find out who's behind the tree trunk here. It's going to be both of these ultimates mirrored from both these sides, so it's very amazing to find Munz.
Yeah, huge follow-up from the damage. I mean, Lai can't get the KO himself. Needed some follow-up damage with some good target focus. Now on the low ground, everybody's stuck together in that Angela ultimate, and the follow-up damage there. The Feast of the Abyss does nothing for I'm back fast. Yeah, flip the point. Portal, it's going to be too late, maybe. I mean, 4%. Somebody has to touch. I don't think anybody can. Portal won't be there. Save that cooldown, surely. Lunex now cap the map, or round, and win the first round.
Not too sure if I heard it at the very beginning. Hopefully they didn't use it up here going into this next round, though. Wanting to hold it steady if you have to go in for an early recontest, but looking at the economy and what they're working with here, too. I like the scrappy fights that we had from the outskirts of the invisible boundaries as well, because you won't have that vision. But going back and forth, Crimzo is doing a good job at controlling the waterfall side of that first round, now going into the second round.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun series. Mochimon, you know, what did they mix up? Nectar going to be back on the Hella again. Amazing still on his own. You know, do they go for that super fast dive that we saw to teams earlier when we saw Ego Death? They're swapping Tap over to Psylocke. I mean, we haven't seen that much last week at all.
Psylocke getting a bit of her limbs cut off here, but can make the magic work, especially when she's got the damage boost to help her out, followed up with I'm Back Fast, who's also been getting a nice amount of impact, and Nectar's also been able to take a lot of these off angles, but we did see Tap get target banned in our last series that we just saw with Beast versus Mochimon, where Tap wasn't able to really play the Psylocke, right? So it was a focus on here to see what Tap now could do, being able to play onto this hero, at least for the second round, and they need it with the way that Lunex Gaming are starting off this fight. They're about to have the Galactic Legend, and there's no strategist ultimate to help them with it.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. I mean, I like to change up, but you're right. There's nothing on that side for Lunex to deal, or sorry, for Mochimon to deal with this Galactic Legend. Now it's in the sky. They just actually walk away, though. It's very early. No Techie actually commits the ultimate and yeets it down towards Garova. Goodbye. Huge pickup with that Meteor M, which was initially a counter to the Galactic Legend. And now you have nothing for Lunex. You have to play it slow, rely on pickoffs, and you do. Rai finds Nectar. He finds his former teammate on the backside of the left of the map, I believe. So he's just left behind, though. The invisible boundary is here. They still find Crimzo on Stravery's ultimate, but you have advantage for Lunex. Can you take advantage now?
I think the second time we see Kurova just get yeeted a meatball from like 100 meters out, and unfortunately being in the position that it is perfect to hit the mark now, as the invisible boundary is called in a little early from Flamake here. Monk lingering back. Kurova takes this dance right back around to help keep this going, because neither of these looking at Mochimon having that 20% progress, but they haven't been able to find these picks. Now you see Monk being able to activate the fate of both worlds. Kurova's going to be able to have a second, and this is going to be able to enable you, sure, who knows that Stravery doesn't have the invisible boundary.
If they make it scrappy, though, Tap will also have at these low points. Oh! Crimzo shut down by Monk this month, and also with a big freeze to follow it up early, sets it up for success. Now pieces the miss on the backside. Everybody's antsy. Is Tap there with the follow-up damage? No, he actually used Silent Gold earlier, but it's fine because he traded out for 2. Mochimon still control that point, like you said. Ryan, the 1v1, able to take down Monk at the very least, but I mean, the team's gone. Wait, 1v1 versus Nectar. Oh my god, that could have been insane, but he doesn't hit it.
Unlucky, it was literally one shot. You know when you're sitting on the edge of your seat, you're like, dang, man, my forehead was touching the monitor. I would have landed that last shot here, free kicking. As Crimzo tries to run away, he gets healed up. More batteries here for the strategist ultimates of Lunex Gaming right now, as Flamay is close to that invisible boundary to match out of Stravery, who's holding on to it to deal with Booster, who is finding the opportunity with these Galactic Legends, but he's going to hold on to it until they know that it's burned up.
Yeah, Yusher this fight.
Maybe not.
He's trying to force out that Meteor M at the very least. Throws it against the wall. Yusher just tries to live. I mean, as long as we live afterwards, Taps, being found is actually a huge bonus somehow. And now we use Invisible Boundary on the inside, forces out Flame. As long as nobody goes down for Lunex in a decent spot here, they pop the Angelo to follow up from the Blast of Barrage to build up that old charge and also look for this Hell in the Sky now. Running out of ultimates is Mochimon. They're still holding control of that point, though, right, Vicky? So we're not really seeing a flip of that point until we're seeing more KOs come through for Lunex.
And we're not out of the woods just yet here, as he tries to dive on top of their heads. You see the bubble, now you have the dance off after the Meteor M is pointed at your face. Nectar with a nice chicken angles, and we're going to find Mr. in the process. Crimzo's trying to run away, but he gets healed up thanks to Kurova having the fate of both worlds. Mochimon, though, have not given up this point, despite Dogman finding Nectar. A nice stun, though, onto the backline of Mochimon, causes Monk to fall, Stravery to follow, and even with the Piece of the Abyss, the number of advances goes back to favor for Lunex Gaming.
Yep, controlling it now. And you can see, I think Lunex is really good. By the way, they get staggered onto Flame. They're really good at trying to get better ultimates for sure. Like you can see, you called it out earlier, how like we're trying to time our strategist ults to sort of just be better than the other team. Like we have it. So you use your strat ult first, and then we use our second. And that's really good for sure. But like also composition-wise, the Luna Snow synergy with the Psylocke is huge. I think that can enable Tap on these flank angles and stuff too. But we'll kind of see how this continues. Lunex still have ultimates. Yusher also over to that Namor to also soft counter that Psylocke and Venom Dive. So we'll see how it pans out as they still have ult advantage. Lunex do.
Obviously showcasing that the swap was well worth it, but that's something that Lunex Gaming are keep in mind. Nice! The anti the dirge enough to stop Tap from getting away after getting the initial hit.
That's happened twice in a row now, sadly, for Tap.
Nice.
I mean, he's gotten picked twice, but you know, we'll see what happens. Just build the ultimate, play with the team maybe, as they are trying to hard counter you, right, with this sort of Namor comp. He's also still have ults too, and you know, you haven't built Luna Dance for yet for a month, but this can be drawn out. You know, we'll see how Techie goes with this Meteor M. Can he connect in this invisible boundary? We'll have to find out in a little bit.
They're trying to wrap up though. Looking at Stravery and Monk, trying to keep Monk alive. They see Crimzo need some help with the heals, as now Tap dives in.
Yeah.
The opportunity together with I'm Back Fast too, right? That's what we were looking out for, the wombo combo and the bread and butter of the dive characters and just trying to get that impact. But now try to get into position. You see the invisible boundary from both sides, but they want to isolate Flamay. Nice bubble though to help out Flamay to get out.
I mean, they get that ult basically for free because they found Crimzo on that flank who was deep in Narnia, basically. Raya across the map finds Bravery somehow, and that Retribution sends them the heck? In this case, they're going back to the spawn. Rye on Hella sets it up. And I mean, he goes down to tap. Is it too little too late? Can we even get a touch with a portal?
Nah, it's gonna be difficult here. It's one. Oh no, he gets stepped in the head. Stravery can't even look at the point because he's met on the other side of a Trident. Lunex Gaming, they flip the point and they take the first map.
That was a crazy freaking map. Carousel is the map name itself, but that did feel like a real carousel because, like, damn, like both teams kind of soft throwing at different points. You know, you had Tap get picked off 2 times. And you have Crimzo go down, but he did go down really far away, forcing out those mobility cooldowns to touch that point. Dongman's going to be your MVP. I mean, he was big on Magneto throughout the series, but damn, if that's map number 1, Vicky, we're in for a treat. Lunex take it.
It's also really good to see how Crimzo at the very end with the Angela ultimate was able to split the team, right? Tab got into position to finally use the Dance of the Butterflies, was able to even get 1, but guess what? Your rest of the team, there's nobody there to back you up, and you were just left alone after Crimzo had called down Heaven's Retribution on the rest of your team's head. Now, looking at this, though, Dogman's going to be the MVP. 9 final hits, but I'm looking at Usher, and the swap to the Namor really came in clutch together with the Hella from right now.
Yeah, that was the right play. I mean, yeah, Usher was just kind of existing to force out Magneto, it felt like, on Star-Lord, right? But, you know, we'll see as the series continues how both squads do. I think, like, you know, you never want to see 7 KOs onto a Psylocke, right? That's just, like, tough. It's really tough, but it's also hard for me. The map is so big. Psylocke, you can only use so many dashes, and eventually you'll run out, right? So if you set up your far flank, it's going to be always difficult to sort of regroup with the team. But, you know, obviously didn't pan out that map. We'll see how the ban phase goes. Honestly, not bad for Lunex, though, in that ban phase. I'm curious how it changes for the next map.
Yeah, I'm wondering, are we going to see the Gambit come through finally? Maybe not here. We're going to keep the Gambit banned. Daredevil, obviously, was banned that time around, too. So not going to be able to see that Daredevil. It's usually like one or the other, but we've seen both get banned out. I feel like Phoenix, especially, too, being banned is an indicator to see, depending on what map we go on to, if there's much more open sidelines, both of these teams may want to lean into having the Phoenix available.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, like, we just saw incredible Phoenix play throughout this entire week and last week, too. It's bound to keep happening, right? Like we saw also Rye doing quite well in Hella. I think a lot of criticism has come his way for being able to pick up the Hella. And he used to be like an incredibly good Hella player, right? Like back in the day, but then there was players like Delena, you know, some of these guys that came in and sort of just ran the show on Hella, right? Like Usher, in fact, is another good player on hit scan players on heroes. And, you know, I think Rye Amazing's been better at playing these sort of like Daredevil dive heroes. So we'll kind of see how it progresses moving forward, but he looked pretty solid on Hella today.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see how a lot of these teams too have no issues on swapping up the comps that they need to, right? Whether it be like dealing with the Angela or it's been dealing with the Daredevil. You want to dip the Daredevil. What is a better character to help heal for your backline? And the Buckies have been a menace, right? And it's a great answer if you're constantly running into a lot of these Lokis, which obviously isn't going to be played out here because Loki was banned as well as the Mantis. But when it comes to knowing how you're going to be able to rotate through those strategies ultimates, including the amount of Lunas that we've seen forced out, has been really incredible too, because it's not very easy, especially when you're dealing with like somebody like Crimzo on the other side.
Oh yeah. Like Crimso's only weakness is sometimes he just overextends, right? Like sometimes we'll see him, you know, go a little bit too far, like we saw at the end. But it panned out. He drew him away from the fight. Like if you go down and you draw everybody back there and you buy yourself more time to get back because you're playing a quick character, screw it. You know, not bad call. Ochimon goes for the Mantis ban first. Lunex going for the Phoenix ban on the opposite side, so that character is not in play again.
And we are going to burn in T'Challa, and with Phoenix not being able to be played, even with these open sidelines, Daredevil, though, is out of jail. And there's a lot more of that verticality, too, right? So you get to go back up on the high ground, so you could take much more of these flanking angles, hug over through the walls. I know Amazing, despite loving Rogue, has also played the Daredevil, but then you have to try to match that together with what Nectar could do, what we've seen Nectar do already with the Bucky. We've been able to see him flip-flop between that and the Daredevil as the Rocket Band comes out next.
And that's the crazy part. For as good as Psylocke is, it's like Daredevil's even better just because, like, I mean, the character doesn't die, man. Like, it has so much mobility on top of getting overhealth during, like, the mid-fights. It's ridiculous. That character's overkidded, but that's another story for another day. Oh, yeah. Rocket Raccoon ban makes sense, I guess, a little bit, but we haven't seen too many Rocket Raccoon bans actually throughout, so that is interesting to go for that ban out of all heroes on Burn the T'Challa of all maps, too.
Yeah, I agree, because also, like, it's not like you would have the Phoenix, right, to, like, go in together with a boost, with Phoenix also being banned here. But they said no attack boost allowed and no Loki to follow up. So it's a lot of focus on the strategist, really just minus Phoenix from Lunex Gaming side, as these universal bans, once again, do apply for both of these teams.
Yeah, we'll see what the last ban is coming out. Mochimon, we've seen them play a ton of the Venom. I mean, I'm back fast, obviously a Venom main, loves to play that hero. For Lunex, they go for that Emma Frost ban, so trying to focus on now some anchors of that point. For Lunex's side, they're going to play the Daredevil, obviously, because of how good Amazing's played it earlier. You still have that Rogue, no Gambit involved, so probably not going to actually play the Rogue, but, for Lunex, I want to see what they have to do. I mean, they put Karova on Luna Snow last time. He hasn't been able to play the Gambit or the Loki like we saw earlier, or the Invis in this case, because it's usually Flame. But let's see how both teams adapt, because this is another domination map in a row like we keep having.
You let Crimzo, though, get away with the Groot. That's why we see the protection on the Groot right here. And we know that how Groot is on burn-in, especially with these walls to help you out against the Magneto balls. And that coming clutch a lot of times from Crimzo series, even that very close series too, where he had so much impact on the Groot on Spider Island.
He did. I mean, Crimzo's definitely one of the first Vanguards, at least in North America, to get really good at Groot, alongside have a good team that plays around that style very well. While scouting the comp, you can see both Daredevils just clearing a wall. And what are they running? I wonder, guys. I don't know. Maybe I can just see through walls on Daredevil and figure it out.
The fact that they're both looking at each other and both teams have the same set of information as the other, though.
I don't think you do.
I mean, when they're pointing at each other.
Yeah, it really is. That's goofy, man. But, regardless, we started out, and now, Lunex get to play around their thing. And Magneto playing this sort of grouped-up composition, kind of what Mochimon was playing earlier, where they're going for that Angela alongside Daredevil Dive to support Nectar on these pushes.
With I'm back fast being on the Angela, though, you have some shenanigans over to the side here to get more of these environmental KOs. Let's see if they manage to get the bait, though, with the fishing rod. As he's scouting around here, just waiting for them to push through that choke. Finds one victim, tries to go in for it. Bubble out as well. Tech is moving away with Tap in the backline over onto the Bucky. So it's the Bucky. It's Karova finding the clamp onto I'm back fast.
Yeah, I'm back just kind of sitting in the open there and just take too many shots from Usher. Shield goes down, follow-up shots from the squad. And yeah, I mean, it's just one after another. They fall apart, Mochimon that is, and Lunex take the point, send them away, also built up ultimates first.
Got away, still with a hair on his head for now. Lunex Gaming having control of this point first is scary when you take a look at Fome having the invisible boundary. Bravery is close to his own here, but Tap now brute forces his way in, close to that Kraken impact. Nice spacing built up by Techie. Dogman also close to that Meteor M, but look at Mochimon, look at Nectar specifically waiting on the Daredevil before diving in here over to the side of his own team, but he's isolated from May, who's on the Invisible Woman, who already called in the Invisible Boundary.
Push away, got back to that invisible boundary. Now Meteor M's are on both sides. Use your way. Techie just sends it to the back line. Nice job stopping a little bit early on the Bucky. Both Meteor M's just used for peel more than anything, not connecting on any KOs. Now you have that clobbering time. Shut down Tap, even through that dance floor. Nice job with the damage follow-up on the squad. And they're just stalling it out. I mean, dance floor is over. Let the Devil out now for Amazing. He has it. Nectar doesn't. Does I'm back fast even have a stun for him? It looks like the answer is no. They're just slowly getting whittled down.
I mean, they'll take this absolutely any day here. Now they're going to be able to try to force out a stagger, perhaps? No, there's going to be the backup right there from Tap 2, forcing Amazing back. But that was a great stall here from Lunex Gaming because they were fine at just taking that fight. Now they're already nearing 80% on the point.
They've done a great job this map and look to continue up that dominance. You don't have Travis Souls on Mochimon's side, but you do have Nectar Souls, right? And they don't have anything yet either. So if you can go quickly before they build Stratus Souls, that's huge. But Flame's super close. Flame dealt very well with the dive earlier, but he also did not deal with the Devil. As this time, Nectar will go in with his ult. You sure? Oh, wait. No, it's Fraver on the back, so they have to deal with the dive from Amazing. And the invisible boundary pops on the other side, so you might have a better one. Amazing pulled back in by Tap. Nice job to shut him down. Invisible boundary eventually going to run out both sides. It's a stun onto Dongman and Crimzo from I'm Back Fast with a huge clobbering time. They're going to flip that point.
They're gonna make sure they call in the Exorcist instead. They don't care about the devil right now. A nice, beautiful freeze, just so the way they can try to get out of jail here. But Mochimon finally flipped the point here in their favor, and that's up to 99% for Lunex Gaming.
This is why I think like the CC ultimates and Vanguard ults in general are like so good, and pairing that to like Let the Devil Out for Amazing on his side, or rather with Nectar, rather with some other players like the Bucky. I think there's only Bucky on the last fight. It's really hard to win those fights if you can set up your thing. Not much counterplay you could do in that situation once those shields are broken. But Ryan, the high ground, trying to fight for that space. Nectar meets him though for now as both teams slowly walk towards each other, inching towards this objective.
Look at what they have to work with here, too. Nice freeze onto the tap. Crimzo lets it go, though, with the clobbering time, but it's met at the same time with the thing from I'm Back Fast to clobber his way right through it. Nice dance up from Month to help re-stabilize the team, although Korova tried to match it. He was down already 2 members, and he meets them back in spawn room gates. Mochimon, they win this fight, and they get extra progress on this point for now.
I mean, they're building it up. 60% of the board. Warrior Falls is our first round here, and Ultimate's now up in a moment. You're right. That ultimate by Crimzo's rough. You know, you just get KO'd by On Back Fast and that tandem with the Lunex dance floor. Huge job for Mochimon. Now we're 70% of the board. They have ultimates in the bank. Lunex, though, you know, we've seen Dongman be big before with these Meteor M's. We've also seen Yusher pop off. Both Buckies tend to kind of like cancel each other out a little bit, especially with invisible boundaries out. But we'll see how this is. Maybe one duelist, really, at the end of the day, maybe Ryan Mazing with the Let Devil Out after every ultimate is going to be popped. Should be big. Both teams understand that, though, and want to be as greedy as possible.
Going to teach math lesson with Pem just to see which track will impact his cancel first. The invisible boundary to start the fight, though, with
Oh!
Crimzo said, "Fear what? I can't hear you. No Magneto meatball here." As Crimzo walks up, finds tap. Right, Amazing gets enabled, and he lets the devil out, taking care of the rest of the team. Overtime taken away in favor for Lunex Gaming.
That gets Portal. Overtime just popped. You have Daredevil on the high ground. He's being chased down. But he's got Snowflake on the opposite side. Does Rye get the KO? No way. He's still alive. Grover trying to clap back on the backside. Somehow, I don't know how Nectar lived. Now goes down. But the portal might still be in time by the time he comes back. Here's the brutal ultimate on the backside. Clobbering time slows it down. Does connect onto a few, but Korova wasn't one of those few. And is still a stationary backline, keeping everybody healthy who just got stunned by the thing. And once this dance floor runs out for both squads, it's going to be an absolute brawl. You have Rye Mazing continuing that brawl towards the back line. Finds one, finds two. You didn't take the portal either. Caps back on Wolverine out of all heroes, and it doesn't end up mattering. Goes down. Lunex capped the point. Win round number 1.
Tap trying to go for the Wolverine cheese, by the way, right out of the mouth of that portal. Trying to get a kidnap off the map. Gets shut down before we move on to the Imperial Institute of Science. Lunex Gaming made that swap, though. I really like that from Crimson. He's like, I can't diff. I'm back fast right now on the thing. The Groot just works out so much better. And look what happened. The moment that he came out of the gates with the Groot, he shuts down the Meteor M and then was able to follow up and get tapped.
Yeah, I think Mochi must play a little bit too passive, I think, in that fight, right? Like we saw, you know, Techie just took a little bit too much damage prior just because they were playing it so slow, giving so much space to Lunex. And, you know, obviously at half HP, then forced to use the Meteor M. And like you said, Crimzo can just hit his little strangling roots. Not the strangling prison, of course, but the roots, I guess, through that Meteor M, considering, you know, it's like Venom tentacles. They just connect through Meteor M no matter what. So Techie, unfortunately, went down in that fight. Now we enter a more open map where you would assume, yet again, Lunex have a decent edge, I think, in terms of their composition. Crimson's going back over to the thing. They're off the thing, meanwhile, for Mochimon. So a little bit of switches back and forth between the Vanguards.
You gotta stay calm sometimes when you're in Devil's Snare, and that's what you get to be met with when it comes to these groups. But no group around. Crimson goes back over to the thing, and I'm back fast. This time rolling out on the Venom. Trevorry going into this round together with Techie and Tap, close to those ultimates, but Flameus already have theirs ready to go to win this fight, right? Amazing, though, tries to take the 1v1. Daredevil v Daredevil. Who's going to throw the holy water first, though, before Amazing backs away?
They sort of matching each other. Oh, Korova goes down. Oh, my goodness, by Nectar, even through the invisible boundary. I mean, it happened before, happening yet again. Right now, oh, Invisible Woman, you can't hide from that. Just a giant AoE Kraken. Maxi in the face, full strategist on now for Lunex, and that surely spells disaster for them on this point. Mochimon should cap it first.
After on this Daredevil, Mochimon now have the advantage. Finally, remember what happened in the last round? It was Lunex Gaming who had been able to take control over that point first. They had no issue stalling out for as long as possible, so a different look this second round around and having that impact with those ultimates initially. Lunex Gaming are going to be able to wrap up with 3, make it 4 with Crimzo close to the clobbering time. Mochimon, they do have Stravery with that ult, but it's up to Monk to stay alive here to have the fate of both worlds.
They gotta pay attention for sure. And should be relatively easy, but also it's Rymazing on the opposite side. Like you have seen, I think it's the Daredevil that he's been able to pop out. Oh my god, the hook comes from the tap, but Tap's the one to go down. No way, are you kidding? Pulled in just to be saved by the thing, and then follow-up is there, but Nectar trades back to Rova. Clobbering time is big. Oh my goodness, stuns out Nectar. They're able to get him and slowly walk towards the point, forcing out the dance floor early by the month. Maybe buying time though, Kurova and crew because of that huge ultimate from Crimzo.
Nerfman was clenching a little bit right there. Ooh, nice quarter to block out the entryway as well as the vision here, but he had stayed alive specifically for May thanks to that clobbering time from Crimzo, who's already close to getting another one. Kurova with a bit of both throws as Techie gets the snipe onto Dogman. Ooh, but it looked like almost that they were going to go for the double support ultimate. It's going to be Kurova who starts it off though, keeping everyone alive. With a fate of both worlds, but Rymazing finds Stravery here over to the side as he goes down with the reset user with the Kraken impact now. That's 2 out. As this Gaming are looking to walk their way into the point, and they need to, because Mochimon are nearing 80%.
I wonder how necessary it was to use that, but I guess in this case it was a portal from Mochimon, so maybe, but yeah, but use both duelist ultimates. Rise, by the way, close to another one, 60% of the board already. For this upcoming fight, Mochimon do have 80%, but they're still down that first round. They just lost on Warrior Falls. So they need to win this next fight without ultimates so far and not get picked off. I mean, the burst damage has been crazy. Also, Crimzo's connected big with some huge clobbering time so far. Aggressive invisible boundary yet again by Kurova.
Backing away, though, out of the invisible boundary. No sight. Trying to bring them both together with the grapple is tapped.
What the hell was Convoy doing there?
That was crazy. I mean, he grappled them out of the invisible boundary originally, it looked like, and then was able to still get that pick. Ensures the next to fall in the line of dominoes, and Mochimon have control over this fight again, looking to reach this point, and when they're already at 80%.
That's 3.
Not gonna lie, it felt like an unlosable fight. That's insane. Like, they had no ults, and we just get KO'd. That's insane, but okay. We'll see if Lunex can come back into it. 90% of the board for Mochimon. You know, they already get that invisible boundary out and win the fight. I mean, that's pretty much max value. So at this point, how do you screw it up, right? Like, do we get picked off early by Rymazing? Something has to go Lunex's way. Let them have a chance. Maybe somebody's popping off the side of Lunex because down a higher side of the soul is huge. Over the high ground, Ry goes in, forces out the dance floor, but they also did use a clobbering time from Crimzo during that fight, so there's no clear advantage gained by that. Here's that dance floor by Kurova. Once the shield's run out, he might be able to get taken out by the Armed and Dangerous and the Meteor. And he goes down to tap. Reset down to the front line. Everybody falls, and like you said, it had to have been a miracle for Lunex to win that one. Dongman comes out of the Feast of the Abyss empty. His stomach not full at all. We're tied up 1-1.
The Feast of the Abyss ante through Kurova Fate of Both Worlds was Chef's Kiss, and he had already been hit by the Kraken impact too, so it was just reset central to take us to a round 3. I mean, if anything, Dogman, this game alone tells us that we are going the distance here in this series, because right now this has been fantastic. The back and forth that we've seen from both these teams, despite how volatile it may have even seemed at the very beginning of the series, it's just going, it's like a seesaw right now. And now going into this next round, you really only have Flamme that's close to the invisible boundary, but it's almost like a full reset here for the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you gotta go from scratch, and it looks like they are. I mean, they're thinking square one. What do they have success on round 1? You know, you called that earlier, Vicky. Crimzo's going back over to the Groot, maybe, instead of the Thing, which is honestly fair, because like in the last fight, I don't even know if they needed to use the clobbering time. You know, obviously we didn't see it from Crimzo's POV. When we watch it individual, right, especially Daredevil, they're always sort of on their own little island in these compositions. So maybe in Crimzo's POV, it looked like they had to use the clobbering time. Regardless, like they had to get a perfect fight. Weren't going to get it. It was a very low percentage win. Now we started off Mochimon back in 0. Same thing with Lunex.
We see the swap off right now. Crimzo going right back over to the Groot. Look for Nectar and Rymazing's positioning, by the way, as Techie taking a good amount of these hits just to boost into Strategist ultimates for Flame right here too, with the invisible boundary coming up shortly before the Flame gets unlocked in the next 2 seconds. But Tap also doing a hefty amount of damage, trying to get rid of these blue balls so that way he could also get Kraken impact.
Pulled by Tap, nice block from Dongman. Still alive in the off angle. Tap needs to not go down, and he does get some nice healing from this Strategist duo. Playmate does have the invisible boundary again. Uses it aggressive. They know they have the advantage with that invisible boundary. But can they find the KO? They do. Techie gets body blocked. Nice job from Dongman and Crimzo to find that KO. And with that, I mean, this Venom still stalling out. You might be able to pop a Strategist ult in a second. You don't have it just yet. Stravery is super close, and he pops it. Now here it is, the Kraken impact. On to Dongman. They find him. Through it, and there's no ultimate from Krova to match. No more gonna get found yet, though. It's disengaged. Rivo does get connected on. Stays alive with the deflect. Also has that snowflake. Waits for that mark to go away. Let the devil out. No, the devil ain't being let out. He's sent back to the spawn. Right. Without him in the fight, that's your huge ultimate, right? No resets either. Crimzo is strangling prison. These are going to be followed up upon. Same thing with Usher and that Kraken impact. Though the portal is here from Dongman, so they are still fighting it. The portal, the point still not capped. Krova stands for it. They walk back in. No Strategist ult on the other side. The point's still not capped. Here's that Meteor M. Into the middle. Is there going to be blocked? Yes. Slowly blocked by the shield. Also, surely results in that Magneto dying. Never mind, because there's an invisible boundary on the opposite angle. Feast of the Abyss combination. Gets Playmate. Finds Kurova. And the fight was about a minute long, but it goes Mochimon's way.
A minute long, like we finally get the point unlocked by one team. It is Mochimon that play King of the Hill. But I felt like we saw, what, like 3 different rotations of Strategist ultimates at one point? That was an insane fight right there. But I was looking at what the antis could do. I'm Back Fast was cooking. He was moving around everywhere, getting re-sustained, building into those Strategist ults too. And now, Lunex Gaming are looking to re-engage here. Amazing. Close to letting that double out, but even closer is the Wombo combo together with Crimzo and Yusher having the Kraken impact and the Blue Hug.
Oh, that could be huge. For Lunex, Mochimon have nothing against it, but they should know it's coming at the very least. So it's going to be telegraphed. Crimzo, he's just walking at him. Now connects. Actually, it turns out if you just walk at somebody like a zombie, eventually they're able to get a free ultimate. 2 down. We pop the dance floor on the opposite angle to stop the resets for Usher. Do they have the KO potential? I mean, Nectar doesn't have to let the devil out. Does get a hard pocket at the very least. They know they have to live. Still have control of that point. So bare minimum, you may have wasted an ultimate in terms of a fight win, but you have control of that objective. Rob is dealing with backline pressure. Meanwhile, Month, same thing. Trading out Nectar and Month and Techie, though, is the side of Lunex. So finally they deal with people, but the portal is here from Tap. And they even come back fast enough, though, as I'm back fast enough to continue on the pressure of this point control. Maybe force out another ultimate. That'd be huge, because Mochimon surely lose this fight, but it's how they lose it, right? Can you force out some more ultimates? Lunex, no. They're smart. They read it. Just slowly take down Mochimon.
Dude, Crimzo's insane! He's a unit! I'm pretty sure Crimzo also blocked out the Feast of the Abyss from I'm Back Fast at the attempt with just the wall. And then he does it to block out their exit too. I mean, Mochimon now, they were able to get to at least 82%, but Lunex Gaming looked on fire in that fight. And look at the ult economy. They didn't have to burn anything. It was like Black Friday all over again for them, where they get the 2-for-1 deal.
Right now, you're right. I mean, it's just a lot of work done by Crimzo, but they're down point percentage, right? Mochimon down in the overall series, obviously, down 1 map, but currently they are up. Nectar takes some big poke damage from, it looks like, Dongman. He's able to live. In the meantime, grab the health pack. At least he's forced off to the side of Lunex. Grim in the sky. Techie, can he connect on anybody that's not a Vanguard? Yes. Future goes down, as does Dongman. And unfortunately, the telegraph composition that is this group comp is not panning out as they lose 2 important ultimates. That's a huge job by Techie and Mochimon. Well-timed with Nectar's ultimate alongside his. And with that Kurova ultimates running out, no Stratos ults here. They have to sustain. They have to rely on pop-off. He uses Friendly Prison onto 1. Nectar gets caught in it and actually gets found on the Dangerous, though, on the opposite angle by Tap. Does it get the reset? It looks like the answer is no, as that slowly dwindles. Future has his ult still available after this dance floor, because Mochimon sent all the way back. Now Lunex come back forward. Magneto ultimate alongside the Kraken impact. Can they find anything? An impact with the Meteor or the Kraken? Looks like the answer is no, but they at least create some space. Kurova now is dead to the Feast of the Abyss, and the other back line that is Flame A goes down to Nectar. Mochimon will reclaim the point.
And Nectar is going crazy. Beautiful follow-ups and a huge stagger. Hasta la vista, Rymation was now forced to try to drop off. And then the pull-in. They delayed it even further. Good luck as Korova desperately stops for the Doctor Strange. Is it going to be enough to recontest?
I mean, if they get it off, the portal does come out. 98. They don't body block it either. Freeze misses for Month, but that's fine. We go for Invisible Boundary from Playmate. Bravery countered. Month trying to play for his life. Maybe build another one mid-fight. Also, Tap comes with the Kraken Impact. Nothing on the opposite side, but the field job is usually good by Lunex until now. Next is there with the follow-up. He's done it before. Can he do it again, or they do it again? Finds two immediately. One more down on the opposite angle. Lunex have nothing. Just off that portal. We're going to stagger in. We have a good ultimate, but no follow-up. Ojimon gets done. We're tied up. You called it, Vicky. 1-1.
And no devil necessary for the very end right there. He gets devil, let the devil out at the very end, and is able to win it in the neutral. Mochimon making the swaps that they needed to go for here, Dogman. And this is what I would look forward to when it comes to these end days of the MRC, because then we really get to see the talent shine. The mix and match of seesaw matches here going forward with our high-level talented players.
Yeah, this is, you know, so we don't get copyright struck, even though this is literally a Marvel Rival tournament. It's you know, it's Marvel Rivals end days instead of end game, you know. But right now, well, for Mochimon, like the thing, I saw you audibly cringed. I mean, we couldn't see that, but anyway, look at the stats. We see, you know, overall, both of these Daredevils just popping off, Vicky. Like, it's disgusting how much work Daredevil does, but I think Nectar towards the end really got the better of Rymazing, even though Rai has a little bit more damage.
I'm very much enjoying, by the way, I'm back fast and watching him on Vanguard. Like, whether it's him on the Thing or on Venom, I like the communication that you can see. We may not hear, but you can see the communication flowing for a lot of these follow-ups. I'm using DCP Abyss, he's jumping back up, and then you see the Daredevil doesn't do anything until you get the lockdown, and then you get the follow-up, and you make sure that that strategist is in the equation for a possible last fight. So really good back and forth that we're currently seeing with the Vanguard strategies together with the duelist here in the vicinity.
Yeah, you're right. I think Mochimon is building a bit of a reputation with I'm Back Fast playing a ton of that Venom. And, you know, it's the same thing. Like, we already know Crimson's a really good group, but on the Thing, he can play that well, too, but it's a little bit straightforward, I suppose, right? Like, he played well in the Angela first map and some of those, like, more divey heroes. But that was a fun one. You're right, Vicky. This is going to be a good game, I think, back and forth. We'll see what this third map is. Everybody's just loving Domination today, man. Like, it feels like we see unbelievable amounts of Domination.
Man, listen, as long as it's not Clintar, or at least giving me a little break of Clintar, I'll take it. I'll take whatever at this point. Dom could go either way. We know it how it goes, but I'm wondering if we're going to see a different look here going into our next game, Dogman.
Yep, we're going to go to Midtown next, which was a classic map for Sentinels, the old Sentinels roster with Techie, with Crimzo, with Rymazing, with Korova, and Nectar as well. So it's like this is a crazy ex-Sentinels roster split amongst multiple different teams. That's the fun part of Marvel Rivals, is that we get to see now, you know, who was really the backbone of that team. You know, was it Techie? Was it Crimzo? You know, the old GOAT, the old coach for this team, became a player for Sentinels. Now has continued to play. He originally like soft retired to be a coach because he had wrist issues, I guess, from carpal tunnel, because he's been a pro for God knows how long now. But now it's the young guns, right? We see Mochimon with Techie coming back on that map alongside some other young guns with Month and a lot of these new players to the scene that have played incredibly high level. But you're right, this should be a good matchup. I think this will be a deciding match too, to see who kind of gets that, you know, potential top 3 spot moving forward, because Midtown, it's a very important map to win, obviously, on Convoy. But, you know, both teams should be good at triple compositions. Who kind of has the edge here before we even get into the band phase, would you say, Vicky? Or is it pretty even on both sides?
I feel like, if anything, like, the group was obviously very, very good for Crimzo. There was a lot of ults that were canceled, but also I believe Crimzo had his ult canceled at 1.2. So maybe, at least going on to Midtown, we know how great it could be for Groot to try to isolate a lot of these picks if you want to go for more of these kidnaps. Get that off the table if you feel like Crimzo has been a problem, and then also keep the Gambit banned. The Daredevil has been pretty even for both sides, which is incredible to say, because I feel like that's what we've been talking about, is like, is there a Daredevil diff? And I feel like it's been pretty evened out, especially with the follow-up potential. It was the wake-up, though, that we had seen from Nectar at the very end there, and how to break through these chokeholds, because I feel like on this map, too, you could hold that triple Vanguard lineup pretty well, too. Or triple strategies, too.
You're right. I mean, the overarching, you know, theme is that Nectar was playing really well. Same thing with Rai, but you're right, Nectar towards the end got the better of him. But honestly, it might just do it because of the macro. Like,
Yeah.
It feels like Mochimon's decision making, like they never messed up. Whereas for Lunex, they had a few definitely crucial fights that they should have won, but they just lost for some reason. So going into it, we're heading to the ban phase. Phoenix banned out first, met by the group ban. Protected is Daredevil for Mochimon. They want to play Nectar again on that hero. Lunex doesn't want to deal with that Phoenix. We're going to protect the Rogue, meanwhile, for them.
It makes me think that they're also trying to bait out a Gambit ban here, too, because you don't want to have the team up with the Magneto as well if you could expect it. It's the Wolverine ban, though, that comes out next here. We get to follow up and see what this next pick and ban phase here. But I'm not expecting the Gambit to go through here. I'm wondering what strategies we're going to focus on if Mantis gets out of jail.
Oh, yeah, so I'm thinking about, like, why did Mochimon revert back to banning Groot? I mean, we're on a Convoy. It makes sense, I suppose. But, I don't know. They first banned Mantis last time.
Maybe?
Yeah, 100%. But, like, they banned out the Mantis and it worked last map. But I guess Lunex aren't going to play it regardless. They're allowing no Gambit to go through, like, maybe, like you said, banning out or baiting out the Gambit ban. Or trying to keep it, rather, for Lunex's side. Maybe not trying to, like, maybe trying to hide it a little bit. For Mochimon, you know, what do they protect and ban next? Go for the Thing on their side, which is a very interesting change-up on Convoy. You can see they're maybe going to have a little bit of a decision making process when it comes to the heroes they want to play, considering they want to keep the Thing in the hero pool and play more of a front-to-back style, probably.
Work out here too. It would be Crimzo versus I'm Back Fast with the Thing out and about as the Mantis Protect comes out later. So expecting maybe Loki ban at the very end. If not Loki, then looking at one of the strategists here. Kurova, there was one time that he was able to get away with trying to use the Atom. I don't think he opted to go for it. I think it was like the first game of this series specifically, but we're going to see what they were up to ban out here, because it was the Daredevils that were the problems before, but it's like what you were talking about, Dogman. The macro and decision making goes hand in hand to it, and since they know Daredevil's out, they don't want to risk the follow-ups that the anti-heals come with the Venom and the Feast of the Abyss.
Yeah, that's smart to focus on I'm Back Fast, but I wonder if Mochimon's just not scared of the Mantis, right? Like, they're trying to also maybe bait out of the Loki ban, considering that. Like, maybe we go for the Mantis Protect because we assume, oh, we need to ban Loki now for the team up, obviously. But, you know, makes sense to go for that on Warlock instead. But also, you could just be leaving some extra sort of heroes on the table. You're fine playing the Loki for sure, so you keep that available. We're going to have a triple-triple sort of style, or even a triple-2-1 style for Lunex. They've shown it earlier. They're a really good team at playing three Vanguards at points, where they have Rymazing on Rogue. And, I mean, the squad obviously loves to put Rymazing on Mantis, too. It seems like Lunex are still sort of committing to Rymazing's hero pool like we would see for Old Sentinels for Old Dark Zero, and sort of building around him throughout the series.
It's the importance of the flexibility that you need in this game, right? Like, you need to be able to try and understand how every role fits into part, and then be able to utilize it at a high level, which Rymazing does in every form. So whether it be with, I also feel like it has to fit the archetype of how Rymazing plays. That's why I feel like Rogue is such a Rymazing character. So looking at how Rymazing's going to come out of the gates, though, fully expecting, by the way, the triple Vanguard, he's already opting for that Moon Knight, so that way he can build the Hand of Khonshu even quicker and try to break through the chokehold, as Yusher's going to be able to be on that Bucky.
Yeah, Yusher's sort of been that one forced to fill again. He's sort of like the young gun, the new guy to the group. Rise built up his, you know, sort of like hero pool. He's built up his name for himself in the scene and stuff. So it's kind of the same thing that Nectar did for him. Like, Nectar was the flex player on the Old Sentinels roster. Rai was just playing, you know, the right heroes, like you said. But we'll see how this goes moving forward. Lunex, meanwhile, they're going for, you know, no Storm in this case to go alongside this. Moon Knight is just going to be straight up raw damage.
You're just going to be able to farm the Loki clones instead, bouncing off the lamps as well, so that way you can just build up the Hand of Khonshu. Look at this. He's already almost at it, already 90 plus and climbing, and he finds that back fast and forces the BRB to use up early. Oh,
there it is. You have the Hand of Khonshu to come out. Invisible Boundary on the other side to save people. They're also low, Vicky. Nobody goes down except Rai. And with the lack of damage, because you don't have Storm, maybe that could have resulted in a KO or two.
He was so close. In fact, he has it now, though. Dogman set up seduction, trying to pull everybody together. The invisible boundary. Oh no, Kurova just got jumped. The diamond form into the chokehold, and then you get the roundhouse kick, as well as everybody jumping on top of him. Now you don't have the invisible boundary on top of it on Mochimon. They're holding on to Month, having the God of Mischief.
Yeah, that's going to be insane. I mean, we'll see how it goes moving forward. You use that. See you later on the side of tap, and they still have BRB. I mean, obviously, Ryze going to build a Moon Knight ult. Feels like an ability at this point. You build it up so much. Now, here's that copy from Month, it looks like, on the defensive angle. Invisible boundary out, met by Flames. Now here comes the Bucky. Magneto in the sky. Nectar, can he find anything in the middle of it? No, the shields are there. Everybody avoids the damage with the overhealth as well. Here comes that Sonic Conduction too. But really, you don't push in until now. Tap finds the KO from across the map, whips out the Rocket Raccoon Blaster, and Techie's Sonic Conduction gets taken out.
He is sparking, helping. You know how it is when it comes to Rocket and trying to take these cheeky angles now. As he's got the BRB out right behind the rest of Mochimon, and you have Stravery with the invisible boundary ready to go here. But look at I'm back fast. If he gets into position with the clobbering time, they avoid the hanging of Conchu. So now Lunex Gaming, their game plan is faltering. They want to be able to use Rymation to break through this choke, but he gets interrupted. It's what time? I can't hear you. Clobbering time gets interrupted. That is seduction now from Dogwood is met here right afterwards.
At least BRB's back. Stravery for now on the attack, and Cap still trying to blast her, or on the defense, they're trying to blast across the map. Flame's invisible boundary not met by anything yet from Mochimon. I mean, they have the copy now. Now they're going to use it because they're on the defense. The onus was on the attack. Clobbering time is negated entirely from Crimson, whereas I'm back fast. It's going to have basically a 3-1. However, Stratus ults here. Nectar's flying Dongman as well. Here comes the Moon Knight ultimate. But again, I mean, there's just no KOs to be found through it. No Storm, no triple composition to result in some assistance for this Moon Knight. Now you have clobbering time. Fine Rymazing. Yet another wipe for Lunex.
And it's not like you can run Groot, and then because of the fact that you don't have Groot here to wombo combo together with the Moon Knight, Rymazing is calling out their exit strategy and trying to pin them with the ult behind them, but they're just walking forward and avoiding most of the damage of the hand of Conchu. If anything, they can take a little bit of that damage, and it just helps out the strategist from Mochimon's side to build into these ultimates instead. But they move up. It's clobbering time. Meteor M coming all the way up from Nectar. It lands on its mark on top of Yusher's head. No cracking impact after Kurova puts down the invisible boundary for this game in this fight.
Yeah, Nectar was a standout player on Sentinels, looking still like a standout player on Mochimon. I mean, just connecting with his Meteor M's as a duelist, switching over to Vanguard. You know, we've seen a lot of the other Vanguards that were form as duelists, you know, just miss those. Now in the sky, 2 seconds left to go. Overtime about to spawn. In the sky, you have the Kraken impact from Usher. Does he get the reset, though? The answer is yes. Techie goes down, but the BRB is going to bring back Techie. He has the reset. Month with the invisible boundary does pop it. So, meaning Usher's ultimate, he's not going to be able to reset, but he's at least going to get a mark on somebody for now. Comes back for that off angle, but that might have been a bait. Does Techie go down? Crimzo creates some space, some headway. Actually shuts down Techie again. Removes him. Huge ultimates. Not there just yet, but they still can come back. Invisible boundary from Mochimon. Rai, does he come through with a huge one-shot with the pulse? No! He's down to Nectar! Sentinel on Sentinel crime! You have a huge ultimate committed by Crimzo, but Usher with the follow-up does take back I'm back fast. And they contest this payload, though.
Just dipped him. He dipped him with the clobbering time. He stopped him right when he tried to do it in his face. You know when you have to get that ditto dip? They managed to get it through the checkpoint. There's no recontention as Yusha now wraps up around and finds tab 33 in the process.
Wild fight. I thought it might have been over after Ryan got picked, but like you said, Crimzo, huge ultimate on the back line. And then Yusha with a follow-up. That's the main thing, is that Yusha on Bucky slowly kind of working himself into the series. It's been tough so far, right, Vicky? But second phase of the map, we've seen teams struggle here. Also, we've seen teams get held at the very end. A lot of ultimates for Lunex. You know, usually we only see Iron Man when it's Lunex, specifically Rymazing, and, you know, there's a very good reason for it. He's super good at it, but it's still going to be hard versus the shields that Mochimon has.
Imagine not knowing about the universal bans and like tuning in right now, MRC being on both sides right now. Lunex Gaming have these 4 ultimates. Sound of Seduction is going to be the starter though. Bravery is right here with the invisible boundary, and Monk could wait this out, rotate through another Spanish ultimate. So May is going to be able to do the same thing, and Rymazing trying to make his dreams happen on the Iron Man. Are you kidding me? You know he is jumping up for joy, kicking his feet, finding that one pick here too. But Mochimon, they fully committed. They actually committed Monk. Who's that got a mischief? Oh no.
Yeah, he used it earlier, so I had to go for it. I was gonna say, that felt like overkill almost. Like it's like everything. Crimzo goes for the slam. They have Usher's Back and impact. They're going for stagger picks too at the ramp. Could they find him though? Doesn't look like it. The damage reduction from Diamond Form is too much. Also, honestly, we can't touch at this point. Like, you have no portal to come back. We're moving to third phase.
No one to recontest here. They're just walking the dog here. They're walking it in the park. Rovers does have the invisible boundary. Lunex Gaming are looking to continue this aggression and their momentum. Look at his face. Technically, he's trying to stop them. Set a seduction. Nice boost up though. If I'm sure it's going to be able to force up Corova to have this invisible boundary instead.
Now they walk on. Boundary eventually runs out. No strat ult. Nectar comes back after the other team's strategist ults are over. Flame doesn't have the coffee up just yet, so Rai goes down to month across the map on Iron Man. Gotta stress that he's playing Iron Man because nobody else freaking plays Iron Man. But Mochimon, I mean, they've got ultimates now against Lunex, who just used that invisible boundary.
Oh, the way you said that just had me, man. Oh my god. It's true though, because Amazing harps on Iron Man sword. I mean, especially on this map, right? It's true. You have a lot of that verticality, but can it work out when your forehead is touching the roof of the station here? Maximum what? As he gets stunned immediately right afterwards, he tries to pull the trigger. Flame's out of the God of Mischief. They're waiting out on Corova to have the invisible boundary themselves, and now it's going to tap to find the head, the noggin of Crimzo. Son of Seduction that they're trying to dance around from the other side of the wall, but anything to force Lunex Gaming out of this choke.
Yeah, this has been brutal. And like you said, yeah, this is the choke. I mean, Iron Man just doinking his head on that little skybox up there. He's over to the Mantis now, switching off that. And like we were saying, Mochimon obviously not scared of the Mantis. They let it through. Now the invisible boundary aggressively. Stravery just gets double booped into everybody and keeps his poor guy. Cap goes down, though. It's not Stravery in this case. He sacrifices his life. Nobody to bring it back either. That is a huge ultimate because that would have given, you know, maybe some lethality here with the Kraken impact. Can you find any KOs with this time of seduction? Yes, I'm back fast. Finds you, sure. Follow-up damage is there. They can buy time for Tap to get back. Ooh, is switching over to Doctor Strange on defense third point. I mean, that honestly maybe not a bad call because it's going to be hard to do it later, but you force Soul Resurgence out. You're going to touch now with that portal. 20 seconds left to go. They can win here now.
This is actually huge though, because they were calling out the rotations right now of the strategist with now Amazing being gone. He swapped off by Iron Man real quick, but then the Mantis isn't going to work out for him either. But they were calling out the strategist ult that they were working with. And they now having a God of Mischief. Look over to the other side. Mochimon though, hanging out for dear life. They don't have any strategist ults themselves, so they have to back away. Overtime taken away as they try to dwindle that away from this gaming. But Crimzo, it's clobbering time, and Dogman goes in for the follow-up find tap.
They could not do the jump shield block onto Crimzo with Doctor Strange. He goes back over to Bucky. Overtime ticks down, Vicky, and you said this was going to be a barn burner. It is so far. Overtime will be the deciding last fight. We use Doctor Strange Pearl on defense. You can't really use it here anyways, I suppose, for this defensive side because it's so close to the end. And ultimates for Lunex now. We'll see what happens.
Much better.
No time left. You have to stay on the point here. Tap. Goes to that Kraken impact. Silent Seduction from Dogman. They're just going to be able to clear the way. They want the space. They have to wrap around. They have to recontest. No clobbering time, though, from I'm Back Fast. Month has to hold on to this ultimate. Wait it out as they know the user does have that Kraken impact. As he just lets it go. Corova also could help enable him with his own invisible boundary. And they do it together. Both invisible ones have laid it out. Rather, it's going to be a multiple form of invisible woman. But the choke slam does not stop them as Tap gets the reset off the Kraken impact.
Jesus Christ, I thought Tap would get shut down with that Diamond Form grab, but Tap comes back through, finds the silently seduced targets from Techie. Nice job to close it out. Crimzo goes down. Overtime, takes down to nil. Stop at the very end. 140 meters to go. Lunex go over to defense. Mochimon go over to attack.
Man, Dogman, I mean, I said it from the very first game. I knew the series was going to be fire, but it is literally all gas, no brakes here for both these teams. They've been going back and forth, trying new things here. Amazing. He's gone over to everybody. We saw the Moon Knight, we saw the Iron Man, and then finalized himself with the Mantis here, but wasn't enough for them to get to the finish line here as we swap sides instead, and Mochimon taking a little page out of the book, see if they could try to break hold that choke with the Moon Knight, but I feel like at the same time, while you are Moon Knight, you do want to farm your ultimate quickly. You're essentially doing the same thing for the enemy strategist here, right? So you see the Loki lamps, you get to heal everyone back up, even if these onks are ricocheting off the rest of your team, and you just essentially caught away with the right communication here.
True, you're right. I think you're 100% on the money there. Like, not a big fan of Moon Knight without Storm, not a big fan of, I guess, the Moon Knight stuff in general, but it really don't know, it is interesting because like this Lunex squad definitely plays heavily around Amazing in his hero pool. You know, I'm curious how this team does moving forward. We are entering the very last team, right? These are still like top 4, top 6 teams left. And right now, this Lunex squad can maybe come back on defense, right? They got the cart pretty far. They wanted to close out, obviously, but you know, a few things running Iron Man, running Mantis. You can see they weren't scared of the Mantis for a very good reason because they have Daredevil out. Right now, obviously, Daredevil's not banned, but he's not played at the very beginning because we're playing a triple composition for defense. And Mochimon trying to counter it, again, without the Storm. They're just playing that Bucky Moon Knight that ball on the other side was ran too.
It's just way better when it comes to holding on these lanes and trying to win away time as Nectar finds Cole. That's a huge perspective. He's got the BRB. It is used up from Amazing as Amazing is on that rocket. You see Crimson U-turn the Dogman though trying to hold it down underneath the house and the roof, but Nectar is going to build them a new house here. He keeps funneling them inside this side room, and he's got the hand of Kanchu all ready to let it say hello. Lunex Gaming are forced to back away in time, but they were able to successfully cut away, but it's just too much damage impact as Dogman was called out and isolated.
They were slowly working them out. You said they built up these trap ults. They do have See You Later. Does I want to use it? He does. Dongman switches over to the Doctor Strange during this fight. An invisible boundary from Stravery. But, you know, going down to the neutral early on has resulted in the fight being like this for Lunex. So see how it pans out. Yusha's going to be close to that Meteor M. Y backs off, throws his BRB in a safer position from that clobbering time, which could end up huge because Monk goes down actually on the other side to Mochimon. So nice job by Yusha. Tap trying to find something on the back angle, is able to find Playmay, but, you know, BRB is going to bring him back in a moment. However, that cooldown's used at the very least, so Tap has to feel some solace in that. 2 minutes and 30 left.
Beautiful hold here for Lunex Gaming, and now look at the ult economy too, right? I mean, Amazing is close to Sia compared to Flame Kurova. Their own set is ultimates here, but then you look at Mochimon and what they have to work with, right? Nectar's going to be able to cut off their exit route with the hand of Kanchi, just trying to put it right behind him, and then Tap 33. He does have that Kraken impact for these resets. Looking at where Flame's positioning it here with these clones, you see the Aunts coming out. They destroyed immediately afterwards. The hand of Kanchi coming in right afterwards, and now they're going to be able to try to follow up.
I don't think crazy, but I do feel like we're using these greens a little bit too early, maybe. That Moon Knight just forced it out by himself, basically. Now Tap cleans up onto Crimzo, resets onto the Loki. Feels bad for the new Loki skin. She has to run away, but in the meantime, Dongman brought back into the squad of Mochimon. He's going to go down. Staggers after staggers. Lunex have to switch to stall.
That was so unfortunate, too. That all happened because he got grappled while trying to put up the Doctor Strange shield to help protect and prevent the resets of the Kraken impact for his strategist. Mochimon, though, move all the way up here. Crimzo over up to D'Angelo with Dogman on the penny, by the way, together with the team of Amazing on the rocket. You get your BRB, you get some extra shield while you're at it, and I'm back fast. Look out for him because he's trying for the clobbering time to come out again.
I like the penny. It's a little funky, a little monkey. But no, they lose Yusha early on. BRB is not there again because why? I mean, he used to See You Later aggressively, just got deleted fast. Donovan goes down, holds the Penny Parker. Actually, Penny Parker's brought back by BRB. He's going to be back in the fight. We used the invisible boundary though for months. So both Duelist Ultimates trying to find a little bit more of this Kraken impact. Tap trying to get the reset desperately on the back line. Oh my goodness, last second on the Kurova. He goes down. Now gets the slam down onto Dongman and Kurova. 2 gone. Meteor M, it's a bit late from you, sure, but can it find something? No, everybody ducks behind a corner. Green's used by Flame. You have a fully charged Emma now who grabs you. Roundhouse kicks away. Before the roundhouse, you're going down. Moving to the second phase now. Mochimon, pretty clean attack there after a few minutes.
Yeah, it's all full reset here. There's a lot of damage coming out from Mochimon's side, and they're just going to be able to give him that space. Lunex Gaming will be able to re-engage, but they do have Penny Ultimate. Okay, I was going to say, I don't think they're sticking to with this, though. They're going to be able to make that swap, especially after losing out on the rocket from Amazing.
Yeah, makes sense. Switch it up. Go back over to the Mantis. You know, it's interesting. There's been, like, undecided what comp they want to play. They go over to triple composition. It makes sense on first point, but then you have to switch up the Mantis midway through, which kind of plays similarly, but we'll see, right? You get the damage boost. We'll see what happens, especially since, you know, Mantis, I feel like we see a little bit more on these, like, domination map types. But for Lunex, you know, they just play it slow, build up towards those ultimates yet again. They're already close to double strat assault. They're taking a lot of damage, of course, but the lethality just isn't there.
These ball takes. Clobbering time finds Ford. It finds Kurova in the back. He gets healed up, but they lose out on Dogman in the process. He keeps going forward, though, and tries to enable Tap, who has the Kraken impact. He tries to go in for these resets, but the job is done. See, I'm back fast pushing all the way up too, by the way. Together with that and Nectar being on the Daredevil. We talked about it before, Dogman. Swapping with the Daredevil here at this point, a lot easier than trying to break through the chokehold that you usually see with the triple Vanguard lineup at the beginning.
I'm not a huge fan of Mantis without the fruit, honestly, throughout. Like, I feel like if Daredevil's available, he just does so much damage, has so much self-sustain that you need to run him, but you have ultimates. Lunex could definitely prove me wrong in this fight. They use Invisible Boundary. Very aggressive, by the way. The point's already capped. They're down the ramp with this Invisible Boundary. Like, you rarely see such an aggressive play, but it's countered by Invisible Boundary. On the other side, copy available now. You have some shots from Usher. Clobbering time's big. Crimzo gets the reset on Teki of all people. Maybe you get the reset again on the tap. And the answer is yes, obviously. Slavery goes down, and one after another, you finally deal with Mochimon. Good fight win, but did it cost you too much? We'll find out in a little bit.
And that was with Mochimon trying to be aggressive with the way that they utilized that God of Mischief and the ultimate. Maybe he had no other choice, it looked like right there at the very end of that fight, but it's really hard, in my opinion, to get held here. And look at Lunex's positioning, right? You would think they swap sides with Mochimon. Being on the defensive side, they're literally holding back and trying to stop him from getting any progress on the cart. As they let the Devil out, can they shut down the Devil instead?
Jesus.
As Nectar tries to back away. He's got saved, though, with the Invisible Boundary at the hands of Slavery.
Yeah, how is he still alive? I mean, the healing output to keep him healthy, as well as the passive from Daredevil with those abilities to constantly have overhealth. I mean, they're still stalling it out. Crimzo knows. As long as we play around this card, we're fine. But Flame, no, goes down. Nice job by flanking on Nectar. Future takes him out, though. That was the focal point. Now here comes Hap with a Kraken impact. Not finding the KOs, but forces out Invisible Boundary at the very least. This is huge stall. It's his favorite time. It's clobbering time. I'm back fast falls. So does Hap before the Invisible Boundary falls. And with this, Lunex has a very interesting angle to take this fight, Vicky, but it's working.
The fact that they're holding this position so successfully too, right? Because, like, what can they do? Who's going to try to contest him? It's Nectar, who keeps getting contested by the hands of Usher, who's got the Kraken impact and can grapple him in. Amazing sets up the stage, though, in this fight. They push all the way uphill. Clobbering time from I'm Back Fast as he dives into the backline. But the safety from Amazing and the Mantis actually keeps him up. He's taking so much damage right now, but Kurova is also keeping him up.
Eventually, Dry falls, as does Kurova. Teki able to slowly walk through them with that silent introduction due to them all grouping together. But I mean, I like this so far for Lunex in terms of the comp, at least, just idea-wise, play heavy around Uyusha, right? Like, this guy can pop off if you give him the resources. Now, Dogman goes for the portal, just like we saw on defense for, I believe, was it Tap? Or is it Nectar? One of the two did a portal play on this first point. We see it again. Third point.
It was Tap here. We have to see now as he tries to get out from the portal. Block just temporarily taking their time before diving out and committing right now because you have the Invisible Boundary out and about. Kurova activates it immediately. May to follow up, but he gets I'm Back Fast right afterwards. Time is dwindling away from Mochimon, and this aggressive position from Lunex Gaming, swapping inside the Mochimon, has been incredible. It's been working out favors for them here. They get the God of Mischief in the copy of the Mantis, and they hold forward. They take away the opportunity from Mochimon to even go for the recontention, and with only Nectar left, there is nobody to recontest on the point.
Oh my God, he didn't even trigger overtime.
Nope.
2, 3.
Whew, that's crazy. They hold on third point. Lunex win the map. And that was wild. It was absolutely wild. Back and forth. Super fun one on Midtown. But that's going to put them up 2 in the series. You now get to map point. We get to see an MVP for the female Loki skin in Flame. Great job on Loki, honestly, throughout the series. But yeah, that was a huge map to win. And like you said, I mean, they knew they had the strategist advantage to go for that portal play aggressive. Just smart play by them at the end with the macro.
Yeah, it was actually huge there. And also just the way that they were holding us spot. I have to reiterate, like, playing so aggressively from behind them down that hill too just forces you, even if you have the high ground position, you're playing a little split, so you're looking at both sides. And it was difficult to deal with here as we get to take a look at Flame not only being the MVP, but looking on the other side, 16 final hits for Usher. 31 and 11. That's the go button that you get with some help from Amazing, who's got 3 final hits. He was on the rocket a little earlier too, but look at the support impact that we also have between Flame and Kurova.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing so much. I mean, 100k healing pulse size. We get 69,000 on the other side. Like, Jesus, man, that's an incredible amount of healing. The strategists in this series have been crazy. Now we enter the next map in a little bit, but for sure, like, I don't know, like this Mochimon squad, or sorry, Lunex squad, it does feel like, you know, they play heavily around Yusha. Like, they do well when Yusha's playing one of those star heroes that can pop off. He had a lot of, you know, high death count in the last map. But still, like, you know, when you play around Yusha, you tend to win. It's kind of the same thing for Nectar, too. Like, Nectar also is in a similar boat where being enabled and popping off on Daredevil was the key, right? And it was like Unstoppable Force versus Immovable Object in the last one. Like, Yusha was just standing his ground, and then, you know, as was Nectar. Now we get to see another map in a break. Yeah, after this short one, we will be back, and we can talk a little bit more after it. We'll be back in 5.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one.
Welcome back, everybody. An incredibly intense series, a close one between these two squads. Right now, you are coming back into a series between Mochimon and Lunex Gaming, which, if you remember, back in the day, used to be Team Sentinels, part of it, part of Team Envy with Tap, and players from all over across the board with Shroud's old roster, right? A lot of good players in this team, in this game with Dongmin. We're coming back into it. We're headed to Hall of Jalia. Lunex is now up 2-1 and are trying to close out versus Mochimon on the opposite side. They enter the series coming down from the lower bracket or upper bracket. Meanwhile, for Mochimon, they've been working themselves back into the series. Vicky, we're entering the ban phase on Hall of Jalia.
Going back and forth, Dogman, and before we toss it over the break, I was going to say, really, just looking at the triple strategist and how it's been able to evolve here. Lunex Gaming, that's kind of like their bread and butter, right? You talked about it very early on, I think, in their last series, and we're seeing it roll out and find success on maps like our previous one. But now going into this one for Hall of Jalia, you see the Rogue Protect on the other side. Is it going to be a bait here? You want to get rid of the Gambit instead, and Mochimon learning over who they're going to be able to protect. I mean, the Daredevil, right, amazing we know could swap over to it, but they really popped off with the Daredevil themselves, and that's what allowed them to win one of the maps.
Makes sense. And they go back to that Mantis band that punished them in the previous series. So I was kind of wondering, like, yeah, why did they go away from that? They went to the Groot instead, which wasn't their original game plan. But now, I mean, like you said, Crimzo was doing so much on Groot. However, maybe Groot's just more manageable, right? Like, you could deal with Groot when you have Bucky, when you have a lot of extra damage with the Loki and stuff. But, you know, things change out as we have the Venom ban on the opposite side, which has actually been pretty good for Lunex. I mean, with I'm Back Fast not playing the Venom forced onto the thing, it's actually been solid.
It's really smart, too, because they see the Protect on the Daredevil, and in the second map that Mochimon won on, I believe that was earlier on Burn and T'Challa, we saw Nectar pop off on the Daredevil, and it was helped by I'm Back Fast with that Venom, who was getting a lot done with the anti-heals, too. And it is the Gambit that is blocked off next. He goes back to jail, and Invisible is protected, so maybe seeing more of that Loki resurgence as we see the Rocket protect on the other side.
That's interesting. Didn't Mochimon do some like also kind of odd protect bans last time? I mean, the Rocket, I guess it makes sense. You keep the Rocket in there if they have, you know, the Penny Parker stuff, or if they want to go for like a See You Later combo. So far, we have Mochimon's last ban that is coming. What is it going to be? It's Groot instead of something different, like a Loki or something.
I want to deal with the Crimzo Groot here in Hall of Jalia. Yeah, that's what I was expecting, right? Is it going to be the Loki at the very end, or who do they find it to be more difficult to deal with? If you're Lunex Gaming right now, they know that Techie also has a really good Emma here, aside from the mag that we see come out, but you won't have the team up too, so maybe they're not afraid of that. It's going to be the Hela ban at the very end.
Okay, interesting. I mean, Nectar has a good Hela. But yeah, you still let Daredevil through. You can still play Phoenix. You can still play Bucky if you want. Or sorry, no, you can't play Phoenix. I just got banned at the beginning. So a little bit focused towards these hit scans that are really dominant at the current moment. But yeah, I mean, you get rid of that triple with the Mantis. You can still play the Adam Warlock if you want to. Not that we've seen it too much, I think, on Hall of Jalia. But yeah, we'll see what the changeup is now for Lune X, who, you know, have a little bit of decisions to make here.
Crimzo does have access to that Angela, though. And we've seen Crimzo get a lot done in separating the teams with that Heaven's Retribution. It is going to be Lunex Gaming also starting off on the defense, which is also important to note, right? Amazing already rolling out on that Daredevil. So you're going to be able to hold so many different positioning here from a high to low ground while Mochimon try to brute way their way through the middle lane. And Monk sticking over to that Loki with Tap being on the Bucky benefits them better. So Tap won't have the resets, though, from his end, because he won't have any Loki clones to reset on, and Lunex Gaming don't really have to be afraid of that for themselves here, since they're not the ones running the Loki.
Good point. I mean, for this defense, you get to put that BRB in a solid spot. I'm Back Fast, though. We'll be on Captain America for now. We don't see that start portal play that happens. A lot of squads like PP behind set up a push for themselves. But in this case, they want to surround slowly sort of choke out Lunex's defense, where you kind of got to see where that BRB is initially. You got to see where this like Daredevil is on the flank, see where, you know, both Daredevils are in that matchup. If one has the Captain America to assist, one has the Angela, but there's no like off maps for Crimzo on the defense. Maybe we'll see if Crimzo heals more at the moment.
Find out with Lunex Gaming also just having one more game to go, by the way. $14,500 prize pool here within the MRC. And as we get started, Right Amazing gets a first pick of the fight, sending I'm back fast quickly over to the spawn room gates. Right Amazing now backs away, but still pressure, and this forces Pokemon to reset.
You had to sort of just like let him in, right? You just let him in, you get a lot of damage on Dongman. You then surround afterwards. So much damage from Yusher, who's looking phenomenal throughout this series. Nectar falls, you know, one after another. Tap goes down. Pickoff after pickoff. Stagger after stagger. We're already a minute off the clock, Vicky.
I'm feeling like I'm looking into a mirror whenever I look at I'm back fast, and then he tries to match that with Crimzo. Now he makes a swap over to the Angela. Back to the drawing board here for Mochimon, but Lunex Gaming, just look at what they're working with here in terms of economy, right? Kurova's close to that invisible boundary. And that also signifies here what Traver's been able to do together with Month and just restabilizing the rest of his team.
You're right. Currently playing it slow in the main side. Angela pulling in other Angela. Right, Crimzo then flies back away. Yusher takes advantage of the space created, falls back with a team up with the Rocket Raccoon. Which is why they benefited heavily from that protect that actually came from Mochimon's side, I believe. So now here comes that Angel on the back angle. See you later in the middle of it. Invisible boundary from Kurova now comes out late to match Months, I'm sure, on the other side. Oh my goodness, a kick to the face of Slavery shuts down any potential comeback for Mochimon.
And the invisible boundary, too, in the middle of it. With the wall being right to the left side, you just get that slam and the ricochet, and they win another team fight. And look at this, too. Yusher still has the Galactic Legend, Dogman, Sana Seduction, pulling everybody in their direction, as well as Right Amazing with letting the devil out. And Travery just died, unfortunately, with that invisible boundary.
Yusher wants to do. Meteor M available. I think last time this sort of happened on Domination, Galactic Legend would only be used to like push out the Magneto ultimate. This time it's the Meteor M. Yusher goes in with the Blaster Barrage though. Still has the Galactic Legend afterwards. A lot of damage coming through. But Ryan Amazing's ultimate forces out Months. Now here's Heaven's Retribution. Whoa! Pickoff from Techie. On the Yusher towards the back of the map, but the BRB brings him back. So ends up not mattering. BRB advantage for the defense pays off. Galactic Legend this guy now. Techie waiting till last second to pop the Meteor M. What does he look for? Kurova's shield blocks it. Nice job avoiding that damage with that help. But oh no, my goodness, brought back to the team. I'm back fast. Brings the feast that is Dongman's corpse, and he's going back to the spawn doors. Tap now pops open. This fight for the Kraken Impact is wide open with 2 KOs. Now you fight Kurova too, who's trying to make his way to this invisible boundary. Everybody else cleaned up. 2 ticks on the board. Dongman's going to try to portal to retouch.
I keep hearing the again in my nightmares here. Crimzo just trying to desperately even look
what?
at the point, but he can't. Oh my gosh. Tap. He just annihilates Crimzo, the portal, to re-engage, gets stuck. I mean, no one's looking at Tap right now. He's just getting away with all these KOs.
Yeah, they give up the point too. Ochimon finally entered through. It's like you said, it's through Tap. Tap was just playing that fight phenomenally. Kraken Impact after I'm back fast brings back one who's been doing well on Angela, honestly. The Thing matchup maybe doesn't favor him against Crimzo, but you know, honestly on Angela, he's doing quite well. Meanwhile for Crimzo, yeah, he got tracked down by Tap.
Literally couldn't run away. Like, he was slowed down. He was everything. He was like, help me. Could not get away and was fallen victim to the side of Tap and his weapon here. Lunex Gaming now wrap up a round. Dogman taking a lot of that damage here. Month does have that God of Mischief while Crimzo gets into position. Just trying to take the frontline position too. Not only deviate the attention here, but trying to force out some of these ultimates as they want to enable Yusher to have more out of this Galactic Legend.
Like, trying to enable Yusher has been big. He gets it. I mean, immediately you get rewarded. And oh my goodness, look at perfect tracking from Yusher in the sky. He is setting up, but now we pop the Daredevil ultimate, forces out invisible boundary again. You know, 1-for-1 this happened and panned out for Lunex. Reset potentially available for Tap, but you met it with invisible boundary. Bravery now pops his own. Playmate has, again, the copy, but will he use it in time? Not a seduction from Dogman afterwards to bring everybody into medium potentially. No more shot at his ultimates for this offense now. What do they do? They can hold on maybe with the Meteor M. Techi's trying to hold it as long as possible. But now here's Heaven's Retribution. Shuts down everybody towards that payload. And it didn't matter. They were missing a few support ults. Legendary, more like... actually, I had nothing. User's down.
Legendary? No. There's no legendary.
It's just no legendary. It's just...
He literally just, there's just nothing, actually. It's just scrub. All you can eat here for I'm back fast. And Crimzo is trying to get back pretty fast here to recontest because they're down to less than a minute at the very least, but they're right next to the second checkpoint here. You have Heaven's Retribution, but you have no follow-up. Like you just saw from Mochimon, together with I'm back fast, and then the ultimate from Nectar. We're letting the devil out.
Nice delay from Crimzo to sort of dashing back and forth. Does still have his Heaven's Retribution. Nothing on the other side. He's just taking a while to set it up. Old man Crimzo, oh my god, pulled into the team. Here's Meteor M from Techie. And he connects on a Crimzo, but he's still alive. Nice job from the healing to keep him healthy. Also, to dash away. Now here's the Heaven's Retribution on the left angle. But it's immediately deleted. It's traded out by I'm back fast. Tap gets taken out, who was close to that Bucky ultimate, but it doesn't matter. Nectar again, finally coming online, takes down 2 in the middle of a Stratus ultimate, and now we head to the third phase in a second. Every teleport around.
Dogman, we saw this happen play out in the second map where Nectar just gets unleashed on this Daredevil. Yes, there's little to no time, but they get to the checkpoint right when they needed it. And that's even with Tap getting taken care of at the very beginning of that fight at the hands of Crimzo, who is now forced to swap. He doesn't want to go Angelic here. There's a roof right over his head. He would rather be over onto the thing to try to take this next point.
And in 12 seconds left to go, Mochimon finally have gotten the ball rolling a little bit. But wow, Ryan connects on the Nectar. I mean, so far away from the other team, or from his own team. But Lunex also switching over to that thing, right? He's just able to kind of peel back for Nectar, probably not able to fall back with his mobility like he usually is. And now we're back on the car with 50 seconds left.
So moving up here too, Flamay does have that God of Mischief. You sure? He's trying to get the correct impact reset here to match that up Tap. Will not letting go though of this pressure. Techie very low, but this just builds into a battery for Monk and the God of Mischief. Bravery already has the invisible boundary. Same thing for Flamay though, he's going to be able to match at both invisible boundaries as the invisible one's trying to stay alive, double jump away. They may get stopped at the same time, but Nectar can let the devil up, and it's amazing to put the trigger first.
Nice match one-on-one. So much damage, but also a ton of healing from both invisible boundaries, or rather one, because Monk doesn't have his. Flame able to take down Nectar. Monk now gets the copy. Goes for the invisible boundary. Nothing to match it. It's met by Crimzo with the stun to CC to slow it down. Here comes Cap. The Kraken impact. Does he hit that low-key clone to get the reset? The answer is yes. Meteor and plus Heaven's Retribution plus the Kraken impact. That is just too much. If you do addition, it's subtraction to Lunex in this case, because they're headed back to the spawn. Every ult used for Mochimon.
Mochimon just does the wombo combo even better. Remember, Crimzo did swap off earlier, so you may be able to get clobbering time, but can you get the follow-up for Yusher to pop off on the Kraken impact?
On in a second. Like you said, I mean, they're well aware of it. Bravery has that invisible boundary. Nothing for Lunex's side in terms of strategy ultimates. They have to build this up. There's that Kraken impact early. Does it connect onto anything? It looks like what the answer was no. He did not get the reset. It's Dongman pulled into the invisible boundary of Bravery, but the Greens keep him healthy for now. No, he's so far away to the back line. He gets traded for Nectar, though. Good job from Flame and crew to take at least one down with him. Clobbering time on the card? No way! The bubble into Monk, the stun on the Crimzo. They actually deal with Crimzo quite well. Looks like he has to run away, but he lives. The healing is good, except for Amazing, who gets down. Just like Nectar earlier. Invisible boundary now committed by Flame. Kurova close to his own boundary too. They have to play slow. Mochimon does for their own boundary. Total back in from Nectar. Blocks off a little bit of the cart, so they should have Stratus advantage now if they stall it out. You know, both of these duelists, or both of these Daredevils have gone a little bit too far, but now it's Nectar who's playing that Dr. Strange. You should try to go for the reset plus the stun from Crimzo yet again. He's still two in a fight. One reset on the tap. Can he get another one onto the Dr. Strange? No reset just yet. No, we're disappearing into a support ultimate that's going to make this fight last another minute or two until I'm back fast takes down Kurova. Getting him is huge because now they have no more sustain. They just have Flame on the backside. It's just on this Loki to keep basically everybody healthy unless Donovan builds this ultimate. The Captain America can sustain everybody. Oh my god, the Dr. Strange ult. Oh, from Nectar. He swaps over this hero, connects flush with the Heaven's Retribution. And after that, maybe with the coffee, you can stall it. They have the invisible boundary, but Kurova's kicked off.
And then you follow up here with Monk finding Kurova, who cannot even look outside the choke without getting picked off first from May. To follow afterwards, no sustainability. Mochimon, they're doing this off the back of a huge 3-man Eye of Agamotto 2. This fight is still going. Clobbering time now finds a 3-man. But guess what? Monk was ready with the God of Mischief. He gets the copy. He gets the invisible boundary. And tap, he lets the devil out. And there's nothing stopping him as Lunex Gaming have no sustainability from their side.
Oh, what a crazy fight. An insane ending for Mochimon there. No time left in the bank. Doesn't matter for them. They snowball it at the very last point, and that's got to be disheartening for Lunex, which, you know, at points it felt like they had the edge, but Nectar's Portal comes back, and I'm Back Fast combined with them for those 2 KOs. And they lose Kurova, most importantly. Like, just wall that invisible boundaries out. Every single invisible woman just eats their boundaries so deep. But sometimes it's like not worth it, right? They lose somebody on the way towards that portal. It's interesting that every single invisible woman we've seen so far throughout the tournament just sends that deep, right, Vicky? Like, it's crazy. I mean, they'll lose people because of it sometimes.
Yeah, sending them deep, and sometimes you could try to at least cut off like the enemy rotation and slow them down on purpose, or try to cut off any line of sight here if you're really trying to time it to like maybe block off a Loki trying to do the God of Mischief. Imagine that in terms of the timing. But the chance of that happening is so low, but then they try to control more of that space. And you're right, it's the cause of a lot of these important Vanguards just trying to stay alive who've just used the ult. It's the reason why we've seen them fall most of the time.
And true, yeah, they got to keep them healthy. I mean, just the aggressive play just keeps getting enabled. And that's the sort of meta right now. It's a very, honestly, pretty crazy change compared to like the Ignite series, which was, you know, not as much sustain necessarily, just more like flank dives, playing your life. Now it just seems like it's back into this sort of brawl-centric meta, at least on these Convoy and Convergence maps. We're starting it out, though, Lunex back on attack, who have to fully capture the map if they want a chance to win here and not have Mochimon tie the series up in a best out of 5, which could send it to said map 5, the first one of the day.
Let's go the distance. We were talking about a Dogman. We were expecting this with the back and forth that we saw already off the first 2 maps on Dom. He's just trying to fight and catch him Back Fast, who is literally zooming around in the skies, having a good time playing a whole different game that isn't more rivals it looks like, but it is, as he can take every fight to the sky. And it's Dogman who gets that first pick, the snipe onto Month, and that's a very big first pick too.
Yeah, I mean, it's on that punishment of exactly what you said, like these Vanguard players playing so aggressive, trying to play their own game, and then you know, the onus is on the side of this player to keep them healthy, and then sometimes you get tunnel vision, right? Like, that's pretty insane. But right now, at the moment, 2 ticks on the board for Lunex Gaming. Go for the grab on that Daredevil. Nectar trying to get some good movement. Oh my goodness, huge movement to get back to the squad. But hey, you can't run away from Crimso with a dash to the high ground. Gets Bravery, and now you just had that Loki. Monk goes down too. And with that, one after another, we're back to the spawn on the defense.
That was really scary, actually. The Crimso freeze cam just trying to jump on top of there with the Emma Frost boost, too. And this gaming, they take this with a lot of time. Look at this, 5 minutes on the board to take it to distance now, as Mochimon looking to re-engage with this Kraken Impact. Together with Back Fast, who wants to build into this clobbering time. The diff that of Crimso West time of seduction, so that way they can try to guide everybody into Yusher's Kraken Impact.
Great points all around now. Head to this middle phase of the map. Generally, pros tend to just delete the terrain, but there's no cover on this attack, and at least, you know, set themselves up on defense in a good position where they have all the angles. Now Tap looks for Ryan on the high. Here comes the Sonic Deduction. One sets up his phone on the high, but oh my goodness, there goes Techie, wrist and beast. No clone to even save him with that intended domain. We pop him, missile bouncer on the other side. No reset, counter by the defensive Kraken Impact, but Dongman with the Meteor M finds Bravery. Another reset for Yusher in the back. The Buffy on the attack seems to be getting the edge with Yusher just after another. Everybody goes down. The Loki clones, the entire kitchen sink just got thrown at Mochimon. And again.
Double leg. Yeah, he's going to get it again. The next reset here. And now he's holding on to the Kraken Impact. And guess what? You have to try to push through the choke to actually contest again.
Did he have to do that?
Hold up. I mean, the fact that you should just...
No, he KO'd himself. Bro. Why, he didn't have to shift in. He just wanted to go a little... Like, he had it there. They had to touch the point. That was a little unnecessary. Blood. Yeah, he saw blood, and now it's his own blood flowing down his freaking face. Like, that was brutal. And like, unnecessary, but regardless, you know, you're feeling it in the moment. Gotta respect it. And now with that, though, you give up this fight, and you're back to the spawn.
Nectar is farming, by the way, followed by Techie, and I'm back fast. It's going to be a huge reset for Lunex, but now that huge time back that they got, Dogman, those 5 minutes dwindled down to 3 minutes, less than 10 seconds on the clock. And Lunex now will be able to come in, at least with Korova and the invisible boundary, but kind of mistimed here in the way that they want to stagger out these ultimates. For May having to boost that up together while looking at Tap, who's close to that Kraken impact.
3 minutes left. See if despite the last fight going the way it did, Lunex can come back in. It's the level out, but Nectar's also been able to set up on defense, whereas Amazing has to sort of fight for that space. He used to start out with that sonic seduction. It's actually started out with that invisible boundary. Korova. Oh no, he goes down during it. No way. That's insane that they get those KOs through it, and it's a little bit too deep. Yet again, they forget about where they have to go to be in a safe position. Tap cleans it up.
Well, it's not like you can Korova can double jump and get out of what we're seeing here, because Nectar's on that daredevil. Oh, and they get a huge stagger onto Crimzo. Oh no, that's a lot of time wasted. Down to 2 minutes. Mochimon, they're looking to make the comeback right now. Take us the distance in a possible Game 5 series here. Map 4, Lunex Gaming, we're literally 1 game away. Now look at this, down to 2 minutes on the clock. Less than 2 minutes now, with Mochimon having 2 of these ultimates. Make it really almost 4 with Monk and Techie right there. Techie close to that meteor rim.
Throwing it down at the moment. We'll see if any panic swaps start to come through if Lunex were to win this fight. But no, cross map. Yusher hitting some nice shots. Off the rip, sends them away. Sonic Seduction follow-up as they are on the tap. All set up from some early shots, and then the follow-up by Rye, who comes back for Nectar. Deflects away. A lot of cooldowns used to keep Amazing away. He knows that 4 physics is down. Goes in for that Invisible Woman, but they're not going down until Meteor M from Dongmin. Follow from the Kraken Impact, gets that reset. Counter Meteor M comes out. Blocked off by all of the shields, making sure that does not connect. Now here comes Tap. Kraken Impact in his own. Doesn't actually get the connection to anybody. Slows it down. Understanding that Rye could easily come back in. Get the grab!
Oh,
no way! On a Crimzo, but let the devil out now onto the main side. Does Rye actually find anything? No, he gets tapped down by Tap himself. Invisible boundary by Korova goes aggressive to keep his Vanguards healthy. Meanwhile, I'm back fastball slow. Same thing with Techie. That aggressive Invisible boundary actually pans out because Techie follows grab. So again from Tap, but no, the counter grab by Yusher. You don't have me, I have you. Stravery falls, and with that, can you even stall it out? You do have 1 to touch. Nectar goes down immediately to net to Amazing, dropping back with some nice cooldown management. But the devil out as well, committed by Nectar. No, he didn't use it, sorry. Mochimon get pushed off for now. We're heading to 3rd phase as Lunex cap out. 2 minutes in the clock.
No, another stagger, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Why are you running, Month? It's just a matter of time. But talk about the plays that we just saw right there, too. Not only controlling that space by that checkpoint, but Amazing taking a flanking angle right afterwards. That was insane. Korova trying to get away at the same time as well, but now Mochimon have to regain themselves. Monk does have that God of Mission as well as Nectar with letting the devil out. But Yusher and Crimzo do want to combo this together.
Pushed away at the current moment is Nectar. But at least they can slow it down for that Sonic Seduction. Oh, that copy from Flame has the powers of Invisible Boundary, but Korova goes down again. It keeps happening, man. Like, every single time somebody gets picked, they trade it back because they have incredible teamwork otherwise. I'm back finds Yusher, though. And with that, that should light things up because they lost Korova in that fight. He could have built maybe Invisible Boundary. Not anymore.
Korova's just gone down way too many times. Tap is just going to move away, just build up more space and waste more time away from Lunex Gaming. Yusher's still holding on to that Kraken impact that they were really hoping that Crimson Psionic Seduction would force out one of the strategist ultimates, but it was held until we got to see Crimson move up together with Amazing and letting his devil out with Stravery trying to back that up with the Invisible Boundary.
I want to ask the pros after this series why they keep going a little too deep with those ultimates. Nice grab from Tap. Really created that entire opening himself. And, you know, it's mistake after mistake like that where you don't have to wonder what's going on with Lunex to get picked off in these situations. 1, 2, 3 down. Lunex back to the spawn with 24 seconds left to go, and Mochimon smells the blood in the water as they try to get and hold close.
This Bucky gameplay, this entire game has just been absolutely insane with these grabs. Just the collateral that it comes down to it. Last 10 seconds now for Lunex Gaming to try to take their dub. Is Mochimon going to take us a distance? Nectar up on the high ground to go for a flanking angle. Ice Korova, the first one to go out in the fight again.
Yeah, he had ult. I mean, it's over after that, right? Unless maybe we find like a billion kills after KOs after this. Boundary armed and dangerous. Nope, you sure. You are gone. Nectar with a 2 in the fight. Maybe make it 3 in a moment. Kurova comes back, has Invisible Boundary. Can he get it off? He does get it off. Luckily in time. Actually lives. The hero play could maybe pan out because Nectar's down. So it actually results in a huge fight win for them until maybe Bravery has this Invisible Boundary. They have the Kraken Impact. There's no Stratus Ultimate. There's the Kraken Impact now onto the Vanguards. Portal back coming through on the other side. Reset coming through onto Dogman. There's one. It's one person's favorite time on the backside.
Oh, no.
Not anybody on Lunex because Cap gets 3. Maybe make it 4. Yep. Playmate goes down. Nice dodge, though, to make sure the resets don't come through. But at this point, everybody's coming to touch, but nobody is there. Mochimon tied the series up. It is 2-2. We're heading to a map 5.
Let's go. We get some more Marvel Rivals action here in this series. I mean, this has been the best banger, the first Game 5 we have of the day in the MRC. But you talk about Loki just trying to stay alive at the very end, Flamme just doing their best. But the moment we saw Loki go down and Kurova, who had used up that ultimate just to stay alive, look how much it took just for Kurova to look outside that choke. He had to burn the Invisible Boundary. It was just so much damage output from the opposing side of Mochi.
Right. I mean, we'll see as the series progresses, but damn, I mean, the amount of damage that Tap's doing, he's really reined it in. I think he's playing smarter. You know, taking a look at the MVP, it's going to be month from that game, but I mean, I just feel like, yeah, like overall, you could see Nectar's, you know, kind of inting going a little aggressive, but that's how that works on Daredevil. It's the same thing for Amazing, who takes home the SVP. But Tap, I think he slowed it down. You're right. Just a phenomenal Bucky gameplay, and ever since that one Psylocke game, he's really turned it around.
Yeah, Tap, with the way that he's able to get these grab-ins too, the follow-ups and the isolations really help them out. And then you get the free resets off the Loki. It's even better. It's all you can do here for the Kraken Impact. And then you get to see I'm Back Fast. I have to highlight this player again because he's been trying to match that together with Crimso so that way they can get these follow-ups a lot cleaner because it's kind of back and forth, right? Who ends up using the bread and butter easier? Which strategists have their ultimate forced out first? The Loki lamps, as well as the fact that you can get those resets off of the Kraken Impact, really helps out Mochimon here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm curious how the ban phase goes. I think both teams are actually confident with their current rollout compositionally. It is just a few mistakes, man. Like every time, like I don't know, we got to figure it out. We got to talk to Kurova. We got to talk to this crew because it feels like they are more than any other team going so deep at these invisible boundaries. And I understand like a lot of teams do that, but it's just like so deep that Nectar reads it, is there to match through on the opposite side, find those KOs. And I get you have your own self shield now, so like maybe that's why they feel a little bit greedier. So you can go for that like sort of self-sustain and then walk towards it as you help those Vanguards, like you said. But yeah, it's just not working out right now. I mean, we saw like 2 or 3 times where that happened.
Because what, you're going to double jump and you're still in the line of sight of Daredevil, but you know what doesn't help too is that you're grounded because I'm Back Fast did swap over to Thing eventually, right? So then being able to see I'm Back Fast go in, ground Kurova. Kurova just did not stand a chance. You're hugging your Loki and the clone for dear life just for a Kraken reset to happen on the Loki clone next to you. And then you're stuck going down, what was it, like twice when he had Invisible Boundary when they really needed it to at least help benefit themselves with the limited time that they already had.
Yep. Map 5 now, Vicky. We're going to it for the first time today on Saturday, and obviously tomorrow will be Championship Sunday. So both these teams fighting to be in that position from these loser brackets if they don't win here. I mean, they're still in the money, but also like, yeah, you ain't going any further, and you got to wait all the way till the next MRC.
Different metas, new characters, what we always look forward to. What is Deadpool going to be? I cannot wait, as Daredevil is the first one out here. Back to jail he goes. It's going to be the first ban, and also just seeing if the Mantis bans continue, right? Because we've been seeing that really follow through to prevent Ryan Mason to feel comfortable, and there it is.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, that's been working for them. The group ban has not necessarily. Until later, at least. Like, you can go for it later, maybe, if you don't want to play against it. Understandable. Group protect
I was going to say,
early
I
on.
actually would have wanted to ban out the Groot here on this map because now you're just going to allow Crimzo to have his own playground on Central Park, and we know Groot goes crazy here.
All right. I'm curious. We will see it, right? Wolverine banned to counter some potential, counter play to Groot. Gambit ban comes out. I don't think we have seen Gambit in the series, right? Like, they've banned it every single time. Mochimon, that is, and no protect for it on the other side.
Yeah, we haven't been able to see Gambit get out of jail. He's stuck in there with no bonds. And Venom gets protected, though. I like this for Mochimon because this is going to be able to benefit them, even though they don't have the Daredevil, though. So they won't have that team-up dive potential that we saw, like, in game number 2 that really allowed them to shine. But this also showcases, like, the flexibility. Lunex understanding that Daredevil's been a problem. They would just rather not deal with it if they're getting dipped on it.
And then go for the Loki Protect, meanwhile. You know, I'm curious for Mochiman. They're totally fine playing this Invisible Woman. Maybe you go Invisible Woman ban here? Like, it will... Okay, we go Star-Lord ban for Lunex. Do they even play Star-Lord on Mochiman's side? It's interesting. I don't think they've... It's only been... I think it's only been... You should have played it on their team. So that's interesting. Meanwhile, we have an Adam Warlock ban come through for Mochimon.
You'll need a top-notch
I guess it makes sense, for the Venom dives, just to set up full blaster barrage and stuff, but we haven't even seen Mochimon do that, really.
We also haven't really seen, even like when we did have the Atoms go through, like Corolla even sticking to the Atom, right? Like maybe trying to take away that comfortability after he was harassed so much on the Invisible Woman, but even then, we haven't seen Corolla really flex over to the Atom War, like understanding, you know, what they have to do differently, especially against these Buckies, right? And then trying to combine that together with the elongated ultimates of survivability with the invisible boundaries. But with Phoenix getting out here, you have more of those open sight lines, and you know when you get the Ignite on the Sparks here, you're going to be able to deal a lot of damage when everyone's grouped together in the lane.
True, yeah, completely glossed over me that we've let the Phoenix through because of how the ban system went, and honestly, for Lunex, they should be able to play this Phoenix comp because of how, talented Yusha is at playing that hero. Same thing with Nectar. Like, Nectar's also insane at playing the Phoenix. They've been more flexible, I would like to think, on Mochimon's side. They're playing, heavily around Cap's flexibility, but it's the same thing with Rymazing kind of for Lunex. Yusha's kind of the one to fix or flex, and same thing for Nectar. So now we get to see that matchup between Yusha and Nectar. Tap versus Rymazing. All of the marbles on the line. And, we get to see, like you said, the Crimzo Groot versus the I'm Back Fast Venom, which, both are definitely their comfort picks.
$14,500 on the line, by the way, as a total prize pool spread out with first place walking with 6K. It's been a gauntlet of a run for this lower bracket, and Phoenix, they want to claw their way out of here. They want to get the revenge. As we saw earlier, Dogman Crimzo gets brought back to health here together as Phoenix Gaming are going to be able to take control over this high ground, starting off their attack here. They get out from the other side of the chokes, but Mochiman are playing this so split up.
Yeah, they are. They're just on these off angles. Meanwhile, you can see Tap. Dongmin's ready for it, trying to get high charge. They actually want the dive to come through. They're ready to disengage. Does Mochiban read this, though? Like, they know we're going to be building Invisible Boundary. We're going to be building Loki Copy, right? Close to these Stratus Ultimates. Both teams don't want to make a mistake. Let their Phoenixes carry. Neither can find a pick until now. Nectar goes down. No BRB either because we're not playing the Rocket Raccoon. Nectar is the loser in this fight for now, but it's still alive. It's still people here. I'm Back Fast goes low. Tap, meanwhile, bro, yay, buddy, you're gone. See you later. Had to try to do something, I guess. You were down one. Invisible Boundary also popped by Karo from Lunex. Maybe go for 4 play, but it's too late. You're done. First cap comes through. Lunex take it.
Oh, they're upset right now. The booking on booking violence is nice to watch as a spectator, not being on the receiving end of a lot of that damage here, especially with those Kraken Infects. But now, Rymazing moving up, about to have his own Kraken Infect. You sure too. And we will have to get that reset to the end song Inferno. And I'm Back Fast already going up onto the high ground here. Not even close. Well, I mean, he's a little close with Piece of the Abyss, but wasn't able to get it in that first engagement here before diving down. Nectar put out the reset to help him out with the anti.
Well, Greens. Crimson goes down into Groodle. Oh my goodness. Nice job with Regenerative Domain to keep Cap alive. Able to take down the Groot. Player who stuck him in said prison. And now he has to walk back to the spawn, but the spawn's luckily for him very close. Already built up that Psylocke ultimate.
Tap. You know exactly what Tap wants to do. Farm a little bit more of that ultimate and dive together and back fast. Try to pre-plan and see their exit route so he can go in for the follow-up. Nice little stun here as Nectar tries to dive down into that backline to get the follow-ups here. Looks like we're ready for it at the same time. They don't have any strategist ultimates. He goes in for a Piece of the Abyss. It hits too. Crimson stuck in the ante. A nice stun. But Lunex Gaming are just looking at Mochimon, letting themselves use everything. Now you get the player on the Invisible Woman shield, and the dance of the cutter flies, only flying full length.
Well, inevitably, yeah, they don't have the Invisible Boundary just yet from Kurova, I suppose. And I'm Back Fast is using his ultimate to stay alive. Everything being committed onto him, right? This Venom you can shut him down, but also, like, he's fine with that considering he's got so much sustain, so much health, right? So now Lunex take that fight loss, but at least you can come into this with a little bit of ultimate card. However, this card still hasn't made a lot of headway. We go for a very aggressive invisible boundary. They need to find backline off of it, or Techie in this case, as we've split off the team. Job done with that aggressive invisible boundary. I guess you can see exactly why they do it.
Really smart on Crimson too. He knew that they had no vision from the outskirts of the invisible boundary, so he just really walked point blank and was able to take care of the invisible one from the other side. That was Stravery. He did have that invisible boundary. Also blocking out the heals right behind Techie, who had unleashed a sign of seduction. So this is what I was wondering. When it comes to Brute here on this map, depending on your strategist, it could get a little dicey on just trying to find these different angles. And now look at the positions from Lunex as they hold all the way up in the choke.
They've gone for now. A little bit of help from Month in the back. Walk in. Here comes that Phoenix Ult with that Meteor M. The combination finds the invis. Bravery goes down. Nowhere to hide from that. I mean, tough situation to be in. Couldn't burn the Phoenix Ult. Bravery tries to go invisible to hide away, but gets procced out of the invisibility by the Phoenix Ult. Then the Meteor M connects after he's taken down a little bit. Hard spot to cap. It does. Nobody even touches. And we're moving to third phase, Vicky, off of that.
4 free real estate, right? Mason gets 2.
And we're using ults?
And
Oh,
we're
God.
literally just unleashing. They're trying desperately to just stay on this point, but I don't think they were expecting them to just not recontest it. They wanted to stop for as long as possible. This just benefits Lunex for free here. Look at all the ultimate economy that they're coming out of this.
This is, I don't know, Mochimon's only downside is I feel like when their game plan doesn't work out, they have players stuck in no man's land, and then they still commit to their original game plan. Like, you'll see that with Tap on first point, dashing in after, you know, losing a member on the squad, specifically Nectar, then goes aggressive because they don't have backup plans, I suppose, which are hard to come up with in these very fast, intense moments. Now they go for the grab on the main side again. Invisible boundary, super aggressive, deep into the backline, falls back, has the support versus the Venom. So just using it for the Vanguard. They just want to use it as a dive play. They're going for the Groot ultimate. Getting it again and again, but no, Ryan Amazing is the one to get shut down. Didn't have the support because of the Venom distracting his backline. And now Mochimon get themselves back here and get the reset on the front line.
Over the timing on the invisible boundary, yes. Tap finds 2 here. Kurova gets a push onto Techie.
Wait,
and then follows up. He is popping off right now. He throws out the damage orb as well. You see the Crimson walls trying to block out where they're trying to go. I mean, even the chat box has to go up because of how stunned they were here. Looking on the left side, right? Mason then finds I'm back. And now this kind of staggers them a little bit as they try to roll out these following gates. Look at Lunex Gaming. Look at Crimson. Point blank blocking out Techie's healing again from behind him.
This is crazy. This match is definitely the match of mistakes on both sides. Now here comes Techie, but he's getting hit by Groot the entire time. Phoenix ultimate with it. Okay, Rai goes down. Meanwhile, Dogman counter. Yusher not there with the Phoenix ult, by the way, so his is just gonna eventually whittle down to nothing as everybody is playing for it on Mochimon's side. Reset now. Lunex is deciding what they want to kind of do because they have the Phoenix ult. They don't have the combo with that Meteor M. You know, what do they want to do? Want to play slow, wait for people to come back to spawn? It looks like it. I mean, you have ult advantage. Maybe you want to walk in. Now, here comes Crimson. Go for that copy on Flame. Aggressive missile boundary, countered by Bravery again. So you have the aggressive missile boundary versus the defensive one on the cart. Groot ultimate out on the inside angle with the Phoenix Ult. Regenerative Domain is there. The follow-up damage takes down Techie as soon as the invisible boundary ends. But now we have another one because the look goes to the top. Tap finds Future on the backside. So now we're even back and forth. Tap has the reset potentially with another Kraken impact. Rye needs to not die, and he falls back to the Regenerative Domain. Good job by his Loki to keep him alive. But now I'm back fast brings in Domin, who has a heal for himself. Needs to stay alive. Gets the pocket from Kurova. Ult coming up is Nectar, but Nectar goes down to Kurova across the map. The aggressive play from Kurova enables them fight after fight after fight in this map. And with that pick, they're up 1. Nectar has that Phoenix ult ready to go. Techie has the Meteor M, but now Kraken impact for Amazing. Needs to not go overboard because sometimes he can get picked in these situations. Techie does not get the reset on him. Ryan Amazing still alive. Has to back up. Nice job by the strategist on this defensive hold to hold everybody at this choke somehow for as long as they have. Now they have Phoenix ult. Now they have that Magneto ultimate. They go with it. Phoenix comes back. Dashed away. Kurova down. What a shot from Techie, who kills his former teammate. We have to go in touch now. Invisible boundary, 38 seconds. There's the Groot ultimate. The follow from Crimson on to Tap and on to Nectar. The counter play from Sentinel's teammates too. And Tap falls with those two. They try to re-engage with I'm Back Fast, who's just trying to stall it out honestly a little bit longer than they have. Yusher falls low. Can he pop his ultimate? No! He goes down to Techie! Are you kidding me? Techie with a shot of a lifetime from across the map. Right, missing stuns himself and I'm Back Fast. But I'm Back Fast is the one caught out. Now we pop Invisible Bounty on the defense, and we're going all over again. Next, we're coming back on Jeff for the speed boost. Amazing, can he pull people out of this Invisible Boundary? It doesn't look like it just yet. Tries to find somebody in the back line. Has his ultimate. Can he connect onto the back line? Finds Loki, but he disappears. Doesn't have to reset. He goes low. But can he stay alive to regenerate his domain towards that objective to keep him healthy? And somehow this fight is still not done for Mochimon as they held Lunex in this third phase.
Overtime taking away Dogman as you catch your breath and look at Usher, who's coming right back with the reset. But the Meteor M, it slams down and it finds Korova. Huge here as it's up to Flamme to stay alive in the form of the God of Mission. But the bug, the skewer, and back fast. He calls out Dogman. They're looking to keep this defense as the Angela is more than enough to keep Mochimon here alive on this defensive side.
Oh my goodness, Vicky. They almost capped out, but Mochimon just... Their strategists are doing so much, right? Like, that's insane that they're still alive. The Vanguards, too. But Shraver and Munt, I mean, huge shout out to them to just keep this fight going. And, you know, it's tough. I mean, you know, Usher gets picked during his ultimate. I mean, it's just scrappy back and forth. They hold on third phase. And it's crazy because, I mean, Vicky, that spawn is so far away, too, for the defense. So that's a really tough fight to keep rebounding like that.
And remember how far up Crimzo pushed up before they even got through the double doors of the choke, right? Like, he was all the way up in Techie's face. He tried to put the wall behind him. He does get protected thanks to his own Invisible Woman, Stravery, just being able to put that Invisible Woman shield up. But that fight lasted so long. I really love the swap-ups that we saw from I'm Back Fast. When the Venom wasn't working, when you weren't able to get those follow-ups, you swap over to the Angela. You disrupt the piece. You try to get more of these disruptions off of these ultimates, but you also split a lot of the attention up, right? And Lunex Gaming, unfortunately, just were not able to keep up here.
Yeah, as soon as the brain...
You're really right. I mean, it's just true. They just couldn't keep up. And yeah, it's just the split focus, the overarching... I mean, they had a super rigid defense for sure. And you're right. They just like had the game plan to just keep stalling it out, keep delaying, and it's working out. It didn't work first phase, second phase necessarily, but when we head to third phase, it just you find one KO after another, and Lunex starts to collapse. Now we're in a similar situation that we just were on the previous map, except you know now Mochimon is going to be the team on the attack second. For Lunex, they're playing that 3-3 composition with a Penny Parker. We're heading back to the cheese.
And you get the opportunity to set up, right? I know this is everyone's fear for some reason when it comes to Penny on this map. I mean, I understand there's a lot of cheeky angles. You get to hide out with your mines, but look at the amount of damage impact here, too. You got to look at every direction. Now, Tap gets up to the high ground and is going to be able to look down at those mines, take care of it at the same time as the Nest. Korova in the back line, playing through the window, but nobody is looking at Tap. He's just getting away with so much of his damage.
Well, yes, because I'm Back Fast is just like annoying the hell out of Korova. You would think, Tap uses his mobility. Maybe you come back to Thor's physics. By the way, I'm Back Fast just takes off Crimson.
Oh, no!
Huge play. This guy's been an unsung hero throughout the series, and you can see exactly why. Month on the height, meanwhile, free farming. And that was a beautiful tank from Lunex, but, you know, Mochimon. Lunex had a very similar tank, but actually come back through. Copy from Flame. See you later towards the point. Does it get deleted, though? It looks like, yes, right. Mason Bill has his. He's still in this fight. Another see you later. This one in a little bit more defensive position, but the Phoenix Ult is here to negate all of the overhealth. However, nobody's down. Crimson has in prison. Portal comes back from Dongman. Is it going to connect? It looks like it is, but there's regenerative domain there. Meanwhile, Tap goes down. We're almost tapped out for Mochimon, but they lose one. And with that, Techie has to find another one. Ryan Mason goes down. That's the BRB removed. Usher has his Magneto ultimate. How can he end it right now? It's also going to be Techie on both sides. But no, it's I'm Back Fast again. Crimson, second time in a row. This Groot is off the map because of I'm Back Fast. And unfortunately for Crimson, he's not Back Fast, right? Usher goes down. Now we have Agamotto. Okay, that was really high up from Dongman, but doesn't it cap out from Mochimon.
What am I seeing right now? This is incredible. I mean, I didn't know you could cut down trees, by the way, with the spear. I would think that maybe, you know, you need an axe, but I guess level 99 wood cutting just goes different here if you're on the
my God.
here. And now you get to see the swap-ups, but this is crazy.
I'm glad I'm classing with you, Vicky, because I think last time I had the blue opportunity to say he was getting cut down. I said it was like Lumberjack to Detroit. Level 99 Lumberjack definitely sounds a bit, or woodcutting sounds a bit more, you know, fitting. But in this case, you're right. That was an incredible take from the side of Mochimon.
The look, he's so incredibly like intimidating too. But just look, Angela lingering about. Somebody get the squatter to burn the plane, but no. It's more disruption that Crimzo has to worry about. But he's focused up ahead, looking at the rest of the lane where Mochimon stays. Nectar does have a reset, so does Stravery with a little boundary. And it's called in first to start off this engagement. Together, Lunex though, it was Lene who had the God of Mischief, and he waited just a little bit longer to have his second.
Trying to get those combo shots through it. Rai dodges 2 ultimates in the sky with the Kraken impact. Comes back through. Huge movement from Rai. No way. Monk does find one. It trades his life, though, and now the resets are surely going to come. Raimazing, the movement, perfect. Huge job by Raimazing there. Movement from the Kraken impact results in this collateral damage on this offense.
That is so bad for Mochimon. We just saw Raimazing having the most impactful Kraken impact right now that could have dictated the series, because you're down less than 3 minutes on the clock here, and you find Month when he was freshly able to use that God of Mischief. Stevie, who just used that invisible boundary, you will have Ambac fast to be able to combo together with Tap 3-3, but they won't have that same sustainability. Let's on the inside. Lunex as well, 2 seconds ago. First step with walls as a Heaven's Protect comes in, and Crimzo this time follows up. He catches I'm back fast, gets a little bit of revenge here to redeem himself, and now protects Dogman with a crazy get down, Mr. President, as he saves the day.
But I actually wonder what the game plan was there from I'm back fast. He throws the spear in, goes with it. Nobody else was with him. Maybe expected Regene's Domain to save him. Yeah, they were so far away. It was just a little unfortunately timed. And now I'm back fast with the one feeding. Goes down again to Flame in the middle of the fight, and this is the problem the Mochiman had on their defense in the first point. They just like sort of lose. Similar fashion to Lunex, these fights that feel odd.
We were just hyping him up. I hope we didn't curse him here. And now when you take a look at the economy, this gaming, they have all 6 ultimates ready to go. I'm back fast, who had made the swap now over to the Venom, down to a minute, less than 45 seconds on the clock for their tournament MRC Season 5 live. The difference between the team who takes this series over the other is basically like a $400 difference here, with $800 going towards the winners of the rest of the bracket. But armed and dangerous, the Kraken impact reset is looking, and together with the end song Inferno, it comes crashing to the ground to find both of the strategists and tap victim. Now Raimazing gets to go crazy.
I mean, that was a Phoenix player's dream. I mean, just everybody connected on by the Friendly Prison and the Phoenix ultimate. The Unsung Inferno connects flush. 1 minute left to go. Second phase. Lunex starting to find some ground here, it looks like, Vicky.
Or they can try to brute force their way right through their stairwell, though. I hate getting held here. It's so difficult with the inside line to the side, and now you can deal with the brute walls. BBRM going up. Sun Seduction here, rather than going for the invisible boundary, pulled up, but couldn't find out where the invisible woman was before yeeting the meatball through the back line. We're building into the end song Inferno too, but
what?
gets the pick onto Techie. That was insane. Next victim, maybe I'm back fast before he backs away at the very least to build into the piece of this, because now they're down to less than 30 seconds on the clock.
That's brutal. I mean, both Vanguards have just been getting bullied, honestly, in the second phase. Just a priority target of both this Phoenix and the Bucky. So much anti-Vanguard pressure from not only them, but the Groot. The sheer amount of damage coming through is absurd from the side of Lunex. Now, we're entering last fight territory, which is crazy. We've been here for so long already, considering how the defensive Mojimon went, but they do have ultimates. Kurova again wants to set up his aggressive invisible boundary. Here comes that Kraken impact. They use the Glue ultimate and Sung Inferno from Usher with the reset on Raimazing. And it's beautiful. 2 down, Techie Travery removes these ultimates. Now Tap in the sky. Can't connect on the back. No, it's whoa! Wait, Rai goes down. Reset for him, but it doesn't matter. Kurova's there. They split up. Also, so does Nectar after the Sung Inferno runs out. Now we're entering overtime. Both Vanguards of Lunex are controlling the space. Month goes down, and with this, it's stagger potential for Mochimon. No strategist here. You have to come back. You're missing Month's ultimate because he's dead. And in this overtime, who are you going to copy on this Loki? Has to hit a huge reason of the domain to keep everybody healthy. Invisible boundary here from Flame. Is it body blocked? Can they make it through? There's the domain from Month. Who goes down again? He's done. Techie has Meteor M, but in overtime, you have to keep touching this objective. The portal's about to go away, and Mochimon are done. Lunex win the series and head to the next round in the loser brackets.
That was the best series I've probably have ever been able to cast and watch here within the MRC, of the history of the MRC that we keep making right now, Dogman, because that was not only so intense, so back and forth. It literally came down to the minute micro plays there, from holding on to these ultimates to surviving right through it here too. Overtime taking away. You finally find Amazing, but Kurova's right there. No strategist ultimates to keep them up until the God of Mischief is activated after they were the ones that were sent down to the spawn room gates at the very beginning of those fights.
Yeah, I mean, you did a breather after that one for sure. I mean, you're not going to see too many series like that in every single tournament. You look at the stats, you look across the board. I mean, it was a valiant effort from Mochimon. This is a very good team, and they're only getting better. You can see that. I believe I was watching. Actually, it's funny because Crimzo actually watch parties these games sometimes on his own stream, and also streams himself in their matches, I believe, without comms. And I think he was commenting on, like, Mochimon, the way they got to the loser brackets was by losing in the upper brackets in a very odd fashion. It's like, Mochimon should be winning this game, right? So, you know, he obviously has a lot of praise for this team, Mochimon. They should be winning a lot of these series and a lot of these games. They just need a little bit more time together, whatever it may be. It's a good team. Everybody definitely had their moments. Towards the end, you could see some slight cracks in terms of the Vanguard play, maybe, but still, it's not necessarily on the Vanguards. It's the overall game plan. And even your doggo in the back line is in shock from that one, because what a series it was. Our first best out of 5 that went the distance, Vicky, and it was a great one for sure today.
Yeah, and they get to be $400 richer right there too, right? And that's all for participating in the MRC with a $14,500 prize pool and being able to play the game and warm up right there too, right? Before MRI and seeing what they could do differently. But it's been a fantastic set of games. That was one banger of a series, and it doesn't end there, Dogman. We got some more Marvel Rivals action coming to you on the other side of this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world.
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
Welcome back, everybody, to the MRC. My name is Dogman, joined by Vicky Kitty, and we're now entering back to the upper bracket after that lower bracket banger. How you doing, Vicky? Been a long day, but we're here now in this upper bracket match.
I'm doing great, Dogman. I wouldn't have it any other way to spend my Saturday because there's a lot to look forward to. And if anything, Season 5.5 has taught you guys is how much the meta has shaken up versus how long ago we've seen these players play out at their last land in champs on a completely different patch, different heroes that have been released. And what's that influences the pick and ban plays and how a lot of our teams have been actually approaching it, right? Because of course, MRC, it is a little different in the pick and ban phase for those of you guys just tuning in. It's universal bans, right? It's not like MRI where you usually see these targeted bans. So if you want to ban out the Daredevil, as you can see right here from Team Guilty, this is a universal Daredevil ban, so they won't be able to utilize it for themselves either.
Yeah, it's a good point. Good call out. Because it's been a long day. Keeping track with MRC, with Ignite, the different implications and stuff. Like this MRC, for example, we had the global bans, like you mentioned. In the future, who knows if that'll change. In the future, there's also going to be more implication with MRC besides just prize pool money and in-game rewards, which is a lot, by the way, but it's even getting more stakes, right? Once we add potential, partnership opportunities with Ignite, Ignite points and stuff. But we're starting off now with Team Guilty going for that Daredevil ban, like you said, protecting the Gambit, which it feels like it's been forever since we've seen Gambit, Vicky. But on the opposite side, we have the Thing protected and then the Phoenix ban.
That's the thing is that I'm usually not surprised if Gambit stays in jail, and I'm okay with that because of how volatile Gambit is, and of course we are starting on Domination, so it's even better here. But with the Gambit Protect, are we going to see the Loki rolling out too, so that way we can get 2 Raging Royal Flushes? You get the Protect on the Rogue, so now you're considering, all right, well, do you want to be able to have the Magneto come out as well with the team up that the Gambit gives out to Rogue and Magneto, get that extra damage? And maybe you get the recall as well if you're running out the Star-Lord and maybe want to run out with the triple strategist with Rocket involved.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think the tough part is that, I guess with this ban phase, which you're going to Bucky ban, this is how things have gone throughout the day. No more hella bans. We're going straight to that Bucky. But, it does feel like in global ban phase, you mentioned it, there's no wrong answer. And that's the hard part. You could be a really good Gambit team, but you could be going against a really good Gambit team. And it only takes her to learn and understand how good they are at the Gambit. Both these teams are really good at the Gambit. I think Doom Crew, we didn't get to see play Gambit, right? I think they had a ban against them a lot early on. Also, you got to know your matchup, right? Who has the good Gambit team? In scrims and practice, we already know Team Guilty and Doom Crew have played against each other a lot, right? So there should be a banger, a good one. We get to see both Gambits sort of being allowed it. And that's kind of the fun part of this meta. Like you talked about during the break, Vicky. Like you said, this is a crazy meta. Like Iron Fist ban towards the very end. I don't think we saw that at all. But it does feel like pretty crazy, right? Like the TTK, the amount of like damage coming out from these strategists now sort of have made these fights faster when Gambit's here sometimes.
Yeah, it's great. Just to give an insight to everyone as well, like when casters are preparing to expect like a different meta, the pacing of a lot of these fights change per meta change as well. And being able to stay up to pace and seeing how volatile these Gambit fights have been, you can literally blink and you'll see everybody blow up. Literally just straight KOs, just straight down the feed. And that's the impact that having the speed boost, you get those extra jumps, you get to utilize the verticality of a lot of these maps too, especially on Domination, where that first fight is the most important, honestly, in setting up the pace. And it's very volatile. I mean, even getting rid of Daredevil, it showcases the research that these two teams have done, right? Because we just saw Days pop off earlier on the Daredevil.
And in this case, we're starting off in this first map on the best out of 3. Early portal by Madara onto the height. Counter portal comes through on the high ground. Block it off in case anybody was on the other side, but everybody's out, I believe, except, well, Madara falls, and that was actually well-timed with the counter portal from Days. It ends up panning out because it looks like Team Guilty had some players still stuck on the other side.
Literally,
that was
just
so smart.
Reverse. That was such a crazy reversal right there too. Like put him in his shotting instead right here. Madara had to pay the price for it on the receiving end. Doom Crew getting out of a curve and being able to get ahead already on this point. Being able to take control first, as well as look at the ult economy that Doom Crew has been able to build up just off of that fight alone, Dogman.
Yeah, that's crazy. Huge fight win, and you know what would be deemed a cheese play under the hero shooters is definitely a huge play over here. But Madara already finds Krasman going a little bit too deep. Now have the opposite for Rogue on the front side. But regardless, they're still going to be down one of this defensive hold now. You grab on with that rush in the main side. Now you also take on Forcey Dog, and everybody's gone. I mean, you try to come back. Maybe you can with the Guardians, Legends in the Sky, but nope. Fantastic finds Renko. Regardless, point totally flips between Guilty.
Trey, you got one Raging Roll Flush for the other, and then you are met with Mellow on the other side of that door. You think you could get away here from the low velocity pace, the prize Kraz to go down after that trade-off as Doom Crew, they're dropping like flies. Sure, they have some of these ultimates ready to go, but they have to give the space over to Team Guilty, who do manage to flip the point, at least for now. Stinkers was right there alongside Madara, and now he does have that Meteor end before the re-engagement comes in. Triple Vanguard working out here from both sides now, as we get the Rage and Royal Flush to start this fight. In the form of the God of Mischief, the Eye of Agamotto, finds both strategists. Meteor M though, it's a meatball, met on the other side of a shield, and it cost Renko to go down here for Team Guilty.
Backing up for now, maybe trying to re-engage. Chuckles goes down. I mean, no ults here. You also commit that thing ultimate. With that, I mean, Team Guilty slowly collapse. Back to the spawn they go. Doom Crew get the flip.
What a crazy back and forth right there, too. Doom Crew immediately get it right back into their favor, but the isolation, the Doctor Strange plays from Daisy says, all right, it's okay, I don't have to play the Daredevil here. The Eye of Agamotto found it smart onto the double strategist that Team Guilty needed to rely on so that way they could deal with this Raging Rogue Flush. They start their own. He looks at one here before starting off this engagement.
I mean, already Cooper goes down. Both Gambits combine in tandem for the back line of Doom Crew, and I mean, that just ends the fight really quickly. We talked about pace earlier. Change of pace indeed when Gambit's in the game, man. This guy shows up, pops ultimate. If you don't have the counter, you just lose. We just give it a regenerative domain. Whatever, doesn't even matter. Like, it's just Gambit's the only character right now as that ultimate just brings them to team fight.
I just know hearing that Gambit never folds. Yumeko from Kakaguri would just be so excited just to hear this play out, and it's usually that gamble here. The better Gambit coming out on top, and you're already nearing 55% in favor for Team Guilty. They had gotten that flip at the very least, but stopped Doom Crew at near 90% now, and now you get the crop, and you get the Gambit never folds. Stage is close to Eye of Agamotto, so he's going to be able to jump far deep into the backline here, as now the Galactic Legend comes up from Mello, trying to force out these strategies, but they're going to hold on to it for now, because Team Guilty, they are no longer showing their face here as the flip comes through for Doom Crew.
Oh, wait, do they get the portal? I mean, you get the health pack? No, you don't get it. Portal's coming. There it is. They have to jump through. Body blocking! Nobody gets out! Oh, no! My God. The body block, the read was perfect from Doom Crew. I don't know how many times have we ever seen that, Vicky? Like, they body blocked that portal perfectly so they couldn't touch.
we see people attempt to do it, and sometimes they escape through one of the back ends of the corners of the portal, but like Kraz's body being on thing is so big together with that of Days that it was just too much. They could not get through that mouth of the portal, and they were both there side by side together.
Yeah, I guess it's like a mixture of luck and preparation, because you have to get to the side that they're ready to go in from, right? Whew. That was close. I don't think I've seen a timing like that ever in, we've been casting this game forever. So Doom Crew now, ultimates in their favor for a little bit, but also same thing with Renko, right? Like Renko has that copy. We've seen these fights sort of go to the way of the Gambit that has the edge. In this fight, it's going to be even.
The battle starts in 5.
Doom Crew starting off real strong here, and look at the ult economy too that they're working with. Sure, Team Guilty, they have a few of their own. Expect the Rage and Royal Flushes to start off the fight from both of these ends, but it's Days that does have that Eye of Agamotto that can make a difference. Same thing could be said about Chuckles, honestly. If he gets right to their side and chooses clobbering time, but let's see as she takes everything. The Heartbreaker from Scatter is used first, and it takes it away from Madara. Galactic Legend from Chime. Eye of Agamotto, though, doesn't find the mark that we were expecting, as Scatter also gets stunned. Back and away here. Chuckles holding on to the clobbering time, and it is Renko who fights Scatter. More of these trades coming through, and it is Chuckles who then finds Days here. So now the Vanguards, they've fallen from Doom Crew, and Team Guilty get the point first.
Yep. Flip it over. Team Guilty have it. And now a huge fight win to do it in too. Like they were able to match ultimates and still win with Chimes ult, like you said, who's been such a good Star-Lord player and a standout, duelist player in general that you talked about. So for Team Guilty, how do they keep this momentum up, right? They have the copy. Madara goes in with the ultimate, or Madara goes with the ult. Chuckles goes in. Amidst the clobbering time, is the follow-up there? Yes, it is. Too much damage for Kraz, who falls. And you don't have any ultimates. This is going to be a really tough fight to sort of live, and the staggers don't make it any easier. Copy style available for Porky, but he doesn't have the copy onto a Gambit because his own is down.
He's guilty right now. Want to get a little bit of that revenge here as he gets the damage output. They try to call him up from the side. Tinkers has that meteor before backing away, though. They've called up Kraz, who does have that clobbering time still. The copy, though, as Gambit never folds in the form of the Raging Royal Flush. Galactic Legend is trying to meet them with the meatball. It misses, goes over to his right. Unfortunately, cannot shut it down. They jump up, and Kraz going for the thing 1v1 against Chuckles, who has more of that sustainability for right now here, too. But the Eye of Agamotto, it stops it. It stops the thing, and it also stuns Madara with the survivability of these snacks. Velocity are keeping Team Guilty alive, but they're at the number disadvantage as Doom Crew moves back in.
Yeah, I mean, they timed it perfectly. You try to clutch up, body blocks again from Doom Crew, but yeah, I mean, you can't retouch now. The point gets flipped. And, they have the advantage. They pop the Star-Lord ultimate. They pop immediately as well the copy from Forky Dog, who yet again has another ultimate, by the way. So we'll see how this next fight goes out. At least Team Guilty has a big chunk of percentage.
It'd be so nice if we were able to get a replay too, because it's just Days calling them out originally, and now with the Raging Royal Flush, he jumps right in. No Eye of Agamotto necessary. Hold forward. They see one isolated to the side, but with a replay, that would go crazy to look at that first round, because I'm pretty sure Days, when we were talking about the double portal, I think Days had also opened up a portal right before their eyes, and also blocked out that one entrance, forcing them to realize and double take and go through the other side of that portal. So they've been ready here. 14 Guilty, constantly met as an ulti gets landed on some velocity, and get the bottom of the working on. But Doom Crew still holds the high ground here.
Gambit ult early. They tracked down Chime, who tried to hide away, but he could not hide from Forky Dog, who was right there. I mean, it just feels like when you pop Gambit ult, everybody turns into not only a trampoline, but also a treadmill. And now Renko, the opposite way. Velocity goes down, Renko goes down, so does Stinkers. And with that, I mean, you pop these two ults, you win the fight. More percentage is going your way, and Doom Crew actually is going to build the very first lead in this round.
They are just cleaning up whatever is left of Team Guilty. It's back to another reset. But I'm more so afraid considering looking just right now at the progress of Doom Crew. They're nearing 80%, and look what they have. They're about to have double Royal Flush, and Team Guilty need time to build into theirs to start up a lot of these fights. They will have a Royal Flush to deal with what's going to be hurtled in their direction with Doom Crew having the advantage.
Go aggressive now. Deep towards Chime. Oh my goodness. Scatter has been phenomenal so far on Rogue. Kraz there with the follow-up. I mean, not much to do versus that when you don't have any straddles. You try to maybe back tap here for Team Guilty side. At least start the overtime. but the guy who was spawning the portal just spawned, right? So he has to come through right now. He's going to defend him because they don't have the portal cooldown, I guess. So he swaps off of it. They try to pop the Galactic Legend. No, they don't touch. Chuckles goes down. Team Guilty loses the map. Doom Crew win the first map on Burn in the Chalice.
This is what I like to see here. Doom Crew showcasing why they made it this far within the bracket, but it was just the way that they were able to have the advantage in their position and having the double grade royal flush helps out even more when you don't have an answer against it. It's the go button. Once again, Dogman, as Forky Dog is your MVP.
Yeah, Forky Dog has been crazy. Like, I feel like the fact that he's playing the Loki over Cooper as well is insane. Considering, like, I mean, Cooper, it was widely agreed upon to be one of the best Lokis in North America. And then Forky just comes through and is like, I'll play the Loki and you play the Gambit. And it's seamless, you know? It's, his backline is insane of Doom Crew, really. And yeah, that was just a super fun series back and forth. The macro played well by Doom Crew. Pace of play was a little insane. And maybe you think about banning Gambit off the rip here for Team Guilty.
And it's hard to pay attention to where Melo's positioning is too, right? When you're dealing with the triple Vanguard looking from each side, and then you also have to consider the Raging Royal Flush because you don't want to feed into that battery, right, of the Vanguards. And then looking at the different positions that Melo could hold, the Galactic Legends force out a lot of these ultimates, and then it also allowed them to kite away and make it seem like they could waste out on that Raging Royal Flush for every retake they could take.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see how the series progresses because, yeah, like Doom Crew, we saw them earlier when they played. They had the Gambit bans earlier versus them, and then they got to play the Daredevil, right? And you were mentioning how Dace was popping off and going insane. So now we've seen how good they are on the Gambit comp. And, you know, like you could tell from the macro that you don't want to probably give them that, right?
Yeah, exactly. And okay, so they banned out the Gambit, but then we probably stick to the Daredevil ban too because they've been doing their homework, Dogman. And we saw what Chan was able to do originally with that Daredevil. Do you let the Galactic Legend also scathe by? So there's a lot of this pick and ban that is universal for both these teams to consider. I'm expecting the Gambit is not played whatsoever, and they would rather deal with the Invisiwoman. And then you could try to utilize the Venom swap overs too, right? Because then you get to take care of the antis with the Feast of the Abyss. Let's see what that pick and ban phase is going to look like.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough choice. We'll see it moving to the next map in just a bit, but yeah, obviously it's less about just how good your individual Gambit player is, and I suppose more so like how it's good at a macro level, right, Vicky? Like I just feel like you may have like a really good Gambit player, but just maybe the team doesn't play well around it. Maybe this other team is just better at tempo plays, just able to save their ultimates at the right time, not overcommit. But it's just like crazy ult after crazy ult when Gambit's in the game. I mean, it's just such a different game than what we watched earlier when this character's banned.
And then you have the Gambit team-ups getting by, right? Because then you also have Rogue and Magneto dealing a good chunk of that damage. The AoE burst that Rogue really has, it ticks away, and you feel it over time. And then Magneto on top of that, too, just could beam you from so far. It helps out Star-Lord when he's trying to go in for a flanking pick. You know that somebody's low. You could force out the Loki lamps as well when they feel the pressure, and then just press the go button with the Rage and Roll Flush.
Yeah, absolutely insane by them. And that was a 2-0 too, Vicky. It wasn't even just like a 2-1. It was close for sure on round number 1 and 2. But, I mean, at the end of the day, they just it was tough. And now we head to the second map, which will be Midtown. So Doom Crew has gotten taken to this map now versus Team Guilty, who, let's see what they won't change in the ban phase, right? Because we know they probably can play this triple Stratus comp on defense, triple Vanguard. What do they go first? It is going to be the Daredevil again.
All right, Days cannot get out of the Vanguard jail, looks like here, as the Groot is banned. Okay, taking some notes. Remember what we talked about when it comes to Midtown, sometimes when it comes to these group players, but the Thing gets protected, and I really like seeing the amount of Thing gameplay. I'm also expecting the triple Vanguard lineup to come out again.
Yeah, absolutely. They have another band. They've protected the Wolverine to deal with, the Thing and his front line. They love to play it, obviously. You can see. What do they want to do now? Like, Gambit is bannable. They love to play the Gambit, you can see. But it might be a case that we saw earlier where, like, do you want to play the Daredevil versus Doom Crew?
Yeah.
You want to play the Gambit? It looks like they're going to play neither. And that's a scary team. Like, if you have to ban both of the, top heroes and you don't want to play it yourself, that's how you know Doom Crew is doing freaking amazing in scrims and in general if you have to target the best heroes this patch.
thinking about that next, with the fact that they were able to ban out Phoenix too when you have so many of those open sight lines. But Loki gets to go again with these copies, probably in the form of the Invisible Woman that manages to escape jail. We'll have to see with the next Protect coming out. But then you have these rotations, right? Because then you don't want to force out a triple strategy if you're not comfortable going into that here, if you want to be able to run that rocket for that BRB. But it is going to be that Invisible Woman save at the very end. And I'm thinking we've been seeing Mantis not escape minus the amazing action that we had earlier on. So I feel like the Loki being protected, the Mantis going hand in hand may be forced out, but they don't take the bait. Instead, they ban out the Doctor Strange. So you will not have a portal recontest here on this map.
Lunex is a very interesting team. They play a lot of that Mantis. There's that Mantis ban that you mentioned.
You'll need
Call
a
out.
top-notch team to
This
win
should be a lot of fun. I mean, it should be interesting to kind of witness which meta, like these teams prefer, because like for Team Guilty, I feel like if you can't play the Daredevil, you can't play the Gambit. You got to figure something else out. And, I understand you want to give your backline Invisible Woman, like maybe Doom Crew go for that ban. You don't want to play triple strategist. But, maybe they don't want to play the Luna and stuff. Maybe you want to give Renko some support on this backline, because Renko and Velocities also had a phenomenal game yesterday. Earlier today. And we saw how good Renko was on Gambit, but, it doesn't matter how good you are on Gambit if you just get outpaced from a macro level. At the moment, we'll see how it goes, though, for both Swans.
Right, it's just not the neutral. It's straight up, like, aside from the Purifies that could really come in clutch, obviously, but being able to have the Raging Royal Flush is just that so much momentum and so much damage output that you have to be afraid of. And it's just free space, essentially, at that point, too. You get into angles that your backline can't really hide from unless you are in a really good position to be able to get out of their line of sight and hide, but then that also splits your attention. As Mello rolling out on the Adam Warlock, we see the triple strategist for right now on this hold, wondering Team Guilty to match that on the attack. Could try to break through this with Stinkers being on the Wolverine, but currently Doom Crew are playing very split up here.
It's a good point. When Gambit pops Raging Roll Flush, he turns from Gambit to like Psylocke. It's kind of insane. He's the healer and then also a hard diver, so it's tough to deal with a character like that, and that's why he's getting banned for Team Guilty's side. We'll see how they play it, though, as they start off with the Bucky alongside Invis and the Wolverine, so they could set up some plays with Stinkers, and they already removed 2 Chuckles with some huge haymakers, both into Melophobia and Kraz.
Gets choke slammed, though. At the same time, Diamond pulled right out of him, and Mello has the passive that he burns up to bring himself back. Scatter, though, with the kidnap, cannot get away. First victim on the other receiving ends of those Wolverine claws, but getting the God of Mischief to copy the Adam Warlock just to bring him back. They made their own BRB machine with this.
They did, but we'll see what happens. Cooper cancels his Cocoon, actually, too. Actually can't use it because his form transforms back into Loki. And Mello goes down as well. Melo's not able to build that ultimate is huge, right? For Doom Crew to play that Adam Warlock and not able to like kind of continue on over and over and over again, because now they've synced up Last Stand and Melo's ult. We'll see how this pans out, but Team Guilty have some decent answers here.
And what's important is that Renko has the invisible boundary, so that again showcases here the importance of how strong these strategies have been within Season 5.5. The recontest comes in immediately from Days being on that Wolverine, backing away. Team Guilty, Velocity wanting to build into that God of Mischief, but he's got some protection from Renko, and Stinkers getting close to that Wolf dive here. He's going to have that ultimate soon as he takes care of Kraz. Born again, but right in their face as Madara has a Sound of Seduction to look right back at them.
There's a boundary from Forky. I mean, they're still trying to clutch it up, but you have nobody here. I mean, it's just you, right? And you can surely find the KOs through it. Portal play is not coming either. Resets happening. 14 Guilty, who are just snowballing now. I mean, beautiful job by them. Kraz went a little bit too deep, who was playing, not sort of those dive heroes. It was Scatter last time playing the Rogue. A bit of a change up, right? Like, you have to switch over from playing an anchor to like a dive hero, and obviously it doesn't pan out for him.
I like this way better, though. Now you're in the second stage here. You have to play off that low ground fastball special to try to get another kidnap. Misses its mark for right now. Nice little change up here from the Lokis. As now they get the next fastball special. This time it's going to be Days who gets onto the high ground. He's prowling around like an apex predator, though. And the face-off between both Wolverines as they point to each other, pinpointing where the location is. Doesn't see him again, but it's just the repositioning as the God of Mischief comes out.
There's the fastball special on Cooper. Oh my goodness, he somehow evades it. Nice damage on the Scatter, who was trying to end with that Meteor in the back line, but no, Stinker shuts it down. afterwards. Pull back in, grab, but is he alive? The answer is yes. He got pulled so many times. He got a CC happening towards him, but he is still alive. Missile boundary, last stand available to pull everybody out of it. Here's the clobbering time from Krasmang. Mello in the sky, also trying to get a reset. Pull back in, but just jumps back to the sky. Kraken impact connects. 2 down velocities and a clone removed. Can go for even more resets if he wants to. 4-3, decides to pop it again. Team Guilty run away for now with the tail between the legs.
Days gets the next kidnap. Can they get the pick off of Adara? They get away in time, but oh my, no way. Velocity, no, another victim. Someone call 911. They have to stop him, but he still gets a follow-up. It is Cooper that finds Sinkers, was literally one shot.
I was a little crazy with it, man. This guy's been getting better and better. You can see exactly the result so far. And like I said, Day's the one going crazy, and guess what? Mello following him up right behind him every single time. Team Guilty now, they do have the Kraken impact for this upcoming fight, but Doom Crew on their angle, just holding that choke. Last stand into Scatter, who doesn't get to use the diamond form until now, and it costs him his life. Brutal situation to be in. He's also charging off those Loki clones, so he's able to continue on with his Ionic Rage. Invisible boundaries from Forky Dog, aggressive to keep up this pressure too. Kraken impact was there from time, but it's countered immediately, so Forky read that. And the former Solaris player, now on to Doom Crew, has slotted in very well.
Little W's though, not so doomed. Instead was God of Mischief activated here. Cooper tries to navigate around. He's got the invisible boundary used up. Forky Dog safe and sound though in the back. Doesn't have to look through the window. Instead just walks right back over. He's trying to boost up that ultimate shortly afterwards. Cooper is done with it, but the clobbering time comes in. Forky's just fine, thanks to that shield that they preemptively put out. And now the Kraken impact from Mello. A huge clobbering time. It's done for, it looks like here, but the dive down from the Wolverine. Days has called out Renko.
I mean, Days just looked like a freaking... didn't even look at Wolverine. Like he's in the air.
It was a missile.
Dash. Yeah, he didn't touch the ground. He's playing the floor of lava, and then just slammed down. Brings the lava to them. Like it's in also Doom Crew's read too. Like they're just like playing 2 steps ahead. It feels like because they knew that was going to be an aggressive play by Team Guilty to come back in. But you can see with Cooper at the very end of his copy pushes away Team Guilty. They just kind of knew that Team Guilty was going to have to go aggressive, and they shut it down before it even happened.
It's like that William Dafoe meme of him looking up at the sky, but the shadow is just Days being in the Wolverine, and you can't really do anything about it in this case. And now Doom Crew, they're holding on to the Sign of Seduction. They use it to start off this fight. Cooper Tastic very close to his own God of Mischief, so the survivability is here for Doom Crew. If you look at Forky Dog 2, who has that invisible boundary, but it's used first for the God of Mischief. It forces Team Guilty back. They literally cannot get these picks. They are down to less than 40 seconds on the clock now.
I didn't even think about how little time is left, and oh geez, that doesn't help. I mean, Madara going down, the claws of Days. You at least get that copy out. At the very least, Team Guilty, you do have double Stratus ultimate, but Doom Crew is winning in a lot of these fights because you're forcing out those ults early. Now, let's see what they do. What does a smart team do in this situation? You want to try to force out the Stratus early. Could be with the hook of Melophobia, could be via anything. Time. Maybe can find a hook of his own. They walk on in. They do have the fastball special, but there's so much space they need to claim first before they want to have to use a Stratus ultimate. They started off with Sonic Seduction. Have to use an ultimate. Time obviously not going to get the full because everybody's falling back from that Sonic Seduction. Around the corner, Days is falling away, playing his life. We don't see a lot of these Wolverine players do it as well as he has. Nobody down just yet. This duel is just avoiding all these KOs currently, and it's scattered to fall on Sneaker's side. So they finally find one. Due to the incredible greed that is Doom Crew trying to build up these double Stratus ultimates, which they are actually close to, Vic.
I love it. Time taking care of these Loki lamps just as quickly, too. No resets available. And now Team Guilty, when they need it the most, they wake up in overtime now. As they find Cooper, they stagger him on top of it. That's a pretty big stagger, but Doom Crew are going to be able to come right back around with everything that they've got. Forky Dog having the invisible boundary to keep Mello alive in a Kraken impact reset, as well as Kraz that can go for the wombo combo on the clobbering time stun.
I love that. I mean, just take what they're giving you, right? They're saving as many ultimates as possible. You go in for aggressive invisible boundary now. You set yourselves up to maybe go in Kraken impact and a clobbering time, so they can't walk into their own invisible boundary, but they avoid it with the Kraken impact. The defense did not get into CC. Now here comes Velocities. Traps Days between himself and the Force Physics to send him back to spawn. There's no more last stand. They dodge around the corner, except Velocities, who gets cut out with the shield. Still here. Keeps him healthy. He's also close to that regenerative domain to keep everybody healthy. But the Sonic Seduction actually slows down that Wolverine. Madara falls, so does Velocities. And Doom Crew has made this fight incredibly long, and it's panning out in their favor. However, Chime finds Mello, but it doesn't matter. They can't touch to trigger overtime. With no time left, Team Guilty are stopped in second phase.
Time to switch
This
things
is
up,
scary
including
if you're
which
Team
side
Guilty
you're
right
on.
now. You know that
You'll
Doom
need a
Crew
top-notch
currently
team to win this
is
one.
feeling themselves going into this year, knowing what's at stake to continue on this momentum versus Team Guilty, and already taking that first map here. Days in the Wolverine, man, this guy's got the flexibility. I mean, we were talking about him on the Daredevil, but we saw it on the Doctor Strange, and now you let Wolverine out of the cage to deal through these chokeholds when it comes to a lot of these teams rolling out on the attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Days and Melophobia definitely sort of represent the modern age Marvel rival player, especially in the duels department, which is like, these guys are so good at living, Vicky. Like, they're so freaking annoying. They just like, don't ever die. Like, if we look at the KO feed afterwards, a lot of these fights are going to be drawn out. The KOs, the deaths are going to be way lower.
Get ready.
And, you know, that's a lot from, like, how EMEA was playing, how the best players in North America were playing in Ignite. And it seems like it's going to continue. But it's about, you know, having to change that per meta, because you talk about how hard it is for not only us to figure out how to cast when the game changes as fast as rapidly as it does, but these guys have to actually play the game. And that's, you know, incredibly difficult to adjust on the fly like these two have.
Battle starts in
So it's crazy to see like how it transpires across just so many different regions, right? That's why we see these different metas just evolve, and it gets even better when all these players get to face off in person when they have that opportunity. Now coming out of the gate, it's going to be Doom Crew though. Dealing here on a really strong defense, the re-engagements at that. Days already taking a huge chunk of that damage being on that Wolverine. Renko, by the way, being on the Cloak and Dagger. Second time we see the Cloak and Dagger work out specifically here on Convoy, on Midtown. And now Chuck was taking a lot of that damage well. They're backing away. They just want to farm more of these ultimates, but Mello wants to break the choke with the Storm.
Man, looks like they're slowly doing it. I mean, that, oh my goodness, thing falls so low. Chuckles just go down. Goodbye. Too much raw damage output. And yeah, that's the cherry on top. Everybody gets sent back to spawn. You're pushing this cart towards that ambulance halfway through this first phase.
Or the ambulance, because now with Storm just moving all the way up, you got a damage boost onto everybody as well, and they're taking full advantage of that. Wrapped up around Team Guilty, like they were wrapping the present here, and Velocity wants to build into this God of Mischief, but it's Cooper Tastic that has his numbers. He's already nearly there. Dave does get stunned, wants to get the follow-up here together as Madara has gone over to that Emma Frost, putting down that shield originally here too, but Kraz is able to repossess him just as quickly as a choke slam comes in, but it's on the Loki.
I just don't want to give the spot just yet. Scatter comes in, shuts down Madara. Nice job from Scatter. Now commits that Sonic Seduction as well. Connects on to 2. And with that, I mean, you have the invisible boundary, but it's running out. You don't have velocities because he went down earlier. Moving on to the second phase of the map. Excellent push by Doom Crew.
It looked like an interruption, by the way, as well, onto Kraz in the middle, trying to use clobbering time here, but we'll have it for this next fight. Chuckles already having it. Stinkers as well with the dive. You were talking about Wolverine looking like a missile coming from the sky, playing floor as lava, but this time it's going to be at the hands of Team Guilty if they can hold them back. We have so much time in the time bank right now. 4 minutes, less than 35 seconds now on the clock, and they have the invisible boundaries ready to go.
Look at the Days. I mean, he's just lurking on the flank. Coming through after that copy available. Tries to dive in, maybe force them to use it. Bobbling time. Invisible boundaries meet in the middle. Nobody going down just yet. Kraken Impact able to find Mello with a damage boost of his squad. Now here comes Kraz to get grabbed, but jumps into the sky to avoid any eliminations. Pull back in though as Days. Rest in peace to his passive. Actually misses the last stand. Okay, he goes down. What? The intonation has happened. Days messed that up a little bit, but it was a crazy difficult angle because of the rooftop. But now with that, you're down your Wolverine. You're down a lot of damage. You have to keep backing up, but there's still so much damage output somehow out of this Doom Crew squad.
He thought he was comically accurate in Mortal right there, too. He thought he could get away with it, but nope, gets shut down at the Whiplash. The pushing pull, the King, the Bucky pulled in on top of the Wolverine, though. They have to look from both sides. On the Seduction, Seeker goes diving in. He calls out Mello from the high ground. What a shutdown. He was so close to that Kraken Impact, and Cooper had already committed with the God of Mischief to get this invisible boundary.
I mean, tough to react to that, but that hero play isn't enough. They somehow lose 2 in that fight because of the Sonic Seduction, because of Cooper's copy into the invisible boundary, and it's not met on the other side because of Scatter, who is playing this Emma Frost spectacularly with these Sonic Seductions. That's like the second fight in a row they win off of it.
It's crazy. Look, they don't have much space to go to right before that second checkpoint, and Doomcrew are looking to speedrun right now. Velocity's got the God of Mischief. They have to recontest. Mello could go in together with Forky. Kratz can go for a crazy play with the wombo combo. Get the clobbering time, but Chuckles can't even look at the other side because he gets shut down before he can press the ult button. Velocity tries to keep the rest of Team Guilty alive, but it's Bucky B, Bucky Violence, and it is Chime that comes out on top.
Yeah, a little aggressive by Mello. But you can't even react to that. 'Cause, like, Velocity's tries to go for the copy, but he's like walking back to spawn. Nice grab though by Chime again. Coming online, but the clobbering time from Kraz! Oh my goodness, Thinkers goes down. Daze gets a little bit of damage reduction. We're also going to commit that invisible boundary to fight towards this payload. When you're down your Wolverine, we're building last stand. We connect into the back line on Daze, but he's going so low. Still alive though, the healing is too good. Kraz meanwhile creating space towards his objective. Yeah, hey, commit this Sonic Seduction. But the damage output's too much. The positioning has been won. And this is way too late of an ultimate, maybe from Forky Dog. Time's pulled out of it. Mello, the 1v1 though. Support's coming through. They're still alive. But here comes Kraz again, who has been a menace so far. You hit the haymaker on the Chime. Send him back to the spawn. And on the thing, Kraz feels like he's taking over. Mello on the grab. Pulls out one. How did you fish for that? And connect flush on the velocity. The pinging was beautiful. And everybody else is there with the follow-up. Maybe you can stall with Diamond Form. But it's too little too late. We've capped the map if you're Doomcrew. 2-0. You're trying to finish it now as you enter map point.
I can rewatch just seeing the Bucky shoot blank into the invisible boundary without even having any vision aside from just pings for information. Shooting blunt all over again, grabbing that invisible woman. Oh my gosh, what a satisfying pool that was. As Cooper-tastic is your MVP being on the Loki.
I don't know what to do when this team has two incredibly good Lokis, you know, whether it be Forky when he's on the other map when they're playing Gambit, or Cooper in this series. Now, take a look at the actual matchup. You can see both teams have incredible amounts of healing. But like we said, I mean, we'll see other games where people barely, where half the team crosses 10 elims on themselves, right? Sneakers at 10 at most for this team on Team Guilty and Doomcrew, similar position, only at 9. And you can tell both these teams are well practiced. You can see they're really playing heavily around Kraz on the Thing, who has just had such big ultimates. The game-changing ultimates, also positioning, has been perfect out of it.
Yeah, you can see that the Vanguards just weren't as enabled, if you're looking at Team Guilty, at least for that game specifically, just the impact that Doomcrew could get into and play a lot more aggressively. Specifically, Kraz and Scatter getting into these different positions. Scatter being able to build up that damage just as quickly. The choke slam here, but then immediately turned around. Daze just had so much impact on this Wolverine, especially in the beginning and middle part of that game.
Yeah, absolutely. They were starting to figure them out. Like, Team Guilty slowly was learning how Doomcrew was playing and how to counter them. So maybe you're okay with running that back, right, Vicky? Like, I mean, you still barely had less than 2 minutes in second phase and you get capped out on. So, you know, you might argue that also wasn't the best. But that did seem like a bit of a closer matchup than we saw map 1, right? Like, that felt a little bit more winnable for Team Guilty.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, also taking notes of the fact that you don't have Gambit involved, right? Just imagine if Gambit was involved in the fold here, the amount of damage output that we would see, and then the Loki is just going to be able to rotate around each other. But the invisible boundary, people would much rather deal with that, and then seeing the Bucky just grapple in the invisible woman to immediately take her out when she was trying to pull that up and try to put it down at the same time was crazy. I mean, right through her own ultimate is crazy when you have only those 2 exits as well in that second checkpoint to get out of, right? And if the invisible boundary is covering one exit more than the other, getting that prediction and knowing where these strategists want to back away is the best thing you could do.
Well, Vicky, we will be entering map number 3, I believe, in a second here between these two squads, between Doomcrew and Team Guilty. Now, you know, MRC, we're coming near the end, right? We're finishing up very soon. This is the upper bracket finals. Tomorrow will be the culmination of it all after weeks upon weeks of practice. And, you know, honestly, at this point, it's been like a 1.5 to 2 years of dedication for all these pro players that have started playing Marvel Rivals, you know, playing this game back in the beta and the alpha for some of them. And, you know, we're finally entering an era where there's going to be like a franchise sort of system with partner teams. So, you know, we'll see how it hands out later on. Doomcrew trying to start their reign as in the upper bracket. They've looked really good. Team Guilty too. That's the thing. Team Guilty was no slouch last series. Like, we saw how good this squad is with Renko in their backline. But, you know, coming to today, they're going to have to change up or figure out the ban system. Looks like we're going for Daredevil ban on Aegis.
That's what I love about MRC, right? It's a great opportunity to showcase what you got and maybe a little sneak peek on what to expect going into the MRI with a lot of our familiar named players here, as the Groot is banned as well as a Daredevil. Will we see the Gambit skate by is the question. We've been seeing also the constant Mantis bans too, when you know that these teams want to run the triple strategist maybe, but the Wolverine is protected, which means that Days has more options this time around too, because when he doesn't have the Daredevil, at least he can lean into that Wolverine.
100%. I want to see what Guilty want to do. I mean, that's a good read by them for sure, because it's like what you said. Go for that Daredevil band. You have that available. They go for the Finger Protect again. So we're fine with that. I mean, Chuckles, like we said earlier, was doing incredibly well on the thing. But you could see just in terms of like raw damage output, they go for the Gambit band again. It's the exact same as last match, right? So this is like kind of mirrored. Again, Phoenix band comes through. Yeah.
And being on Convoy too, right? We're in your soul path now. See no Phoenix, so you won't have those open sight lines instead. Getting rid of the Gambit. We're probably going to be seeing very similar things, like you said already, Dogman, where we'll have the Loki, Invisible Woman, side by side with the Venn diagram. Seeing what we're going to be able to compare and contrast here is going to be the Loki being protected, and it's probably what we were imagining here. And then thinking about the Vanguard lineup just being enabled, it's going to be the same case from our last game going into this possible final game.
Invisible Woman protected for Team Guilty. I think this is the exact same ban phase for Team Guilty, which I mean, that you gotta try. I guess you have to go for, considering you don't want to play the Daredevil as they've shown. Storm ban against Doom Crew is interesting. That is going to come out for their defensive side. I imagine is going to be more impactful when they play triple. Mantis ban to close it out, Vicky, as well. So obviously same ban phase for Doom Crew. A little bit difference with the Storm ban for Team Guilty, but pretty much identical.
It was very similar, like, what was it, like Doctor Strange was banned last year, too, so taking care of the Storm, just something for them to consider, and the Mantis ban, on the other side. So that's really the only difference maker, it looks like, here, as we get started. Doom Crew, they're so close, they could almost taste it here. $14,500 prize pool with first place walking away with $6,000. Open opportunity here for those of you guys watching at home. If you want to try your hand at the next MRC, it's a great way to test yourself and see where you and your crew may stand against some of the greats here, and with some extra pocket change at the same time. Just finish off with Christmas, maybe get yourself another little second Christmas going on, just to treat yourself with the rest of your team, and you'll feel good about it coming out of the dub. But that's what Doom Crew is looking forward to doing, with Mello being on this Adam Warlock. I mean, we saw the attempt on Doom Crew doing this beforehand. This time, on the defense here, I was going to say, he swapped right back over to the Invisible Woman. Get some extra shields here from Porky Dog with the triple strategist lineup.
Absolutely. But if you're like us, you could be, too scared to compete. You can just farm drops. Right? Get some sprays, get some skins. We started off, though, with Team Guilty on attack. We're going to be playing that Cloak and Dagger. But it's interesting. Last map, it does feel like, Vicky, like the only real negative for Team Guilty is maybe taking a little bit too much damage from Doom Crew's angle. And so much healing output had to be utilized to keep their Vanguards alive in the previous game.
Bro, Dogman activated it. I was going to say, Dogman, we'll start the cast for Blue Battle right now. We'll be able to get the team rolling here. We'll cast at the same time if it comes down to it. I'm never afraid when it comes to these metas that is hurled in our direction. Sneakers, by the way, was literally one shot there. Managed to survive as Scatter was looking down the angle. And look at Cooper, by the way. We'll see us to the god of missile to maximum velocity.
That's the call out. He's built it. He has it. But where do they want to throw it out? Right? Is it on that car? The answer is yes. So Velocity throws out his first. Cooper's late with his, but it's well timed. Now, where's that next ult? Can anybody get thrown out of these invisible boundaries? Oh, here's oh my god, huge ultimate, able to find time. A little bit too late, sadly, for the side of Team Guilty as they lose time in the middle of that point. Like I said, they take a little bit too much damage. The ultimate timings are working out, and here's a late clobber in time. But is the damage there? We'll see you later. No, prevents anything from happening in that regard. Doom Crew push them back to the spawn in their own spawn, as a matter of fact.
This makes me scared for Team Guilty, because everybody who's had to deal with this case, it's very easy to feel the mental boom right now, and it's just trying to find what they need to do to break through these chokes. There's just so much aggression, so much damage total right now in Team Guilty's face. I mean, now looking to see what the Bucket could do with a Kraken Impact reset, it looks like, as Doom Crew do have that Meteor M to play off of, but it was the double strategist ultimates that we saw from both sides, with Team Guilty having a little bit more of that lead.
Player 3 popping off. What a pull. Connects on to player 12. Huge job from him. They also have the fault for the last stand committed by Team Guilty. BRB is going to bring back one, but at this point, it's a little too late for Doom Crew, and I can only assume it's Supertastic, who is player 12, who got picked off in that previous fight. Follow-up damage is here. Team Guilty finally hit the cap the cart. Vicky, it's been forever.
Chuckles together with Chime. They have to go over to the Bucky to get the job done. But are these resets going to be enough with Cooper? You talked about him a lot. We highlight Cooper for a reason when it comes to the topic of Loki. I mean, I just feel like Cooper just embodies the definition of what Loki plays are when it comes to high level. And then seeing what these length resets as well as the clone resets really bring forward if it's forced out early.
Walk up, pull, blocked by Shield from Scatter, has to bubble. Here comes that Meteor M. Green still available. They're gonna have Domain. Did they break it in time? The answer is no. And Scatter actually falling down from the sky, floating slowly into the arms of an Angel, or rather a Wolverine in this case. He's also pushed around, moved into the team of Team Guilty, who eventually take him out. Clobbering time connects though. BRB is gonna bring back Scatter, it looks like, on this defensive hold. Player 4 in this case goes in with the clobbering time. Able to connect on the 2 before Doom Crew reacts. So really good timing actually of Team Guilty. Able to find these KOs before the end of the block becomes fastball special on the ground, so you can keep sliding on forwards. And eventually you're going to find Scatter Genki on this inside angle. And really just send them away as Team Guilty recap that cart. But again, still dealing with scatters of Doom Crew.
And that's Velocity together with Chime, by the way, as he gets another one. Rocket can't run away this time. Doom Crew are forced to Doctor Strange portal back into recontest here as they go in, but they don't have the sustainability. They use them so much here just to try to stay alive. We see a magic, by the way. This is crazy. The dive down cannot help them out as Bucky's going crazy. He finds a Loki. He finds the Invisible Man. It's really up to Rocket, who has a BRB out if he hasn't been used yet to stay alive.
Gabby got all this damage from the Emma Frost of Team Guilty, who was closing out in overtime. Well, they were able to do it. I mean, triple kind of worked for Doom Crew for the first few fights as they held close to spawn. But inevitably, it felt like Team Guilty started to find their footing. I don't understand what to do. Let's see how fast Team Guilty can keep adapting, right? If they can keep pushing through the second phase, that would, I mean, hugely moving forward. We've seen Team Snowball through second phase, but also Doom Crew at the moment, one of the better teams at stopping teams here in the second phase of Idistil.
I heard about a mission coming out. It's gonna be from Team Guilty. It's gonna be Velocity first. We're diving in though. Wolverine gets stopped. Diamond taken out. The Bucky isolation. A beautiful follow-up right here between Chime and Chuckles. Now you get the Kraken impact reset too, and you try to stop them. We're splitting up the team in half. Team Guilty now have created so much space for themselves. Doom Crew though do back away to go in for the recontest.
Yeah, filming this Invisible Loki and not having to deal with Daredevil has been huge for all of these Invis players. It does feel like we talk about how annoying the character can be to play against as a strategist. And Krasmatis, round the world, comes back, takes out Chime. That's a good opening pick for Doom Crew. Kraz is on the last map, been huge on the thing. And looks like he can continue that moving forward as he goes for the fastball special on his own Wolverine. Walks on forward to the Emma Frost. Slows her down. Invisible Boundary is forced to be in a kind of more passive position for Doom Crew. Clobbering time as well. Forces out the counter Invisible Boundary, but better roll so far for the defense.
Huge there. We've caught, what, 4 here. Mellow now dives in, Kraken impact just to get the reset here too. Daze also could follow up as they try to run back away. Still activated here as it gets him the other reset. This is the price that you pay. Also with those Loki clones too. Martyr's the next victim to fall. Does have a Psionic Seduction going into this next fight. And Velocity can outback them up, but you have to look at this different off angle as Molo gets caught by the wall and is forced to back away.
Jesus, these guys are usually... Yeah, he used ult and spawn. He left... It brought them back into their own spawn and dies for it. This team is so aggressive, but it's so much fun to watch. The pull, the grab, into one. I mean, Mello, it feels like just if he wants to get a grab, he gets one on the Bucky. Speakers also goes down. Neo Peasants, yeah, I'm sorry, what? Did that get canceled? I believe it did. So Madara's Sonic Seduction gets canceled, grabbed by Scatter. Huge timing window on that. It's a very tiny one, so CC immunity didn't apply in that case. You also have Kraken impact still available. Now we go aggressive with it on the attack. Not able to find a KO. In fact, they lost their Emma earlier, but now they finally find one. Last stand also to bring back another one in overtime. Stall out now for Doom Crew. Is the cart far enough, though, for Team Guilty to stop a potential retouch?
Find out here, Team Guilty, they're clearing out the point. Overtime, they can't get off, but at least right now, if you look at Doom Crew, they could go crazy here. They got clobbering time. They could roll in for the recontest too with the invisible boundary, but Portal looking a little too high here, forcing to the back way, but also getting out of the line of sight of what Team Guilty are trying to look down at the barrel of that portal.
Yeah, they put their team on high, clobbering time via clobbering time. One got canceled that looks like it was Doom Crew's. He'll get there back up mid-fight probably, but you have the damage from Daze. Takes down Madara, flies on the ground, and it doesn't even matter at this point because Mello and crew climb back into this fight on Team Guilty. They have the copy onto the Invis. It's an aggressive one. They do have Invis sort of out of it, but now here comes the clobbering on the backside. Maybe in a moment for Kraz, it doesn't matter. Actually, Scatter finds velocities. Can they find more? Kraken impact from time is here, but they have no strategist to help it and support it. Nobody else touches. Doom Crew stop them in second phase.
So chaotic, man. The invisible boundary, though, at the very end, when you're not the one caught by the clobbering time, really came in clutch to help resustain there when your own clobbering time didn't get the impact that they was looking for.
Huge stuff out of the side of Doom Crew. This team is looking to be one of the best. They could close out on Team Guilty here. Now, the problem is for Team Guilty, I guess the difficulty is how good is Team Guilty's triple, right? Vicky, like, I feel like Doom Crew had a very good one, but then eventually fell off.
Are they going to roll out with it here, too, is the question. Now looking at Forky Dog hovering over the rocket. Looks like we may be rolling out with this. If Mello stays on to the Moon Knight, though, I mean, we also saw how that acts as a battery. But you could bait out the lamps, too, and it does help out having those clones here. Just as we've seen with the Kraken impact.
And I think you could tell, too, based on what we're seeing from these teams, that, like, Doom Crew / Team Guilty, you know, a lot of these guys, or I guess in this case, player 12 through 11 through 1, you know, they all kind of like Doom Crew set the meta, kind of, right? And it does feel like, or at least the best at the meta at the current moment. We'll see how things go on later. But it does feel like every other team is sort of trying to do shades of this sort of composition of this style, which is incredibly hard to replicate because of what we've seen. They're just so, like, well coordinated for a team that's on the come up. By the way, not sponsored as well, so it's very impressive.
The amount of so many talented free agents we have is insane, but happens a lot of times in the off season here. If anything, this is a little glimpse into the future of what's at stake, especially as the meta changes here. Nice healing output coming out here from the local Team Guilty are trying to opt for this Adam Warlock play, though, as they catch the Wolverine, followed up by the Moon Knight, but the BRB comes back with the Wolverine, and this delays a little bit of the hand of conscience.
It's beautiful. We're finally going to see the new Adam Warlock skin as well, which is sick. We saw the Phoenix one earlier. Now we get to finally see Cosmic Warlock take the field, but Heart's still not being pushed, right? Still in control. That's the strength of these 3-3 style compositions. Daze forced down low on Doom Crew's angle. But still, the cart's still not pushing forward. Now we get the copy. We have Invisible Boundary. A Rocket Raccoon, see you later, unless you went for the copy on the other side. Where does he want to throw it? Into the sky, catches onto one. Has to pop it eventually. They pop Invisible Boundary because they copied the other team's Invisible Woman. And now, back and forth. We actually lose one. Daze goes down, traded by Mello.
Go hand in hand, though, but they're losing out on the Invisible Wound with Invisible Boundaries. Even crazier as Chive just tries to get away, brings himself back to health. No grabbing here as Forky Dog, even with this, he was able to back away and now make the swap over to the Invisible Woman themselves. Nice, Mello. Fine, Chime. Why are you running? Where are you going to go to? You're not going to be able to pop that passive in front of me. Back to the spawn room gates you go. He will be able to have at least that Karmic Revival going into this next fight.
Yeah, maybe you're right. He'll have it available. But actually, not too bad for Team Guilty. Now the portal back. Double throwing. Then rank clicks coming out for Mello. Sonic Seduction met by the Meteor M. He still has that double jump. Actually, doesn't need it. Actually, didn't have the double jump, but it still narrowly avoids that Meteor M. As well, just all things. They understand they had to use a Vanguard ult to get back towards this cart. And it works out. I mean, they're able to kind of stay here. Stinkers finds one on a Forky Dog. That's a beautiful pick, but Scatter, I mean, trades it back. Nice job finding Stinkers.
And we're trying positioning it. There it is. All right, Born Again rings out through their ears. As it gets close enough, he brings back Stinkers here. Moderate is going to be met with him right afterwards, too. But you hear the God of Mischief with Velocity is going to be able to do it right afterwards. Who has he copied here to keep him in this fight? Chuck is about to go in for the clobbering time. But you have to take a look at Daze and his positioning, trying to stop them right before they wrap up from the other side. And Mello is blocking their exit with the Hand of Khonshu.
Clobber in time. Oh my god, the Soulbond doesn't even keep Stinkers alive. He falls due to the fact that he's a little bit too far forward. Now Melo's looking for a little bit more on the off angle at the moment. And he finds more in the sky. Eye Locomotive from Matera, not going to find anything. Just sort of there as a distraction, it feels like, as slowly but surely Team Guilty gets stopped. I mean, oh my god, the last stand from Days might as well just close the door on Team Guilty.
Yeah, little to no time, though. They were down to less than a minute, finally getting some of that extra time, though. I said, hold up. Oh, that's a stagger and a half as they find time. No passive available. So Chime is going to have to make the swap now. Over to the Bucky, it looks like. They're going to try to match that of Doom Crew. Moving up, the only difference maker is that it's the Moon Knight that Doom Crew is sticking with.
And it might as well. It's just continue success, right? In the hold the fastball on the ground. Just get a little bit of that slide. Turns Wolverine into a kind of like an ice skater in this case. But now we use that invisible boundary aggressively for Renko for Team Guilty. How do they come back into it? There's that. And the Conchu Scatterfall super low, but backs up. He can do his invisible boundary. Chuckles. Oh, geez, he's caught out now. At this point, by the hand of Conchu. No copy for velocity just yet. Now he's built it. Goes for that copy. Do they lose people though? They do. Oh my god, they're getting dismantled. But he can't even get stunned. He got stunned before he could even throw the invisible boundary after copying on Loki.
No. Oh no, this is too much. You won't be able to recontest. They're blocking them on the inside. The fastball special. They can't move up. They find Chuckles and nobody to move up to force it into an overtime potential chance in the final fight. Team Guilty, they fall doomed to the Doom Crew.
I mean, this is gonna sound immature of me, but man, like, Jesus, like they made Doom Crew made Team Guilty look like baby team. Like that was insanely well played by the squad of Doom Crew. They close out on the series 3-0. They put themselves in that grand final to take home this MRC season's trophy, which is a big deal. I don't know if we expected that out of the Doom Crew, you know, at least a few months ago, obviously, because, I mean, a few months ago, there was, like, signed rosters all across the board, all these guys on different teams. They were scattered across the scene. But it looks like they're coming together at the right place at the right time and look well coached. They look well prepared and well deserved, honestly, over Team Guilty, who is no slouch.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Melo's slotting in really nicely, too, after his performance on Team Nemesis, now into this team. Like, this is what I meant, like, when it comes to the offseason and seeing how a lot of these players have slotted into new rosters. But sticking to the Moon Knight, I mean, feeling that they could be able to push that into that second point. It was working, right? I mean, you're playing in a lot of close quarter battles, including down those lanes, and you're able to get into position, but it's constantly blocking out the exit route. And when you know that no matter what, they want to go for the Invisible Woman, Loki, recontest with the Invisible Boundary, I mean, the Invisible Boundary is the perfect amount of space for a hand of consciousness to crash down on your heads and try to block you out if you're trying to avoid it.
Absolutely. Well, congrats to Doom Crew for making that grand finals, to securing themselves into that top 2 position. And Vicky, I mean, they played it so well at the moment. Oh my God, excuse me. That was just it was a long day. It was a fun day. I think we had a pretty fun series up last. I'm trying to see if we're trying to cast another game, if we have one more on the day, because tomorrow, like you mentioned, it will be the grand finals in North America. Tonight, obviously, we'll have more. It looks like we have some more going on. So we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you guys. More rivals.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points. And the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have one more game for you guys today. One more map for you guys. A bit of an encore, a little bit, right, Vicky? We've wrapping up the day. It's the last day before we enter the grand finals. Also tonight, by the way, I believe the APAC region is starting off their grand final day. So excited to be here with you again, Vicky. One last map for the day. Pretty fun overall, right? Good day, but we enter yet another lower bracket matchup now.
No surprise there as far as we've come here within the MRC Season 5. I just can't believe it, man. We've just really have zoomed past so many seasons already of Marvel Rivals, and I'm not surprised to also see us zoom past that first ban because it's going to be the Daredevil and Gambit that are not played. Okay. Wonder what this next save is going to be. Is it going to be focus? Okay, it's going to be the strategist. It's going to be Mantis saved next, so I'm expecting maybe the triple strategist to roll out.
Yeah, probably that. And by the way, I believe Mutants off broadcast took down Flark, putting them here against Lunex. So yeah, Armory and crew. Valiant game. Also, like a lot of the Solaris guys, they played well getting to this position. But now Mutants are here versus Lunex. And we know how good these guys are, right? We got to see Vest, SJP, Energy, Spark Chief, Millennia, Elena. It's been a bit since we've seen them, obviously, back for a lot of them on 100 Thieves. Elena and SJP regrouping alongside Millennia here. And then Spark Chief and Vest, obviously, together on FlyQuest with Energy. So it's the mixture between 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. Meanwhile, for Lunex, it's a mixture of a lot of different teams, but still, it's going to be a fun matchup for sure, Vicky.
If you were to tell me, Dogman, at Champs that this is what we could expect to see just a few months down the line afterwards, I mean, I wouldn't have believed you, right? Like, we're seeing the mix-up to some of the greats within North America facing off now against each other. Familiar names all the way around, and that's what you could expect here the later we go down this bracket. As the Invisible Woman is banned after they see the Protect off the Loki. Do you go forward and ban out a Vanguard here, or do you want to go all in maybe if you're looking at the strategists? I mean, you still have Groot available, so you will be able to have that team up with the Mantis, Loki, and Groot if it doesn't get banned here.
Right. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made. I mean, the fact that we already don't get that Gambit or that Daredevil shows the Lunex don't want to play the Gambit, but they're totally fine playing that Daredevil, which should be fun, I think, versus later on if themselves or Mutants were to face up against Team Guilty, who just lost last series in 3-0 fashion. I mean, can any of these teams beat Doom Crew? I guess we'll find out in a bit. Obviously, these teams both have championship caliber, right? Like both winning MRC, Ignite at different points. Pretty much like half the roster, if not more, have done that. So both teams have a storied amount of players. It's just, this meta is crazy. Like you said, there's just so much freaking variance.
It's so explosive too. Like, again, you see the amount of damage impact and how it acts as batteries for a lot of these strategist ultimates. And then that's what you have to consider, right? Because when you split up the strategist ultimate charge from those batteries because you're running that triple strategist, it begs the question, you know, if you want to be able to deal with that and then run that into triple Vanguard where you could expect to get more of those strategist ultimates, or are you going to be able to take more of these off angles here? You get the damage boost together if you do roll out with that triple strategist, which does look like that's what we're going to be seeing with Crimzo also sticking over to that group to be able to get that team up. And before I said that, he then goes over to the Captain America. We'll see what he rolls out with originally with Kurova also having the jet.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Started off, which with a very interesting composition, right, with that Jeff alongside the Mantis. It makes sense to keep giving a ride to Mantis based on what we saw earlier for Lunex for Mutants. Also the same thing, right? Both teams like to play the Mantis. Usher, though, just takes down energy, like just casually removes him out of the fight. Nice shots from him already.
Trying to stay alive here in this lower bracket semis already with Usher putting down a good amount of that pressure. A nice freeze coming in. Can we get the follow-up? Nope, we get the protection instead of Dogman being on the Magneto and having his shield out. Sark is just trying to get out, but the nice snipe from Dogman is able to put themselves in the driver's seat, take control over this point first, and push on this aggression.
Yeah, and it is kind of interesting that they've just decided to like play the Luna instead of the Loki as well, considering we've seen how important Loki's been throughout the tournament. But just opting for Luna, we'll see how it pans out. Obviously, in the overarching game, but I don't know. That's just kind of an interesting decision to stick with the Luna and just like lost people few fights in a row where they probably could use like a regenerative domain to stay alive, but can use the team up. Let's see what happens.
Definitely agree too, because Crimson's also going to be harassing your backline, right? And if he tries to bait out that freeze, then you know that the Luna is incredibly vulnerable. Does get marked by Sparks right now before Crimson just backs away, trying to cut off the different rotation that the Magneto's trying to take from Vespa. And now currently through the dive, we are on the backline before backing away, trying to force out more of these ability cooldowns. But you press the go button together with the Mantis ultimate, they try to hold up with Amazing. You are nothing, rings through their ears, but if anything, they're still alive. And it's a bit of both worlds, but they haven't even been able to get back onto this point.
There, sleep. Yeah, nice sleep there from Rye. They now walk forward with their own. And boom! Hey, Delena both fall even through Vest. And that Meteorite ain't gonna find nothing. Job done already there. Kurova just comes out on the other side with nobody in his mouth, I believe. But job done again for Lunex, who are making it look easy right now.
Also, like, huge sleep onto SJP. He just made that immediate swap over to the Loki. Has to live his stuff to this one, as he's the last one to go down. Doesn't want to get staggered even longer here, but we are seeing that swap up. I like how you pointed it out, Dogman. Maybe not so much with that Luna, but now with SJP swapping over to Loki, it's a little too late here, and we have to give this round over to Lunex.
Shake it up.
It's interesting. You know, yeah, right. Like maybe you forfeited it by doing it too early, but you know, I gotta say, oh my!
Wait a minute, hold on.
It's too tapping, but this is the problem with Lunex. They get picked sometimes, right? Like we need to see if they can adapt and not get picked like that. But also, I mean, same thing. They were getting picked with energy earlier or something, Millennia. Now it's the opposition that is finding picks, and with that, no ultimates are going to be had. Right? We just reset, go for another fight, another day. Mutants cap it out.
Nez is walking up just another day at work here. Mutants finally flipping it, but at 99%. I was saying earlier, I mean, they did the swap, was it too little too late, but then we currently see Delena just pop off with those little headshots here before Mutants now try to wrap around Energy. Just trying to get into position. He's close to getting that reset with the Phoenix ultimate as well. With Spark Chief and Millennia also have the survivability here to make big plays.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. Mutants, see what they do, right? Delena has been crazy hitting the shots cross map. At least at the last kickoff that he had. Crimzo gets slept, can't deflect that sleep, sadly for him. Soul Resurgence on the opposite side. They use that ultimate is second, but it's going to be Spark Chief meanwhile with that Captain America ultimate. The Freedom Charge now countered by Crimzo. Phoenix ultimate from Energy. Oh my goodness, right onto Kurova. That Shark ultimate is not going to be in the fight. Its depth has been removed. Meteor meanwhile on the downside connects on SJP, who had the copy. That's a huge pickoff to find from him to shut down SJP. Energy able to find Yusha though, finds his counterpart, gets some nice pocket though from Delena, who's holding onto that Soul Resurgence. Doesn't need to use it just yet in his head. And they still have control of the point. Jeffel comes out, but he loses Dogman and goes down. They've also committed a Soul Resurgence, which I don't know how necessary it is, but regardless, Lunex is sent back to spawn.
And they need to reset completely right now. Like, they've just been staggering through here. They've been utilizing way too much while it's just one by one as Lunex Gaming are just trying to throw themselves at Mutants. And they had the lead. Look at this, 99%. And the Mutants had 0%. They're nearly tying that together with Lunex, nearing 90% on the point.
Hearing that angle, ultimates available for Mutants. Vest could go large. Everybody talking about how, you know, he's one of the best North American tanks. Right now, he's fighting to enter that top 3 in the tournament. You have to get past Lunex, though. 99% of the board, both teams. Soul Resurgence pinned by SJP. Here comes that Meteor M from Vest into the overhealth, and the Phoenix combines onto Flamme, sending him back to spawn as the Loki without a copy. He's going to have to portal back, but we'll see that in a moment as overtime slowly dwindles. We still control in favor of Mutants. They also are, you know, having so much pressure from the outside. Going a nice shot on the Crimson. Nice shots there as well from Energy to allow that pick to happen. You come back in with a Soul Resurgence after you down 2. You commit that ultimate. Yusha able to find SJP. Nice job getting the sparks off on SJP. He's going to have to switch Doctor Strange to portal back as well. He was close to that copy. Spark Chief does have that freedom charge a little longer. Yusha trying to play inside the Jeff heals. And can he hit the shot on Energy? He can. Energy goes down. And with that Phoenix removed, that's a ton of damage. But Kurova did get the eat onto Delena earlier on. Nice job by him to set that up as well as the later portal. So SJP portal, since it was a little bit ago, I'm not sure if Delena will be able to make it in time. Now here's that Jeff. Towards the outside, got an eat with the Meteor M to try to counter it. Dongman, he's looking for Millennia, but Millennia's already gone. He got off Crimzo, who came through with that portal. Can Millennia make it back in time? That point's still in Mutant's favor, by the way. Hasn't been flipped for Lunex. Crimzo out of the fight, and Millennia's going to be back. We're going to have more numbers for the side of Team Mutants here as ultimates have been built.
And he's forced to swap off too. That was with him trying to go over to recontest on the Doctor Strange. And now the Phoenix comes in with the reset. Millennia and Energy, they find their picks. And Mutants from 0% have control of this fight. They flip it right back into their favor to take the dub of the first round.
It's the Mutants of old that we know. And honestly, yeah, it doesn't even look like them. It was crazy. Cradle went their way, and it was a huge comeback too, because I mean, like you mentioned, Vicky, they were getting picked over and over again, right? Like, it was looking rough for the first little bit, but it was that Loki swap that enabled them, right?
It did. SJP did go down like twice after the swap, but it really helped out that Lunex just kept throwing themselves at Mutants without being able to really fully reset, even committing to the It's Jeff while Kurova was isolated. I don't believe Dogman was around him, and if he was feeling pressured to not put the bubble to help out Kurova. There's a lot of pressure going on here from Mutants, but it was also an amazing example of the way that they were able to make a reset here with the swaps.
What is really happening? Are they going to go to Ultron?
Oh.
Wait, that is crazy. Dude, why?
Like, Delena also had made that swap too at the very end as well. Like, I believe Delena swapped over to the Luna just so he can get onto the point on time instead of staying to the Mantis.
That's why they're sticking on it. Maybe that's why they're on it. Okay. It's a very interesting decision. It's always the Lunex. It's always Ryan Amazing Squad 2 where he goes to Ultron. So let's see if it pans out for him. Haven't seen other teams run that Ultron. Besides that, I think Clark played it last week, but it didn't look good. See how it pans out, though, for Lunex, who are down the first round. They already head to this objective, waiting for the ultimates to come out. Now here it is from Delena. Pops his first. Flame with the copy. Pops the Soul Resurgence on the opposite angle. Where the ultimates come from, right? We do have the Groot ultimate from Crimzo, throws it out to the middle. Does get connected on, but the heals are there. Nice job from Spark keeping crew to stay alive alongside the flap, I imagine, from the Luna Snow. They do have Rymazing with his ultimate in the sky, but he's being tracked down. He's the bubble, has to fall back too. They have to have so much positioning, and now Mutants are surrounding him with so many ults.
Good bubble over here from Dogman, and he's got the meteor, and he goes all the way up, but then it's coming crashing down. It's going to be the Phoenix as Energy deals the damage, gets the follow, takes care of Korova, who was on the Mantis originally. They made that step up at the very end, and now they are burning to the other side of this point. Mutants, they're down 2. Millennium tries to make a play with the It's step. Can they get away in time is the question. Yusha's feeling a lot of that pressure. Right, Amazing tries to isolate Millennia, who cannot get away.
Okay, nice shots from him. Also, Millennia wasn't able to take anybody off the map, sadly. A lot of mobile characters in there. Lunex have made it scrappy and are back into it off of some nice shots from obviously Krova at the end there, but Yusha, middle of this fight, has looked amazing playing the Phoenix.
Looking at Flamé, he's got the God of Mission at the very least. Lunex are just trying to keep up this advantage here. Ultron working out here. Dogman is so sure he's going to be able to double click his head. Gets another click real quick. He's looking at the Loki clones, but it's even better when everyone's stacked up together to feel that blast of the damage.
And they just got to keep Yusha on Phoenix at all costs if you're Lunex, because he is popping off. People kept talking about how like Energy is the best DPS, the best duelist in North America. You know, obviously we had Terra for a while. A lot of people trying to refute that, say that it was actually Energy. And, you know, Yusha today has been amazing on Phoenix, has been able to match other Phoenixes, if not outperform them. But now into this upcoming fight, they started off usually with the Groot ultimate, it feels like, Vicky, right? Like they commit Crimzo's ult, follow it up. Mutants have really nothing except that full resurgence now.
Looking to get that wombo combo, honestly. And we're talking about Yusha versus Energy here, right? The young gun legend who's having their 1v1 duel over to the side, closer to the Energy pack. He's healed up, and Millennia's got the Annihilation here. Ultron takes to the skies, but it's going to be met with Korova, grouping everybody together with the Soul Resurgence. Both sides, Crimzo brings everybody together, and here we go with the collide from the Phoenix ult, crashing down into Lena's head.
I don't know if that was ever going to go Mutants' way with the situation getting 3 in there. Phoenix ult to counter all the overhealth from the Mantis, from the Cap. So many ults pop for Team Mutants, but they don't find anything except, okay, now, Best. Congratulations, they got the pick off on Team Mutants. Huge Meteor M, but they've ran out of ultimates now. Rymazing coming back into it. Can they find more? Maybe not. Flame's walking back from spawn. Epic POV. Mutants meanwhile on the point. Still trying to sort of close out without one because SJP got picked off earlier.
And Flamé also got picked off after just using the God of Mischief to copy the Mantis as well. So kind of even ground here, just trying to keep the Groot alive. The lamps forced to be used up here as Crimzo finds that pick onto Spark. Overtime taken away in favor for Lunex. Crimzo stops their exit route. This is what we were expecting to see when we get to see the team-ups come alive.
It's a lot of fun to always see these like ex-Sentinels players versus ex-Hunter Thieves player. We're all tied up 1-1. And they have very similar play styles, like both these squads, right? They both actually prefer Ultron. It feels like Ultron metas generally, some of these like more brawly comps. So now we go to Carousel, next map, Vicky. This should be a lot of fun between these two teams. There's a lot of history, obviously, individual player-wise. But you talked about the new guns, the new, players coming onto the scene, making a name for themselves. And, in the grand finals, waiting for not only these guys, but obviously Team Guilty. Is the Doom crew, with a lot of up-and-coming talent that's finally in a great position to win MRC.
It's been great to watch. A lot of the talent coming through here. As we get set up, guys, this is going to be our last map of the broadcast. Let's make it last here in this intense final series. Lunex Gaming versus Mutants. We saw what happened to Lunex, how they got sent down here to the lower bracket. We didn't get to see Mutants run within their side of the lower bracket, but everything on the line within this lower bracket semifinals. Remember, $14,500 prize pool here, and they're looking to keep themselves up, keep the money going up, and stay alive in this tournament. Crimzo's about to have that group hug as well.
Yeah, and it's always a rough situation having to deal with Crimzo on Groot, considering, we see the bans come out, the respect towards his group. This time, none of that. Also, it's interesting that we do have, like Wolverine available. Now Mutants able to finally play it. I mean, now that they're playing that group comp alongside the counter two-set group, we'll see if it's changing. Groot Ultimate. Groot Hold, like you said, comes through. Phoenix Ultimate's there, but actually doesn't find any KOs. Nice blocks on the backside. Now has to run away in the side of Yusha. Lena, meanwhile, on the Phoenix on the opposite angle. What can he find? Usher just kind of sending everyone back to Lena Falls. He swapped it for Energy, who's playing that Wolverine now, and it did not work out.
And despite that clutch freeze too onto Crimson, preventing setting up the walls, they still lose on so many bodies. The Millennium dances right back to the point. Here comes Energy, diving down, but missing out on its mark here, right alongside the Luna Snow, who's in the middle of her own dance off here, looking side by side. But Mutants, with Energy taking a quick nap, he does get woken up. He has not been able to get right back up to the point, and Millennia at least snipes down Amazing from the sky.
Yeah, huge shots in the follow-up there from Vax was beautiful. Working together, now flies away, backs away. The passive avoids that Meteor M, now can come back into this fight with that Groot ultimate. Phoenix ultimate coming through, regenerative domain down, as is Karova. Same with Crimzo. Follow up there, Mutants never gave up on this fight too. They sort of backed off temporarily, played it slow. Usher finds one, but it's not enough. They flip the point.
Slow and steady winning the race, and they need it here when it's tied 1-1 apiece within this first map with these rounds specifically. And SJP does have that God of Mischief. Millennia 2 could dance around that with the fate of both worlds to keep this fight going, and they're going to need it. If you look at Lunex Gaming and what they have to provide, Amazing can get extra aggressive here together with Flamay, who wants to use that God of Mischief to copy Korova, who will start the fight.
There's on the board built already for Mutants. Like you said, they got that copy. Got a lot holding on to it. Very different, you know, gameplay-wise than when we've seen the Gambit Rogue competitions of earlier. A little bit slower, a little bit more drawn-out fights. Now we have flap towards this main side. Use that Soul Resurgence early from Kurova. They love to do this. Open it up with that. Met by the dance force from SJP. Millennia, meanwhile, trying to avoid maybe getting KO'd by somebody in that Mantis ultimate from the speed boost. They give up on their dance floor earlier on. Spark Keep goes low. Run timeout, nice bubbles to block part of it, but they've also committed the dance floor. Meanwhile, poke down low is Kurova, able to stay alive. And in the sky is Amazing, met by the Meteor, and oh my god, Best tried to go for it. Doesn't connect necessarily, and eventually Rai goes down. So up one is Team Mutants. They also have ultimates. And this has been a dominant fight, honestly, out of them in terms of just the overall positioning and macro of it.
Straight up autofocus, by the way. Everybody from Mutants has turned around to look at Amazing, and he just did not stand a chance. He avoided the Meteor and tried to dance around going to low ground, and now with the Groot hug, wall comes up right behind him like a baseboard before you try to go for the kidnap here, Maggie, you know, before the sweep comes in. And now Mutants are looking to get another reversal as Lunex cannot even get out of this choke.
And they're stuck for now, and it's going to keep being like this. I mean, they've got the Soul Resurgence. They'll build it up. And oh, wait. Galena could be huge with his flank, maybe. Rai, who barely gets out with his life. Nice job to duck back down, but that's still a cooldown used. He used the shift. That's a nice job by Galena. Just by existing, already getting rid of the movement and the overhealth from Amazing in that cooldown until it's up again. Now we have the Soul Resurgence to go aggressive here.
Very long fight, though, because Mutants have the sustainability. You call up Phoenix, Amazing. Cuts off the entry points for Delena. You get now Dane Crimzo specifically getting the clobbering time. He does fine on SHP, though. He does have the God of Mischief, and he is out of it as energy. Tries to stay alive. Millennia with the dance off. Fate of both worlds, keeping them in this fight. Met from both sides after that comp originally here, too, with energy. Taking over to the side. Amazing's back, though, and he's got the Annihilation as he comes driving down. It's a Wolverine raging about energy. He's out of there here as he tries to commit with the claws, and Dogman, he forces out the exit point. Lunex Gaming, they stay alive this time around, Dogman. But Dogman, he's the one that has a Meteor M ready to go, as well as Amazing, who held on to Annihilation.
Good point. See if they can actually capitalize off of it. It's 99 again. This was very similar to Cradle the very first round we watched, right? Like went to 99 for both sides. Lunex trying to capitalize and get to 99 of their own. They've also switched to the thing instead of playing the Groot, considering the Wolverines in the game too. And they've also swapped to their own, so going for these hard counter swaps. Mutants haven't done much, but they do build up these ultimates, right? Now they have the copy. Committed. Ultron's Rage on the opposite side, 1-for-1. A dance floor for Ultron's Rage will probably take up since Rai could build another ultimate very quickly. Also, the Meteor M's late. In the sky, lives also center domain pop.
As though was able to find one, and Dogman to replicate the other. Find Spark Chief. Mutants down 2. Number advantage goes in here from Lunex, and now you have to look at Korova, who is on that Doctor Strange portal right back around. Mutants are going to try to match that together with Sparks, and they go in with the dive down from energy and that Wolverine ultimate with the last dance.
Guys got to hold on. Usher with last stand. Finds 2 on the back. Energy stalls. Overtime's ticking. But this portal I wonder if he can body block it here, too. You have to jump out into Wolverine's claws, man. This is brutal. You don't have any ultimates either. Overtime kicks down. It's going to be over. Maybe you touch for a little bit longer, but it doesn't end up mattering. Lunex win map number 1 in this series between these two squads.
I mean, talk about setting the pace for the entire series, Dogman, because that was literally down to the wire. Both teams rolling out with the Doctor Strange. Overtime taking away. Nearly at that 99% here before the flip finally happens. But Lunex held their ground here for at least map number 1, but it's definitely not going to be easy as they continue their way through that series.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was our last map we'll watch on broadcast. If you want to watch these guys in the in-game client or on the co-streamers that are around the block, they'll probably be watching these games, so make sure to tune into their streams. But looking back at that series, I mean, 17 final hits for Yusher, a lot of absolutely phenomenal plays out of the healers and everybody else. But, I mean, Team Dudes put up a good fight, right, Vicky? It was a close series.
It definitely was. I feel like being able to have that flexibility too with the Wolverine and the Phoenix, like we saw from Yusher, they had the awareness and they wanted to be able to contest that between Vess and Spark Chief. But then those isolated picks, man, they were coming back to life whenever they were able to hold their ground and find them isolated here. But even with those swap-ups, it was down to the wire with Lunex Gaming winning. I feel like it wasn't as comfortable as they have liked. I also did not like how that first fight went for the first round for Lunex, but they were able to restabilize, right? Kurova being on the Jeff, and then trying to go one by one to desperately contest the points. Looking a lot better here on that second round.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% you're right. And for Lunex, they win that first map. We'll have to see how the series plays out. I would recommend, by the way, if you're not spoiled, to tune out of the stream or at least mute it for now so you can find that result out for yourself in a little bit, because I believe we're going to take a look back at the day in just a second. But obviously, we're going to end now, Vicky, because, my rate of cost to be here is just so expensive, and we got to call it early, just so I could, I got to charge more next time, But for now...
I could tell the way that you're sitting down on that seat, man, you were ready to go. Been working all day. But you know what? Dogman? I wouldn't have had it any other way to be sitting alongside you to cast out some more MRC action.
It's a banger. It's a good time. I love casting with Shib too, but I always look forward to casting with you, Vicky. So it was a lot of fun. And a huge shout out to Shibby Skew. They'll be live tomorrow with the Cozy because I don't know why. Yeah, wait, why is that the case? It was a mix up behind the scenes. A little bit of fourth wall breaking here. Deadpool's coming out soon. We're allowed to do the same thing, right? Maybe. Shout out to our NetEase crew, by the way, behind the scenes, working over in China. It's very late over there for them. That's kind of the main reason. So these guys work round the clock, obviously for the APAC region. Over for EMEA and the North American region. These guys are doing a lot of the hard work behind the scenes. We're just here to look somewhat pretty. I mean, obviously, in my case, not so much. But looking back at today's results, it looks like Mutants 3-0'd Flark. So it wasn't particularly close. Yeah, Mochimon, they 3-0'd the Beast. See, we saw that earlier. Ego Death 0-3 to the Doom Crew. We saw that one. The Lunex lost 1-3 to Team Guilty.
All right, going down the list here from all the action that we may have seen off stream, not on stream, but off stream rather instead, the competition must go on. I liked being able to see much more of the dominating fashion because we actually had pretty close games on stream, Dogman.
Yeah, we did. We had a 3-2 in the upper bracket early on. That was actually
early.
Yeah, 3-1. Yeah, who was the 3-2 against? Was it Mochi and
it was
Lunex, I believe,
versus
right?
Mochimon. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a banger, 100%. Game of the day, in my opinion, probably. I imagine in yours, right?
Absolutely.
Good.
I mean, personally for me, I said it at the very end after we wrapped up that one series, but I highly recommend everybody to look at that series because not only was it down to the macro of these teams to see who comes out on top, but it was a Game 5 last-hit scenario situation to be working off of, and that was for the lower bracket quarterfinals, right? So it also was for the tournament life of that team.
And, if we take a look at the overarching sort of list, too, I mean, like you said, that 3-2 between Lunex and Mochimon, Ego Death got 3-0'd by Mutants in the lower brackets. Damn, rest in peace, Ego Death. For Team Guilty, they went 0-3 to Doom Crew, which, by the way, Lunex, we just saw that series where they win the first map. Spoiler alert, looks like Mutants just stomped them afterwards. They won 3-1 in the series in the map we just watched. So, huge shout out to Mutants playing well. Huge shout out to Lunex for competing, and obviously everybody else that was here. But the team to watch after today, Vicky, 100% has to be Doom Crew too, right? Like, this squad just has been making light work of everybody. Like, they
I definitely
3-0'd everybody.
It's actually crazy to see what Doom Crew's been able to bring out here in the MRC. And again, it's kind of like a little highlight, a sneak peek of what to expect within the MRI. Obviously, metas are going to change. We're going to be seeing a different look of Marvel Rivals, but it's nice to get a heads up on who to look out for. And Doom Crew was the team to watch to make their run from that winner's bracket.
And tomorrow will be the lower bracket final, then the grand final between Doom Crew and whoever fights them. I mean, that'd be so funny if Mutants actually make this lower bracket run. That is the most Mutants thing to do. Get sent down to lower bracket earlier on in the tournament and just, you know, game after game, make that comeback. I mean, 3-0 Flark, 3-0 Ego Death, 3-1 against Lunex, who has Rymazing in squad. So for Lunex and those guys, they end up top 4. And then for Team Guilty and Team Mutants, they're fighting for that second place or first place finish and seeing who's going to finish in third place. But it was a fun day. MRC's been great, and it all ends tomorrow in the North American broadcast. Tonight, like I said, Vicky, we're going to be watching the APAC region in a few more hours, see their grand finals, which will be sick.
And don't forget, guys, this is what these teams are fighting for. There's $14,500 prize pool scattered throughout, you know, our top placing teams. And top 4 alone, 4th place gets to walk away with $800. And the difference between first and second is $3,000, with first place taking $6K and second place gets $3K here. But while we're on the topic of money and what you should be spending it on, because I love all the cosmetics in this game, help my wallet, please. Available from December 26th through January 23rd. I'll be honest, I got it frame 1 already.
Yeah, you're gonna have to compete in MRC to afford the skins at this rate, Vicky. Like that's, you're buying every skin.
I've been too much, man. I mean, it's so hard when you get to see these custom graphics, right, with these ultimates and the custom voice lines.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like that, the Star-Lord skin is beautiful. We'll look at it in a second. The Thor skin we actually saw today too for a little bit. I think we saw some Thor. He didn't do very well actually. I think he lost. No. Well, it was Kraz playing it, right? He played it okay. He kind of fed a little bit, but it was for Daredevil. It was a reason. There was a reason he did it. But looking at these other skins as well, we have the Penny Parker Snow SPDR skin alongside the Star-Lord Starcracker skin, the Daredevil Totally Not Daredevil skin. That was fun, too. We had the series with Daredevil against not Daredevil, right? Like, we had that matchup, too, with the skinless Daredevil, or at least the default skin versus that awesome skin who is totally not Daredevil. Crazy, weird-looking blonde guy.
We had the double ditto, too, on the double Wolverines that were rocking the same skin as well. So they've been out here, and we've had more skins, like, rolling out during this time, too.
Wolverine is just, I mean, this game's stacked with skins, like, obviously the Phoenix skin's sick. That Wolverine Dracula skin back in the day, I'm still praying for the day I can actually get that skin back again, because, damn, that skin... No, because that's, like, the one skin I was like, surely there'll be other good Wolverine skins. And there has been. But that skin in particular is just, like, it's just, like, the best skin in the game, might be. So good.
He looks so good. It's perfect too to like line up with him just hiding in the shadows, waiting to get a kidnap here, as well as the new Penny skin as well, with so much detail added to the mech. And then with the sit emote, you could see everything cosmetically with this lovely skin.
Yeah, Penny also another character that gets so many good skins. Like you have the a few other skins of the recent patch. Then you have this one, like you said, the SPDR skin, where it changes all the cosmetics and the actual minds themselves. Always does with Penny. I mean, Penny's just such a cool character designed to experiment with. You can tell the devs put a lot of love and care into her. And, it's been a lot of fun today, too, in MRC, alongside seeing some Penny Parker. Actually, last week, there was Penny Parker band. Remember that, Vicky? I don't know if you saw it, but Sunday had, there was Penny Parker bands, like, multiple matches in a row, which is crazy.
Yeah. But a lot of Penny Parker bands and a lot of Angela bands, which, we saw some Angela bands, this weekend, but it wasn't as much as we saw in the previous weekend, too, which, again, goes hand in hand with how the meta has been shaping up for these higher level teams and how they want to approach maybe having to be forced to play out the Ditto, especially when you have Daredevil rocking the I'm Not Daredevil shirt, and you have to deal with that on the opposition and make sure you peel for your strategist.
Absolutely. You gotta think about everybody. And, obviously, we don't forget about Daredevil, because he's been the star of the show, really, this whole tournament. Seems to be a first ban alongside Gambit. Where do you lie on this, Vicky? It's like with Daredevil or the Gambit ban, who do you prefer? I mean, like, it does feel like both can be absolutely dominant.
I'll tell you right now, I would rather have the Gambit out of here, man. Like, Gambit is so insanely strong. I would rather deal with the Daredevil and know that I have peels, especially with my Vanguards who are aware of the space that they're able to build up and also look behind them, than deal with the Gambit who has that ultimate, gets it pretty quickly, and we play the let's not charge up the Gambit ultimate game. and then just hold forward when you get to get so aggressive. Combine that with certain other strategies that you have with him. Usually, at least in ranked, if you get it by, you have the Invisible-Woman Gambit together. But obviously, we've been seeing the combination of the Loki Gambits and why it's been a problem. Also, I love this skin. The Happy Holidays that rings in your ears. It's even scarier, though, when you don't have a strategist ult to deal with it.
Yeah, it's we saw it was terrifying today with Gambit. He just flies above you, actually just like God mode, flying around, just deleting everybody. So it's awesome skin, obviously. Probably the best out of the batch, in my opinion. But, you know, it's subjective, right? Favorite skins are subjective. You're allowed to have opinions. And my opinion is the end-all, be-all, actually. So this is the best skin in the game right now.
There's too many good There's so many good skins. It's insane. It's actually crazy. I love that Star-Lord Starcracker skin here. It was very festive to lead into the holiday season, but now we get to lean into a goodbye and good night, Dogman. It's been a fun time thus far, casting the MRC with you. I know we have great games to look forward to for Ship and Cozy to cover tomorrow, dog.
Yep, absolutely. We'll catch you guys later tonight for APAC. In the meantime, you'll see Cozy and Ship on the North American broadcast. We'll see you guys in a few hours for APAC. Good night. See y'all tomorrow for North America.